Hello everyone, Christmas is coming. Santa, I don't need gifts, just send me a girlfriend. Don't forget to like, subscribe and share. Chapter 1. Didn't I get killed by a mobile phone? In the park woods, which were surrounded by emerald green plants and filled with laughter, a confused voice came out. Net. Is it possible that this king is not dead? In the woods, a young man with blonde hair, red pupils, 2 pure gold earrings, and a black jacket, white shirt and black slim pants sat up in a daze on the grass in the woods. Where is this? Hearing the laughter in the distance, the young man's confused head finally came to his senses. Etc. This king? After the young man woke up, he finally realized what was wrong. Since when did I have such a habit of mouth? The young man suddenly became confused, but even in his confused state, he still kept his mantra unconsciously. It is detected that the host has woken up and the system begins to bind officially. While the young man was sitting on the ground in confusion, a strange mechanical sound suddenly sounded in the young man's head. Who is it? Come out to me! The young man who heard the strange sound subconsciously shouted around. The system binding is completed, and the dimension system is at your service. Next is the question time, which lasts for 5 minutes. Please hurry up, host. After the question time is over, the system will only retain the most basic settings, chatting with the host, and popular science functions. No longer introduced to the host. Unfortunately, the strange voice didn't seem to pay attention to the young man's intention. System? Is it a system that only exists in novels on the internet? The young man heard something from the strange sound. Yes, according to human terms, this system is indeed a system that only exists in novels. The system seemed to know what the young man was thinking, and the mechanical voice answered. Then this king's oral habit is not caused by you. Hearing the voice of the system say this, the young man subconsciously thought of his sudden oral habit. Yes, since the host has died before and only the soul is left, this system fuses the body of the hero King Gilgamesh with the soul of the host. According to the novel, the protagonist has now become the only Gilgamesh. Gamish, so he has Gilgamesh's mouth habit, and the host can also consider it as a bonus for newbies. The sound of the system is very mechanical. Sure enough, this king has died once before. System's words caused the young man to fall into memories. The young man's original name is actually the most common surname in online novels. The young man's surname is Lin, and his name only has the character Yuan. Although the last Yuan character seems a bit lofty, the young man's life is not as lofty as his name. Net. Lin Yuan has been treated as a protagonist in the novel since he was a child, having no father or mother and growing up in an orphanage. When he grew up, he was as dramatic as the novel. He was a student and worked outside. If I had to pick one thing that made me different from others, it was that Lin Yuan once saw a blonde, blue-eyed woman wearing armor and holding a sword on his mobile phone. He fell in love with her hopelessly and even saved money to buy a woman for it. Her figurines, even the credit cards are all her card seals. All in all, Lin Yuan is a semi-otaku who has no father or mother, grew up in an orphanage, left kindergarten, worked and went to school at the same time, and lived frugally to buy handicrafts. As for the way Lin Yuan died, it was quite strange. He was catching up on something during his free time while working, and then his mobile phone exploded. The fragments of the explosion entered directly from Lin Yuan's eyes into his brain. Lin Yuan, whose brain was severely damaged, died on the spot. God came. There is no cure. So system, what is your main function? The young man who remembered the cause of his death shook his head and asked the system. The main functions of this system include the character panel, publishing tasks, and the rewards the host receives after completing the tasks. The tasks issued by the system are completely random, but there will be no too perverted tasks. Every time the host completes a task issued by the system, it can obtain a reward. The quality of the reward depends on the difficulty of the task. I would like to know the punishment for mission failure and the probability of the mission occurring. There is no penalty for mission failure, but you cannot get rewards. The chance of a mission appearing is not %. It is possible that after one mission is completed, the next mission may appear immediately, or the host may not have the mission in its lifetime, and the mission there is a high probability that the system will release the task based on the host itself or after events occur around it. The young man who got the answer accidentally heard the laughter and laughter not far away, and asked again, "Where is this place now?" The host's current location is Central Park in the Marvel Universe at 199999. The young man who heard the system's answer slowly closed his eyes. After a few seconds, Lin Yuan's red pupils showed something strange. The last question, your origin. The young man's tone contained a hint of kingly aura. The emergence of this system is just a coincidence, but the specific origin cannot be answered by the system. The mechanical sound of the system did not pause at all, and the young man did not hear any emotion from the system's sound. Ding! The answer time has passed, the system is about to be completely activated, and Gilgamesh's memory and abilities will be completely integrated with the host. Please pay attention to the host. When the young man's last question was answered, the system's answer time finally passed. What? The young man was shocked when he heard this and wanted to say something, but as soon as the young man wanted to speak, he felt a hot feeling coming out of his body, and then he simply passed out. I don't know how long it took, but the young man finally woke up. The first thing that caught his eye was the sky full of stars and a huge full moon. Damn, my head hurts. The first thing the young man felt after waking up was a headache and constantly confused memories. After a while, the young man finally sorted out the chaotic memories, and the young man who had sorted it out finally showed a completely different attitude from before. If the young man before was still a superior, then now, the young man is the supreme king. TCH, this king is actually stumped by memory. It's really a mistake. There was a hint of disdain in the young man's tone. With this familiar tone, if anyone who is familiar with FGO or Fate is around, they will definitely recognize that this is the oldest hero king, the supreme king with 2/3 of godhood and 1/3 of humanity, Gilgamesh. Even if it is just a mere memory, you still want to stump me. However, since it has been fused, should I be Lin Yuan or Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh sat on the ground and subconsciously thought about this problem, but then Gil was relieved. Since Lin Yuan in the past has died, strictly speaking, I have begun a new life now. In this case, I am unique. To this extent, then I am the brand new Gilgamesh. Ding! Release the task. Chapter 2. Mission: Eliminate the scum that harms the king's subjects. World: Day on campus. Introduction: The king must punish the scoundrel who harms the king's subjects. Let him be punished with the most terrible torture. Reward: Source of magic power, Sword of Deviation X. When Jill, who had just been relieved, heard the task issued by the system, her handsome face instantly twitched. In order to avoid saying that my word count is too low, I will call you Jill from now on. You guys, you actually use my king's precious phantom as a reward, really? This system will never deceive the host. The Deviant Sword X listed in this system is the highest level Deviant Sword, which is about 10 times stronger than the ordinary Deviant Sword owned by the host. As if it knew what Gil was thinking, the system began to explain it directly after Gil had just finished speaking. About 10 times more powerful? System, you guys really dare to say that? Even I don't know the power of releasing all the deviant swords from me. But since you confuse me, then I don't think you will lie to me. My king, I will forgive you for the time being. After hearing the systematic explanation in his mind, Jill finally calmed down and found a step for himself. There is no way, it's not like Jill doesn't know anything now. When she gets angry, she becomes stupid and doesn't care about anything. Until she reaches her goal, she doesn't listen to anyone's advice and gets angry. Although it has been integrated, it still retains the memories of the past. As an otaku who has read all kinds of novels, Jill naturally knows that it is almost impossible to defeat the system. Even if you commit suicide, the system may just leave you, rather than with you. The host dies together. On campus, you're a hatchet? A scumbag? Are you a beast that's worse than a bastard? As Jill recalled this long-standing drama, her mind gradually recalled a character who was once hated by most people, Makoto Ito. The crime he committed has indeed harmed my king's subjects. System, the tasks you issued are really in line with my interests, ha 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 ha. Jill smiled with a smile called pleasure, tax evasion, as she recalled it. This system has said that the rule of releasing tasks is to release them randomly according to everything about the host. The system's mechanical voice replied. TCH, you are really boring. Jill didn't care when she heard the system's cold voice. Then let's get started. However, this kind of beast who has given up on the path he has walked will stain my king's noble phantom even if he is punished. My king's treasury is full of collectible treasures. To punish that beast who only pursues sexual intercourse and abandons his own path is not worthy of my king using this treasure. Jill frowned and thought. The system distributes props, Thousand Eyes doll. The system's beep sounded again at this time. At this time, Jill suddenly felt that the system was her mother. Gil shook his head, concentrated his energy and asked, System, what is the use of the puppet? It seems like you are serious, but this is the only way he deserves it. Gil stood up from the grass and said to the system, then let's get started. I can't wait to punish the beasts that shouldn't exist in my courtyard. The host accepts the task and starts the transmission. 3, 2, 1. The transmission is started. I wish the host good luck. Humph, a beast dominated by the body's desire. Ripples appeared around Jill, like a stone falling into water, and then Jill disappeared without a trace, leaving only the silent night sky and a huge full moon in the sky. Wang! 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 Sir, unknown energy fluctuations were discovered. What? Call up the location immediately and call out the nearest camera device in the area. Yes. Director, an unknown fluctuation was discovered in Central Park, which seems to be somewhat similar to the fluctuation of the teleportation device. In a huge battleship, a blonde, slender woman was reporting to a black man wearing a black windbreaker, an eye patch, no hair, and a very dark complexion. Report specifics. Yes. Just now, our equipment discovered that there was a sudden abnormal energy fluctuation in Central Park. After matching the records in the database, it was somewhat similar to the energy emitted by the cosmic Rubik's Cube we had collected. Hill meticulously told Nick Fury the cause. Hill, are you sure the information is accurate? Hearing Hill say the words cosmic cube, Nick Fury's dark face finally changed slightly. Okay, although it only happened for a moment, after our verification, we have determined the possibility of an error. If it is really wrong, then there may only be a problem with our equipment. Hill nodded and confirmed. Yet. Recall all agents Romanoff and Patton, and ask them to go to Central Park to take a look. Nick Fury was silent for a while, with a trace of solemnity on his face, and ordered. Director, Romanoff and Patton are far away in Siberia. Are you sure you want to recall them? Hill was stunned and asked with some uncertainty. Hearing this, Nick Fury glanced at Hill with his eyes not covered by the blindfold and said. Hill, there are some things that cannot be explained too clearly. Even you are not qualified to know yet. Yes. Hill nodded. As a level 9 agent, Hill knew some things that could be known and those that could not be known. After all, levels cannot be easily crossed. Go ahead, arrange it like this first. Even if something happens with the two of them, it won't be a big problem. The focus now is to find Tony Stark and search the Middle East with all our strength. After Nick Fury finished his instructions, he closed his eyes and stopped talking. Hill nodded empathetically, turned around and walked towards the console. Gil, who had already completed the mission, didn't know that the energy emitted by the teleportation had been detected by Marvel's local organization SHIELD and sent people to his previous location. Day in the campus world. Outside the gate of Jinyi Academy where people were coming and going, layers of folded ripples appeared in the air. The students who had just finished school couldn't help but stop when they saw this scene and looked at this strange scene. As everyone watched, the ripples gradually stopped, and then, a man with blonde hair, red pupils, wearing a black and white jacket and black slim-fitting pants appeared in the ripples. Chapter 3. After the transmission was completed, the system's voice also rang. The host has been transmitted to the entrance of Shinai College. I wish the host good luck. Net. After the transmission, Gil opened his eyes and saw everyone with different expressions on their faces, looking at him in shock. Seeing Jill who suddenly appeared just now, everyone had expressions of shock and surprise. After all, according to Jill's previous life, the world on campus is just an ordinary world without any strange powers. Even the final blackening and killing are only within the scope of ordinary people. Comparing the world of Riza on campus to a lake without waves, then Jill is the meteorite that fell into this lake, an existence that cannot be ignored at all. Seeing that the people around him still looked shocked, Jill immediately became expressionless. It was at this time that everyone who was shocked by the sudden appearance of Jill came to their senses. In an instant, the originally peaceful campus gate suddenly became turbulent. Regardless of whether they are students entering the school or students coming out of the school, whether they are male or female, there is only one purpose now, and that is to talk about the sudden appearance of Jill. Some people speculated whether it was a magic show or something like that. Some looked at Gil as if he were some precious animal. Others were jealous when they saw Gil's handsome face because of the baby in their arms. The girls all looked at Jill with heartfelt eyes. Bastards! Shut up! Realizing that he had become a monkey in everyone's eyes, Gil finally spoke his first words after being transported to this world. As Gil shouted, a temperament that only belonged to the oldest hero king appeared around Gil, shocking everyone. After the students who were discussing were aware of this temperament, they just felt like worshipping Jill in front of them, and at the same time there was a sense of fear in their hearts. In an instant, everyone closed their mouths in unison, and the original comments disappeared. Everyone present looked at Jill blankly. Jill looked at everyone present expressionlessly. Originally, I wanted to give you the death penalty, but since you bastards don't know me yet, I will spare you for the time being. Now, who will tell me where the beast called Ito Makoto is? Ito Makoto is still in the classroom. Being intimidated by Gil's powerful aura, after hearing Gil's question, classmates who knew Ito Makoto subconsciously answered Gil's question. I need the exact location. Gil looked at the person who answered the question, only to find that the person who answered him was another hated character in the past, the yellow-haired brother Taisuk Sawega who forcibly pushed down the heroine Guiyanyi of this world. Class 3, Grade 1. Sensing that Gil was looking at him, Taisuk Sawanaga's body trembled invisibly. Gil's red snake eyes, which were as red as blood, were deeply imprinted in Taisuk Sawanaga's mind. When Gil learned where the mission target was, he ignored Taisuk Sawanaga. This kind of person who has no courage and is a villain who only relies on taking advantage of others' danger rather than conquering them is completely contrary to Gil's character. To such a person, Jill had only one thing to say. A bastard like you who is a villain, living in this world is simply polluting the king's courtyard. A light word came into Taisuk Sawega's ears. Why? There was a hint of confusion on Taisuk Sawega's face, as if he didn't understand what Jill meant. A sound of breasts being torn apart reached the ears of the people around him, and then the people around Taisuk Sawanaga felt a burst of warm liquid being sprinkled on their bodies. Why does my chest hurt so much? Sawega Taisuk looked blankly at his chest and saw a sword emitting golden light penetrating his body. Ahem! Poof! Taisuk Sawega, who was still looking at his penetrated chest in a daze, suddenly started coughing, and blood spurted out of Taisuk Sawega's mouth. Taisuk Sawega subconsciously covered his mouth, not wanting the blood to continue to flow out. At the same time, Taisuk Sawega had disbelief in his eyes. Ahem! Finally, the pain of being pierced emerged. After all, Taisuk Sawega, who was just an ordinary student, immediately burst into tears and fell to the ground. He wanted to cry out in pain, but Taisuk Sawega's lungs had already filled with blood, he could only struggle in place. Ah! Taisuk Sawanaga's struggle was like a clock that struck the hour. All the people who saw this scene were not just the female students, but even some male students had the same fear on their faces as the female students and made ear-piercing screams. Screams? Both male and female students are just ordinary students at best. They have never seen a live person being impaled, so it is normal to have such a reaction. However, Taisuk Sawega's struggle did not arouse any sympathy from Gil, not only because of the fusion, but even before the fusion, Gil was not a kind-hearted person, let alone after the fusion. When Gil started walking towards Ito Makoto's class, the surrounding students avoided Gil like a plague and ran towards the school gate. The screams and cries of women and the curses of male students resounded throughout the entire Kamino Academy. Some of the students who were somewhat rational quickly moved away from Gil like the others, took out their flip phones from their pockets, and started making calls. Police contact number. They thought they did it mysteriously, but they didn't know that Gil already knew about it and was just too lazy to pay attention to them. After all, asking for help is a basic human instinct. Bastard, you actually peeked at me, I will make your life worse than death. Gil, who walked to the gate, seemed to sense something. He raised his head slightly and found a high school student wearing a school uniform, with a half-hedgehog head, a bit delicate but far from handsome, looking down from the window on the 4th floor. Who? Ito Makoto, who was watching on the 4th floor, saw Gil looking up at him on the ground. For some reason, Ito Makoto felt that his breathing suddenly became heavier, as if the surrounding air was disappearing. Feeling uncomfortable, Ito Makoto ignored Gil who was looking at him, but quickly retreated into the classroom and began to breathe heavily. Bastard, you can't even bear the aura that is less than % of the momentum that this king inadvertently exudes. Who gave you the courage to spy on this king? Seeing Ito Makoto gasping for air, a hint of sarcasm appeared in Gil's eyes, and then he walked into the building. That's right, Ito Makoto's reaction just now was that Gil's own aura locked onto Ito Makoto. How could Ito Makoto, who was just an ordinary person, be able to peek at Gil so easily? Chapter 4. It would have been a good thing that when Gil was discovered being spied on by Ito Makoto, it was a good thing that he didn't burst out with a stronger momentum that made Ito Makoto lose control of his body and fall out of the window. Although letting Ito Makoto fall directly from the window is also an option, Gil does not feel that this simple method is suitable for Ito Makoto. Even the last moment of falling from the sky is a kind of altered happiness for human instincts. After all, people have never stopped wanting to fly in the sky. And Gil's original plan was to make Ito Makoto fall into deep despair and finally suffer a painful death. Naturally, he would not use the method of falling from the building to deal with Ito Makoto. Who? Ito Makoto, who was in the classroom, covered his chest with a face full of horror. The feeling that came out of nowhere prompted Ito Makoto to want to leave here, and was accompanied by the feeling of being out of breath. It made Ito Makoto want to breathe in the air even more. What exactly is going on? Ito Makoto, who couldn't figure out where this feeling came from, was eager to stabilize his emotions, but the feeling of wanting to escape from the bottom of his heart was disturbing him all the time. The classmate who was packing things next to him also noticed something was wrong with Ito Makoto, and asked with some confusion, "What's wrong with Ito Makoto? It seems that your condition is not good." "No. Touch." Ito Makoto shook his head with an ugly expression. Just as he was about to speak, the classroom door was kicked open without warning. Net. Everyone else in the classroom and Ito Makoto all looked at the door. With blonde hair and red eyes, wearing a black and white shirt and black slim pants, it was none other than Jill who had already arrived. Bastard, are you dominated by instincts that only animals have? Just when Ito Makoto and everyone else in the classroom were all confused, they heard the people in front of them calling themselves bastards. You guy! Who are you calling a bastard? After all, he was still at a young age. Although he was confused, when he heard someone calling him a bastard, other people in the classroom couldn't help but roared at Jill, especially one or two of them looked like he was a student of a delinquent boy. He walked directly towards Jill. As he walked, he moved his neck and made a clicking sound, as if he wanted to do something to Jill. A bunch of ignorant bastards. They also want to take action against me. Seeing the bad boy walking towards him, a trace of anger flashed in Jill's eyes. A group of bastards who only know how to bully my king's subjects actually dare to attack me. They are really desperate. A circular hollow glowing with golden light appeared above Gil's head. In the light, various weapons were slowly revealed. 35XS. That's right, after the fusion, Gil used his noble phantasm, the king's treasure, for the first time. And those ring holes are the space channels that are created when the noble phantasms in the king's treasure are connected to the noble phantasm library by Gil. The delinquent boy who saw this scene stopped in confusion and looked at the space passage above Jill's head with confusion on his face, somewhat doubting his life. Have you ever seen magic? I have seen it too, but now I have encountered something even more incredible than magic. What are you going to do? The bad boy took a step back with a horrified look on his face, looking at the various weapons that appeared behind Jill in disbelief. The bad boy's intuition told him that those weapons that suddenly appeared and were suspended in the air were real. Due to the passage of time, although some novels have been produced, today's mobile phones are all flip-top mobile phones. Except for some special circumstances, the novels that are usually accessible are all traditional novels on paper, and their receptive capabilities are far less than before Jill's time travel. That era, so when the bad boy saw this scene, he couldn't help but be frightened. Bastard, you have no right to know who this king is. Snapped. Unfortunately, the irritated Gil did not give the delinquent an answer. Instead, he snapped his fingers and controlled the noble phantasm behind him towards the frightened delinquent. Poof! Time seemed to stand still here for an instant, the horrified expression was forever fixed on the face of the delinquent, and the originally white classroom floor was stained red with blood. So-called ethereal things are always so desirable, even this king is no exception. Gil looked coldly at the delinquent boy who was pierced by the noble phantasm, and said coldly. The meaning of what Jill said was not understood by others, but only by Jill himself. The so-called ethereal things are exactly the vanity of delinquent boys, which makes everyone afraid of themselves and dare not resist themselves. This is what delinquent boys pursue. At this time, the other teachers were as frightened as those at the school gate. Kill people! With a cry of terror, the scene that originally happened at the gate of Jinyi Academy was repeated. Everyone in the classroom ran towards the back door, trying to leave the blood-stained classroom. And Jill just looked at the people who were trying to leave with cold eyes, without stopping them, and had no intention of taking action. After all, Gil is not a murderer. For Gil, only Ito Makoto is his target. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but Gil's aura has been locking on Ito Makoto, who was leaning against the window and breathing heavily since he entered the classroom, making Ito Makoto feel the feeling of suffocation. Ito Makoto, who was standing at the window, looked horrified, but he had no intention of escaping from here, because his body was already beyond the control of Ito Makoto himself. Beast, although everyone else looks like idiots to me, your behavior disgusts me the most. Gil looked at Ito Makoto, whose body was trembling but unable to move at all, as if he were looking at a disgusting reptile. An idiot, a villainous bastard, a bastard who doesn't know his own goals, and you, a beast who can't even control his most basic desires, is really a disgusting story. This is all Jill said about the main characters on campus. Forget it, beasts are beasts, they don't understand even if they say it. System, use Thousand Eyes doll. Used successfully, please host confirms the change of character. Jill's red snake eyes flashed. Transformation, Hisoka. Change character confirmed, existence time, 12 hours. Oh? Is Hisoka's power enough to survive the highest time? The corners of Jill's mouth raised slightly, and then a red-haired young man with heart and star stickers on both sides and earrings on his ears appeared next to him. He looked a bit coquettish but had a good figure. Chapter 5. Hey, my dear host, what's the matter with transforming me? Or host, do you miss the Lun family? Do you want the Lun family to accompany you? But the Lun family is male. Although the Lun family accepts both men and women, the host will not agree even if the Lun family agrees, right? Or the host is actually a man and woman, or he is gay. When he thinks that the host is also the same, the Lun family's blood boils. Hisoka, who transformed into a thousand-eyed doll, appeared and started teasing Gil non-stop, making Gil very annoyed. Shut up, my king! Gil, who was annoyed by Hisoka, yelled at Hisoka. Okay, just shut up, you are the host and you are the biggest. Hisoka immediately stopped talking when Gil yelled at him, but he still muttered quietly and made an aggrieved expression. Gil suddenly felt that the person he had transformed into was not Hisoka but the chatty thing named Deadpool. System, you guy. What's going on with this useless bastard who talks nonsense and has special habits? Gil silently questioned the system in his mind. Faced with Jill's question, the system just replied calmly, the personality of the Thousand Eyes doll is random and is not necessarily the original personality of the character it transforms into. You are vicious. Gil's mouth twitched when he heard the system's answer, and finally he had no choice but to ignore the damn system. He couldn't just die with him. Net. Bastard, your target is that beast, use your 12 hours to finally kill him. Gil impatiently explained the task Hisoka had to do. Good host, no problem. The Lun family will definitely love this little green apple. Hisoka nodded and looked at the trembling Ito Makoto with hot eyes, whose look of horror had turned into one of fear. Enjoy your last 12 hours, beast. After Gil finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the classroom. Gil was not interested in watching Hisoka and Ito Makoto's performances. At this moment, Hisoka's despicable Deadpool-like voice and Ito Makoto's screams came from behind Gil. Little apple, the Lun family will be gentler. After all, you are still very young. You, what do you want to do? Don't come over. Tear. Don't. With the sound of something being torn open, Ito Makoto's screams became more and more fierce. This is your fate, beast. Jill didn't have any emotional fluctuations in response to Ito Makoto's screams. After Gil came out of the classroom, he came to the rooftop. After the integration, Gil began to like the feeling of being at high places. 35xs. Gil leaned against the railing and began to talk to himself. System, it's time to tell me your purpose. Gil casually took out the wine in a golden jug and a golden cup from the treasure house, poured the wine into the cup and started drinking, while quietly waiting for the system's answer. The system does not understand what the host means. Oh, really? System, don't think that I haven't discovered anything. You have been deliberately trying to please me from the beginning. Although you have already explained it at the beginning, you are not so much what you said. Centering around this king, it is better to say that we are peeking into my heart all the time. Host, whether you believe it or not, this system has never had any other purpose. Everything is just centered on the host. After hearing the system's rebuttal, Gil drank the wine in his hand, looked at the scenery in the distance, and said without emotion, I don't want to be deceived, even if it is something ethereal. Since you are centered on me, then I will ask you where you come from. Host, this system has not deliberately concealed its origin. The system does not know its true origin. If the host really wants to know, please find the answer on your own. Gil drank all the wine in the glass again and said nothing. He just squinted his eyes and looked at the scenery in the distance. After a while, he said, "Since you don't know, forget it. Everything is centered on this king. Then just play your part. As for the answer you mentioned, I am the only king who is superior to the world. The answer will come out one day." After speaking, Gil threw the wine glass in his hand into the distance. The wine glass slowly turned into golden light in midair and returned to Gil's treasure house. "Tch, I still hate this academy full of bastards." Hearing the faint screams in his ears and the sound of the police car approaching rapidly in the distance, Gil put away the wine flask that was still full of wine after drinking many glasses. The golden light flashed, and Gil took out the flying treasure Vimana that only belonged to him from the treasure house. Vimana. Made of gold and emeralds, and powered by solar energy generated by mercury-fueled solar crystals, it can fly at high speeds regardless of the laws of physics. The throne of the king has powerful attack power, is equipped with various noble phantasm systems, and is even equipped with excellent weapons such as ancient nuclear warheads. Gil controlled Vimana to land on the rooftop of the college, ignoring the horrified faces of the people on the ground. Then, what is that? It looks like an airplane. I don't know, but it looks like it's made of gold and precious stones. Hey, that's not what you should be concerned about. Although this weird thing looks valuable, how on earth does it float in the air? This simply violates the laws of physics. With Gil's strength, he could naturally hear the discussion of the crowd on the ground, but Gil just glanced at the ground lightly, a bunch of ignorant bastards. Then Gil jumped onto the Vimana and sat on his own throne. At the same time, he controlled the Vimana to soar into the sky instantly, leaving only the police who had just arrived and Ito Makoto who was still being tortured. There was also the world of Sionji that was originally waiting for Makoto Ito at the lower door, but witnessed the whole process of Gil questioning Taisuke Sawanaga, and was worried that Makoto Ito would return to the classroom. With a loud cry, "This ordinary world has been completely ruined." Hisoka, who transformed into a thousand-eyed doll, broke into this world with special power, causing a great sensation and causing countless people to try to find something. Other mysterious powers, and Makoto Ito is also known to the world. But these are all things for later. Mission: eliminate the scum that harms the king's subjects. World: Day on campus. Introduction: the scum that harms the king's subjects must be punished by the king. Let's punish him with the most terrible torture. Reward: source of magic power, Sword of Deviation X. Task status: completed. The Sword of Oblivion X has been issued, and the source of magic power has been issued. Please check it with the host. Chapter 6. The mission is completed, the host is about to return, the countdown begins, 321. As the transparent ripples appeared again, Gil and Vimana, who were sitting on Vimana's throne with one hand on their face and closing their eyes to rest, disappeared into the sky of the Rise A campus world. Marvel World. In the Central Park of the United States, a man wearing a black tights, a quiver on his back, and a compound bow standing on a tree in his hand is standing on another tree. He is wearing a black leather jacket and has orange hair. The woman with a somewhat coquettish temperament vomited her bitterness. "Natasha, what exactly is the noise that the director said? They just asked us to rush back to Siberia as soon as we arrived. Now we are left here to blow the cold wind in the middle of the night. It is really depressing." Natasha, who was squatting on the tree, glanced at Barton and said, "I don't know what happened, but I know that if Fury hears your complaints, he will definitely cancel your vacation and give you a lot of tasks, and they will also deduct your salary to nothing." "Oh. Fuck, Natasha, can't you leave some way for me to survive?" I still have a wife and children to support. Barton had a headache. According to Barton's own understanding of Nick Fury, the chances of the occurrences mentioned by Natasha were close to 10, and they might even be worse than what Natasha said. But what does Fury want us to wait here for? Until now, he hasn't given us any instructions. You must know that the prime time for women to sleep is between 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock. 35xs. Natasha changed her tone and began to complain about Nick Fury. I am also going to be the father of my second child. After completing the mission in Siberia, I could take a break and spend time with my family. Who knew? Hearing Natasha's complaint, Barton twitched the corners of his mouth and sighed. Someone who is always online but silent and uses people as machines is still here. Natasha curled her lips. She was somewhat resentful towards Nick Fury. After all, she relied on her beauty to make a living. Now that she stayed up late, her face would appear again. By then, she would not be able to complete the task, and her salary would be lost. Natasha couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved when she thought about being dunked by Nick Fury. This was obviously not letting the horse eat grass and forcing it to run at a pace. The two's chat was interrupted by an abnormality occurring in the sky not far from them. Natasha. Something's happening. Barton's eyes were extraordinary and he quickly noticed the abnormality. He quickly stopped chatting and reminded Natasha while taking out an arrow from the quiver behind him. The mission target appears. Barton, Natasha, act according to the situation. The communicators warned by the two also heard Nick Fury's voice at this time. In the Sky aircraft carrier, Nick Fury, who was wearing a black trench coat, an eye patch, and no hair, stared closely at the picture transmitted by the satellite with his only remaining eye, not wanting to let go of the picture. As the anomaly became larger and larger, a golden spaceship made of gold and gems that violated the laws of physics and could float in the sky without protective measures appeared in front of several people. Fury, you didn't say the target was a spaceship made of gold. Seeing Vimana in full, Barton and Natasha were instantly stunned. Even Nick Fury, who was on the aircraft carrier, was stunned for a moment. Originally, Nick Fury thought it was at most the same thing as the Rubik's Cube, or something else, but now this fluctuation is actually an airship made of gold? How to play this? Wait. Seeing the picture transmitted back by the satellite, Nick Fury spotted Gil sitting on Vimana due to the angle of viewing. Barton, Natasha, don't act rashly yet. That golden spaceship seems to be man-made. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes and said to Barton and Natasha. Fuck, Fury, what are you hiding from us? Is our mission goal to seize this spaceship? Barton started to complain about Nick Fury again, but he still put down the arrow that was already on the bowstring. At the same time, Natasha slowly put the pistol on her side, but even so, the two of them had no intention of taking action. For a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped. Everything around them was quiet. Barton and Natasha, two battle-experienced warriors, actually shuddered at the same time. At the same time, a sense of crisis welled up from the bottom of their hearts, making them sweat a little. Bastard, you want to snatch my throne? A voice filled with incomparable arrogance sounded from Vimana and reached the ears of the two of them. Well, believe it or not, I just made a joke. Hawkeye, who had experienced hundreds of battles and had killed thousands or hundreds of people, decisively gave in under the aura that Gil burst out. Hee, bastard, I'm sorry you don't dare. In my opinion, you bastard are nothing more than a loser who can't even compare to the woman next to you. Gil turned Vimana to face the two of them, and the mockery contained in those red snake eyes made Barton look sideways. What do you mean? I'm not as good as Natasha. Barton was stunned. He was an agent of the same level as Natasha, and the success rate of the missions he performed was almost the same. How could he be inferior to a woman? That's right, you bastard is indeed not as good as the woman next to you. You just lost the thing you love, so you try to fill yourself up with some inferior means. You don't want to take it back by any means, but you just try to wipe out your own will. Before this king in my eyes, you are like trash. Jill, who knew the plot of the Avengers, had no feelings before the fusion, but after the fusion, when Barton lost his wife and children, he did not find any way to get them back, but just blindly killed criminals in an attempt to numb himself, which was completely contrary to Jill. In Jill's memory, her mood when she learned that she would die one day was slightly similar to Barton's mood when he lost everything, but only a little bit. But Jill did not do the same as Barton, but tried every means to find a way to live forever, and finally found out that there was a fairy grass in the underworld that could give him immortality. This is also the reason why Jill looks down on Barton the most. Forget it, bastard, you don't understand even after I tell you. But you, woman, your behavior is in line with my taste. I want to give you my reward. You can tell me the reward you want. Halfway through Gil's words, his mood changed and he turned to look at Natasha, who was looking confused. What? Reward? Me? Natasha pointed at herself in confusion. Chapter 7. Barton next to him also looked confused. Not only Barton, but also Nick Fury, who had been turning on the communication and monitoring the situation with satellites, also had a confused look. Jill's behavior of not following the routine made two experienced agents and the king of agents completely confused. That's right, it's you, woman. As my king's subject, you can choose the reward. Don't let me wait too long. Fluent English came out of Gil's mouth, attracting the attention of Barton and Nick Fury. But how could Gil, who has countless treasures, not know some basic languages? After all, before his death, Gil could be considered a semi-academic master. Even if he didn't, Gil's treasure trove could still have something that would make people learn it instantly. Something for all the languages of the world. Why do you feel that this guy who calls people a bastard when he first comes up is probably not trying to date Natasha? Men just scold her, and women try their best to please her? And this guy actually speaks so authentic English, but what the hell is this king? Fluent English came out of Jill's mouth, attracting the attention of Nick Frennick. I am the one who has chosen the princess. Don't think of my reward as your courtship. I am the only king in the world. Do I need to ask for your instructions when I reward my subjects? A group of people will only be in the dark corner, spying on my bastard. Jill raised her head slightly and looked at the position of the communicators worn by Barton and Natasha with disdain. Just now, he said again that I am the king, the only king in the world? How is it possible that there is still such a title as king now? In Gil's words, Nick Fury was keenly aware of what Gil called him. Not only did Nick Fury become confused, but as for the words about peeping in a dark corner, Nick Fury automatically filtered them to the back of his mind. 35xs. Should I give the king in front of me a try? Since he is the only king in the world, there should be something special about him. With his arrogant character, he should not ruin his reputation. After a short period of thinking, Nick Fury figured out Jill's character, which was arrogant, extremely arrogant. In a short period of time, Nick Fury came up with an idea that was inconsistent with his usual style. But Nick Fury's decision at this time is just a tangle. It is used to test Jill. If Jill can answer the question, then Nick Fury will treat Jill carefully. If Jill cannot answer the question, then it means that Jill cannot answer the question. There may be some abilities, but they are within the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. If something happens to Jill, Nick Fury is likely to take some measures. Forget it, it's better not to act rashly. After all, you don't know much about the other party. Speaking rashly may arouse the hostility of the other party. Although he couldn't figure out the situation, Nick Fury gave up the idea after struggling for a long time. Woman, pick your reward quickly, don't let me wait too long. The bastards who only know how to hide in the sewers, have discovered it a long time ago. Since it is a reward from me, there is no need to follow the instructions of the bastards hiding in the sewers. If you want to test me, if your old nest had not been occupied by doves and magpies, I want to see when you will find out. I will have pulled you out of the dirty sewers. The corners of Jill's mouth raised slightly, and she looked directly at Natasha from top to bottom. Hawkeye said in a daze, Director. I don't think I need anything now, so the reward should be waived. Although she couldn't figure out the situation, Natasha still shook her head. In this case, woman, I will temporarily record your reward and tell the rats hiding in the dirty corners not to test me. For the sake of bringing you some fun this time, I won't blame you for now, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless next time. Jill raised her head slightly and glanced at the top of her head intentionally or unintentionally. At the same time, the people in the helicarrier who were monitoring Jill with satellites were all breaking out in a cold sweat, while Nick Fury, the main target, was slightly better, but the expression on his face was darker. Just the aura can be revealed through the image. A person with such aura is definitely not an ordinary person, or he doesn't know whether he is an enemy or a friend. But what does it mean to occupy a magpie's nest? While Nick Fury's mind was active, he was also constantly thinking about the meaning of what Jill said. After warning Shield, Gil controlled Vimana to fly into the sky and left Central Park. Natasha didn't say anything, just watched Gil leave silently. But Barton looked at Vimana, who had turned into a black spot, with some envy and said, "If possible, I would also like an airship like this. It is not only handsome but also very convenient." Hearing this, Natasha glanced at Barton. The flying speed of the airship accelerated to a speed faster than kilometers in just 3 or 4 seconds. If you sit on it without protection, the rapid wind it can cut your body open directly. Forget it, I don't want to become a disabled person and go back to see my family. Barton shook his head in disappointment. Regardless of Barton and Natasha's reactions, after leaving the park, Jill began to communicate with the system. "System, you won't be without the personal panel you had in the novel, right? If so, please open the personal panel for me." "Personal panel is open." The sound of the system sounded, and then a translucent white panel was directly reflected in Jill's mind, which displayed Jill's attributes. Host, Gilgamesh, Lin Yuan. Age, 18. Race, human. Item, source of magic. Magic level, A. Noble phantasm. King's treasure. A treasure house that collects countless treasures in the world. You can freely take out the treasures stored in it, and it has the functions of collecting and launching. The space in it is constantly expanding automatically. Gilgamesh X. It has the power to destroy the world, space, and time. The higher the level of magic output, the greater the power. Omniscient and omnipotent star. Like the light of a star, it spreads all over the earth. It has the ability to see through everything and find advances. Lock of heaven. The strongest chain in the world, nothing can replace the restriction of divinity. The higher the divinity of the captured person, the harder the chain will be, making it more difficult to break free. Inherent skills. Golden rule. You can pick up money just by walking on the street. As a king, you will always be blessed with wealth instead of worrying about money. Divinity. Possessing divinity that surpasses Hermes, the son of Zeus, he is completely immune to the pressure of gods and will not be affected by so-called gods. Return of the king. Every time a technology is born in the world, the king's treasury will automatically collect the prototypes of the technology. Every time something is born, the king's treasury will automatically collect it. Magic power? Is it the attribute panel of the heroic spirit, but why does the race column show humans? The host is fused with Gilgamesh, not a heroic spirit. Therefore, this system removes the attributes required by the heroic spirit and only retains the required magic power. Therefore, the host's state is not a heroic spirit, but a living human being. Gil nodded clearly and said, "Really, but it's okay. Although the spiritual transformation of heroic spirits is not bad, I still prefer to be a living being, rather than a dead heroic spirit being summoned." But in the blink of an eye, a new problem arises. There are limitations to magic power, but I am not a heroic spirit now, so there should always be a magic power circuit that humans need. Otherwise, the magic power will not automatically recover and will be exhausted. Chapter 8. Warm reminder, host, the magic source of the reward from the previous mission can be fused with you. After the fusion, the host will no longer have to worry about not having enough magic power. Because after the fusion, the host is the source of the magic power, and the power of the source is endless. System, you are really good. After hearing the system prompts, Gil finally remembered that he still had rewards but it was useless, but the first reward was the source of magic power, which made Gil really don't know what to say. Forget it, since it's a reward, just use it. After all, the water in the Marvel world is still very deep. Gil calmed down, thinking that the water in Marvel was deep enough to cover his head, so he decided to merge directly. After all, this is a world where there is an explosion every 3 days and an invasion every 5 days. Whether it is fusion or not, the host will enter a short sleep state during the fusion process. The system recommends that the host be prepared. Snapped. Gil snapped his fingers in response. After snapping his fingers, the Vimana under Gil's feet formed a protective shield with a faint golden color around it at a speed visible to the naked eye, containing the entire Vimana, including Gil, inside. It seems that those bastards hiding in the sewers didn't listen to what I said, but that's fine. If they can't solve the trouble, then I will solve it myself. After opening the protective shield, Gil looked above his head. Oh? Did I make a mistake? Is it actually a bastard who came from behind? Net. A hint of playfulness flashed in Gil's eyes. Clown, I'll let you live a few more days. After all, you won't be able to grow back after being injured by this king's noble phantasm. By the way, let me see how courageous you are. After saying that, Jill stopped paying attention to the top of her head and said to the system, "Start fusion." The fusion begins. As the sound of the system sounded, Jill felt as if something was being drained out of her body, and then a strong sleepiness hit her, making Jill want to fall asleep. When he was awake, Gil controlled Vimana to stop in place and did not continue to fly forward. Then, Gil changed his position while sitting on the throne, and fell asleep with the sleepiness that came over him. At the foot of Mount Everest, in a room that exists within the barrier, a woman wearing a robe, no hair, and holding a simple pendant in her hand, sitting quietly on a futon, opened her eyes that were originally closed. The woman holding the simple pendant in her hand moved her lips slightly, as if she was telling something. Special magic wave revives the ancients. I'm afraid this future is going to change. A sigh sounded in the room, carrying endless sadness. Sir, the target that suddenly appeared in Central Park has been contacted by Nick Fury, and all the approximate information about the other party is here. In the dim room, standing in front of the old white man sitting at his desk, was a black agent reporting the situation to the old white man. The old white man saw the information handed over by the agent and muttered, "The target that Nick Fury came into contact with? A-level files? It seems that he is likely to be a person who emits energy similar to that of the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Sir, the energy emitted from the universe cube has been compared with the energy emitted by the target. The energy of the two is almost the same, but the energy emitted by the target seems to suppress the energy emitted by the universe cube." The agent in front of the old white man seemed a little hesitant. The energy emitted by the new target could actually suppress the energy of the cosmic Rubik's Cube. This was simply appalling. The cosmic Rubik's Cube was an item that did not belong to the Earth. The smallest amount of energy emitted could make the whole of New York has been continuously consumed for 3 months. SHIELD has almost considered it as a new energy source to use it to make weapons, but now a target that can suppress the cosmic cube suddenly appears. This makes people who have been exposed to the cosmic cube for a long time. The agents could hardly believe it. What? It's stronger than the energy emitted by the Rubik's Cube. How is this possible? Compared to the hesitant agent, the old white man's reaction was stronger, even slightly rude. Sir, this is the conclusion we came to after comparing hundreds of times. If there is really an error, then our entire scientific research department is blind. Although the agent couldn't bear to see his parents' crazy appearance, he still confirmed that there was no so-called mistake. Hurry, wait for me to take my time. The old white man panted heavily, supported his face with his hands, and began to calm down. It's no wonder that the old white man lost his temper. The Rubik's Cube is a middle-aged white man who has spent decades on it, including layout, preparation, planning, stealing information, kidnapping high-end talents, and a series of other things, and it will also the cosmic cube has been studied for decades. After everything was over, a target stronger than the cosmic Rubik's Cube suddenly appeared. All previous efforts fell short. How could this not make people crazy? If it was someone with poor endurance, I don't know what would happen. After a while, the old white man slowly said, since Fury has already been in contact with him, we have to take a step forward. Remember, go ahead at all costs, you should know what to do. After saying that, the old white man waved his hand and motioned for the black agent to go down. Yes, long live Hydra. The black agent nodded and said softly. The old white man nodded, long live Hydra. Snapped. The black agent made a weird move towards the old white man, then turned around, opened the door and walked out. The old white man picked up the information on the table and began to preview it carefully. A few minutes later, the old white man put the information on the table and sighed softly, Danger Level B may require the dispatch of the Winter Soldier this time. Gil, who fell into a coma, didn't know that for two unknown reasons, he had been targeted by two forces, and one of them was even a figure like the father of Marvel. However, even if he knew it, I'm afraid Gil wouldn't care. According to Gil's words, it's probably, so what if he's a Heavenly Father level figure? I am the only king in the world, and no one can make me surrender. Of course, this does not mean that Gil simply looks down on the Heavenly Father. On the contrary, the Heavenly Father is enough to make Gil take it seriously. But it's unclear who is stronger and who is weaker. After all, the only Heavenly Father figures close to Earth are a certain bald woman and an old man who exiled his stupid son to Earth. As time passed by in the originally silent night, the horizon began to show a touch of orange-red like the sunset. Gil, who was staying in the sky, also encountered an uninvited guest as the sun rose. On the other side of Vimo, who had unfolded the protective shield, a woman wearing a yellow robe, a simple necklace around her neck, and no hair on her head was looking at Gil, who was still falling asleep in front of her with a complicated expression, and was slightly stunned. Sigh. Chapter 9. The resurrection of ancient people from another world, magic that has never been seen before. I don't know whether it is good or bad for the future. If Gil wakes up, she will find that the person in front of her is none other than the guardian of the earth, the Ancient One. Before he finished speaking, Gu Yi turned to look to his left, where there was a faint roaring sound. From Ancient One's perspective, two black spots were rapidly approaching here, accompanied by roaring sounds. Hydra. Ancient One, who has lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, can see the true face of the black spot at a glance, but Ancient One, who has seen the true face of the black spot clearly, is a little worried. For thousands of years, human beings have never stopped fighting among themselves. As the Earth's the guardian, Ancient One never stepped forward to stop it, but just allowed human beings to develop freely. Ancient One's current concern is because of Gil. Before arriving, Ancient One had used the Eye of Agamotto, which is the time stone, to detect the time on Gil's body. Although he couldn't see Gil's future clearly, Gu Yi could see Gil's past. There were a few short fragments. Although they were just fragments, they still caused some shock to Gu Yi. This is where the concern comes from. If Hydra's fighter jets anger Gil, and once Gil starts a war with Hydra, Ancient One doesn't know which side to side with. It is Ancient One's duty to protect humans from being harmed by the multiverse, but it was Hydra that angered Gil first, and attacking Hydra violated Ancient One's principle of not interfering in human private affairs, which made Ancient One somewhat undecided. 35XS Headquarters. Headquarters. The situation has changed. A woman floating in the sky appears around the target, asking for instructions. As the fighter jet approached, the fighter also saw the pure golden Vimana and the Ancient One next to it. The pilot, whose original target was only Vimana, couldn't help but panic and quickly asked his superiors for instructions. After all, have you ever seen ordinary people can fly in the sky? Levitation? Soon, the so-called superiors gave the two fighter jets a reply. The headquarters has observed it. Eliminate the people next to the target. People who can fly in the sky are either people with special abilities or mutants. Yes. Although the pilots of the two fighter jets did not understand why the Ancient One was able to fly, their loyalty to Hydra made them fearless. I have to say that Hydra's brainwashing is really pure. Have you listed me as a target? Seeing this posture, Guyi seemed to know something, and the worry in his eyes disappeared. Then Guyi's hands made a strange starting position, crossing his hands, spreading them to both sides at the same time, and then folding them together from top to bottom, forming a radiant magic circle in front of him. The moment Guyi folded his hands together, the magic circle quickly transformed into two orange rays of light and flew towards the flying fighter jets. At the same time, Guyi also put down his hands and stood quietly watching the rays of light flying towards the two fighter jets. Fighter. Net. The pilot of the fighter jet looked at the light coming from him, and his mind was already filled with fear. Almost instantly, the terrifying high temperature melted the two fighter jets. Headquarters, the other party is not an ordinary person. Let's do. In an underground facility, a middle-aged man in combat uniform frowned when he heard the information coming back. He was silent for a few seconds before ordering, "The intelligence may be wrong. The target should have some connection with that person. Now it is not appropriate to make any big noise, otherwise SHIELD may discover something, so we will temporarily stop all actions and observe secretly." Yes. Powerful variables. I broke the rules not long after being exposed to them, and this powerful magic wave. Ancient Yi moved his gaze from the two fighter jets that had turned into fireballs to Gil. While feeling the powerful surge of energy around him, he stared at Gil closely, with a hint of thinking and entanglement in his eyes. As time passed, Guyi's face occasionally showed a look of hesitation and then a look of determination. In the end, Guyi, who had been struggling for a few minutes, just sighed, "Well, the future has fallen apart, and there is another gap in the multiverse. Even one more variable is not a good thing." Then a portal appeared behind Guyi. Guyi slowly turned around and flew into the portal. When Guyi entered the portal, as the portal disappeared, a voice slowly drifted away with the wind. "I hope you are just like you were in the past." "What did you say?" Two level 4 agents drove a fighter jet towards the target. On the helicarrier, Nick Fury, who had already tried to conduct a large-scale search based on the location given by Jill, received a report that his own agents were driving a fighter jet behind his back to find trouble with Jill. Nick Fury, who heard the report, asked with a dark face, "What's the result?" Coulson said while handing the information to Nick Fury, "Both fighter jets were shot down, sir." "Fake. Who gave them the authority, but they didn't even report it to me." Nick Fury's face was as pale as coal. Coulson hesitated slightly, "Sir, I don't know whether I should tell you, because this matter involves your personal affairs, and I personally recommend that you calm down first, otherwise your anger will affect you." With that said, Coulson poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Nick Fury, signaling his parents to calm down first. "Say it." Nick Fury drank some water and took a few deep breaths before calming down. Seeing that Nick Fury's mood had stabilized, Coulson no longer concealed anything. "Sir, it was your old friend, Chief Pierce. Chief Pierce bypassed your authorization and issued the order himself. Pierce? Nick Fury frowned. Originally, Nick Fury thought it was an order from a 6th or 7th level agent, but now it was an order from his old friend Pierce, the former director of SHIELD, which made Nick Fury somewhat confused. Puzzled and confused. Nick Fury shook his head to temporarily suppress his doubts, looked at Coulson and said, "You go down first, I will handle this matter." "Yes." Coulson nodded. He was only a level agent, so he had no authority to handle this matter. Moreover, his parents were old friends of former director Pierce, so it was not his turn to handle it. Then, Coulson turned and walked out of the office, leaving Nick Fury with a frown and not knowing what he was thinking. The sun had risen, and Jill, who had fallen into a slumber, gradually woke up. After waking up, Jill looked at the sun above his head and asked, "System, how many hours have I slept?" The host slept for 7 hours. 7 hours? Was there any accident during the fusion process? Chapter 10. Gil asked again, what would definitely happen if he had such a big target and the style of shield and other forces? During the fusion process, 2 fighter jets flew toward the host, but they were stopped. Oh? Which one is it? A monk without hair. Monk. The system's answer made Gil think deeply. Is there a monk in the Marvel world who can stop a fighter jet flying at an altitude of meters? System, is it possible that the monk you are talking about is Gu Yi? The only bald heads who appeared in the early stage were Nick Fury and Ancient One. Even in the early stage of Marvel, these two were the only bald ones. Gil felt that the most likely one was the Ancient One. This system does not have a probing function, please ask the host to clarify the confusion by himself. It's a pity that the cold and ruthless mechanical sound of the system made Gil immediately stop thinking about guessing. The worst he could do was ask him personally if he met him later. If it was really the case, then why not give him a reward? You are really boring. That's all, system, my magic power is already endless, right? Gil put the previous questions behind him, closed his eyes and tried to feel the magic in his body. The source of magic power has been completely integrated with the host. Doesn't the host feel the magic spiral in his body? Gil felt the magic in his body, opened his eyes and wondered, magic spiral? What is that? The magic spiral is the core of the origin of magic power. As long as there is a magic spiral, magic power can be continuously produced. The host's entire body is now a huge magic core. The magic power is endless. If the host does not believe it, you can test it yourself. Gil shook his head and said, no need, I have already felt it. Jill now only feels that the magic power in her body is like a boundless sea that will never be exhausted. When Jill was talking to the system just now, she tried to mobilize the magic power in her body. As expected by Jill, the magic power in Jill's body was completely under Gil's control. The magic power did not decrease during the mobilization process, as if it was inexhaustible. Now that the hidden danger of insufficient magic power has been resolved, the main goal now is to settle down. I don't want to sleep on the street. Are you sure you really want to buy this entire estate? In front of a huge and beautiful manor, Rock looked doubtfully up and down at the blonde Asian young man in front of him who looked like he had just grown up. Although the aura of the other person was the strongest he had seen in his life in more than years, but Rock still doubted whether the young man in front of him could buy his own manor. Although he was doubtful, Rock, as a veteran, still kindly dissuaded him, Sir, I originally planned to rent out this manor, but you said you wanted to buy it. I wonder if you were wrong. At the end of the sentence, Rock's voice became smaller and smaller, and anyone with a little EQ and IQ could hear the hints contained in his words. Gil observed the surroundings of the manor and nodded lightly, I really want to buy it. There is no need to worry about the price. There are only a handful of people in this world who can compete with me in terms of wealth. It can even be said that there is no one at all. There is no one richer than me. Although Rock's well-intentioned persuasion was not wrong, he chose the wrong person to persuade him. Gil is a person with the golden rule and the king's treasure. It can be said that Gil is not talking nonsense at all. People richer than Gil in the world may not even doesn't exist. This king? Hearing what Gil called himself, Rock was stunned, and then looked at Gil with a slightly strange look and thought, could it be that some young master from a big consortium came out? Rock owns such a large manor, so he naturally knows some secrets. There have been some rumors in the upper-class society. Some large financial groups hidden in the city may let their descendants come out to experience, and at the same time, some weird hidden families will educate their own descendants, you are born nobler than others and so on. But people in the upper class just smile lightly after hearing such similar rumors. After all, powerful people have greater expectations for their children to become successful. Those lawless second-generation rich people who cheat their parents every day are only a small part. Those rich people in the upper class, the second generation, is born to learn all kinds of things, but they have no time to engage in such deceptive actions. But Rock's guess was wrong, because Gil was never the young master of that consortium. Gil shook his head, then took out a gem from the treasure house and threw it into Rock's arms. This is... Rock looked at the gem that Gil threw to him, feeling a little confused. Then, Gil's voice rang out, the Chimera gemstone is 100 times more expensive than the taffy stone. The price has far exceeded that of this manor. I will use this to buy your manor. If you don't believe it, really, you can find a way to prove it yourself. Rock's eyes were dull and he opened his mouth, subconsciously wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Use gems as currency? Is there any mistake? This manor now belongs to me. If there is a problem with the gems, you can come to me at any time. Unable to tolerate Rourke's refusal, Gil walked straight into the manor, leaving Rourke in place unable to recover for a long time. Rock, who finally came back to his senses, looked at the Chimera gem in his hand, and it took him a long time to say something. Does the upper class trade in gems these days? Since Rock is also involved in the jewelry and other industries, when Rock saw the color of the gemstone that Gil threw over, his first reaction was that the price of this gemstone was definitely expensive. However, when Gil personally said that it was 100 times more expensive than the taff stone, Rock's first reaction was not that he had been cheated, but that the world was crazy, or was I crazy? A gem that could be sold at a sky-high price at auction was used as a currency transaction to purchase the manor? Am I out of date, or are the habits of the upper class changing too quickly? After half a day, Rock finally recovered and decided to go to a professional place. Regardless of Rock's reaction outside, Gil, who had already entered the manor, made a comment. The decoration is pretty good, but I can only give you a good review. The entire hall of the manor is made of marble. There are 2 huge stone sculptures in the center of the manor. In the middle of the stone sculptures is the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. A huge diamond-like chandelier hangs in the center of the hall. On the 2nd floor it is divided into 2 parts, a rest room and a dining restaurant. On the top of the roof of the manor is a huge outdoor swimming pool. In addition, there are some small rooms, such as a private cinema, gym, game room, etc. The back of the manor is filled with flowers and stone tables and benches made of unknown stones, allowing people to sit down and carefully watch the beautiful scenery in the garden. The luxury of the entire manor can be said to have reached its peak. Chapter 11. But this luxurious manor actually only has a good reputation in Gil's opinion. If anyone else were here, they would definitely spray Gil to death with a mouthful of salt soda. After watching, Gil walked straight into the room that already belonged to her, opened the window and looked at the garden behind the manor, as if waiting for something. Modern times are always so troublesome. Is it possible that this king still needs to get a basic identity in exchange for some currency used in this era? Gil, who was admiring the back garden, actually had a headache. That's right, it's just a headache. Gil, who has lived in this era for 18 years, is not an idiot. What is most needed in this modern society is identification. Without identification, it can be said that it is difficult to move forward. I don't have fate anime Costco. For a servant like Tokyo Misaka, no matter what he does, someone will take care of the consequences. Just like just now, I bought this manor with the most worthless chimera gemstone in the treasure house, which shocked the original owner of the manor, Rock, to the point where he could not recover for a long time, and even looked suspicious of life. In fact, it's not Rourke's fault. Have you ever seen people using gems as currency? Gil only remembered this when he was about to buy this manor, otherwise Gil wouldn't have said that he could come to him at any time if there was a problem with the gem. Gil is already a brand new Gilgamesh, but it is different from the original Second Flash. Compared with the idea that everything in the world belongs to me and you need to present the treasures unconditionally, Gil now knows better how to modern survival. To be more specific, the current character of Gil is closer to that of wise King Shen, but he also has the kingliness and arrogance of the second half of Shen, as well as his understanding of common people. Although not like the original Jin Shining, this also means that Gil is the new and oldest Hero King, not the Hero King at a certain stage. Calculating the time, that guy should have come back with the agreement, or he can be relied upon to help me figure out the required identification. Jill suddenly remembered that in this country where money is paramount, as long as you have money, you can do almost anything. You can even buy the position of president with money. With such a big manor, that guy Rock must have some so-called connections. Jill was thinking about whether to get an identity for herself when Rock came with the estate transfer agreement later. However, at this moment, an unexpected person had arrived at the gate of the manor. "Director, you really have arranged a difficult task for me." Coulson looked at the manor in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Ever since Jill flew away in the airship at night, her parents began to think about how to treat Jill. If they were treated violently, it might not be Jill who was captured, but S.H.I.E.L.D. might be the one who was injured. Moreover, according to the previous airship after Jill appeared, they can still escape if they can't be beaten, and according to previous intelligence, the target has directly shot down 2 fighter jets before, which makes Coulson's attitude towards Gil more strict. Net. Originally, Coulson did not want to carry out this order. Although Coulson himself had performed many missions to contact target persons and had seen mission targets with various personalities, Coulson could swear that the targets he had come into contact with had different personalities. The mission goal has never been the same as this time, or even similar. But no matter how reluctant Coulson was, under the threat of his own parents, he could only rush to the shelves and contact Jill. Even before Coulson came, he was thinking about whether to write a survivor or something. The character's goal this time is really not simple. They just trade with gems. Although I was surprised when I saw the airship made of gold and gems. At the gate of the manor, Coulson learned the news passed back by his men and couldn't help but vomit. Call. Coulson took a deep breath, trying not to think about those troublesome things, and then walked directly into the manor. Coulson is indeed more suitable to contact the target than Nick Fury. If Nick Fury goes to find Tony Stark in the same way, there is no guarantee that there will be any accidents. Has the head of the novice village arrived? It's not a breakthrough by force. It seems that he still has some forbearance skills. As soon as Coulson entered the manor, Jill felt who it was. Bang bang bang. After a while, there was a knock on the door of Jill's room. The knocking rhythm was very light, indicating that the person who came was at least polite. "Come in," Jill said without looking back. Since he came in person and came with courtesy, Jill naturally would not refuse. Click. With a soft sound, Coulson walked in. "Hello, respected king." After Coulson entered the room, he looked at Jill, who was dressed in the same attire and hair color as in the video, and didn't know how to speak. After a few seconds, he remembered that the other person called himself the king, so he decided to use the honorific title to greet him. No matter what kind of king he is, it won't be rude to use the honorific title first. Coulson thought silently. To be honest, you are much better than the director who has no hair, is as black as a braised egg. Hearing Coulson's active greeting, Gil also turned around and looked at Coulson with a smile on his face. Ahem, thanks for the compliment. Originally, Coulson didn't know what to say after saying hello, but he didn't expect that the first thing Jill said was that his parents looked like braised eggs, which made Coulson choke on his saliva. So, that braised egg brought you into contact with me. I wonder what you want to know? Or maybe you just want to test me? Seeing Coulson's embarrassment, Gil put away his smile, sat on the sofa next to him, and looked directly at Coulson. Well, we definitely don't want to test you. Who on earth has such a powerful momentum? Coulson, who was stared at by Gil, secretly complained, because a small part of the aura exuded by Gil locked Coulson firmly. For the sake of your favor, I would like to remind you that I don't like anyone scheming, no matter what the purpose is. Coulson's explanation did not make Jill relax. Jill, who was aware of S.H.I.E.L.D's style, knew that what S.H.I.E.L.D. advocated was that if it couldn't manage and control you, then it would destroy you. This principle can be discovered in the Marvel movies that Gil saw in his previous life. When S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted Tony Stark to join, although Tony Stark did not agree in the end, that was because Tony Stark's status and background were not the same. It's so easy to mess with, because my father is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. finally let it go. If you are just an ordinary mutant, try it, I'm afraid S.H.I.E.L.D. won't even contact you, but arrest you directly with weapons of destruction, then control you, and finally throw you into several prisons. Chapter 12. Hey guys, subscribe please. Chapter 13. Kosan began to slowly explain what happened after he came into contact with Jill. And I don't know what else is in that space device. So far, the subject has only taken out two things, a wine flask and a wine glass. And the other party's aura was extremely terrifying. When I first came into contact with him, that terrifying aura locked onto me and asked me why I came here. At that time, I had an intuition that if I didn't tell the truth, may really die. Speaking of this, Coulson seemed to be hesitant, glanced at Nick Fury, and hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Nick Fury frowned when he saw Coulson hesitate to speak and asked, is there something that cannot be said? Coulson shook his head, no, I saw that he couldn't finish his wine. After drinking several glasses, it was still full. Moreover, he said that his wine has the opportunity to regenerate a broken limb. It's so unbelievable to me that I don't know whether I should say it or not. After all, it is simply impossible to regenerate a severed limb with current medical methods. Moreover, this is just what he said, and he has not verified whether it is true. Also, he understands the etiquette of ancient medieval aristocrats, and seems to have great opinions on aristocrats. Finally, he also reminded me to be careful of the former director. Coulson told everything that happened after he came into contact with Gil, especially the last two sentences, which made Nick Fury's frown tighten even more. Net. Former director? Pierce. Nick Fury frowned and couldn't figure it out. What does this have to do with Pierce? Does it have anything to do with the target? Nick Fury was talking to himself next to him, and Coulson in front of Nick Fury shook his head and whispered, Director, although this is a matter between you and your old friend, I wonder if you still remember the target has also said before that the dove occupies the magpie's nest. Coulson warned very quietly, but Nick Fury still heard what Coulson wanted to express. Coulson, if you can't explain anything, you won't want this month's salary. Nick Fury glanced at Coulson, and then pressed the button hidden under the desk. The moment the button was pressed, the walls around the office all dropped to a thickness of tens of centimeters, and were made of special alloys. Steel plates surround the entire office. This is the Snake Shield, no, it's S.H.I.E.L.D's unique anti-eavesdropping device. This device will be turned on whenever important matters are discussed. At critical times, it can be used as a specific refuge, even though it has no effect. Okay, let's talk now. When the office was completely covered, Nick Fury spoke. Director, I specifically checked what it means to occupy the magpie's nest. Coulson said with a serious face, the meaning of occupying a magpie's nest in the East is the home built by oneself, which means being forcibly occupied by outsiders. This time the target also specifically talked about your old friend, former Director Pierce, and your old friend had exceeded your authority before and issued an attack order. Although I tried not to think about it, your old friend's telling the truth makes people have to doubt. At this point, Coulson stopped and did not speak. He just stood there quietly and looked at Nick Fury, who was already deep in thought. There are some things that just need to be pointed out. You can't explain them too clearly. You can only remind them vaguely. If you mention them clearly, you will be responsible for the consequences. As for the reason why Jill didn't make it clear, isn't it because you don't think the fight between snakes and mice is fun? Okay, old friend, I won't take care of anything. Just treat today's conversation as if it never happened. Time passed little by little, but in the end Nick Fury still didn't figure out what his old friend wanted to do, so he could only settle down and see what he wanted to do. Yes. Coulson nodded. I am only an 8th level agent and cannot exceed my authority. Since the director decided to check it out on his own, he should just follow the order. As the conversation ended, Nick Fury also restored his fortress-like office and glanced at Coulson. Coulson nodded silently, turned and left the office. In the huge office, Nick Fury only sighed and fell into silence completely. My old friend, what do you want to do? On the other side, Jill, who was already in the manor, was also in trouble. In the room, the original owner of the manor, Rock, returned to the manor. Well, sir, I'm afraid I can't sell this manor to you. As soon as he entered the room, Rock was at a loss to hold the gem given by Jill, with a look of embarrassment on his face, not daring to look directly at Jill. Hearing this, Gil sat on the sofa and looked directly at Rock. What, the gems I gave you are not worth this manor? No, the gems you gave are enough to buy 5 such manors, and I am very willing to sell them to you, but now this manor has been pre-purchased. Rock shook his head, his expression a little ugly. Was it really pre-ordered or was it preempted halfway? A smile slowly appeared on Jill's face. At this time, Rock, who had never dared to look at Jill, summoned up the courage to take a peek at Jill after hearing Jill's playful voice, wanting to see how Jill would react. But at first glance, it was Gil's smile that appeared. Although it looked normal, he didn't know if it was a guilty conscience, but Rock felt a sense of fear, as if Gil's smile was some kind of devil. It was so ferocious and scary. Derek lowered his head quickly, not daring to look at Jill again. Tell me what's going on. Gil, who saw Rock's little move, didn't pay attention, but went straight to the point. It's the Kingpin. Rock went through some inner struggle, and finally told what happened when he went to prepare for the sale of the manor. Bullseye, the thug of the underground Emperor Kingpin, came to me and said he was interested in me. The manor wants to buy my manor. Underground Emperor? He actually wants to surpass me and call himself Emperor? Who gave him the courage? Jill's smile gradually widened. What did that bastard say? He said that Kingpin wanted a relaxing manor to rest, and my manor was one of the top manors in New York, so Bullseye set his sights on my manor and wanted to buy it. After saying that, Rock smiled bitterly. Although I have some connections and energy in New York, I can't afford to offend the underground emperor at all, and I also have a wife and daughter, and I don't want them to be harmed, so I can only. This gem has been returned to you. Chapter 14. Although he has a prominent position, he still cares about his family. Although your words also mean that I should not get involved in this matter, how can I be scared off by a little bastard? Gil laughed. How could Gil not hear the hidden meaning in Rock's words? He just wanted to return the gem to himself, pretend that this transaction had never happened, and keep himself away from this muddy water. Net. Sir, although the power behind you may be great, the underground Emperor Jinbin has affairs with the military and the State Council. I really don't want you to get into troubled waters this time. Seeing that Jill had made it clear what he wanted to express, Rock stopped playing the alphabet game and tried to persuade Jill with a worried look on his face. No, I'm already here, Rock. No wonder you didn't agree to the high price I offered. Instead, you hurried back. It turns out it's because you have sold the manor to someone else. A strange voice sounded from Rock's side. When Rock heard the voice, his whole body showed a look of panic. Rock turned around with a look of panic. He saw a burly man wearing a black and white trench coat and black trousers with a target pattern printed on his forehead, standing at the door, looking at the panicked Rock with a playful look on his face. No, please listen to me. I did not buy the manor to this gentleman. This gentleman just came to my place as a guest. 35XS. When Rock saw Bullseye looking at him, he looked anxious and panicked and wanted to explain something. Unfortunately, Bullseye didn't seem to want to listen to Rock's explanation. Bullseye looked at Gil, only to find that the corners of Gil's mouth were raised, as if he was mocking him, and he said coldly, "Kid, although there is a saying that it's first come, first served, you have to follow your own rules. It is measured by strength. I will give you 3 seconds. After handing over this manor, jump down from here and I will let you go." A reptile whose whole body has been transformed into metal dares to scream at me? Do you think your bones replaced by metal can withstand my attack? As if sensing something, Gil closed his eyes after Bullseye opened his mouth, and then opened his eyes again, still looking at Bullseye with a sarcastic smile on his lips. The omniscient and almighty star was actually wasted on you, a metal reptile. Although it is a bit wasteful, I happen to know your details. You are still the same in this movie universe as in the comics. This is really surprising to me. When Jill closed her eyes just now, the omniscient and omnipotent star, which had been turned on by default, was transmitting Bullseye's information to Jill. It is understandable why Jill called Bullseye a metal crawler. What a movie cartoon, yellow-skinned monkey, you succeeded in irritating me. I will throw you to the bottom of the sea to feed the sharks. Gil swallowed a metal reptile, which instantly ignited Bullseye, who was already a little unhappy. Bullseye began to slowly approach Gil. Net. Monkey? Hey! How can a group of beasts that have only developed for a few hundred years have the right to make noises? In my era, your reptilian ancestors were not even born yet. Hearing Bullseye call himself a yellow-skinned monkey, the smile at the corner of Gil's mouth disappeared. Whether it was before death or after fusion, his country was in Asia, not the Western barbarians that had only developed for hundreds of years. Moreover, Gil has 2/3 of divinity. If Gil is said to be a yellow-skinned monkey, and he is nobler than Gil, doesn't that indirectly mean that Bullseye is nobler than God? It can be said that this sentence completely offends Gil. Perhaps Odin, Oaa, or the gods are qualified to say this, but you? At best, you are nothing more than an ant whose body's iron content is seriously excessive, even worse than a hybrid. There was a trace of anger in Gil's eyes, but Gil did not show it. He just faintly said a name that neither Bullseye nor Rock could understand. Gate of Babylon. I'm going to break your limbs if you pretend to be a ghost. Seeing that Gil not only showed no fear, but even called himself an ant, Bullseye's mood became even more violent as he gradually approached. This king was actually provoked to anger by an ant. As an ant, you are proud enough. I wonder if your body can withstand the attack of a D-level noble phantasm. If you can, I will let you take a high look at me. The king's treasure was opened again, and a dozen D-level noble phantasms of various shapes appeared above Gil's head, aiming at Bullseye, who looked gloomy but stopped after seeing this scene. Revealing weapons out of thin air, does that mean you are a mutant? When Bullseye saw this, he stopped in his tracks and suppressed his anger. There was a solemn look on his face. At the same time, Bullseye quickly drew the pistol from his waist. While talking, Bullseye's mouth also became a little abnormal. Noisy. Without any extra movement, Gil thought, and the D-level noble phantasm he released quickly shot toward the Bullseye, which was still more than 10 meters away from Gil. With this weird power, I'm afraid I'm not a mutant, nor a human being. As a professional killer, Bullseye had been on the verge of death countless times when he saw the cold weapon flying towards him rapidly. His pupils shrank instantly, and an unknown sense of threat surged into his heart. I would definitely get impaled while fighting in such a small position. Bullseye didn't stand there waiting to die. Instead, after reacting to his situation in an instant, he quickly turned around and ran towards the window on his left. It seemed that he wanted to jump down directly and go to the garden to use the open space. Avoid Gil's noble phantasm. Can you run away? Seeing Bullseye's movements, Gil took back the noble phantasm that had been shot out and was still in midair into the treasure house. This is the manor that Gil just bought, and the decoration of this manor seems pretty good to Gil. Naturally, he doesn't want it to be damaged just after buying it. No one knows better than Gil himself how powerful the noble phantasm is. The moment the noble phantasm turned into golden light and disappeared, Bullseye also ran to the window. Without any hesitation, Bullseye jumped up, hugged his body into a ball in midair, and rolled forward at the same time. The originally intact window was crushed by Bullseye. There was no protection on the other floors. Bullseye, who jumped from the 4th floor, fell straight down from the 4th floor of the manor and fell into the garden. What's happening here? Because everything happened so fast, Rock, who originally wanted to stand in front of Jill to prevent him from getting hurt, was awakened by the sound of Bullseye smashing the glass. Sir, you. After Rock came back to his senses, he looked at Jill, who was expressionless, with confusion and fear on his face. Chapter 15. There seemed to be a dozen cold weapons above Mr. S' head just now. Rock, who took a few seconds to react, looked at Jill with a hint of fear. Gil looked at the window smashed by Bullseye and ordered, "Go and get the agreement, and he will give it to me." Jill could sense Rock's fear. Because Gil has superhuman strength, and Bullseye said before that Gil is likely to be a mutant. In this world that is afraid of mutants, there will be ghosts only if Rock is not afraid. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll get the purchase agreement. Rock swallowed and nodded, then ran out of the room at a sprint speed of meters. After Rock left, Gil whispered to himself, "It is human instinct to ask for help, but I hope that what comes is a normal agreement, not a bunch of annoying flies." After saying that, Jill stood up from the sofa and walked towards the smashed window. Going to the window, Gil saw Bullseye falling into the garden. Gil rolled out of the window and quickly landed not far from Bullseye. He looked at Bullseye expressionlessly. "I want to use the terrain to avoid my attack, but I don't think about how heavy the metal on my body is. Your reptile's IQ is really pitifully low." Snort. After jumping from the 4th floor, Bullseye looked extremely embarrassed. His windbreaker had several holes in it, and there were some small wounds on his body that were bleeding. 35XS. If Bullseye's spine hadn't been made of adamantium metal, he would have suffered serious fractures instead of the tiny wounds he has now. Bang bang bang. Bullseye, who snorted coldly, quickly got up, raised his pistol and fired 3 shots at Jill. The orange bullets came out of the chamber and flew towards Jill. The bastard who doesn't know how to live or die. When Gil saw Bullseye shooting at him, he quickly dodged to the side. Although he dodged 2 bullets, Bullseye did not stop shooting, but continued to shoot the remaining bullets in the pistol towards Gil. While dodging, Gil also randomly took out a huge shield from the treasure house and erected it in front of him. Warrior Shield. Grade, C. Characteristics, able to defend against flying objects not exceeding level C, and immune to puncture characteristics. It was once the shield of King Leonidas of Sparta, and turned into a noble phantasm after Leonidas died in battle. Ding ding ding! With the sound of a series of metal collisions, all the bullets fired by Bullseye were blocked by the warrior shield that Gil took out. After blocking all the bullets, the shield in Gil's hand turned into golden light spots. Although it is unintentional, it is an honor for you to let me take out the sea-level noble phantasm, bastard. Net. After putting away the shield, dozens of links opened behind Gil, and dozens of various E-class noble phantasms slowly appeared from mid-air. How is it possible? How can you operate so many weapons at the same time? Seeing this scene, Bullseye no longer looked calm, and shouted at Gil with a ferocious expression, "Are your abilities endless? You ignorant bastard, why do I need to explain to you?" Gil looked at Bullseye expressionlessly. "Bastard, your idea was good at first. You wanted to fight me in the open area, but your idea was extremely stupid. Maybe you wanted to fight me in a narrow room. The fight can last longer. As for now, pray that the metal in your body is strong enough." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of noble phantasms behind Gil shot toward the Bullseye with a sound of breaking through the air. "I can't die." Bullseye subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the noble phantasm blocked Bullseye's 4 directions and attacked Bullseye at the same time. Unless Bullseye could escape, there would be no way to escape. No. Looking at the dozens of weapons that were getting closer and closer to him, Bullseye's eyes were filled with reluctance and fear for the first time, but no matter how scared Bullseye was, it was of no avail. Creak! Boom! As something was violently cut open and an explosion sounded, the location of the Bullseye was covered by a large amount of soil, making it unclear what was going on. But taking the place where Bullseye was standing before as a boundary, the garden originally filled with all kinds of flowers seemed to have been visited by a typhoon, and the power of the noble phantasm projected by Gil could be seen from this. And after Gil projected the noble phantasm, he didn't make any further moves. He just stood there quietly and looked at the Bullseye that was covered by dirt with no expression. As time passed, the raised soil gradually fell back to the ground, and the Bullseye's condition was fully revealed. Except for a string of silvery spines, Bullseye's other parts became bloody and completely shattered, lying quietly in the middle of a pit that was more than 5 meters deep. Although other parts of Bullseye were completely shattered, the metal spine that was left was not completely intact. A spear was stabbed on it. In addition, most of the middle of the spine was cut off by 2 long swords. In addition to these 2 places, other shattered parts also had weapons embedded in the soil. Looking at it, it can be said that Bullseye experienced much damage before he died. More than a dozen ordinary noble phantasms were shattered, and 13 noble phantasms with penetrating properties were broken. Is the hardness of the secondary adamant metal similar to my sea, or even sea-level defensive noble phantasm? Gil stood next to the pit and sensed it. At least nearly 30 of the dozens of noble phantasms he projected were damaged. Since the hardness of the secondary adamant metal has reached C, then other types of adamant metal, Wakanda's vibranium, and even other metals in the universe, except for the Gilai sword, this king's noble phantom besides, can other noble phantasms break defense? Gil silently pondered this question. In the Marvel world, adamantium metal is known as the number 1 on Earth, but even so, adamantium metal is divided into several types, namely original adamantium metal, true adamantium metal, sub-adaman metal. Among these types of adamantium, the secondary adamantium metal is the lowest. Bullseye who died was injected with the lowest grade of adamantium metal in his spine. But even the second-grade Edmund metal can cause Gil to damage nearly 30 noble phantasms. Although the damaged noble phantasms are all D-level noble phantasms, it also shows that Edmund metal is extraordinary, not to mention Marvel. There are other metals in the world that are harder than adamantium. Even low-level adamant metal can cause me to lose my noble phantasm, so other metals and low-level noble phantasms may have no effect at all. Gil thought for a while and then stopped thinking about this problem. Although other metals are also difficult to deal with, my king's noble phantasm does not only have dozens of low-level noble phantasms, but has countless ones. Even if it is smashed, it can be smashed. Damn them, there are a lot of metals except for Wakanda's vibranium, which one is not extremely scarce. Chapter 16. Gil shook his head and threw away the question he had just been thinking about. He has countless noble phantasms in his treasure house, not to mention that the number of noble phantasms is still increasing. As long as there is still technology being produced in the world, his treasure house will be full of treasures. It is impossible to stop collecting unless you make it stop or humans stop producing things. Net. Thinking of this, Gil suddenly remembered that this was no longer the world he was in, but a whole new world. He didn't know if his treasure house could still collect things automatically. System, will my king's treasury still automatically collect various technological prototypes and manufactured things in this world? Gil tentatively asked the system. Host, although the rules of the world are different, the host's treasure house is not bound by any world rules at all. Due to this system, the host's skills and items can be adapted to the world rules of most worlds, so the host does not have to worry. As Gil asked, the system's mechanical sound also sounded appropriately. Gil nodded and praised, although I don't know if you are in the mood, I still want to say that you did a good job. This is only the responsibility of the system. The host does not need to praise the system. The system replied calmly. You are so boring. Net. After communicating with the system, Gil looked at the garden that looked like it had been visited by a typhoon, feeling a little helpless. Let's wait for a while and see if the guy who loves his family brought annoying flies or a normal agreement. If it's normal agreement, then let him redecorate the garden. But speaking of my family, I don't know how the dean's aunt is doing. I guess she may be attending my funeral now. Speaking of this, a trace of memory also appeared on Gil's face. Before his death, the only person who was considered family to Gil was the aunt and director of the orphanage who had taken care of her since she was a child. Although Gil herself later left the orphanage, Gil estimated that the aunt and director of the orphanage still remained after learning of her death. Chances are you'll be sad. If anyone saw the look of memories on Gil's face at this time, they would be surprised and at the same time wonder whether Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, would also show a look of memories. And if Gil knew that someone had doubts about such a strange question, she would definitely hit him with a treasure phantom. Do you just want to forget the relationship of 18 years? I am not a cold and heartless person. People who have such doubts must be mentally retarded. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Since a new life has begun, there is no point in clinging to the past. After a while, Gil stopped recalling and came back to his senses. He glanced at the bloody corpse lying quietly in the pit. Reptile skeleton? Anyway, the garden needs to be renovated. When the time comes, let Rock or let those flies take care of it. Gil, who was sure that Bullseye was dead, felt something in his heart. He put away the other intact noble phantasms, turned and walked towards the door, back to his room. When Gil returned to his room, he sat on the sofa and fished out a golden, large-screen mobile phone with no model number from his treasure house, as well as a gold jug and a golden wine glass, and began to pass the time. What? Where did Jill get her cell phone, you ask? There are even things like Vimana and nuclear warheads that violate the laws of physics. Wouldn't Gil have such a technology as a mobile phone? Of course, it will be automatically collected by the treasure house. Gil finished dealing with Bullseye, but Rock encountered some troubles. Sir, what can I do for you? If there is nothing important, please get out of the way. On the crowded street, Rock looked with a dark expression on the stranger who stood in front of him again, wearing a suit and balding, but holding some kind of ID in his hand. Sir, I am from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack Logistics Support Agency. I didn't mean to stop you, but I just have some things that you need to verify. Coulson raised the certificate in his hand in front of Rock and said at the same time, you have been in contact with our target, so we came to you to verify some information. After Rock looked at Coulson's ID carefully, he still looked at Kosan with a little vigilance and asked, "Wait a minute, which country and logistics organization do you belong to? Is it the military or the police?" "We belong." Rock's words made Coulson not know how to answer. He hesitated for a long time before replying, "The military, we belong to the military. The military side should be left to the director to settle the matter. After all, I also have my own reasons." Coulson thought silently. "Well, since it is the military, what do you want to ask?" Rock's expression softened a little. Using the name of the military in the United States is a serious crime, and Rock had no doubts. But Rock didn't know that some organizations and forces were fined not only using the name of the military, but even calling the military without authorization. "We want to know information about the person who bought your estate, such as how they talked, how they paid, etc." After returning from his own director's place, Coulson continued to watch Jill's every move. Now Coulson was a little confused. How did a man with no identity and even mysterious technology buy this entire New York manor? Wait, what do you mean? How did you know that someone bought my estate and you asked me to give out the customer's information? What do you mean? Hearing that Coulson wanted information about Jill, Rock immediately showed vigilance and vague worry. "Don't get me wrong, we just want to know some information about him." "Sir, you should know some rumors about mutants and superpowers." Coulson saw Rock showing a vigilant look again, and immediately made up a reason that even he didn't believe. "He is just one of our military targets, he has no other intentions, and it will not affect you." If the mutants and Gil knew that Coulson compared the two, I wonder if they would make a big fuss together. A person with superpowers? Target? No wonder Mr. has special powers. Even Bullseye was forced by Mr. to jump out of the window and escape. It would make sense if Mr. was a superpower. Maybe Mr.'s special ability is to control weapons. Rock remembered the scene where a dozen weapons appeared out of thin air above Jill's head, and seemed to understand something. "No. Since you are from the military, come with me first. Your military's target is at war with the underground Emperor Jinbin's thug Bullseye." Rock, who thought he understood Jill's special power, suddenly remembered the reason why he ran out, and said anxiously to Coulson. Chapter 17. What? Coulson's face changed. Coulson never thought that he had only left for a few dozen minutes. After reporting the contact situation to his director, Jill would be able to fight with others. The opponent still had records at his own base. Gold medal fighter Bullseye. Net. "Sir, let's look at this. We'll talk about the information later. I'll go to the place where they fought first." After speaking impatiently, Coulson quickly ran in the direction from which Rock came, leaving only Rock who had not had time to react. "Wait a minute, I haven't even said the location yet." Rock looked at Coulson who had gone away with a confused look on his face. "Forget it, since the military has already intervened, it probably won't be a big problem. Even the underground emperor will probably die miserably compared to the military. I'd better go home quickly to see if my wife and children are okay. Please bring Sir's agreement by the way." After Rourke came to his senses, he shook his head and continued to run towards home quickly. After a while, Coulson, who was running towards the manor quickly, had arrived at the gate of the manor, but there was no sound of fighting in the manor as Coulson imagined, but silence. "Hey? Isn't it here?" Coulson's face became solemn and he began to become confused. Coulson entered the manor, observed the surroundings, and wanted to investigate other places. At the same time, his right hand quickly took out a pistol and a communication device from his own waist, which could alert and report the situation to the headquarters. Net. What on earth is happening here? When Coulson walked into the manor and saw the garden that was swept through by a tornado, he briefly fell into a state of confusion. Is this the harm that Bullseye can cause? Are you sure that a small tornado has not been experienced here or that advanced mutants have fought here? Almost 2/3 of the huge garden had been destroyed. All the original rare flowers had only petals scattered on the ground. There was a pit at least 3 to 4 meters deep in the center of the garden. All of this made K. Erson looked confused. No, I need to contact the headquarters. No matter who caused it here, they have to report it. If it is a mission target, it is fine, but if a new mutant with powerful abilities comes here, it will be over. With this idea in mind, Coulson will begin to contact the Sky Carrier. Sir, Chief Coulson sent a signal. Do you want to answer it? On the Sky Aircraft Carrier, an agent who was operating at the console saw the communication request sent by his parents, turned his head and shouted to Hill who was standing in the main seat. Coulson? Connect. Hill was a little confused, but still nodded. Hill, I found traces of fighting in the manor where the mission target is located. The garden behind the entire manor looks like it has been blown by a typhoon. Can you take a look at the satellite beep.net before this? The connected communication was suddenly hung up. Hill was still listening to what Coulson was going to do, but when the communication was suddenly hung up, Hill seemed to realize something was wrong. Coulson? Coulson? Hill tentatively called Coulson's name twice, and when no one answered, he immediately ordered, lock the source of the previous signal and call up the satellite to observe where it is. Yes. As Hill issued the order, the Sky Carrier's console also became busy, quickly searching for the source of the previous signal and mobilizing the satellite closest to the signal location. Doo-doo, Hill, I didn't have any accidents. I'm fine here for the time being. You don't have to worry. Just when Hill finished issuing the order, the communication that had been suddenly hung up was connected again, and Coulson's voice came out. Hearing this, Hill frowned and ordered, "Okay, stop searching." Yes. The agent who was operating was also a little speechless, but still obeyed Hill's order. Coulson, is there really nothing wrong with you? No, I'm really fine. I'm still talking to you. Then please don't do these things that are almost a joke next time. I'm also very busy. Well, I won't do it next time, I'll hang up the phone first. It's really hard to deal with being angry at a woman, whether it's an ordinary woman or an agent. Coulson wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his face and thought silently. Mr. Gill, what exactly happened here? Coulson put the communication device in his hand back into his pocket, looked up and shouted to Jill who was looking down from the 4th floor. Come in, I have something to ask you. Jill replied calmly. Okay. Coulson replied helplessly, Okay, Mr. Gill, please wait for me. There is no way, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Coulson thought helplessly. After a while, the door to Jill's room was opened, and Coulson returned to the room he had been to once again. Mr. Gill, I don't know what you want from me. Coulson seemed very polite, because just now, when Cole was contacting Hill to report the situation, a golden cup fell directly in front of Coulson to the ground. Coulson was so frightened that he accidentally pressed the button. After the communication was blocked, the scene just happened. I just want to inform you, don't disturb me. I don't want to hear about balance. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, Jill raised his eyes and looked at Coulson standing at the door. Coulson, who came over after hearing the battle between Gill and Bullseye, saw the intact Gill in front of him. He had a vague guess in his heart, and hurriedly said, Well, I don't know what Mr. Gill wants to do. If there are some small things, then I can apply to my superiors to let us do it for them. I am going to kill someone, can you do it for me? Gill looked at Coulson calmly. Coulson was blocked by Jill's words. Coulson opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, no sound came out. Why can't you be so direct? You're making it difficult for me to do this. Even we can't just say the words kill people casually. Although Coulson looked at Jill calmly on the surface, he was extremely broken inside and even didn't want to speak. What should I say now, how should I speak? how should I persuade the man in front of me to give up the idea of killing people? I wonder who provoked Mr. Gil. Coulson, who was extremely broken-hearted, thought about it and finally said words that were completely nutritious. A bastard. Regarding Coulson, Jill did not hide her plans, but said it directly, because Jill's overall feeling about Coulson was pretty good. Jill accidentally saw a message on her mobile phone before. Entrepreneur Kingpin was holding a banquet. No matter who it was, you could attend as long as you had an invitation letter. This news instantly reminded Gil of Kingpin's title, Underground Emperor. However, after hearing this answer, Coulson collapsed again. You called Barton a bastard before. Now who is this bastard in your mouth? Can you reveal his name? Chapter 18. Although his heart collapsed, Coulson still tried to keep calm and asked, Mr. Gil, I wonder which bastard you are talking about. Jill raised the glass and drank the wine as red as blood, a bastard who knows nothing, like a frog in a well, but wants to call himself the Emperor. That is your long-term observation target, the owner of the metal reptile who says he is nobler than me, Kingpin. Gil named the person he wanted to kill. Kingpin. Mr. Gil, I don't know how Kingpin offended you. I need to trouble you to punish him personally. Coulson was shocked when he heard the word Kingpin. His face looked a little anxious, and he finally understood what balance Gil said before. Coulson naturally knew that the underground Emperor Kingpin had been a subject of S.H.I.E.L.D's observation for a long time, and he also knew that most of the things Kingpin did could put Kingpin in prison for life if revealed. But why did S.H.I.E.L.D. not move Kingpin? Instead of long-term observation, it is because of the existence of Kingpin, the underground emperor, that the New York underworld and the Black Hand have reached a so-called balance. If S.H.I.E.L.D. moved Kingpin, what would happen? If Kingpin is imprisoned, then the gangs and mafia gangs in New York, large and small, will take the opportunity to cause turmoil, seize Kingpin's territory, and even take a peek at the title of Underground Emperor. At that time, this balance will be broken, and those who are vulnerable are those residents living in the areas where the underworld and the Black Hand are located. This is why S.H.I.E.L.D. did not use Kingpin. 35xs. The existence of Kingpin, the underground emperor, is equivalent to a balance point. Due to Kingpin's pressure, those gangsters and underworld will not make any big moves. Once Kingpin has an accident, without Kingpin's balance point, there will be no if you can suppress the mafia and the mafia, then the entire New York mafia and mafia will start to get ready to move, and at that time even S.H.I.E.L.D. may not be able to suppress them. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. would suffer some losses if they left Kingpin alone, it would be better than the entire New York underworld and the Black Hand gang launching turmoil together. At such an important balance point, Gil suddenly said he wanted to kill him, so Coulson didn't panic. Don't let me lower your senses. It can be said that in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D., in my opinion, only that woman and you are okay, like that useless person who shoots arrows, and that braised egg who dares to act but doesn't. I only think of them as trash and bastards hiding in the sewers. Seeing that Coulson was trying to persuade him to give up this idea, Gil said calmly. Mr. Gil, it's my honor to leave an impression in your heart, but the Kingpin is very important to the whole of New York. If you, Mr. Gil, kill the Kingpin, the whole of New York may be destroyed. Coulson carefully told Jill the dangers of killing Kingpin. 35xs. A bastard who is doing small things underground is extremely important to you. If this is the case, Coulson, tell me, what role does your shield serve? A faint smile suddenly appeared on Jill's face. Coulson, I should have thought of this a long time ago. I'm afraid your so-called balance point is not a real balance point at all, but someone is obstructing you, and Kingpin is one of the chess pieces in his hand. Perhaps, I should go find him and kill him and Kingpin together. Mr. Gil, what do you want to say? Coulson frowned, looking confused at Gil's sudden change of heart. Jill raised her brows, narrowed her smile, and looked at Coulson with doubts in her eyes. is it possible that you haven't discovered it yet? The hints I gave you are already obvious enough. Mr. Gil, when did you give us the hint? Coulson was even more confused. Coulson found that he could no longer keep up with Gil's thoughts. He was trying to kill him just now, so why was he starting to guess riddles now? Gil looked at Coulson, who was frowning and staring at him closely, and said, "Don't tell me, that idiot Lu Dan really didn't notice anything." Coulson shook his head and said, "Sorry, Mr. Gil, I don't understand what you are talking about. I didn't expect that this good show would have unexpected circumstances, and even the actors are idiots." Gil's expression suddenly became cold, and his red eyes looked at Coulson without emotion. Regardless of Coulson's doubts, he said directly, "Since there are unexpected situations in this scene, then the king will not lie. Your former director has another identity, he is the leader of an organization that claims to cut off one head and two will grow." Cut off one head and two will grow. After Coulson repeated it in a low voice with confusion, a surprising fact emerged in his mind. Coulson looked at Gil in disbelief. "Mr. Gil, are you saying that our former director is the leader of Hydra?" Gil did not answer Coulson, but praised Coulson, "You are not too idiotic. How is that possible? Hasn't Hydra been destroyed a long time ago?" Coulson's face was full of disbelief. The former director of his organization was actually a person who was once a hostile organization, and was even an old friend of his parents. Nothing is impossible. Maybe you have already made similar guesses, but you didn't expect this result. Coulson's reaction was also what Gil expected. His superior was from a hostile organization, but his own organization didn't notice it at all. I believe that people who are not big-hearted would probably have the same reaction as Coulson. Although he was horrified, Coulson still did not lose his sense of proportion. After Gil made the whole thing clear, Coulson asked Gil in turn. "Mr. Gil, although the behavior of our former director is indeed suspicious, we did not declare it to the outside world. How did you know about it?" I don't know if it was because of his urgency, but there was a hint of questioning or excitement in Coulson's tone. "Everyone who questioned me is dead. Pay attention to your tone. I am not your personal spy." Hearing Coulson's excited tone, Gil frowned, a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes, and snorted coldly. "Sorry, I went overboard, but, Mr. Gil, could you tell me how you knew about this matter? Otherwise, I won't be able to tell the director about this matter." After Coulson was awakened by Gil's cold shout, he hurriedly made an apology gesture, and at the same time his tone became cautious. "Not everyone can pry into the king's secret. Your director is not that simple. Just tell that braised egg when you get back." After a pause, Gil spoke again, "You can solve your own problems. Your so-called balance point is up to me. Moreover, having said so much, I am only asking you to prepare, not asking you to advise me." The king gives up. Chapter 19. After saying that, Gil stood up from the sofa, walked directly to the broken glass, and summoned Vimana. The summoned Vimana was steadily suspended outside the window, close to the 4th floor of the manor. Location. Seeing the mysterious golden airship appearing outside again, Coulson didn't know what Gil was going to do, so he quickly stepped forward to dissuade Gil. "Mr. Gil, the role of the Kingpin is crucial." Gil glanced slightly sideways, and a cold and ruthless voice that Coulson had never heard before sounded, "Don't take this king's patience with you as a reason for you to act arbitrarily. Your current actions are completely different from those of a man named Tokiomi Tozaka. There are some similarities between pot people. Someone may be able to influence my decision, but it is definitely not you." Gil's ruthless words made Coulson a little stunned. At this time, Coulson suddenly had a clear understanding. The man in front of him who claimed to be the king might really be a king. As the saying goes, a king is like a tiger, no one will completely understand the king's thoughts, except himself. After Gil finished speaking, he jumped out of the window, landed on Vimana, and sat on his own throne. Then, two streaks of fire erupted from behind Vimana suspended in the sky, and flew towards the sky in an instant. No, you must tell the director quickly. Even if you can't stop him, you must work hard to suppress the rioting gangsters. After coming back to his senses, Carlson hurriedly took out the communicator that had been opened once before from his pocket and made contact again. 35XS. However, this time Carlson contacted not the sky carrier, but his immediate boss, Nick Fury. Gil, who was flying at high speed on Vimana, closed his eyes and at the same time unlocked the restrictions of the Omniscience and Omnipotence Star, a noble phantasm that had only been used once. As the limitations of the Omniscient and Omnipotent Star were released, a strange picture appeared in Jill's mind. The picture shows a fat white man with a bald head wearing a white suit, holding a civilized stick in his right hand, and his body looks very fat. He is talking with people in a place like a party. When Gil saw the picture, he also knew where Jinbin was. Kingpin is currently attending a banquet on the th floor of the Empire State Building. The Empire State Building? No wonder it's so corroded. All the important symbols are occupied by people. Only a ghost would believe it if there wasn't a little bit of connection. After learning Kingpin's location, Gil opened his eyes and at the same time controlled Vimana to fly towards the center of New York, where the Empire State Building was. Following Gil's actions, in a sanctuary far away in Kamatage, Guyi, wearing a robe, suddenly opened his eyes. It seems like something is coming out of the crack. Wait a minute, that variable has also started to act. Net. As if sensing something again, Guyi crossed his hands to his chest, and then slowly lowered them to his waist like a butterfly fluttering its wings. With Guyi's movements, the eye of Agamotto, the time gem worn on Guyi's chest, green light slowly emitted. Then, Guyi closed his eyes again and began to tentatively deduce the variable future he mentioned. Of course, Ancient One's deduction was not like Dr. Strange's, shaking his head as if he was sick. He just sat there and closed his eyes to deduce. A few seconds later, Guyi opened his eyes in an instant, with an ugly expression on his face, and whispered to himself, could it be that the thing coming out of the crack has something to do with the variables? Why is the one I saw coming out? Fragments of something unknown emerging from the cracks. No, I want to see for myself what is going through the crack. While thinking about it, Ancient One stood up and started to use magic, preparing to go to the multiverse to see. Crack! The sound of broken glass sounded, and Guyi disappeared into the temple in an instant. This scene was not seen by anyone. Is this here, the bastard who calls himself the Emperor? Originally, I didn't expect you to be connected with the actors in a play, but the problems exposed made me have a guess. Gil saw the looming Empire State Building in the sky, and his previous speculations came to mind again. If that bastard is really connected to Hydra, then he may have a way to save his life, and proving whether he is connected to Hydra is also a crucial step. At the same time, SHIELD will never directly solve the problem. Instead, it will only investigate and look for evidence in secret. However, if SHIELD really does this, it will only be completely exposed. I am afraid that Nick Fury, Carlson, and others have never thought that there are only a handful of personnel in SHIELD who are not from Hydra, and this all of them are senior agents above level 6. The Empire State Building in front of Jill is already very close. Unlike the world where Jill was before, the Empire State Building in the Marvel world is not a tourist destination, but a conflict of interest. As long as you have the right and money, you can own this building. And now, the owner of this building is the underground Emperor Jinbin. After that bastard was killed, the industrial and commercial chains in this city will definitely be in chaos. I'm afraid this is also the so-called balance point of SHIELD. But, so what? You dare to claim to be better than me without my permission. If the king is still a noble emperor, he must be prepared to die. Gil stopped Vimana high in the sky, looked at the prosperous scenery on the ground, and made a self-deprecating laugh. I'm afraid Jin Shining, who was not fused by this king, will directly summon the noble phantasm general after hearing this news. Surround the entire Empire State Building and just rush up there without considering the consequences. There are too many people in this world who are more powerful than me. Even some enemies that I can't defeat with the Gilai Sword of Liberation. Just like the Ancient One who has been guarding the earth. If I do something extraordinary to the earth, if something happens, he may appear directly in front of me and take action against me. But if even a bastard can be called emperor, then I can just die. Along with Gil's cold drink, several golden spears appeared behind Gil. That's right, it's the spear that can be used when charging on a war horse. Solution. Gil's lips moved slightly, and the golden light emitted by the spear behind him quickly turned into a strange red. Then Gil sat on the throne and waved his arm from top to bottom, and the spear with the strange red light quickly moved towards the Empire. It flew to a certain part of the building, and a strange red trail of flames was drawn out in the sky as long as a meteor. It seems like something flew past in the sky. Although it was broad daylight, there were many people on the street. The red light left by the spears flying down from the sky was just enough for the people on the ground to see, but only for a moment. Chapter 20. Kaka. The three spears quickly approached the Empire State Building, smashed the special tempered glass on the top of the Empire State Building, and directly smashed the floor of the upper floor, heading straight for Jinbin who was attending the banquet on the 98th floor. Jinbin, who was talking to someone, was wearing a white suit, holding a civilized stick in his left hand and a transparent wine glass in his right hand. The bright red wine in the glass was so bright that it was a bit dazzling. Pang! The top of the banquet where soothing music was playing was destroyed, and several spears emitting a strange red light headed straight for Kingpin who was talking to someone before anyone could react. After working hard for many years and summoning 10 black boxing champions every day to train himself, Jinpin, who had never been beaten for a day, felt a strong sense of crisis when the spear approached. Feeling the sense of crisis, Jinpin subconsciously he dropped the wine glass in his hand and hid to the side. At the same time, he quickly alerted his surroundings to see what the threat was. But unfortunately, Gil threw more than one spear. Although Jinbin's dangerous sensing ability saved his life and allowed him to avoid an attack, no matter how sharp Jinbin's sensing ability was, the speed of the human body it is also impossible to dodge multiple times in a row, and although Kingpin has trained his strength to the limit of the human body, his speed is a shortcoming. Thorn. The spear emitting a strange red light was inserted into Jinbin's body at an extremely fast speed. Jinbin only felt as if his chest had been pierced by something, followed by an unbearable sharp pain and a burst of pain. A feeling of blood being drained appeared in Jinbin's nerves. Ah! The pain caused by the blood being drained made Kingpin roar like a wild beast. Ah! Killed! Kingpin's roar awakened the rest of the crowd who had not yet reacted. When others saw the scene where Kingpin was pierced by a strange spear, whether they were gentlemen in suits or wearing noble watches, the ladies who attended this banquet in floor-length dresses, heavy makeup, and expensive jewelry all showed their human nature, staying away and running away. What's the situation? The whole banquet was agitated. The security personnel responsible for the safety of the banquet rushed in quickly in an attempt to stop the order. However, when they saw Jinbin's appearance, they were also shocked. A spear emitting red light was inserted into Jinbin's body. Jinbin's chest, where Jinbin roared like a wild beast. What the hell is this? It's actually sucking my blood. No. Is it possible that my Kingpin is going to die here today? My dominance has not been completed yet. I must not die. Feeling that the blood in his body was disappearing, Jinbin gritted his teeth. The muscles all over his body tightened, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. He slowly grabbed the spear inserted in his chest with both hands and began to exert force. Jinbin he actually wanted to pull the spear directly from his chest. At high altitude, Gil used the omniscient star and watched the entire process as Kingpin was attacked by the noble phantasm he launched. When Gil saw that Kingpin actually wanted to pull out the spear inserted into his body, he was just disdainful. Smiled. 35xs. Is it so easy to get rid of this king's noble phantasm? Weird spear. Grade DC. Type: anti-biological noble phantasm. Once a cannibal warrior, the spear used by Warwick Aldon was originally just an ordinary spear, but after being contaminated with the blood of countless creatures, it became the lowest level of the noble phantasm, acquiring the property of being able to absorb blood, and every time absorbing the same amount of blood will improve all aspects, with the maximum limit being C. The spear's ability to absorb blood also has a seal. It is usually just an ordinary spear. When the user says the word solution, it will unlock the seal and turn it into a treasure. Ah! I don't know if it was because of the blood being absorbed, but Jinbin's movements became a little weak. Although Jinbin tried his best to pull out the spear from his chest, it was of no use. Asshole! Don't be stupid, go call an ambulance. Others, come with me to see the injured. Although he was shocked by the scene in front of him, as he was responsible for security, the person in charge of the banquet who was obviously taking the lead asked the people around him to contact the ambulance while taking people to Jinbin's side to check the situation. Kingpin was like a wounded beast. When he saw several security personnel running over quickly, he pointed at the spear on his chest and shouted, "Come here and help me pull out this damn thing." "No, boss, you will lose too much blood if you pull this out." The security personnel looked hesitant, and at the same time they were a little confused as to where the spear came from. "Hurry up! This damn thing is absorbing my blood. I can't hold on any longer." Jinbin continued to roar, and Jinbin's face was already visibly pale. "Quickly, pull out this spear." The leader was no fool. After observing the pale look on Jinbi's face, he quickly called on the younger brother behind him to step forward and hold the spear, hoping to pull it off together. The body has reached the limit of human beings, but the brain is not working well. That is the most common evil treasure in my treasure house. Once it is pierced on the human body, it will not be pulled out. It will not fall off automatically unless the blood of the human body is sucked dry. This is how I treat the sinful people. You are punished, bastard, enjoy it. Gil saw Kingpin struggling in his mind, with a mocking smile on his lips. Whether it was Jinbin who claimed to be the Underground Emperor, or someone else gave Jinbin the title of Underground Emperor, as long as Jinbin did not deny it personally, then for Gil, there was suddenly an emperor who was above the king. Gil, who had experienced it once, knew that in his previous life, there was one person who created the title of emperor, and that was Qin Shi Huang Zheng. Jinbin is just a small underworld boss. He is neither the king of a country nor the emperor who rules a country. He has no feats that are enough to leave a name in history. At most, he only rules the dark side of the city of New York. If Jinbin ruled the dark side of the entire United States, then Gil might appreciate Kingpin, give him a warning, spare his life, and let him give up the title of emperor. But after only ruling the dark side of one city, he dared to call himself emperor. This is simply challenging Gil's bottom line. "Boss, pull it out." "I can't pull it out." The security personnel in charge of the banquet held the spears one by one and tried hard to pull the spears off. They even turned red from holding in the force because of the excessive force. Chapter 21. But even so, the spear that pierced Jinpin's chest and absorbed Jinpin's blood all the time still didn't move at all. No matter how hard the security personnel tried, it had no effect. The fun ends here. A stronger bastard who persists until now is an eye-opener for me. Jinpin, who was still absorbing blood from the spear, was already in a state of semi-shock. Even Jinpin, who had trained his body to the limit, could not withstand the long-term blood absorption. "Boss! Boss!" The person in charge of the banquet also saw Kingpin's shock, and couldn't help but become anxious. He didn't even call the boss, but called the boss directly. "Damn it! Where's the ambulance?" When will the ambulance arrive? The person in charge of the banquet looked around. At this time, the boy who was responsible for contacting the hospital also ran over out of breath. He said breathlessly, "Allo, it takes at least 3 minutes to get here from the hospital, and it's not easy to use an elevator. It takes 2 minutes and is expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Fake. The boss will be dead in 5 minutes. What the hell is this spear? We can pull a car together. Why the hell can't we pull out a spear, and the wound is still there? It won't bleed." The person in charge of the banquet named Aluo darkened his face and began to curse. At the same time, he still did not give up his intention to pull the spear out of Jinbin's chest. "Net. Bastard, I will show mercy and let you live for 2 more minutes." Seeing the anxious and furious look of Arlo, the person in charge of the banquet, and the shocked Kingpin in his mind, Gil felt better. After taking the projected spear back into the treasure house, he continued to use the omniscient star to check the situation and see what happened. Is there such a thing as a chess piece relationship? But it was Gil's actions like drinking water and eating that caused everyone at the banquet to riot. Shit! What the hell is this? This spear actually dissipated. Arlo, the person in charge of the banquet, stared at the spear slowly turning into light spots in his hand with wide eyes, and felt a creepy feeling in his heart. Not only Aluo, but also the other boys in charge of the order of the banquet looked at the spear that turned into a speck of light and slipped away in their hands in confusion, and were speechless for a long time. Absolutely. Definitely a mutant. How could ordinary people have such abilities? A fat man wearing a suit and collar with a swollen body looked at the disappearing light spots with a horrified expression and shouted. Mutants! Aluo was excited when he heard these 3 words, and quickly ordered a boy next to him, "Let the brothers search the entire building. The guests who came today will check one by one, and what hidden locations, basements, and construction areas are there, even the top of the building, search them all carefully for me." Yes. Seeing Arlo's anxious look, the younger brother who was ordered also nodded quickly and began to contact other people to prepare to search the entire building. Net. Also, remember to bring a thermal sensor and an infrared scanner. Some guys are simply invisible to the naked eye. Aluo stopped the boy who was giving the order again and reminded him. "Don't worry, boss, I still know how to deal with those disgusting mutants." The younger brother nodded. "But what should I do about this wound, boss?" After giving instructions to his younger brother, Aluo looked anxiously at the hideous blood-donating wound on Jinbi's chest, feeling a little at a loss. "Leave him to me." Just when Aluo was helpless, a female voice sounded from behind. Aluo subconsciously looked back and saw a charming woman with fair skin, wearing a green dress and bright blonde hair walking towards him. "Leave him to me to treat him. You go catch the mutants first." Seeing Aluo looking at her, the charming woman smiled and repeated again. "Who are you?" Although the woman in front of him was very beautiful, and even looked like a Medusa, her boss life was at stake. No matter how beautiful she was, Aluo still looked at the coquettish woman with great vigilance. "Your boss's personal caregiver." The charming woman was not angry when she saw Aluo guarding her. Instead, she smiled. Then she approached Aluo and came a few meters away from him. She whispered, "Every time your boss trains himself, I will be responsible." Nursing. What? Boss, you are responsible for every training session. The original Aluo saw the coquettish woman in front of him approaching. Although he did not know the origin of the other party, under pressure, Aluo was just about to take action when he heard the coquettish woman in front of him say that only Jinbin and his confidants recognized by Jinbin could do it. Know the secret. Aluo knew that his boss, Kingpin, would summon 10 champions from various fighting industries to have life and death fights with him every day to train his body. This secret was only known to a few confidants recognized by Aluo and Kingpin. The rest of the low-level gangsters would think that their boss Jinbin's body shape was a big, lazy fat guy, but Luo knew that the fat body his boss looked like was actually all muscle, and Luo had also seen it. Training from his boss Jinbin. The person in front of him knew this secret that only Kingpin's confidants knew, which made Luo more or less believe it, but Luo still did not relax his vigilance. If you don't let me treat you anymore, your boss may be really hopeless. Seeing the target brother in front of her, the charming woman continued her light words. I'm watching from the side. Luo gritted his teeth, looked back at Jinbin who had begun to bleed, and said hesitantly. No problem. The charming woman smiled slightly and nodded. Arlo stood up and moved out of the way, but his eyes were still fixed on the seductive woman. The charming woman did not hesitate, walked to Jinbin and squatted down. From the bottom of the dress, she took out a small, mysterious, and transparent device that also emitted white light. There was a green liquid in the device, which made people shudder to see it. There was an obvious button on the mysterious device. The seductive woman took the device and pressed the button. After pressing the button, a small needle popped out of the device. Then the seductive woman aimed at Jinbin's neck and stabbed it directly. Seeing that the device in front of her was inserted smoothly, the charming woman's eyes flashed with light, and she secretly said, "Successful." Luo, who had been staring closely at the seductive woman, secretly made up his mind when the seductive woman inserted the mysterious device into Jinbin's neck. If anything went wrong with Jinbin, he would not let this seductive woman walk out of the empire safely. Building. The charming woman continued to press the button, and the green liquid in the mysterious device was injected into Jinbin's body. Chapter 22. When all the liquid entered Jinbin's body, the seductive woman pulled out the needle that had penetrated Jinbin's neck and said, "Your boss should be fine. Just wait quietly for a while. Then you can't leave. If anything happens to the boss, I will sink you to the bottom of the sea and feed it to the sharks." Luo looked at the seductive woman with a cold look in his eyes. After all, Luo was Jinbin's subordinate. As the underworld boss, how could the people under Jinbin's subordinates be stained with blood? "Oh, I'm so scared." "Don't worry, I won't leave. After all, I still have something to discuss with your boss." The seductive woman pretended to be frightened and crossed her arms, but her tone was teasing. This woman. Luo looked at the charming woman in front of him coldly, the vigilance in his eyes not diminishing at all. Luo's intuition, which he had honed over many years of being in the underworld, told him that the seemingly harmless woman in front of him was most likely to be a girl. As long as you get close to her, the beautiful snake will be swallowed clean. This is Luo's only feeling for the charming woman. As for the personal nurse, Luo was also in a state of doubt. However, the other party revealed his boss's secret, and the boss's name was at stake. This forced Luo to compromise, but this did not mean that Luo could treat charming women. "Let your guard down." The two of them said nothing after that. One was waiting for Jinbin to wake up, and the other wanted to see the effect. The people at the banquet had already been emptied, leaving only the messy banquet scene and the young men searching everywhere. However, what the two of them didn't know was that a person at a high altitude saw everything. Another reptile is indeed lingering. High in the sky, Jill had already learned all the information about the seductive woman who appeared next to Jinbin. The omniscient and omnipotent star sent the message to Jill after the seductive woman appeared. That woman was none other than Mrs. Viper. Ophelia Sargsyan. If the names and titles of Ophelia Sargsyan and Madame Viper are not familiar, then you can change to a familiar name or code name, Madame Hydra. Yes, the voluptuous woman next to Kingpin is none other than Ophelia Sargsyan, the Lady of Hydra. No one could have imagined that one of the dignified senior members of Hydra would actually appear in public like this, and even lied about it. Kingpin's personal nurse also saved one of Kingpin's lives. My guess is indeed correct. The nine-headed reptile is indeed related to this bastard. I just don't know if this reptile exists in the movie world or if it is in the comics. If it is in the comics, it is not as simple as the movie world. The plot of the current movie world has been partially disrupted. If characters that did not appear in the original work really appear, it means that the water in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is deeper than it appears. Jill thought about this unrealistic possibility and felt a little wary in her heart. In addition, after Jill learned about Hydra's wife Ophelia Sarkisian, she confirmed a rumor from her previous life about the Viper Woman in the X-Men. The Viper Woman is the same as the current Hydra. The Snake Lady is not the same person. Name: The Mystery of Hydra. Mission goal: find out the liquid injected into Kingpin's body by Ophelia Sarkisian. Introduction: the remnants of Hydra actually colluded with the people targeted by the king. Find out what Hydra wants to do and completely destroy their goals. Mission reward: genetically modified potion. Just as Jill was thinking, the system, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly issued a task. The mystery of Hydra? Was it the mysterious liquid that was injected into the hybrid just now? Speaking of which, I am also quite curious. The content of the mission posted in his mind was beyond Jill's expectations. Jill's attention was attracted by the reward released by the system: genetic modification potion. What is the use of this thing? Is it possible that the mission reward is related to the mysterious liquid that the bastard injected into his body? Jill speculated with a slight curiosity. Task rewards are random, please host to find the answer by yourself. The cold voice of the system made Jill immediately lose interest in speculation. System, sometimes I really want to beat you up. The corner of Jill's mouth twitched slightly. The system does not have the actual function. The host is asked to find other ways to vent. Gil didn't want to pay attention to the system anymore, and the cold mechanical sound made him helpless. Let's deal with those two bastards first. Now that I've been provoked, I can't retreat safely. Moreover, I also want to know what the mysterious liquid is. Recalling the green mysterious liquid, Gil calmed down and controlled Vimana to fly downward. But Vimana flying downward was looked upon by people on the street. The noise on the street also rang out, and more people saw the Vimana that Gil was riding. What is that? A spaceship? It looks like it's made of gold. A spaceship made of gold? No one has any armor yet? Who would spend so much gold to build a spaceship? Hey! Haven't you noticed that the golden spaceship can adjust its direction on the spot? This goes against the common sense of aircraft. What's all the fuss about? The helicopter can also adjust its direction on the spot. Do you think the flames shooting out from behind the spacecraft look like a helicopter? Is this your focus? The focus now is where did this golden airship come from? After seeing Vimana on the street, all people without exception fell into confusion. A spaceship made of gold, has the current technology reached this point? And who is so rich to use gold to build a spaceship? Could it be built by Tony Stark, the tycoon who has not heard from him for several days? For a time, countless people on the street were thinking about this problem. Some people even suspected that the golden spaceship was secretly built by Tony Stark, who had been missing for several days. After all, most people know that Tony Stark has a slutty personality. Every time he builds some kind of weapon, he has to publicize it vigorously, or even hold a press conference or something, so it is not unreasonable to be suspicious. But their guess was bound to be wrong, because Vimana had nothing to do with Tony Stark. Not only the people on the street, but also some people in the sky began to become anxious. Coulson, your salary will be completely reduced next month. In the sky carrier, Nick Fury looked at the images on the big screen, his face as dark as coal. Sir, you can't blame me. The mission target was too fast. I arrived at the scene as quickly as possible, but who knew that Bullseye was already dead? Chapter 23. On the left side of the big screen, Coulson's video showed a miserable expression. Net. This is not the main reason. The main reason is because you did not report the situation in advance. Coulson's face was extremely miserable. He was under the nose of the mission target, How could he have the opportunity to report the situation, unless the mission target was a fool? Coulson now wants to say something to Nick Fury. How about you personally demonstrate how to report the situation in front of the mission target next time? But Nick Fury was his immediate boss, and Coulson's instinct told him that if he said this, his end would be even worse, so Coulson could only listen to Nick Fury reprimanding him in frustration. "Sir, I have to interrupt. We can talk about reprimanding Coulson later. The main goal now is to prevent the target from killing Kingpin as much as possible." The expressionless Hill on the side interrupted Nick Fury's reprimand to Coulson and reminded him. "Call." Nick Fury took a deep breath, looked at Coulson who looked miserable and said coldly, "Coulson, when you come back, write me a word report, and correct the accumulated documents." When Nick Fury said this, his face was still as black as coal. "Good sir." Coulson nodded sadly. "Not only was his salary completely reduced, but I also had to handle the documents and write a 35-word report. Today was definitely my unlucky day. XS. Coulson, where are you now?" Regardless of Coulson's mood, after Nick Fury handed over Coulson's punishment, he immediately entered the state and asked with a stern face, "Team A has set off to approach the Empire State Building. Where are you now?" When Coulson saw Nick Fury's appearance, his face straightened and he replied, "I'm in the Decker neighborhood now, and I'm rapidly approaching the Empire State Building. After arriving near the Empire State Building, meet up with Team A in the 4th block, break into the Empire State Building, and capture the Kingpin." Nick Fury ordered. "Yes." Coulson in the video nodded with a serious face, and did not ask stupidly why he took down the Kingpin, who was equivalent to the balance point. Coulson then turned off the communicator, and the communications on the sky carrier were also shut down. "Hill, have you found any results on the name-related information I asked you to investigate last time?" Seeing Coulson closing the communication, Nick Fury turned around and looked at Hill standing on his right with one eye and asked. "Sir, we have found information, but it is all about history and some animations shot." Hill nodded, but when he spoke, his face looked a little strange. "Forget it, Director, you'd better see for yourself." Hill shook his head and handed the investigated information to Nick Fury. 35XS. Nick Fury reached out and took the information handed over by Hill and looked it up, but when Nick Fury saw the first paragraph, his expression suddenly became weird. "Hill, are you sure this is the result of your search?" Nick Fury turned to look at Hill. "As far as now, it is indeed." Hill nodded calmly under Nick Fury's gaze. "Follow me." Nick Fury's face became extremely weird, but he still invited Hill to go to his office for detailed discussions. Hill nodded, followed Nick Fury, and followed Nick Fury to the office. After arriving in the office, Nick Fury sat on a chair and looked at the investigation materials in his hands. Nick Fury quickly read through the information he consulted and was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Is the mission target a king from thousands of years ago? Or a king who was born from a god? Hill, do you think this is possible?" Hill shook his head and said nothing. This kind of thing seemed incredible to Hill. The emperor from thousands of years ago appeared in modern times. How could this be possible? "Hill, haven't you found anyone with a similar name to this one?" Nick Fury looked at Hill with confusion. "According to statistics, there are about people named Gilgamesh in the world, but they are all ordinary people. None of them have similar looks and personalities to the mission target, and most of them are in Iraq. Only a few of them are. It's just around the corner from other countries." Hilton paused for a moment before continuing, "And sir, do you think ordinary people would have a golden spaceship made of pure gold and using an unknown method as fuel?" "No, I don't believe it, but instead of believing that ancient people from thousands of years ago suddenly arrived in modern times, I believe in the reason that they have the same name." Nick Fury shook his head, with a look of confusion on his face. "If the target that appeared did not have a mysterious spaceship, I might simply think that he is a mutant with some special powers, able to travel through space, or someone with the universe. Someone related to the Rubik's Cube, but now Coulson has sent back the news that the back garden of a gorgeous manor seems to have been destroyed by a typhoon, and our observation target bullseye was blown up by something without a human shape. This makes me a little bit I don't know how to treat this person of unknown origin. Sir, do you want to use violence to detain the target? After hearing Nick Fury's words, Hill looked at Nick Fury seriously. Nick Fury glanced at Hill and said, "Based on your understanding of me, would you believe me if I said no?" "Don't believe it." Hill shook his head. "This is why I called you here. Coulson contacted me before and said that the target had told him that Pierce was the senior leader of the destroyed Hydra." Speaking of this, Nick Fury had no expression on his face, but Hill's instinct told him that Nick Fury must not be in a good mood, or even confused. "What, hasn't Hydra been destroyed?" When Hill heard this, his expressionless face finally showed a hint of surprise. "When I heard the news, I didn't believe it, but a few hours before that, my old friend Pierce's movements were too weird." There was no other expression on Nick Fury's face, leaving Hill unable to guess what his parents were thinking. Hill put away his surprised expression and analyzed rationally, "Based on previous contacts, the target seems to know something about us. Judging from his attitude towards Agent Natasha and Agent Patton, it is very likely that he knows about Natasha. The identities of Agent Tasha and Agent Barton, so we can't rule out the possibility that the target knows other secrets that we don't know. Then how do you think the target should be treated? If we go out now, we may be able to capture the target, but the opponent has an unknown space device and a golden spaceship, and even the opponent's golden spacecraft has an unknown attack method. If we fail to capture it, and the opponent becomes aware of our purpose, it is very likely that he will escape in a golden spaceship. Even if we send fighter jets to pursue him, there is a high probability that we will return without success." Chapter 24. In addition to the above points, there is a small chance that the other party's identity is the king from thousands of years ago, and may have special abilities that we don't know about. Finally, those histories have recorded that Gilgamesh seems to be a proud tyrant. This can be known from the target's names for others and himself. If the target is really the king from thousands of years ago, then our violent behavior is likely to cause the other party to retaliate. The target doesn't seem to be very hostile towards us now, and it has indirectly solved a problem for us, so when the target is not hostile to us, I suggest using observation methods first. While explaining his suggestions to Nick Fury, Hill also did not forget to express his analysis. "Then let's do what you said first, and by the way, create an A-level file for the target," Nick Fury said. Hill's analysis was very comprehensive and quite in line with his original intention. Hill nodded and asked, "The code name of the file?" "Just use the target's name, Gilgamesh." Nick Fury was silent for a few seconds before speaking. "Yes." After Hill received the order, he turned around and walked out, leaving only a thoughtful Nick Fury. "My old friend, your actions are really weird. Maybe I, the king of agents, will take action." Nick Fury, who was sitting on the chair, let out a faint sigh. Nick Fury, who was under multiple pressures, finally lost his composure and decided to investigate his old friend Pierce. Gil, who was in the Empire State Building, didn't know that because of the plot he revealed in advance, Nick Fury decided to investigate Pierce now instead of waiting for Hydra to jump out on its own. Now Jill was looking at Arlo and Hydra Lady Ophelia, who were staring at her with disdain. "Who are you? I don't remember that we have ever offended you." Arlo and Ophelia looked at Jill, who broke in through the window, their eyes full of alertness. Especially when the two of them saw Vimana at Gil's feet, they felt even more horrified. A spaceship made of gold. Just like other people's reaction when they saw Vimana, Arlo's first reaction after seeing Vimana was that there are still spaceships made of gold in the world. Compared to Arlo's reaction, Ophelia's reaction was relatively calm, thinking subconsciously. Is it some organization's new technology? Or is it a spaceship that has been manufactured for a long time but just appeared? For those bastards who have never seen a noble phantasm, it seems that every time my king's spaceship appears in front of the world, it will cause a wave of sighs. Seeing the two people's reactions, Jill smiled. Bastard, get out of the way. My targets are only the bastard behind you and the beast next to you. You are not among my punishment. With a signature smile on his face, Gil looked at Arlo next to Ophelia and said. It's not that Gil is showing mercy, but he simply thinks that killing Arlo has no meaning at all, and may even contaminate his own noble phantasm. Impossible. Luo has a sullen face. He is a confidant of Jin Bin. He looks tough enough. He is more than 2 meters tall, has fierce eyes, and is wearing a white suit, but he still looks strong. For ordinary people, it really has quite a deterrent effect. Arlo's loyal look aroused Jill's interest. Gil looked at Arlo in front of him with a smile, and said with slight interest, Bastard, is it possible that you are not interested in the position of your boss at all? I have always been loyal to the boss. It seemed that Jill's instigation made Arlo a little angry, and Arlo shouted coldly. Interesting. Jill's smile gradually widened. If your boss asked you to die, what would you choose? Betrayal or commit suicide without hesitation? You. Luo subconsciously wanted to retort, but was suddenly stunned. Yes, if the boss asks me to die, do I really want to die? Would I do this? Luo suddenly became entangled in his heart. If he answered no, wouldn't it mean that he was not loyal to his boss? But if he answered yes, would he really die for his boss? Looking at Arlo, who was confused because of his words, Jill smiled unabated. Think about it carefully, is your loyalty real, or just simple foolish loyalty, or is it because you are mentally at work and want to be rewarded? Yes, don't I have the idea of getting a reward after rescuing the boss? But instead of doing this, it would be better to seize the boss's position directly, so that all the boss's things are mine. No, I can't do such an ungrateful thing. Luo's expression became more and more confused, and he began to struggle internally, and his eyes even became dull. Seeing this scene, Jill decided to add another fire. Why do you have to show your loyalty? Even if your boss is safe and knows what you have done when he wakes up, it is just a reward. Even if you receive a reward and your status is improved again, you will only be below 1 person and above 10,000 people. There is your boss above you. Are you willing to be below 1 person forever? If you get rid of your boss here, maybe everything your boss owns will be yours, and don't you have any complaints about your boss? Jill's voice suddenly became calmer at this point, but it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Beauty, money, power, and status are all in front of you, within reach, just move your hand lightly. You can get it, and more likely, your talent far exceeds that of your boss. Maybe he is right. My talents may be better than those of the boss. I may not be able to do what the boss can do. I also have status and power. I only need to move my hands to get it. With a higher status and power, I can have more money and more beauties. Arlo's loyalty quickly wavered under Gil's deliberate provocation. Gradually, the confusion in Arlo's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a gradually appearing ferocious look. From wavering to changing his mind, this person plays with people's hearts, which is a bit scary. As Madame Hydra, Ophelia took a deep look at Jill and saw how Arlo had changed around her. Hydra, who was extremely good at brainwashing, immediately realized something was wrong. Arlo, who was gradually convincing himself, didn't know that Jin Bin, who was lying on the ground behind him, began to tremble slightly. Gil didn't make any move when he saw this scene, but still looked at the two people in front of him. Chapter 25. Jin Bin, who was lying on the ground, was shaking more and more violently, and within just a few seconds he began to tremble violently. At this time, Ophelia also noticed the movement behind her, and quickly turned around and hid, be prepared to observe Jinpin's situation from a distance. Net. When Arlo, who was changing his mind, heard the noise, he subconsciously looked back and saw Jinbin, who was still lying quietly on the ground, standing up stiffly while shaking violently. What the hell? Kingpin's stiff body reminded Arlo of the zombies in the zombie movies played in the cinema. Arlo was startled when he thought of zombies. Especially the hideous wound on Jinbin's chest, coupled with Jinbin's stiff movements when he stood up, really looked like a zombie. Success! Ophelia's eyes lit up when she saw Kingpin getting up, her eyes full of surprise. The Walking Dead? Is that medicine a virus? When Jill saw Kingpin standing up, she became slightly interested, and also became curious about the green liquid Ophelia injected into Kingpin. I want to see what happens next. Gil's curiosity was aroused, and he no longer provoked the relationship between Arlo and Kingpin. Instead, he sat on the sofa next to him and watched what would happen next with a smile on his face. 35XS. Click, click, click. After Kingpin stood up, his body made a sound like his bones were being broken by something, which made people feel numb. But this was just the beginning. With the sound coming from Jinbin's body, the suit Jinbin was wearing seemed to be held up by something, as if something grew out of Jinbin's body. Fuck! What the hell is this? Seeing Jinbin's stretched up clothes and the clicking sounds coming from his body from time to time, Aluo jumped back quickly, trying to stay away from Jinbin who was acting abnormally. Bastard, I am very curious as to what exactly you injected into this bastard to cause such a change. Gil looked at Kingpin who was constantly changing, and tilted his head to look at Ophelia, who was serving as a backdrop. Well, I'm just a person in charge of doing things, so I don't know. Ophelia was stunned for a moment when Gil called her, but she still shook her head. Nonsense, how can the true identity be revealed? If revealed, it would be a real trouble. Is it the order of the nine-headed reptile, or is it your own wish? Jill didn't care about Ophelia's words, but was a little curious about whether it was Ophelia's own wish or the order of the reptilian organization lurking in the shadows. 35XS. Although Jill could directly use the omniscient and omnipotent star, in Jill's opinion, the reptile was not worthy of liberating the omniscient and omnipotent star to find out. Moreover, if you use the omniscient and omnipotent star for everything, you will undoubtedly lose a lot of fun. Nine-headed reptile. Ophelia's expression changed, and she looked at Jill warily. Who are you? Could he be sent by the organization to catch me? No, that's not right. The organization's brainwashing was very successful. No one can call the organization a nine-headed reptile. Are you sent by a hostile organization? Are you a member of the Ten Rings gang or a member of the Xiao Hui? No. It's all wrong. There's no way that the Hand and the Ten Rings can have a mysterious spaceship that doesn't even exist in Hydra. After quickly matching the organizations she had offended with Jill in her mind, Ophelia found that Jill didn't seem to belong to any organization. Ophelia was a little confused. The mysterious spaceship the other party was riding in did not seem to be created by any organization in her memory, but the other party still knew about Hydra, which made Ophelia undecided for a while. Bastard, in my opinion, those organizations you mentioned are just clowns, not even as good as those nine-headed reptiles. Since you bastard doesn't want to say anything, let me see what you injected into this bastard who calls himself the Emperor. Ophelia didn't want to say it, and Jill didn't care. She just asked casually. Jill didn't have any hope that Ophelia would tell him directly. If he really told Jill directly, that would mean there was something wrong. Roar! As soon as Gil finished speaking, Kingpin who was standing on the spot let out a beast-like roar. Then, the color of Kingpin began to gradually change to green, just like the Hulk transforming, but Kingpin's body the green color is like the color of a lizard. As the color of his body changed, bone-like spikes gradually emerged from Jinpin's limbs and body joints, and a tail that looked like a wolf but not a wolf, or a dog but not a dog grew out of Jinpin's back. It seems that he has really turned into a beast now. I am becoming more and more interested in the injected liquid. Gil watched the scene of Kingpin's transformation with great interest. Not only Jill, but Hydra Lady Ophelia also had an unnoticeable look of excitement on her face. Roar! Jinbin, who had already transformed, let out a beast-like roar and at the same time opened his eyes that glowed red. With lizard-like green skin, red eyes, bone spurs all over his body, and a canine tail on his back, Jinpin now looks like Dr. Lizard with bone spurs all over his body. It is worth mentioning that Jinpin's clothes were also torn by the bone spurs growing out of his body, so now Jinpin no longer had enough clothes to cover his body, and he was already running naked. But that doesn't matter now because the Kingpin has turned into a monster through and through and is taking action at the same time. Roar! Jinpin, who had turned into a monster, glanced around with his glowing red eyes, and then, as if he had identified the target, he moved straight towards Arlo, who was beside him and tried to stay away from him. His body shape was completely different from Jinpin's own. Rush away with matching speed. Fake. Boss. Don't come over. Seeing Jinbin, who had become inhuman and ghost, rushing towards him, even a Luo, who had been in the underworld for many years, showed a look of panic. After all, the people Arlo killed in the past were all humans, and he never killed monsters like the current Kingpin, so it was normal. Roar! Fack! Seeing Kingpin rushing towards him at an unabated speed, Arlo quickly pulled out his pistol from his waist, pointed it at Kingpin and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! Arlo aimed at Kingpin and quickly pulled the trigger. This guy showed no mercy to his boss. Chapter 26. Decisive, but also stupid. Gil admired Arlo's decisiveness. To deal with an enemy who is stronger than yourself, you should kill him with one blow instead of losing his life because of your own hesitation. Jill was just like an audience, sitting on the sofa watching everything that happened with relish and commenting at the same time, just holding Fat House happy water and popcorn in his hand. Either this person has a personality problem, or he is confident, otherwise ordinary people would have panicked when encountering such a monster. Ophelia twitched her lips when she saw Jill looking unhurried and even in a mood to praise. But this potion still needs to be improved. Maybe some venom can be added to it. Where did the gunshot come from? Go there quickly. Hearing gunshots, there was a messy sound coming from somewhere on the stairs. Oh, is Shield here? It's too slow. Jill looked at the stairs, and the messy footsteps were getting closer and closer. Ophelia's expression changed, but she finally endured it. Arlo, who was listed as the target of attack by Jin, had no intention of seeing who it was. Shit! Why can't I kill him? After the gunshot sounded, the orange-yellow bullet penetrated Jinbin's body, but the blood that Jinbin flowed out was strange green, just like the liquid injected into Jinbin's body. Net. Although there were some wounds on his body, Jinbin seemed to have no pain and rushed towards a Luo regardless. Ah! With a scream, Jinpin's thick arms with bone spurs grabbed Arlo, and then opened his teeth like piranhas, biting Arlo's shoulder. Grass. Although Aluo was panicked, he was also aroused by the pain. He quickly strangled Jinbin's neck with his left arm, aimed the gun at the back of Jinbin's head with his right hand and pulled the trigger. Boom! There was another gunshot, and Kingpin's whole body froze and he stood there motionless. Call. Seeing that Kingpin finally stopped moving, Arlo breathed a sigh of relief, and all the muscles in his body were no longer tense. Although Arlo breathed a sigh of relief, neither Jill nor Ophelia, who was not far away, responded, but continued to watch everything. Ah! Arlo, who had relaxed, let out another scream. Jinbin, who had been shot twice by Arlo, acted as if he was not injured, and started to move again, chewing on the connection between Arlo's neck and shoulder. Ahui! As Kingpin bit down on Arlo's neck, Arlo's screams turned into the sound of heavy breathing and the sound of something spraying out. Kingpin bit Arlo's neck open, and the sound of heavy breathing and the sound of something spurting out were exactly the sound of Arlo's breathing and the sound of blood spurting out. Hoo! As the blood spurted out, the life in Arlo's eyes quickly disappeared, but his hands were still struggling in vain. The right hand holding the pistol slowly raised to the back of Jinbin's head, tremblingly trying to pull the trigger. Boom! Bang! Gunfire rang out, but it was not fired by Arlo, who was struggling, but by Coulson, who had already arrived. The life in Arlo's eyes had long since disappeared, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground, but the body was still being eaten by the mutated Kingpin. Fire! Coulson, who had already shot in advance, saw a monster with bone spurs all over his body, green skin and red eyes, and said coldly, "Bang bang bang!" Following Coulson's order, other low-level agents who had been waiting for him immediately pulled the trigger, and gunshots erupted throughout the floor. Roar! Covered in firepower, Jin was forced to put down the devoured body of Arlo, with only 2/3 left, and was driven back by the repulsive ability brought by the bullets. Jinbin's body also spurted out countless green blood. Coulson saw that the firepower of his own team was only able to repel the monster in front of him, and he quickly gave the order again. Divided into 2 groups, support at any time. The dozen or so low-level agents who received the order quickly divided into 2 groups. One group stopped firing and began to change magazines, and the other group continued to fire at the mutated gold. This was not killed by my own hands, but by your own hands. Seeing this scene, Gil smiled silently. Coulson, who had stopped Gil from killing Kingpin for thousands of times, knew that he was fighting Kingpin now, so he didn't know what his expression would be like. Gil, who was suddenly full of bad taste, did not speak to stop him, nor did he mean to step forward to help. He just watched from the sofa next to Coulson and a group of men firing at Kingpin. As time goes by, the mutant Kingpin's roar becomes visibly weaker, until his final death. When the mutant Kingpin died, the Kingpin had turned into a pile of green slime. Cease fire! Coulson waved his arm back, and all the low-level agents who were still firing stopped firing. Coulson looked at the green mud in front of him solemnly. What kind of monster is this? It's harder to fight than mutants with steel defenses. Coulson turned his head and looked at Gil sitting on the sofa and said, "Mr. Gil, what happened here? What's going on with this monster?" Gil motioned Coulson to look at Ophelia next to him. "The monster you are talking about is that bastard Kingpin, and you have to ask her what happened." "What? It's Kingpin." Coulson showed a look of astonishment and looked back at the mud that had turned into a pile of mud. "You can kill this, but I didn't do it." Seeing Coulson's shocked look, Gil's smile widened. "It turns out that the person who tried every means to prevent me from killing the bastard wanted to kill the bastard himself. Why don't you just ask me for instructions directly? If you have to make a fuss, I will only give up when my impression of you drops and let me say what you like." "It's not me." Coulson looked at Kingpin, who was beaten into mud on the ground with a confused expression, and then looked at Gil with a smile on his face, feeling extremely depressed for a moment. "Coulson, the bastard over there is still waiting for you. The change in that bastard was caused by another bastard." Seeing Coulson's depressed look, although Gil wanted to laugh a little, she still gestured to Coulson. "Did you cause the Kingpin? Control her." Coulson discovered Ophelia at Gil's signal, and quickly ordered his men to control her. This seemed to outsiders as if Coulson trusted Gil immensely. But this is not the case. If only Gil was watching, Coulson would not suspect that it was caused by Gil, nor would he suspect that it was related to Gil, because neither Gil's character nor his style seemed to be able to people who turn into monsters. Chapter 27. A green monster with bone spurs on its body is grabbing a human corpse and eating it, but there is a person standing there watching it with gusto. There is nothing wrong with it. It cannot be said that he is particularly courageous. Watching the monster eat people is very exciting. Let's eat. By the way, the target you are seizing is a bastard with the title of Lady Hydra. Don't let this bastard get away. Jill reminded again. Mrs. Hydra? Another Hydra? Coulson was confused again. Why are there so many Hydras recently? First, his former director was probably the leader of Hydra, and now Mrs. Hydra has appeared. Recently, Hydra is about to appear again. No, the information on both occasions was given by Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill must know the secret of Hydra. In a short period of time, Coulson's brain started working rapidly and he judged that Jill must know something, otherwise it would be impossible to know such detailed information. Mr. Gill, I understand, I will personally escort her back. Coulson nodded without any abnormality on the surface. What Jill had told so far were secrets that were beneficial to S.H.I.E.L.D. Naturally, Coulson would not be stupid enough to reveal them directly. Sometimes, you have to guard against some beasts. Gill saw the low-level agent behind Coulson aiming his gun at him intentionally or unintentionally, and at the same time he had a vague murderous intent. Bastards, I wanted to leave you a way to survive. But since you dare to point your gun at me, then go to hell and repent. Gill's face turned cold immediately, the treasure house behind him opened, and a dozen or so noble phantasms flew out again, speeding towards several low-level agents. Puff! Several low-level agents looked at the noble phantasm inserted into their bodies in disbelief, and then looked up at Gill with a cold face. Blood spurted out of his mouth and fell to the ground. Ophelia, who was being held in custody, was a little confused when she saw this scene. The blonde young man in front of her seemed to know S.H.I.E.L.D. before, why did she suddenly take action? Mr. Gill. What does this mean? Seeing that the members he brought were attacked by Gill, Coulson looked a little evil, and the pistol in his hand was pointed at Gill intentionally or unintentionally. Although Coulson's behavior was relatively restrained, the remaining low-level agents aimed their weapons directly at Jill. Bastard, if you point your gun at me, be prepared to die. Gill watched with an unchanging expression as he pointed his gun at the low-level agent. Put it down. Coulson, who had been in contact with Gill, shouted coldly to several low-level agents who pointed their guns at Gill, put the gun down. Wow! Hearing Coulson's cold shout, the remaining low-level agents reluctantly lowered their guns aimed at Jill. However, despite Coulson's order, several low-level agents looked at Jill with a look in his eyes. Still full of anger. Coulson saw his men put down their guns and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he also put down his pistols, but his eyes were fixed on Gill. Mr. Gill, I need an explanation. Humph, I don't even know how many reptiles have sneaked into my team, why do you have the nerve to ask me? Coulson, who was staring closely at Gill, was a little confused by Gill's words. Mr. Gill, you mean, there are also people from Hydra in my team? Gill frowned when he saw Coulson's confused look. Let your braised eggs come and talk to me. This farce should be over. Mr. Gill, is there anything you can't say in person? Coulson understood the hidden meaning of Gill's words and noticed something was wrong, but he was still a little resentful of Gill's behavior of killing his team members at the slightest disagreement. You can't make the decision in this matter. Let that braised egg talk to me. Jill shook her head. Coulson was helpless, but he still took out the communicator from his waist and began to try to contact his commander, Nick Fury. On the other side, Nick Fury, who was about to investigate Pierce, took out the communicator from his waist. Coulson. Nick Fury frowned when he saw the message on the call, but still connected the communication. After the communication was connected, Nick Fury was the first to ask, Coulson, don't tell me what happened. You messed up the mission. Forward. When he heard the word mission, Coulson's expression changed. Could it be that he had beaten Kingpin to ashes himself? Lu Dan, I am looking for you. Just when Coulson didn't know how to answer, Jill's voice came over. Okay. Hearing this arrogant tone, Nick Fury's eyes narrowed, and at the same time he touched his head with his other hand. After a few seconds of silence, Nick Fury did not hesitate about what Jill called him, and said directly, "The king of ancient heroes, do you have anything to do with me, a little commander?" Nick Fury's tone was no different from usual, but Coulson and Gil both understood the meaning. Hearing the probing sound in his ears, Gil smiled. Although he was a bit more direct than Coulson, Gil was not an anonymous person. "Lu Dan, there is no need for you to test me. I am the oldest king among those who hide their ears and steal their bells. It is best not to use your tricks on me." Sure enough, the records in history are still not quite correct. History only tells that Gilgamesh was a tyrant. But the current target clearly has an aura that is more arrogant than anyone else. Gil directly admitted his identity, which made Nick Fury a little surprised. After digesting the information, Nick Fury said, "Okay, I understand. Is there anything wrong with the King of Heroes? The king has seen enough of this farce. Your Shield has long since become Serpentis Shield, Pierce is the senior executive of Hydra, and the 3 members of your country's parliament have long been pretended to be Hydra members." After Jill told the situation in a short period of time, he said with slight interest, "I have told you the situation, so I will let you see how courageous you can be. Perhaps, you can make my eyes shine." After saying that, Gil stopped making any sound, leaving only Nick Fury who had not yet reacted. "What the hell? My Shield is Snake Shield, and 3 members of the National Council are Hydra people. Not good. If it is true as he said, then it means that the entire United States may have been infiltrated by Hydra. Is everything you said true?" Nick Fury's breathing was a little rapid. If all this was true, the consequences would be disastrous. "I never bother to lie. You should think about how to deal with it." "Okay, I get it, and if it's true, I'll deal with it." Nick Fury nodded, then hung up the communication, without even asking about Kingpin. "Nonsense, Kingpin is not as important as Hydra." Chapter 28. The goal is to see us as actors. No wonder they tell us this kind of secret little by little. It turns out that from beginning to end, we are just playing the role of clowns and constantly harassing each other. Net. After hanging up the communication, Nick Fury suddenly understood the reason why Jill did this, and also understood that it was just him who had been playing the role of harassment. Yes, Nick Fury understood things very quickly, but one thing was wrong. Although Gil saw all this as a play or even a drama, in the end it was just a farce. Gil's real purpose was just to see S.H.I.E.L.D's reaction. In addition, Gil doesn't want Hydra to cause trouble for him every time, and in the end it will come back to cause trouble for him. Although Gil is not afraid, the repeated troubles are enough to make Gil tired. Moreover, Hydra members are all over the earth. It will take some effort and time for Gil to completely eliminate Hydra. Instead of Gil making up his mind to completely eliminate Hydra, it is better to directly hit them hard so that they dare not disturb him again. And don't have the energy to come out and cause trouble. Empire State Building. Let me see what you can do. If it doesn't work, then I will do it myself. After Nick Fury hung up the communication, Gil turned to look at Coulson. "Now, do you still have any complaints?" "Don't dare. Since you are from Hydra, you deserve to die." 35xs. Coulson wiped the non-existent sweat on his head and tried to digest what Jill had just said. The National Assembly is almost a level higher than politicians, and can even change the president at will through voting. Now there are actually 3 members of the National Assembly who are Hydra people. If other people know if this happened, the entire United States would be in turmoil. Coulson was in a cold sweat, not to mention the remaining low-level agents. The eyes that originally contained anger all turned into fear and disbelief. Because they heard that Hydra, which had long been destroyed by Captain America, still existed and had even infiltrated into their own organization. It was fine when they didn't know, but now that they know, these low-level agents are even more frightened. Now several low-level agents only have one thought. If they don't know, then the teammates who were killed by the man in front of them will stab themselves in the back one day. Thinking of his extremely trusted teammate stabbing him at a critical moment, several low-level agents looked at each other and saw the fear in their teammates' eyes. However, agents are agents after all, and their psychological quality is quite strong. Several low-level agents recovered in a short time, but the eyes they looked at Jill were no longer angry, but filled with gratitude. 35xs. Coulson took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and asked at the same time, "Mr. Gill, if there is nothing else, I will escort the target back first." "Wait, let her go first, I want to say a few words to her." Jill stopped Coulson's action, stood up, and walked to Ophelia. Although Coulson didn't know what Jill was going to do, he still waved his hand to let the two agents holding Ophelia loosen their hands, and at the same time motioned the two agents to stay away. After the two agents moved away, Gil, who walked up to Ophelia, said in the voice of only two people, "Bastard, I don't know if you remember Building X02, Block, Xinhua District, Mexico, all your things should be where." Gil's light words rushed into Ophelia's mind like thunder. "This man actually knows where I developed the potion." Ophelia's eyes were fixed on Gil, as if she wanted to imprint Gil's face in her mind. To be honest, it must have cost a lot of Kree blood to develop such a potion that can turn people into monsters. Actually, it was just out of pure curiosity that I asked you whose instructions it was, but now there is no need, because I have seen the effect of the potion and also know your purpose. Bastard, enjoy the rest of your life in prison. Maybe the Black Snake genes and Kree genes in your body will be discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D., and you will be allowed to do experiments. However, you will become the experimental party is just like the civilians. He actually knows about Black Snake. They also knew about Kree blood, and even knew that I experimented on ordinary people. This man actually knows all my secrets?" Ophelia looked at Jill in disbelief, and the horror in her heart could no longer be described in any words. Regardless of Ophelia's mood, after saying a few words, Jill turned and walked toward the window. Coulson, who was waiting on the sidelines, wanted to say something when he saw this scene. Jill, who knew what Coulson wanted to say, stopped and said without looking back, "I have finished what I want to say, you can take her away." "Take away?" Coulson nodded with Jill's permission and once again directed his men to step forward and restrain Ophelia. How could he know all this? These were all secrets I brought out after I defected from Hydra. No one knew about it, so how could he know it? Ophelia might have wanted to run away originally, but after Jill revealed her biggest secret, Ophelia had no intention of escaping at all. She even had a look in her eyes as she was being escorted away. She looked sluggish, just being pushed away unconsciously by the escorting agents, which made Coulson a little curious as to what Jill had said to her. It seems that Mr. Gill knows a lot of secrets. Coulson saw Ophelia's dull look and thought to himself. I don't know how Coulson would feel if he knew that Jill not only knew some secrets, but also that as long as he didn't go too far beyond the omniscient and omnipotent star, he would have nothing to hide in front of Jill. The genes of the lizard, the genes of the alien species Black Snake, and the genes of the Kree people are actually directly integrated together. If I didn't have the omniscient and omnipotent star, I might not have known it. Gil sat on Vimana, and did not control Vimana to leave, but was suspended in the air, while Gil was thinking about something. Gil closed his eyes and continued to liberate the omniscient and omnipotent star. Soon, Ophelia's purpose came to Gil's mind. You fused the genes of the three together and conducted human experiments just to strengthen yourself. Bastard, you really surprised me. You are indeed very brave. Chapter 29. After Gil learned Ophelia's purpose, he opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Net. When Gil used the omniscient star, he already knew everything. During World War II, an alien spacecraft crashed on the Earth and was discovered by the Hydra organization. Hydra entered the spacecraft through the damage of the spacecraft and found a black, snake-like alien in the spacecraft. The creature, Hydra, captured it and named it Black Snake. After that, Hydra was also indispensable for humans' actions and dissection experiments after encountering unknown creatures. After experiments, Hydra discovered that the alien creature Black Snake has weird self-healing abilities. At that time, the situation in World War II was at a disadvantage, and Hydra came up with a bold idea to integrate the self-healing genes of the Black Snake into humans' body and create self-healing immortal warriors to win World War II. Although Hydra had a bold idea and took action, it was a pity that the technology at that time was not as advanced as it is now. No matter how experiments were done, it was impossible to successfully integrate the genes of the Black Snake into the human body. This is not only a problem of technology, but also a problem of species. But at that time, Hydra was eager to win the war, so after the first experiment, it began to find some captured enemy soldiers, and the brainwashing was very successful. Soldiers who were not afraid of death started human experiments. Unfortunately, the research was not successful until the end of World War II. Instead, the lives of many soldiers and enemy soldiers were sacrificed. Net. As for the Kree genes, they were stolen from Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, after the brainwashed Winter Soldier attacked him just like in the movie. After that, Hydra never gave up experimenting with Black Snakes and Kree blood, but no one in Hydra ever thought about whether the two could be fused together. It wasn't until Hydra's Lady Ophelia defected from Hydra and took away the Black Snake's self-healing gene and the Kree blood that the two had a chance to become one. Ophelia, who was afraid of Hydra chasing after her, suddenly wondered if the genes of the Black Snake and the blood of the Kree could be combined to create a true Superman with self-healing ability and strength beyond human beings. With this crazy idea, Ophelia got out of control and started a long-standing experiment in her hiding place, which is the Building X02 of Block, Zinhua District, Mexico, as Jill said. After all, she is known as the Lady of Hydra, and Ophelia is also among the best in biological technology. After a long period of experiments, Ophelia successfully merged the genes of the Black Snake and the genes of the Kree into. However, the experimental results of the purchased white mice were not enough to reassure Ophelia. Net. After that, Ophelia, who was getting more and more crazy, came up with a plan to pretend to be a doctor from abroad, so that all the poor Mexican people who didn't know their true identity would come to seek medical treatment, and she would give them some real medicine first. They treated them, and when they trusted themselves and came to see the doctor again, they injected them with syringes filled with Black Snake genes and Kree genes in the name of treatment. This is also the reason why Ophelia did human experiments according to Gil. But the real reason why Ophelia did this was just to strengthen herself so that she could escape the pursuit of Hydra, because Ophelia had received advanced training during the Hydra period, but she was just an ordinary person no matter how well trained she was. Humans, even women, when Hydra sends more powerful characters to hunt down Ophelia, Ophelia herself is very likely to be unable to defeat them, so Ophelia wants to strengthen herself and be able to fight at any time. Escape from Hydra's pursuit. However, although Ophelia succeeded in the end and successfully injected herself, the crazy woman once again launched a new experiment, integrating the lizard's regrowth genes into the Black Snake and Kree genes to produce a real immortal effect. Because although the Black Snake has a self-healing gene, the self-healing gene only has a self-healing effect similar to that of Wolverine, and does not include the effect of rebirth of a severed limb. The effect Ophelia wants is an immortality that can be reborn after a severed limb. Therefore, the unlucky Kingpin was injected with a medicine containing 3 genes, lizard gene, Black Snake gene and Kree gene. According to Jill's knowledge, Kingpin was regarded as the first subject of human experiment by Ophelia, and because Kingpin was extremely cautious, Ophelia had been lurking around Kingpin for more than half a year, trying to find an opportunity to inject the liquid to Kingpin. In the end, even Ophelia didn't know the monster Kingpin turned into. It has to be said that he directly dared to conduct human experiments without even testing at all, which shows how crazy Ophelia is. The reason why Jinbian was targeted was simply because Jinbian had trained his body to the limit, Therefore, sometimes it is not a good thing to exercise to the extreme. It is very likely that you will be used as an experimental target by some ruthless women. As for how Gil knew all this, after Kingpin turned into a monster, and after asking Ophelia but getting no answer, Gil, who had already seen the effect, used the omniscient star to know all this. While knowing Ophelia's plan, Gil also knew Ophelia's subsequent plan. Ophelia was originally planning to run away as soon as she saw the effect after the injection, but the arrival of Gil completely interrupted her plan, and Gil gave Ophelia the feeling of a dangerous lion. The attack could be fatal, so she did not act rashly. After Coulson arrived, Ophelia hoped that Gil would start a fight with Coulson and escape by herself. However, Ophelia never expected that Coulson would treat him badly. Gil's attitude was actually like that, which directly plunged Ophelia into despair. But Gil directly killed Coulson's men when they disagreed, which gave Ophelia a glimmer of hope, but hope turned to despair again. After Gil revealed the secret of Hydra, Ophelia fell into despair. This is information that even Ophelia herself does not know. The despair lasts until Gil hits Ophelia into doubting her life. But all this has nothing to do with Gil, because this matter is over. Jinbin was used as an experimental subject, and Ophelia was also taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. Gil originally wanted to punish Jinbin, but the conspiracy this happened by accident, and Kingpin died in the hands of Kelson. Chapter 30. There seems to be something strange in this king's treasure house. Gil, who had just sorted out the clues, frowned, opened the link to the treasure house, and reached in with his right hand to fumble inside. What is this, the thing that bastard injected into Kingpin just now? Gil fumbled for the strange thing from the treasure house, and then took it out of the treasure house. A mysterious device that exudes golden light and contains a golden liquid. Apart from the different color, it looks no different from the mysterious device Ophelia took out. This thing is also a newly born technology. Gil frowned and looked at the mysterious device in his hand, speechless. Is this golden liquid the perfect genetic potion that the bastard is pursuing? The liquid that is the perfect fusion of the three genes of the black snake, lizard, and Kree. Gil had some guesses, but was still not too sure. Gil decided to use the omniscient and omnipotent star to see the effect of this new technology. Biological agents that allow people to heal themselves and have power beyond human limits. What is the use of this thing? I have a lot of things in my treasure house that can bring people back to life, let alone self-healing things. Just self-healing biological medicines can actually become a treasure. Tools. Gil was a little confused. This device was useless no matter how he looked at it. As for the power beyond human limits, although Gil himself had not accurately tested his physical fitness, with the power of God, Gil would never be that bad no matter how bad he was. This device it might be of no use to Gil at all. Forget it, since it has become a noble phantasm and appears in my king's treasure house, let's keep it for now. Anyway, there are some noble phantasms that are no longer needed, so just put them with other noble phantasms that are no longer needed. Let's go together. If you really need it later, it's not too late to take it out. After throwing it twice casually in his hand, Gil put the biological potion back into the treasure house. Hey? Is it almost noon? Now that we are all out, do you want to go eat something? Although it doesn't matter if you don't, eating is also a kind of enjoyment. Gil silently thought about whether he should go get something to eat now that everything had been settled and it was noon. After all, even the king needed delicious food. Go to Chinatown for some Chinese food. In terms of food, there are only 8 major Chinese cuisines. Soon, Gil determined his destination, a restaurant in Chinatown. Having determined his target, Gil took out his mobile phone from the treasure house and began to search for the location of Chinatown. 15 kilometers away from me? This speed will be reached in a while, so let's go have a meal. After finding the location of Chinatown, Gil ignored those people on the ground who were talking about Vimana staying in the air, and directly controlled Vimana to fly towards Chinatown. The environment is not bad. In a large restaurant in Chinatown, an Asian young man wearing black and white slim-fitting clothes and with blonde hair and red eyes welcomed him. But surprisingly, the young man spoke Chinese fluently, which surprised the waiter who came to the restaurant. "Welcome, sir, what do you need?" The waiter who came over seemed to be a Chinese. Hearing the fluent Chinese used by Gil when he evaluated the restaurant, he also used Chinese to communicate with Gil, and at the same time pointed to the menu on the table next to him. Gil sat down at his seat and did not look at the menu. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Give me the best Chinese food. Everyone will have the same meal." "Sir, are you sure?" Although he has been a waiter for a long time, this is the first time the waiter has seen Gil's behavior of asking for a portion of all the dishes. He couldn't help but wonder, "Sir, are you really sure that everyone will be the same? You can eat it alone." "So much?" Gil didn't care, "You don't need to worry about other things. Even if you can't finish eating, I can certainly afford it." "Okay then." Seeing Gil say this, the waiter had no choice but to nod his head helplessly, left Gil's side, and went to notify the kitchen to serve the food. It's 2008 now, maybe the plot has already begun? I wonder if Tony Stark has gone to the Middle East. With nothing to do, Jill took out her mobile phone and started surfing the internet, ready to check whether the Marvel plot had started now. Hey? The plot has already begun. Tony Stark has been missing in the Middle East for a week. Jill searched 2 keywords on her phone, Middle East, Tony Stark, only to find that Tony Stark had been missing in the Middle East for a week, and now there are reports on the internet that Tony Stark is likely to die. The plot of the movie has already begun. I have also disrupted Spider-Man's enemies later. That bastard Kingpin is dead. I have already disrupted part of the plot of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I don't know what will happen. What unknown effect? Now that the plot has begun, it also represents the unification of the timeline. I just don't know what additional directions this world will take because of my king's intrusion. Gil's speculation was only about the Marvel movie world, but he didn't know that in the Marvel multiverse, a crisis was slowly approaching, and even the Ancient One had been alarmed. "Sir, your order has been served. Please take your time." Gil's thoughts were interrupted by the waiter who came up to him. When he came back to his senses, he saw several waiters beside the waiter, gently placing the food on the table. "I know, let's go down." Jill nodded, skillfully picked up the chopsticks, and began to taste the food by herself. "My king? Is it some kind of Chiyunibiu or the king of some countries? Has the Chinese language reached the point where even the royal families of some countries have begun to learn Chinese? And the way he eats seems to be well educated in etiquette. Is it possible that he is really the king of a certain country?" Hearing Jill's self-identification, the waiter was a little confused, but due to his good service quality, the waiter did not ask any more questions. He just silently hid this question in his heart. While Gil began to taste the delicious food, somewhere deep in the earth, in a huge open area, the egg of an unknown creature began to gradually break. An eye as big as half a truck was looking at the broken egg. The gaps were revealed. Ho-ho-ho-ho! A huge and dull sound echoed throughout the underground. In the restaurant in Chinatown, all the food that Jill ordered has been served. The people who came to the restaurant to eat all looked at Jill, who had a table full of delicious food, and began to talk about it. Chapter 31. It tastes pretty good. Gil ate very quickly, but his movements were not rude, and he seemed to have the etiquette of a superior, which amazed the people around him. However, while Jill was tasting the food, the yelling coming from outside made him stop. For a moment that Jill didn't notice, the air in the restaurant suddenly became distorted. What happened outside? Why is it so noisy? Jill looked outside the restaurant, only to find a tall white man scolding and even beating a girl who looked a little sloppy. The girl's clothes seemed a little disheveled, and her face looked a little sloppy, but she didn't look very old. She seemed to be only about 10 years old. The most important thing is that this girl seemed to be a pure Asian, not Asian or mixed race. When the girl was scolded or even beaten by the tall white man, she just held her clothes tightly with her small hands and tried hard not to scream or even cry because of the white man's beating. However, the girl's eyes contained the tears can be seen clearly. "You bastard, you actually disturbed my mealtime." When Jill saw the little girl being kicked to the ground by the tall white man and yelling angrily again, she frowned and looked at the tall white man with a hint of anger in her eyes. Tears finally flowed from the little girl's eyes, but the white man reluctantly kicked her up again and cursed, "Yellow-skinned beggar, you don't have eyes, you dare to bump into me, are you tired of living? Got it? You ruined all my good mood and stained the new clothes I bought. If you don't pay for my new clothes today, I will arrest you and sell you to a rich family. Although a little girl like you is a yellow-skinned monkey, many people still like her." The white man seemed to have finally revealed his true colors and seemed to want to abduct the girl. As the white people insulted them, people on the street were also attracted, but they all stopped not far away, and no one dared to step forward. The waiter who noticed this scene originally wanted to help, but when he saw that no one on the street was passing by, he had to stop. After Jill, a person with extraordinary hearing, heard the white man's last words, the anger in his eyes turned into naked murderous intent. "This despicable race will always cause some harm even in the dark corners. Sold to a wealthy family? I'm afraid it's a human trafficking organization." Not only did it disrupt the king's mealtime, but it also openly trafficked people from the same continent as the king in front of the king. Even death cannot make up for your crime. Immediately afterwards, a spear emitting golden light appeared above the white man who was still beating the girl, and the tip of the spear was pointed at the white man on the ground. 35xs. When the spear was pointed at the white man, his movements froze, and in an instant, blood stained the bustling street red. The white man was penetrated by a spear from above and nailed to the ground, just like an ancient punishment. The people who were watching on the street were also stunned because of this incident. After a few seconds, a cry loud enough to pierce the eardrums sounded, and almost everyone woke up at the cry. The awakened crowd had only one action, and that was, run. Bastard! Due to his extraordinary hearing, Jill's ears were attacked by stronger sound waves than ordinary people, which made Jill frown slightly. But Jill didn't make any move, just picked up the chopsticks again and continued eating the food. Although the person involved, Jill, was so calm, other people were not so calm, especially the waiter. Cold sweat dripped from his face instantly. It was over. Someone died in front of the store while he was on duty. I don't know how this restaurant can survive. Can it be driven on? Even if I can keep driving, I guess I won't have anything to do. I'll probably be fired immediately. Oh my god, I finally found a suitable job, and this happened before I've been working for a month. Oh my god, you're like this, you are playing with me. When the waiter thought that he was going to be fired, he quickly used the phone at the front desk to contact the police. Maybe the boss would keep him because of his cleverness. Although the waiter's heart fluctuated strongly, it didn't care about Jill. Outside the restaurant, although the white man was dead, the girl bullied by the white man did not run away like the others. Instead, she looked at Jill in the restaurant. The moment the girl's eyes came into contact with Jill, a subtle and strange energy leaked out. Okay. After realizing that the girl was observing him, Jill stopped what he was doing again and looked at the girl. Joy? And gratitude. Gil noticed two different emotions in the girl's eyes. Gil could understand it with gratitude, but Gil didn't understand it so well with joy. And the most important question was, how did the girl realize that she had done it? Just when Jill was confused, the girl outside the restaurant stood up, walked into the restaurant cautiously, and walked towards Jill. Gil, who watched the girl walk to his side, did not speak, but just looked at the girl quietly. The girl looked at the Asian young man with blonde hair and red eyes who had been staring at her and asked first, "Brother, are you also a person with special abilities? When the girl spoke, the tears on her face were still wet, and her tone was extremely cautious, as if she was afraid of something. And it is worth mentioning that the little girl spoke pure Chinese, not the language of other countries. Special abilities. The girl's careful words and pure Chinese made Jill's mood slightly better after being interrupted from her meal. A smile appeared at the corner of Gil's mouth and he said, "Little guy, if you talk about special abilities, I really have them." Jill's tone was relaxed and full of smile. If outsiders saw it, they would be surprised and open their mouths from ear to ear. Hearing Jill admit that she had special abilities, the girl's expression became a little anxious, but she still said cautiously, "Then, the weapon outside that suddenly penetrated the bad guy belongs to the big brother. This little guy actually knows that it's my king's precious phantom?" Jill was a little confused in her heart, but she still replied, "It is indeed my king's, but how did you know, little guy?" Jill didn't put any thought into the question this time, it was just a casual question, and he didn't expect the girl to answer him. But beyond Jill's expectation, the girl actually answered Jill's question. "Because Kikai can sense some special people and dangerous things," the girl said cautiously. Induction. Gil guessed, "Is it a special ability? The little guy in front of you is probably a mutant." Chapter 32. Although Jill thinks her guess is accurate, she is not % sure. After all, accidents sometimes happen. Net. Is your name Kikai? It's a pretty good name. Although he was sure that the girl in front of him was an ordinary human being, Jill did not dislike the little girl. He just asked with a smile, "Little guy, can you tell me what happened before?" Gilyalu. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a drumming sound from the girl's stomach. The girl became a little embarrassed, and her little face stained with dust became red. What an interesting little guy. Not only is he not afraid of me, he even hints that he is hungry in front of me. Pity. Seeing the girl's reaction, Jill smiled and ruffled the girl's hair without any disdain, but there was a hint of coldness in the depths of Jill's eyes. After the girl's stomach growled, she looked at the food in front of her with her peripheral vision. Although there was desire in her eyes, she did not express it. When Gil realized this, his face turned cold, and he shouted to the Chinese waiter who had already contacted the police, "Waiter, give me another table of delicious food. The food should be served quickly." "Okay sir, are you sure you want to sit at another table?" The waiter heard Gil's voice and ran to Gil quickly, but when he saw the girl next to Gil, he was slightly worried. 35XS. Bang! Knowing what the waiter was worried about, Jill threw a golden brick on the table, smashing a lot of plates used to present food, and also smashing a lot of unfinished food. Damn it! Are people paying with gold bricks these days? Seeing the golden bricks, the waiter's eyes almost popped out of his head. Hurry up and serve the food. Isn't the money I paid enough? Seeing the waiter's eyes almost popping out of his head, Jill was a little impatient. Sir, it's not that I don't trust you, but regardless of whether you are lying or not, even our small restaurant can't open it. The waiter looked troubled after recovering from Jill's cold drink. You can verify it yourself whether it's fake or not. As for the extra price, consider it as a reward from this king. There is no reason to return the things I rewarded you with, otherwise, what use would I have for this treasure? Take it and test it for yourself, I want a new meal now. Gil waved his hand and signaled the waiter to take the gold brick off and said, I will not leave for the time being, and you have enough time to verify whether this gold brick is real. Sir, this does not comply with our rules. The waiter looked like he was about to cry. The gentleman in front of him was probably not kidding himself. How could anyone be rich enough to pay with gold bricks? Moreover, if the gold bricks were obtained illegally, then he would not be fired. It's so simple, but it's a question of whether to go to jail or not. Forward. Gil's face looked a little ugly. He had no other payment methods except gold bricks, gems, and gold coins. These three were obviously the most valuable things, but now he was rejected, and he even doubted whether they were fake. Now Gil just wants to smash the treasure phantom on the waiter's head. The king's treasure trove is all genuine. It's your sister's fake. Seeing that Jill's face looked a little ugly, the girl Kikai, although hungry, still said sensibly, "Forget about Big Brother, Kikai will be satisfied if she can meet the same special Big Brother, and Kikai doesn't not hungry." "No, you made my originally bad mood a little bit happier, but I can't even treat you to a meal. This is simply embarrassing me." After hearing Kikai's persuasion, Gil's face darkened, and he looked at the waiter with a sullen face. "I don't care what method you use to prove that this gold brick is real." As he spoke, Jill's huge aura also enveloped the waiter, and the waiter himself felt as if the air around him suddenly dropped several degrees. "Since we are going to act, I will take a look. Then I'll ask someone from the jewelry store not far away to take a look, okay?" The waiter behind him was sweating profusely and said with a smile. "Then go quickly." Jill looked at the waiter with a dark expression. "Yes, sir, please wait a moment." The waiter's heart is full of grass and mud horses galloping around. "Obviously this gold brick is yours, but you can't prove it yourself. Instead, you want me to prove it. What kind of world is this?" The helpless waiter could only shout towards the kitchen, "Uncle An, help me look at the front desk. I have something to go out." "What's the matter, so urgent?" "It's the peak business period now, and if we don't do it, we will delay a lot of customers." Following the waiter's shout, an uncle with a spatula in his hand, a chef's hat, and an apron came out of the restaurant's back kitchen. He looked about 40 or 50 years old and had a kind face. "Hey? Where are the guests?" The uncle who came out looked around the restaurant strangely and found that except for the table in front of him, there was no one at all. But what was even more strange was that there were uneaten food on other tables, as well as some coats and handbags. Bags and stuff like that. It's like other people suddenly disappear. "Uncle An, everyone has gone there." The waiter motioned to the amiable uncle known as Uncle An to look outside the restaurant. "What's happening outside?" Uncle An looked outside with curiosity, only to find a large number of people gathered in a circle outside, seemingly looking at something. It's strange to say that there was a white man beating and scolding a little girl just now, and then he was suddenly hit to death by something emitting golden light. But I don't know exactly what happened. I only called the police. After the waiter answered the question casually, he regained his composure, shook his head and said to Uncle An, "Uncle An, I'm going out. Please help me look at the front desk first." Uncle An laughed and scolded, go ahead, you brat, you've only been working for less than a month and you want to go out to play. Why are you going out for fun?" "I'm going to a jewelry store not far away." The waiter whispered again and again as he walked out of the restaurant. After the waiter left, the amiable uncle known as Uncle An did not go to the front desk. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Jill intentionally or unintentionally. Gil frowned when he saw Uncle An's eyes fixed on him, but there was a faint golden light flashing in his eyes. Uncle An chuckled, seeming to be sighing, an existence that disrupts the plot. Gil's eyes narrowed when he heard this sigh. Before Gil could speak, Uncle An walked up to the girl Kikai with a smile, bent down, and said in a gentle tone, "Little girl, there is freshly prepared food in the kitchen. If you are hungry, you can go and eat some. Let Uncle can you say a few words to Big Brother." Chapter 33. The girl Kikai saw Uncle An, then looked at Jill, nodded slowly, and walked in the direction where Uncle An just walked out. Uncle An watched the girl Kikai walk to the kitchen before turning his eyes back to Jill and smiled slightly, "Young man, let's talk. I deliberately pushed that little guy away. I don't know what you want to talk to me about." Jill looked at Uncle An solemnly, her body tensed, and she was secretly prepared. Others may not understand what Uncle An in front of him said just now, seemingly unintentionally, but Jill understands it. What the uncle in front of him said about disrupting the plot was probably the order of plots in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which was enough to make Jill cautious. Don't be so nervous, young man, I have no ill intentions towards you. Seeing Jill's vigilant look, Uncle An smiled. Then, with a wave of his hand, Uncle An's entire restaurant environment became like a mirror world, and all the chaotic sounds outside the restaurant disappeared. Ancient One. When Gil saw this scene, he shouted coldly. At the same time, his right hand quickly grabbed the noble phantasm that had emerged from the air, and he was about to take action directly. Wait a minute, young man, don't be so angry. Do you think I look like a woman? Seeing that Gil was about to take action, Uncle An quickly waved his hand to indicate that he had no ill intentions. How do I know if you have any malicious intentions? Is there anyone else besides Guyi who knows this trick? Gil hesitated inwardly, his face still as stern as ever, but in the end he paused the action of drawing the sword. Seeing Gil stop his movements, Uncle An said with a smile on his face, "Of course I know Guyi's moves." Jill shouted coldly, "Who the hell are you?" "Me? You will know my identity, but that's not the point of me coming to you this time." Having said this, Uncle An paused for a moment and then said, "I am here mainly because I have a request, and I hope you will agree, young man. My request is that the drama in this world be disrupted as much as possible." Disrupting the plot. Looking at the uncle in front of him who was begging him, Gil decisively used his omniscient star to find out. In an instant, the information about Uncle An appeared in Jill's mind. "You're just a bastard. How dare you use your abilities to interfere with me?" When Jill learned everything, murderous intent flashed in her eyes. But Uncle An didn't seem to notice the murderous intent in Jill's eyes, and he still said with a smile, "Young man, I only have this request. As long as you disrupt the order of this world more seriously, in this case. That's enough. You're just a bastard, you actually want to confuse me. I thought it was a situation that didn't happen, but it turned out to be a dream." Uncle An's self-care made Jill finally explode. The moment the information was revealed, Jill understood the series of things that had just happened, the so-called Uncle An, and the girl Kikai, and what happened. As for the white man, it was all just the fault of the person in front of me. You actually want to confuse me. A little mutant dares to offend me. Nothing can make up for your crime. Die, bastard!" Gil randomly pulled out a weapon from the treasure house and slashed at Uncle An in front of him. While slashing, Gil also began to input a large amount of magic power. Moreover, Gil was using his own magic power, not extracting the magic power of the non-existent master, so Gil's magic power input speed was very fast. "Wait! What kind of weapon is this?" Uncle An, who was originally a kind uncle, finally showed a hint of panic, looking at the precious phantom in Gil's hand with fear. Gil ignored the horrified Uncle An. The noble phantasm in his hand flashed when the magic power was input, and then a huge blue energy quickly emitted from the noble phantasm, covering the world in the mirror. Humph! A large amount of energy came towards Uncle An, but Uncle An made no move to resist. He just looked at the terrifying energy in front of him with horror. At such a close distance, Uncle An was instantly enveloped in the blue energy emitted, and was. The moment it was enveloped, Uncle An let out a miserable cry. "How? How is it possible? How can you have such a powerful power? Then that guy is wrong." Uncle An slowly turned into ashes with an extremely unwilling cry. Seeing the enemy in front of him turn into ashes, Gil coldly snorted, "Bastard, I gave you a chance to be proud, and even I was almost deceived by you." With the death of Uncle An, the mirror world shattered like a shattered mirror, revealing the real restaurant. After the world in the mirror was shattered, the first thing that appeared was the chaotic conversation that reached Jill's ears, followed by the waiters shouting and the sound of food being served, but the bullying incident outside the restaurant did not happen at all. "Sir, your food has been served. Please take your time." It's still the Chinese waiter, but the other person is different from before. Dream. Gil glanced at the several dishes that had been served on the table and speculated. Clap. Gil took out a golden brick from the treasure house, threw it on the table, and said calmly, I will use this to pay. There is no need to change the remaining money. After speaking, Gil ignored the waiter's helpless look and directly picked up the chopsticks on the table and began to eat gracefully. This. When the waiter saw the gold brick, he was startled at first, but after he came to his senses, he wanted to persuade Jill that his store could not be opened, but seeing that Jill was unmoved, he could only call his boss. Come here and see how he handles it. At the same time, on the other side of Europe, in the basement of a villa, a middle-aged man who looked obviously Asian and had his eyes closed let out a scream, and then the whole person became like an idiot. He stopped laughing. If someone observes carefully, they will find that the middle-aged man's eyes are scattered and unfocused, just like those born with dementia. Location multiverse space. Ancient Yi was suspended in the multiverse, looking solemnly at the huge wormhole-like passage in front of him. It turns out that my induction was wrong. It was not one, but two, and they were two creatures. They seemed to be fighting, as if they were fighting for the opportunity to pass through the gap. There is a creature that seems to have something to do with that ancient man from another world, but the other creature even I can't sense anything. I can only feel that it seems to be somewhat similar to Odin's power. Chapter 34. Guyi looked at the constantly churning gap with solemn eyes, as if the two creatures in Guyi's mouth were about to come out of the gap. The gap leading to an unknown place appeared here without warning. Guyi suddenly became curious and wanted to go through this gap to see what kind of world there was outside this multiverse. But Ancient One's duty told him that this idea was unrealistic. His duty was limited to the multiverse and protecting the safety of the Earth. There was no need to have thoughts outside of this. It won't take long for the winner to be determined. If they pass through the gap, it will be harmful to the Earth. A trace of murderous intent flashed across Guyi's eyes. Even though Guyi was a bald monk, hundreds if not thousands of people died in her hands. The murderous intent in Guyi's eyes disappeared in an instant, and then, Guyi stayed in place for a long time, looking at the constantly churning gap, like a sculpture. After having lunch in Chinatown, Gil went to the clothing store to look at the clothing store. After buying himself some clothes, he returned to the manor, where Rock had already been waiting for Gil to come back. Sir, they didn't do anything to you. Rock saw Jill carrying a handbag containing clothes, and quickly stepped forward to help put the clothes Jill bought elsewhere, with a look of excitement on his face. Them? What can they do to me? Seeing Rock's worried look, Gil smiled and said, It's up to you, Rock. Have you brought the agreement that the king wants? Bring it here, please take a look at it, Mr. Gil. Rock breathed a sigh of relief. At first, Rock came to the manor again. When he saw the tragic scene in the back garden, he couldn't help but feel frightened by Jill's superpower. But then he was full of gratitude, because Rock saw what was under the pit. There was a pile of bloody corpses, and Rock had a strong hunch that this was probably Bullseye's corpse. But in a blink of an eye, Rock thought that no matter how powerful Jill's superpower was, it would be impossible to fight against the military, so he was very worried about Jill's safety. After all, Jill indirectly saved himself and his family. Rock owns such a large manor, which also shows at some levels that Rock also has some connections and strength, but Rock's offending Bullseye is different. A desperado who is a current gold medal fighter and a former professional killer is not Rock's offended. It's affordable. A desperado is different from Rock who is doing serious business. A desperado is meant to get away with it. Killing someone should not be too easy. Whether Rock uses normal means or some dirty methods, it will take a lot of time and a lot of money. Maybe Rock will be killed unknowingly before he uses his connections and strength. This is why Rock doesn't want to offend Bullseye. Now that Gil has come back, it means that Gil is okay for the time being. Rock himself even had the idea of using special means to get Gil out of the hands of the military during the period when Gil was not around. Rock, although as a businessman, betrayal is common, but offending a dangerous bastard for a business of unknown origin shows that you have not abandoned your most basic conscience for money. Jill sat on the sofa and looked at Rock with a half-smile. Sir, you are joking. I am just fulfilling the oath I promised you. Rock, relieved that Jill was back, shook his head. Forget it, bring me the agreement. This manor feels pretty good to me. Gil waved and motioned for Rock to bring the agreement. Please take a look, sir. Rock handed the two agreements to Jill. Gil looked at it briefly, and there was already Rock's name on it, Elrod Rock. Several conditions in the agreement are optional, they are nothing more than the right to hold the manor and the like. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the agreement, Jill said, I have a condition. I will redecorate the back garden for you. That's what I meant. Rock nodded. This problem was not considered a condition at all. After all, it was caused when the ownership of the manor was in his name. He was obliged to renovate it. Seeing Rock's promise, Gil happily signed his name, Gilgamesh. From now on, the manor purchased by Gil when he came to this world belongs to Gil. After signing the agreement, Jill returned one of the agreements to Rock. To put it bluntly, the agreement was actually just a purchase contract, just with a different name. Rock, who took over the contract, scanned it accidentally, but Jill's name made Rock a little confused. Gilgamesh. Isn't that the name of the king of heroes recorded in history? But it should just be the same name. However, Mr. Gil's superpowers really match the name. After the doubts passed, Rock was relieved, but recalling the superpowers Gil used when fighting Bullseye, it seemed to fit the name quite well. Rock regarded Gil's king's treasure as Gil's superpower. But Rock seems to have forgotten something. The Chimera gem that Gil took out does not seem to be something that ordinary people can take out. Moreover, it seems that Gil did not even tell the place where the gem was produced. After that, Rock didn't think much and left with one of the agreements. Not long after, the people who were tidying up the garden and repairing the windows came to the manor. The damaged garden has also begun to be repaired. Jill, who had gone through a series of events, was completely free. Shield was very busy with the Hydra incident. Even Coulson, who deserved a vacation because he caught Madame Hydra, did not take a vacation. He was forced to work for his shady boss. However, despite this, Gil did not forget the organization that disturbed him while he was eating. I took the initiative to find the bastard Jinpin who claimed to be the emperor, but how did Hellfire find me now? If it's not a coincidence, there is someone behind this that doesn't exist. I have only been in this world for a short time. I have been targeted in less than 12 hours. First, it was Hydra that attacked me for unknown reasons, and now it is a club for mutants. Hell member of fire. Gil sat on the sofa, quietly looking at the sky outside the window that had been repaired, thinking about the possibility of the man behind it. The bastard who pulled me into a semi-dream seems to be just an ordinary member of Hellfire. Looking back now, it is very suspicious. How on earth does a bastard who can only get people into a semi-dream to talk to know the plot of this world? Chapter 35. Jill's first night in the Marvel world seemed peaceful, but there was a hint of fear in the air. The streets that should have been illuminated by lights were filled with fog. In this dense fog, a chase that did not alert anyone was being carried out secretly. A girl of about 17 or 18 years old was running stumblingly on the foggy streets. While running, the girl looked back from time to time to look at something. The girl's eyes were full of fear, as if there was something terrifying behind her. Why are you targeting me? I just rejected you, so you are going to kill me. The girl bit her lip tightly, tears began to appear in her eyes, but she still stumbled forward. Behind the girl is a group of heavily armed special soldiers. One of the soldiers, who looked like a captain, picked up the walkie-talkie on his shoulder and said, "Dark Snake, the target has escaped to your sniper point. Kill the target quickly. Dark Snake understands and begins to execute the execution plan. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, a soldier dressed in black and holding a sniper rifle put down his walkie-talkie. The sniper rifle in the soldier's hand began to be loaded quickly. An orange-yellow bullet was cut out by the soldier from the sniper rifle and fell onto the ground. After cutting out the bullet, the soldier took out a bullet that was different from ordinary bullets from his breast pocket. This new bullet had a thinner head than ordinary bullets and also had a spiral pattern on it. Damn mutant, I'll let you use the newly developed dumb bomb to see which one is stronger, your ability or the dumb bomb. The soldier muttered something as he put the dumb bomb in his hand into the magazine. Crack! As the soldier pulled the bolt, it meant that the dumb bomb was loaded. The soldier who placed the dumb bombs placed the gun on the edge of the rooftop, then turned on the infrared scanning device, slowly closed his left eye and began to aim. In the sight of the soldier, the figure stumbling away appeared in the scope of the sniper rifle. If you want to blame it, just blame it on your bad luck. I hope you will be a normal person in your next life. The soldier began to talk to himself, as if he was hypnotizing himself. Although the soldier said something similar to praying, there was no hesitation in the movements of his hands. Boom! A gunshot pierced the silent night, and the girl who was still running on the street was lying quietly in a pool of blood. Her eyes, which were full of fear but had no focus, were always fixed in that spot. There is a hideous wound on the girl's heart. A group of soldiers behind the girl have also arrived. The captain of the soldiers took a look at the girl's body, picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Dark Snake, the mission was completed well. I will go back and take credit for you this time." "Captain thanks you, this is just what I should do. No matter what, you are considered a great hero this time. I will report it to my superiors when I get back. Then I'll be more respectful than obedient. Let's talk about it when we get back." The soldier captain ordered, "Group A, carry the body away, Group B cleans up the scene, and everyone else starts to retreat." Group A received it. Group B begins execution. Clear. Following the orders, the girl's body was quickly taken away by the soldiers, and the blood stains left on the scene were quickly cleaned up. At this point, the night became calmer, as if nothing had happened. "Oh, it's not a dream. I thought everything that happened yesterday was just a dream." After waking up, Jill got up from the bed and walked to the window, admiring the renovated garden. Remind the host, if the host thinks everything yesterday was a dream, then you can hurt yourself to see if it was a dream. The system rarely told a cold joke. "I am not an idiot, you are stupid and lack the system." Jill's good mood was instantly ruined. This system does not have a body, so there is no brain damage that humans think of. It will only malfunction at most. But the probability of failure of this system is lower than the probability of destruction of this world, so it is almost impossible to have a failure problem. Jill said she didn't want to talk to the system. Ignoring the system, Jill walked to the closet and started to get dressed. "These clothes match me very well. My vision is indeed right." After a while, Jill was fully dressed and looked in the mirror in the room to see if her clothes fit. Jill in the mirror wears a gold necklace around her neck, a white short-sleeved suit, an ordinary white coat, blue jeans, and white casual boots. The overall look of Jill's appearance is completely different from yesterday. It is said that a man relies on his clothes and a horse relies on his saddle. It is said that if a person wants to be good-looking, he needs clothes to reflect it, but this sentence seems to be completely reversed in front of Jill. However, the clothes on Jill's body seem to be set off by Jill herself. "The clothes still fit me, so I'll just keep wearing them like this." Seeing that the clothes seemed to fit well, Jill nodded with satisfaction. "By the way, I also need a servant or something, otherwise I can't handle such a large manor alone." Gil saw the black coat he had taken off next to him, and suddenly thought that it seemed inappropriate to live in such a large manor by himself. The manor needed to be cleaned, trimmed the garden, and cleaned clothes every day. He could do these things himself, but for such a large manor, it would be already late at night after I finish cleaning it. A couple of days would be fine, but if I had to clean it all by myself every day, it would really be unbearable. Just as he said, Jill picked up the phone and dialed a certain number. Hello? Who is it? A sleepy and confused voice came from the phone. Rock, this is the king. The number Gil dialed was the original owner of the manor, Rock. Mr. Gil, you called me so early. What's the matter? Hearing that it was Jill, Rock gradually woke up. Gil said straight to the point, Rock, can you find some servants and housekeepers? I can't let the king do things like cleaning such a large manor myself. Well, this is also a problem. I was negligent about Mr. Gil's matter. I will take care of it. Locke was stunned for a moment, but then he also thought about this matter. After all, he used to lead people to supervise the cleaning in person. Now that the manor has been sold, if he doesn't go there, no one will take care of the cleaning and other sundries in the manor. Something happened. I will leave this matter to you. Chapter 36. Gil nodded and didn't say anything about the reward, because the Chimera gem was enough to deserve the reward. Although the food outside is delicious, it still doesn't have the same sense of accomplishment as the food I cook myself. After hanging up the phone, Jill opened the door and walked to the kitchen on the second floor. When she habitually opened the refrigerator and started making breakfast, she remembered that this was a new manor and no one usually lived in it. Although the electricity was on, there were no materials. Can cook. Gil came back to his senses and looked at the empty refrigerator and shook his head. It's rare that I want to make a meal on a whim, but I don't have any ingredients at all. These words are not in vain for Gil. People who know Gil's identity may be surprised. As an ancient king, would he still cook in person? Jill's habit of cooking by herself actually comes from her previous life. As an orphan in her previous life, Jill might have been cared for by an orphanage when she was a child. However, when she grew up and left the orphanage, Jill always cooked for herself. This habit it has been maintained for several years. Although Jill has been integrated, it is only a memory after all. The soul itself is still one's own, so it is very normal to maintain the original habits. And not only cooking, but also other things, Jill also maintained her original habits. Forget it, there's nothing to do anyway, let's go out and do some shopping. Jill closed the refrigerator and walked downstairs, left the manor, and walked towards the supermarket not far from the manor. As for where Jill got the money, the gold bricks that Jill used to pay at noon yesterday were finally bought by the restaurant owner at a normal price, and he cashed some cash in a bank card with no registered information to Jill. So now Jill can buy things normally without worrying about not having the currency of the current era. It is worth mentioning that although the boss is a very old man, speaks fluently, and looks very much like he is from China. If that is just the case, it would be fine, but Jill discovered that the boss is not an ordinary person. There is an unknown energy circulating throughout the body, like the legendary internal force or something like that. Of course, none of this had to do with Gil. After all, Gil just came to have a meal, not to cause trouble, and in the end there was no conflict. Jill bought some necessities in the supermarket, such as some ingredients, chopsticks, and some toiletries. But because this supermarket is not big, Jill didn't buy too many Chinese food ingredients, but it was enough. The remaining Western food ingredients were only some steaks. Compared to Western food, Jill still prefers Chinese food. More. Carrying 2 bags, Jill walked out of the supermarket and returned to the manor. After putting all the ingredients in the refrigerator, she started making her first breakfast in the Marvel world. Due to time constraints, cooking Chinese food would take too much time, so Jill decided to make breakfast, which is commonly eaten by Westerners. As soon as he said it, Gil started the cooking process, such as beating eggs, cutting strips, frying, etc., all of which were done smoothly, but for others, it was difficult to imagine the hero King Gilgamesh himself. The scene of cooking by yourself. After a while, breakfast was ready. It's been a few months since I've cooked in person, and my cooking skills don't seem to have deteriorated yet. Gil looked at the bacon omelette in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Although it's just bacon and fried eggs, the bacon with just the right color, and the fried eggs with distinct white and yellow colors, and the reflective grease on them look really good. Then Jill poured herself another glass of milk and returned to the room with the prepared breakfast. Gil, who was idle and bored, turned on the TV in the room, ready to see if anything happened. The Marvel world is a world where accidents may happen almost every day. It is commonly known that an explosion occurs every 3 days and an invasion occurs every 5 days. You may suddenly disappear while walking on the street. The reality of Marvel is not like the movie with only a few plots. It is very likely that there are unknown things happening, just like the previous Hydra lady Ophelia. It was just an unintentional move at first, but the news broadcast on TV caught Jill's attention. The female reporter on the TV was playing the latest news. According to the latest news, the military has successfully located Tony Stark's location and is sending rescue personnel there. Jill was a little surprised when she saw the news. Did the time advance? I don't know if it's because I reminded S.H.I.E.L.D. In the original plot, it took Tony Stark a long time to complete the production of the armor Mark I and escape. Now, only a week later, the military has directly locked onto Tony Stark's location. I don't know if Tony Stark's suit can be successfully developed. If it was really because of himself that Iron Man was not born, it would definitely be a pity. I still admire Tony Stark. Gil. Forget it, if it is really because of me that Iron Man was not born, then I will personally remind him. Jill didn't dwell too much on this matter. No matter how it was born later, as long as it was born, it would be fine. Another bastard is here to disturb me. Gil, who didn't have much to worry about, suddenly sensed an uninvited guest in his villa. Is it possible that this king has become the target of public criticism? Any kind of bastard can come to provoke this king. Having just woken up early, an uninvited guest breaks into your home, which would put anyone in a bad mood. Especially Jill, who had just experienced a series of things, was even more dissatisfied. Less than a day after she bought the manor, people broke in one after another, and they took her for something. On the first floor of the manor, a man wearing tight clothes and with medium-long hair sneaked in. The man's face showed no expression at all, and he was holding a special model rifle in his right hand. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the man's left arm exudes a metallic luster. The man's entire left arm is actually a prosthetic limb made of steel. Bastard, do you really think this king didn't notice you? Although he didn't know who the intruder was, Jill felt hostility. There was no doubt that the intruder was coming for him. I want to see which bastard broke in. Gil put down the tableware in his hand, his red snake eyes shrank, and the expression on his face became cold. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen noble phantasms appeared from behind Gil, aiming at the closed door of the room, quietly waiting for the other party to approach. Chapter 37. Jill felt that the other party was getting closer to him. The man who sneaked into the manor didn't know that his target had turned into a hunter, quietly waiting for him to take the bait, and he kept opening the door on the second floor, looking for Jill. Maybe the man opened the door softly, but Jill, who has extraordinary hearing, heard it clearly. As the sound of the door opening got closer and closer, the noble phantasm above Jill began to slowly move. Of course, these are all controlled by Gil. Gil decided not to kill the person who broke into the king's manor for the time being, but to interrogate him first before making a decision. Snapped. Footsteps that were impossible for ordinary ears to hear gradually appeared outside Jill's room, but they suddenly disappeared when they approached Jill's room. Bastard, you're quite alert. Gil glanced at the TV, which was still playing the program, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When he heard the sudden disappearance of footsteps, Jill was not in a hurry, and just sat quietly on the sofa and waited. Finally, as time passed, perhaps the uninvited guest couldn't hear any other sound except the sound of the TV, or it was because of his position that he couldn't hold his breath and kicked open the door first. Crack! Brush! The sound of the rifle being loaded and the sound of the noble phantasm flying sounded almost at the same time, but in the end the noble phantasm prevailed. The uninvited guest froze in place. The man who had always been expressionless looked at the dozen or so noble phantasms hanging around his neck, and finally showed a look of astonishment. Winter Soldier? Is it Hydra again? When Jill saw the man's appearance and the steel prosthetic leg on his left hand, he finally knew who it was. You bastard, you actually dare to break into my manor with a weapon and point your gun at me. Who gave you the courage? That nine-headed reptile is so confident. He actually thinks he can fight against me alone. Gil looked at the man in front of him with a cruel smile on his face. Perhaps awakened by Jill's voice, the Winter Soldier returned to his expressionless look, but put down the gun in his hand. A controlled puppet, boring. At this time, seeing the appearance of the uninvited guest and the expressionless face, Jill suppressed the smile on her face. Is the intelligence wrong? The targets to be arrested are mutants. The Winter Soldier said something expressionlessly. Short-sighted bastard. Although he is under control, he can avoid the death penalty but cannot escape the living crime. Following Gil's command, a sword-shaped noble phantasm placed on the Winter Soldier's neck moved up. Immediately afterwards, a cold light flashed, and the sound of metal being cut was heard. The Winter Soldier's left prosthetic arm was cut from the connection point at the shoulder. Cut the whole thing off. The Winter Soldier's prosthetic arm erupted in a burst of sparks, like a destroyed machine. The severed prosthetic leg fell at the feet of the Winter Soldier, but what was strange was that the Winter Soldier only glanced at the prosthetic leg and showed no other reaction. Even his emotions have been brainwashed, but he still has a survival instinct. What a lowly bastard! Gil mocked mercilessly when he saw the Winter Soldier's reaction. Gil was right. Although the Winter Soldier didn't react much after his arm was cut off, the fact that the Winter Soldier put down his rifle just now under the threat of the noble phantasm shows that the Winter Soldier still has the desire to survive. No matter how brainwashed, people will always have the desire to survive. This is an instinct that goes deep into the soul and cannot be eliminated by simple brainwashing. The Winter Soldier gave Jill an emotionless look. No one knew that the Winter Soldier's instinct told him that if he hadn't put down his gun just now, the arresting target in front of him would definitely cut off his head. Now cut off an arm. That's already considered merciful. Since you are controlled by that nine-headed reptile, I will spare you for the time being. I can still distinguish between voluntary and forced actions. After controlling the noble phantasm to cut off the Winter Soldier's arm, Gil no longer pursued the Winter Soldier's fault for pointing his gun at him. Jill still knew about the Winter Soldier. He was also a tragic figure. He fell into the sea. After being rescued by the Soviets, he was brainwashed and transformed. In addition to performing tasks, he was in a frozen state. In this after that, the Soviet Union was infiltrated by Hydra and has been controlled by Hydra ever since. After temporarily getting rid of Hydra, it also hid in Tibet and cannot remember anything. Another bastard is here. Do you really think this place is a shelter? There are always bastards sneaking in every day. As soon as Gil finished punishing the Winter Soldier, he sensed that someone else had come to his manor, not just one person, but several. Do you really think that this king can be pinched by anyone? There are always bastards coming to bother me. A hint of displeasure flashed in Jill's eyes, and she stood up from the sofa and walked out of the room. If only the Winter Soldier came and did not bring weapons, maybe Jill would not be angry, but would be in a good mood, but pointing the gun at Jill is not a small matter, and now it is done again and again. Breaking into Jill's manor, what's the point of being Jill? The Winter Soldier watched Jill walk by with emotionless eyes. Although he still held the rifle in his hand, the Winter Soldier did not make any move. The cold feeling on his neck was no joke. Bastard! Do you really think anyone can enter the king's courtyard? Gil walked down the stairs with deep displeasure in his eyes, and a noble phantasm appeared behind him again. After Gil walked down the stairs, he stopped at the second floor of the stairs, waiting quietly for the few people who had entered the gate of the manor garden in Gil's perception. 4. But there is no murderous intention or hostility. As the distance got closer, part of the displeasure in Gil's eyes disappeared. Since there was no murderous intention or hostility, it was possible that he was not an enemy. But entering your garden without knocking will probably make anyone unhappy. Bang bang bang! There was an unexpected knock on the door of the manor. Isn't he an intruder? After Gil heard the knock on the door, his expression improved a little. He put away the noble phantasm that appeared behind his back, went downstairs and walked to the door to open the door. When Gil opened the door, she found that in front of her were Coulson, Natasha, Barton, and another strange woman. Coulson. After seeing the person coming, Gil was a little confused. According to the current time, Coulson shouldn't be dealing with Hydra matters. Mr. Gil, I'm sorry to bother you. Corsair looked a little tired, not just Coulson, but even Natasha and Barton looked a little tired. Especially Natasha and Barton, their arms and legs were still bleeding, and their combat uniforms were in tatters. Chapter 38. The nine-headed reptile that I told you has been dealt with. Gil frowned when she saw the three people's clothes and expressions. Could it be that the braised egg went directly to find the hiding bastard? Mr. Gil, to tell you the truth, we escaped from the siege of Hydra. Coulson shook his head with a wry smile. The reptile found you. Gil frowned even more. Could it be that the plot was completely disrupted because of me? Mr. Gil, can you let us take a break first? Coulson shook his head and said. Remember to close the door. Gil looked at the status of the four people, turned around and walked into the manor. The three Coulsons who originally saw Gil turning around looked disappointed at first, but when they heard Gil speak out, their expressions changed from disappointment to surprise. Coulson and his party quickly walked in, and Barton, who entered last, closed the door. Gil took the four people to the room on the fourth floor. When Coulson, Barton, and Natasha saw the Winter Soldier with more than a dozen noble phantasms hanging around his neck, they were all stunned, and then acted as if they hadn't seen anything happen. Only Barton and Natasha pretended not to see it. Coulson showed some confusion after being stunned for a moment, but he was just confused and did not ask. However, when the three of them saw the metal prosthetic leg that fell on the ground, they were all shocked, and the eyes they looked at Gil changed slightly. Gil didn't care about the reaction of the four people. After sitting in the same position as before, he frowned and looked at the four Coulson people. He didn't observe it when he opened the door just now. Now he looked carefully and found that the woman who remembered the reward and the bastard who shot the arrow were actually there. They all got lucky. Seeing that some people were injured and others were exhausted, Gil waved to the four of them to sit down and said, "Tell me what happened." Gil is not a young man, so he naturally won't let someone who is familiar with him get injured and still stand there. What's more, the other person may be injured because of his own reasons. Gil won't let a few people sit down. This time Coulson was not trying to cover up. After sitting down, he did not care about the Winter Soldier who would have his throat cut if he was stuck in place and said directly, according to Mr. Gil's information, the director personally went to test Pierce, but he didn't. Thinking of the news that Pierce had come from, after meeting with the director, he directly asked a large group of agents to arrest the director. After that, Pierce sent a group of agents to seize the Sky aircraft carrier. Natasha and Barton and I were surrounded by them. Finally, we hurriedly took the parachutes and jumped from the exit of the Sky aircraft carrier. After that, we came to find you, Mr. Gil. After Coulson finished speaking in one breath, he poured himself a glass of water from the table and drank it. Is that bastard braised egg an idiot? Didn't I remind him that your organization has changed its name a long time ago? When Gil heard Corzer's explanation, he frowned and cursed mercilessly. This. Coulson nodded bitterly. Who knew that those level N agents were also brainwashed soldiers of Hydra? We and even the director thought that the entire SHIELD was meant to be SHIELD just because of Pierce. Coulson can't say a word now. If that doesn't matter, the most important thing is where Pierce got the news. That's what Coulson is most puzzled about. A bunch of idiots. Seeing Coulson's bitter nod, Jill cursed unabashedly. Corzer, Natasha, and Barton all lowered their heads, especially Natasha and Barton, who were bleeding from the beginning. In addition, their heads lowered and looking at the ground looked like two people who had already sat down. Like a dead person. Woman, I still remember the promise of rewards to you. Don't you want to use them now? Seeing the tragic looks on Barton and Natasha, Jill frowned and looked at Natasha. What? When Natasha heard calling her, she looked at Jill blankly. Not only is that bastard braised egg an idiot, but his subordinates are also idiots. When Jill saw Natasha's confused look, she knew that Natasha didn't remember the previous reward at all. Barton on the side seemed to remember something, raised his head and looked at Natasha and said, Natasha, he seemed to have promised a reward or something before. Wait, reward. Coulson seemed to have thought of something when he heard this. He first looked at the wounds on Barton and Natasha, then looked at Jill, and seemed to understand something. Gil glanced at Coulson and immediately restored Coulson to his original state, not daring to make any more guesses. Don't think too much. It's impossible for me to bring out fine wine. Although I appreciate that woman, she's not qualified yet. Gil said disdainfully when he saw Coulson returning to his original state. Is it? Hearing Gil's rejection, Coulson nodded. Although his expression did not change, there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. That's right, there is no reason for the other party to help me if he is neither a relative nor an acquaintance. Even letting him in is already an act of kindness and justice, not to mention that the other party also reminded the internal hidden dangers of his own organization. It is we who owe him, not him who owes us. Although Coulson understood in his heart, he was still a little disappointed. Next, where should Natasha and Barton go to treat their injuries? Regular hospitals are not allowed. Hydra must be monitoring the information, but the secret bases are all places for replenishing ammunition. There is no place to bandage and treat them. Coulson struggled again in his heart, especially when he saw the tired and pale faces of Natasha and Barton. However, there seems to be some wine in the king's treasure house that is not very tasty, so I will reluctantly give it to you. I don't know if it was Gil's intention, but when Coulson became anxious, he suddenly made a sharp turn, leaving Coulson stunned. As he spoke, Gil began to search the treasure trove for those long-lasting drinks, regardless of how Coulson felt. Golden light flashed on the table, and a wine bottle different from Coulson's last time appeared in front of the four people. Mr. Gil, this is... Coulson looked a little confused when he saw the sudden appearance of the wine bottle, while Natasha, Barton, and the other woman shrank their pupils, because the three of them had never known that Jill had the ability to suddenly conjure things. Not even the other woman knew Jill. Ignorant bastard, how can I not have the most common wine in my treasury? Jill saw the reactions of the other three people and said with a little disdain. Who knows how many things you have in your treasure house? Chapter 40. Coulson, who had seen Gilgamesh kill people with his noble phantasm and seen a flagon suddenly appear in front of him, wanted to complain. Gil said impatiently, the reward has been given. Heal the injury quickly and don't hold me back. Is this, using this wine to heal your wounds? Barton looked at the wine bottle that suddenly appeared in front of him and said blankly. There is no wine worse than this in my treasury. Don't waste my time. Drink it quickly. Seeing the unbelieving expressions on the three people's faces, Jill said coldly. And you, Coulson, are you prepared to hold me back in such a tired state? Okay, Mr. Gil. Coulson wiped the cold sweat from his head and nodded. None of them knew what Jill was going to do, and only Coulson vaguely guessed what it was. However, under pressure from Jill, they and Coulson had no choice but to pick up the jug and pour a glass each of them and drink. But Jill just sat on the sofa and watched the four of them drink the wine in the flask. This is not because Jill suddenly became kind-hearted or wanted to make friends with S.H.I.E.L.D., but it was impossible without four people. After all, the operating device of the Sky aircraft carrier and some agents were not Hydra soldiers. It would be embarrassing if they were accidentally injured. Even if the omniscient and omnipotent star has an effect on those unknown agents and the unknown devices of the Sky aircraft carrier, we still have to ask Jill if she is willing. Under Jill's gaze, the last woman also drank the wine from the flask. The moment the four of them drank the wine, they felt that the difference between the various wines they had drunk before and the wine they drank now was like heaven and earth. The moment the wine entered the mouth, they felt the aroma of the wine beating on their taste buds. Several people couldn't help but widen their eyes, even the woman whose expression had not changed since she entered the manor. Seeing the widened eyes of the four people, a mocking arc appeared at the corner of Gil's mouth. This is just the worst wine in the king's treasure house, there is no need to show such an expression. Damn it, such a delicious drink is only the worst. Why is it so frustrating to us? Several people who were still savoring the taste twitched their mouths, and suddenly there was a desire to beat Jill violently in their hearts. Seeing the four people's expressions of being angry and afraid to speak, Gil snorted coldly, "Bastards, look at the wounds on yourselves. It's not that I am moody, it's just that you bastards are too stupid." Among the people who heard Jill's reminder, Natasha and Barton suddenly found that the place where they had been injured suddenly became very itchy, making people want to scratch it. But Barton and Natasha resisted the itching feeling, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. The two people who had performed countless missions knew that this was the feeling that wounds had when they were healing. The wounds on their bodies were actually healing quickly. Guessing what it was, Barton and Natasha hurriedly looked at the place on their hands, and saw that their wounds were healing rapidly, and the torn muscle tissue was constantly growing new muscle tissue. Even deep in the wound, the two of them felt something pushing out from the wound. Pat, pat. With two crisp sounds, two blood-stained bullets fell from the wounds of the two men. Have you been enduring the pain? This made me take a high look. Gil admired after seeing bullets falling from the wounds of the two men. That's right, the two of them have been enduring pain since they were surrounded by Hydra and were injured. This is why the two of them have worse energy than Coulson. Mr. Gil, I feel that all my hidden illnesses have healed. There was a look of disbelief and joy on Coulson's face. After Coulson drank the wine given by Gil, he felt that the fatigue he felt during the escape completely disappeared, and the hidden illness left during the mission many years ago also disappeared. Others are not aware of this hidden disease, but Coulson himself is very clear about it. He was seriously injured in a mission many years ago. Although the mission was successful in the end, he was also sent to the emergency room for emergency treatment. Although he was finally treated in the emergency room, the method found by his own director allowed him to recover, but he also had hidden problems in his body. Once he used some fighting skills that were too large, he would feel pain like being torn apart. From then on, he became responsible for approaching the target and setting up traps. Get intelligence, or lead a team to do some long-range firepower, collection, investigation, etc. Otherwise, you can also perform the same tasks as Barton and Natasha. This has always been a thorn in Coulson's heart, and it has not been removed from the time he was injured until now. And now the thorn was actually cured with a glass of wine, which made Coulson not know what to say. It's just a hidden disease. How can this king's wine not cure the hidden disease? Gil gave Coulson a disgusted look. If the hidden disease couldn't be cured, wouldn't it be a disgrace to him? Mr. Gil, can you tell us what kind of wine this is? Coulson came back to his senses, the joy in his eyes dimmed a little, but he still asked with a hint of expectation in his tone. Gil frowned and did not answer Coulson's question. Although this wine is called the worst wine in the treasure house by Gil, the origin of this wine is not trivial. This wine happened to be created by a goddess in charge of medicine. Originally, it was nothing, but for Gil, who hated God the most, this happened to be the reason why Gil didn't want to mention it. Even if it was combined with the arrogance of the god, Gil extremely disgusted. And that goddess is not an ordinary god, she is a maid beside Odin's wife Frigga. It just so happens that Norse mythology exists in the Marvel world, so Gil is even more reluctant to mention it. If Mr. Gil doesn't want to say anything, just pretend I didn't ask. Coulson, who had sharp eyes, saw Gil frowning and looking displeased and quickly tried to smooth things over. Some things are not so easy to find out. After hearing Coulson trying to smooth things over, Gil said calmly, "There are some things that I don't want to recall, especially about some outsiders." "Mr. Gil, I understand." Coulson nodded. Although he didn't know what the outer people meant, in Coulson's impression they were probably aliens like the Kree. "As long as you know." Gil nodded. Although Coulson reminded Gil of bad things, Gil did not directly blame Coulson. His collection was indeed easily shocked by ordinary humans, and the other party did not know about it. A little reminder, it'll be ready in one go. Chapter 41. Anyone who offends Gil will be killed, so he is no longer a wise king, but a tyrant Shem in his youth. Now that everything is fine, let's go get back what you lost. Seeing that all four of them were already well, Gil stopped recalling the bad things and shook his head and looked at the four of them seriously. "It's time for me to go meet that bastard myself." Gil's familiar smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Gil had not forgotten that Hydra was attacked by a sneak attack the first time he came to this world. If it hadn't been for Ancient One, Gil might have been awakened and not fully integrated, which would have happened. Unknown accident. At this moment, Gil's smile seemed to the other four people, and there was still endless terror under this smile. "Although I don't know what happened, I always feel like someone is going to be unlucky." The four of them shuddered in unison. The wine bottle on the table disappeared, and Gil stood up. A huge golden light also appeared at the door of the manor, and Vimana emerged from it. Gil walked out of the room, arrived at the door of the manor, and walked towards Vimana, who was already parked on the ground. The four of them followed Gil out. When Natasha and Barton saw Vimana emitting golden light, their pupils shrank. Although they had seen it once that night, they were first frightened by Gil's aura, and then when they came back to their senses, they found that Gil's Vimana had flown away and they didn't even look carefully. Now the two of them finally observed the Vimana carefully. Even the other woman raised her eyebrows and glanced at Gil again. Only Coulson, who saw Vimana, felt that it was not that simple, because Cole, who had already experienced it once, suddenly felt bad when he saw Gil about to sit on Vimana, and quickly asked, "Mr. Gil, what are you doing?" "My target is just the bastard who attacked me," Gil said without looking back. "It's over." Coulson sighed after hearing this. Coulson, who had already persuaded Gil once, knew that Gil always meant what he said. "Although I don't know who angered Mr. Gil this time, I pray that Mr. Gil doesn't cause too much trouble this time." Coulson looked at Vimana taking off with a very helpless expression. Coulson's helplessness was not that he couldn't dissuade Gil, but that no one was there to deal with the aftermath this time. The series of things that happened to Gil yesterday were suppressed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Because Gil was suspended in the sky for too long, everyone on the ground picked up their mobile phones to take videos and photos and posted them on the internet. For a while, the internet was in trouble. There was a stir about where this golden spaceship came from. Various military conspiracy theories and alien theories spread throughout the internet. Various netizens began to speculate whether it was a new fighter developed secretly by various countries or researched by some secret organization. Last night, S.H.I.E.L.D. was very busy because of this kind of rumors. They deleted posts, deleted videos, blocked the internet, blocked servers, etc., and a series of actions finally made the sensation caused by Gil subside. But now that the sky carrier has been occupied by Hydra, almost 2/3 of its subordinates have rebelled, and the director has been arrested. If Jill causes a sensation, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not be able to help Gil suppress it. As for Hydra, even less likely to help. Okay, we have to start getting busy. What are your plans? Coulson turned his head and looked at the three of them to see if they had any good strategies or something. They haven't restricted my authority yet. We can ask the military for a plane to go to the heli-carrier. The woman who had been silent for a long time suddenly said, "My mission has been completed long ago, but I haven't reported back yet, so my temporary deployment authority has not been taken back yet." Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Coulson nodded but still reminded, it's best to dispatch a plane with a jamming device. I'm worried that when the plane approaches, Hydra will go crazy enough to blow up our plane. Don't worry, I know what to do, and I will dispatch a fighter group to protect us. The woman called Iron Cavalry nodded and began to contact the military. By the way, let them bring an armed fighter. We need some ammunition. Coulson reminded again. Clear. After hearing the reply from the cavalry, Corsair looked at Natasha and Barton, with a smile on his face that was unfamiliar to the other two, but contained confidence. It seems that I can finally be with you this time. Let's go on a mission together. Old friend, although I don't know what happened to you in the past, I welcome you. Barton nodded and punched Coulson. Coulson saw Barton's movements and stretched out his fist to touch Barton. I didn't expect that when we were on a mission together, we would be rescuing our own organization. Anyway, welcome, Coulson. Natasha took out the pistol at her side and nodded to Coulson. If it's unnecessary, I won't say it anymore. The military is arranging our whereabouts and where we should gather. At this moment, the cavalryman who had contacted the military also came over, looked at the four of them expressionlessly and said, "Let's go, the meeting point is still far away from here. The sooner we get there, the better we can ensure the safety of the sky carrier and others." Ah! The three of them nodded in unison, and then all left the manor. In the manor, in Jill's bedroom, the Winter Soldier glanced at the precious phantom still on his neck, and was speechless for a long time. Not only the four Coulsons took action, but even the President of the United States, Asima, was worried about this matter. Now Asima is sitting in the main seat of the conference room with a headache looking at the other politicians and congressmen who are chattering. A congressman was saying something righteously. That Pierce actually dared to imprison Nick Fury without our order. It's just nonsense. I recommend that Pierce be removed from his position immediately and replaced by someone else. The congressman's tone was fierce, as if Pierce had done something evil. Member Seeger, the above-mentioned position of Pierce does not mean that he can be removed from the position. It must be approved by the people in the National Assembly. A politician sitting next to Asima glanced at the congressman who spoke righteously and said calmly, "No matter how powerful the National Assembly is, can it have as much power as the President? Mr. President, I apply to directly remove Pierce from his position." The congressman named Sitch turned to look at Asima, who had a headache on his face, with a hint of no doubt in his tone. "Your Excellency, I hope you can choose carefully, otherwise you are likely to encounter some accidents." Chapter 42. The congressman also turned to look at Asima. The remaining members of Congress who had remained silent also looked at Asima. Enough. Seeing everyone staring at him, Asima, who had a headache, finally couldn't help it anymore. "I will deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. matters. The most important thing now is that the National Assembly does not let go. There is nothing I can do." Asima was in a bad mood, especially when the National Assembly was mentioned again. His face turned as black as coal. As the president of the world's hegemon, he was actually suppressed by a national parliament. The national parliament could even change his position as president halfway as long as more than half of the people voted for it. This made Asima feel good. This time the topic ends here. Pierce will be discussed later. The most important thing now is how to get the people in the National Assembly to let go. In Osima's view, the strange action of Pierce, the former director of SHIELD, is irrelevant. The most important thing is that when Osima found out, the National Assembly actually used Nick Fury to directly investigate SHIELD without orders. The former director of the bureau was detained for reasons. Damn it, you guys really think that I, the president, are really just a pawn, and that the energy and connections that I use to be the president are just words. Even if I try to get laid off this time, I will still lose a bite of my flesh on you. Recalling the arrogant face of the National Assembly, Osima felt an itch in his teeth, but he couldn't stop it, so he could only suffer in this way. The National Congress is actually an entity similar to the Council of Elders, which governs most affairs in the United States. Even the President and Congressmen have to listen to the National Congress. The members of the National Assembly are actually members of various financial groups in the United States, as well as members of some reclusive families that have been passed down to this day. For them, the President and members of Parliament can be replaced at will, but this situation can also happen unexpectedly. For example, the current Osima is backed by a reclusive family. Even if the National Assembly votes to replace him, Osima will still have to be replaced. There is a reason or compensation for the hidden family behind it, otherwise those good-looking hidden families are likely to start a fight directly. Snake Shield. Pierce, you have a good plan. Seeing the politicians and congressmen arguing again in front of him, a cold light flashed in Osima's eyes. Osima, who had just targeted Pierce, didn't know that Pierce had already been targeted by one of the oldest kings. That bastard has already gone to the sky carrier. Is the bastard so confident? Gil, who was flying at high speed in Vimana, used the omniscient star to find the location of Alexander Pierce. But what also surprised Jill was that one of the heads of the Hydra flew towards the sky aircraft carrier so confidently. Even if it had completely controlled S.H.I.E.L.D., it was still too confident. Confidence is a good thing, but overconfidence can turn into foolishness. The profound meaning of this sentence seems a bit big. Bastard, you've reached the sky. Let you enjoy the feeling of being bombarded. Jill smiled slightly. Treat others in their own way. Brush. Under Gil's control, Vimana increased his speed again and flew towards a certain direction in the sky. Pierce, who was heading to the aircraft carrier, suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, as if he was being targeted by someone. Speed up and get to the sky carrier quickly, I always feel like what will happen. Pierce, who felt something was wrong, said worriedly to the pilot who was controlling the plane. Yes, sir. The pilot began to operate, and the speed of the plane obviously increased by another level. However, as the speed of the plane increased, the ominous feeling in Pierce's heart became stronger and stronger. What is going on? Is something going to happen? Pierce covered his chest and carefully felt the chill coming from the bottom of his heart. On the other side, Gil's speed is getting faster and faster. At Vimana's flying speed, the air has turned into a substantial dagger. Ordinary people without protection will definitely be cut by the sharp air. After a while, a black manned aircraft appeared in front of Jill. It looked like a Quinjet, but there were some differences. At the same time, the pilot on the Quinjet that Pierce was riding also discovered a UFO in the distance. Sir, something unknown is approaching us rapidly. What should we do? The pilot turned back to Pierce for instructions. Act according to the situation. My route of action has not been leaked. Maybe the other party is a fighter jet on a mission. Pierce suppressed the chill in his heart, waved his hand and said. Sir, the opponent seems to be heading straight for us, and will collide with us in 12 seconds. The pilot's voice suddenly shouted, anxiety laced in his tone. Then shoot it down. Pierce also yelled. He was in a bad mood because of the sudden feeling in his heart, and someone happened to touch my brow. I can only blame you for your bad luck. Yes. The pilot immediately switched the operation to fighter mode, and at the same time began to lock on the aircraft flying towards him quickly, and placed his finger on the launch button. "Don't complain that I didn't give you a chance to fight back. I let you live for a few more hours. If you take action against me, your fate has already been sealed." On the high-speed flying Vimana, Gil saw the Quinjet in front of him. 6 noble phantasms appeared from both sides of Vimana, flying straight towards the Quinjet. The pilot who saw this scene quickly released the launch button and began to operate the control stick with great reluctance to avoid the flying noble phantasm. "What is that golden light? Is it some new missile?" Pierce was surprised when he noticed the noble phantasm due to the strong light it radiated. "Sir, that golden light seems to be a cold weapon." Soon, the pilot corrected Pierce's surprise, but his tone also contained disbelief. If the situation didn't allow it, the pilot would have wanted to wipe his eyes to see if his eyes were blurry. Can French cold weapons be launched? Do current aircraft still use cold weapons as ammunition? Hearing the pilot's words, even Pierce couldn't bear it, and his face instantly turned livid. Logically speaking, Pierce, who has experienced countless incidents and is one of the heads of Hydra, cannot be so easily emotional. It was only because of the chill in his heart and too many unexpected things that made Pierce change. Gotta be so emotional. And some unknown reasons. Chapter 43. He was flying well at first, but a UFO suddenly appeared and attacked him with cold weapons. He was not afraid of 10,000, but just in case. If it really hit the plane he was riding on, Pierce would have no place to cry. "Have you avoided it? How can you avoid it if it's doubled?" Seeing that the Quinjet Pierce was riding in safely evaded the noble phantasm launched by him, Gil was not angry. If he died, then it could only be said that Pierce was really just a waste. Brush! Another golden light flashed, but this time the number of noble phantasms projected by Gil changed from 6 to 12. "Can I escape this time?" The 12 noble phantasms, under Gil's control, blocked other routes of the manned aircraft, leaving only a small gap for the manned aircraft. The pilot who had just dodged 6 noble phantasms had not yet breathed a sigh of relief when he saw another golden light appearing in front of him, and this time it was not 6, but more than a dozen. "Shit is here again." The pilot who saw this scene couldn't express his pain, and his mood was extremely broken, but there was no way. In order to survive, the pilot had to grit his teeth and look closely at the gap that Gil deliberately exposed, and control the plane towards fly there. "Hold on, I'll contact headquarters to come here for support." Seeing the pilot's reluctant operation, Pierce also began to contact S.H.I.E.L.D., which had been controlled, and asked his men to come over for support. Just when the pilot had just dodged the 12 noble phantasms, Vimana and the Quinjet passed by each other in an instant. "What the hell is this?" The pilot who passed by Vimana barely saw a white figure on the UFO, and his hair stood on end instantly. Not only is it a cold weapon, it also has no protective equipment. The pilot can guarantee that he has never seen such a flying object, or even heard of it. If you still avoid it, then double the number. Gil saw the Quinjet flying out of the gap he had deliberately left, and controlled Vimana to turn around and follow the Quinjet. At the same time, a total of 24 golden phantoms appeared on both sides of Vimana, heading towards the Quinjet in front of Gil. And this time, not just once, but twice in a row, a total of 48 noble phantasms chased the Quinjet. "It's over, I can't escape this time." The pilot of the Quinjet showed a wry smile when he saw the pursuit information, crisis signals and images displayed on the control panel. In the image displayed on the console, the noble phantasm projected back and forth by Gil formed a huge net, like a radiating fishing net, while the Quinjet looked like a fish that was about to be doomed, about to be formed by the noble phantasm. Covered by fishing nets. "How is it possible that I, Pierce, am going to die here?" Compared to the pilot's indifference, Pierce had an extremely unwilling expression, and the bloodshot eyes seemed to burst out. "Bastard, I have no interest in interrogating you anymore. with the honor of being killed by me personally, repent in hell. The function of the omniscient and omnipotent star manifested, not only in Pierce's reaction before his death, but also in the reason why Pierce knew all this, which was also revealed to Jill. How could a group of bastards coincidentally coincide with the information I said? It seems that I have obtained some incredible information. Using the omniscient star, Jill had a scene of a secret conversation in her mind. It was a call between Pierce and an old woman. The old woman on the phone said, according to the latest tips, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, has noticed your abnormality and will test your attitude in the near future. Then what should I do? Pierce said in a solemn tone. Nick Fury once came into contact with an outsider named Gilgamesh, and blocked all information about him. When Nick Fury came to test you, he was imprisoned, and then used your power to kill other members of SHIELD. The personnel were also imprisoned, and finally went to SHIELD headquarters to find out the information blocked by Nick Fury, and modified the information on the file of the outsider named Gilgamesh to be able to control people's thoughts, and transferred Nick Fury and just blame the outsider for what happened in SHIELD and hand it over to the president of your country. Is that so? I understand, Mrs. Gao, I know what to do. After listening to the old woman's instructions, Pierce nodded, the gratitude in his tone stronger than ever before. The information reflected by the omniscient and omnipotent star ends here, but this bit of information allowed Jill to make some different discoveries. Mrs. Gao. Does the hand meet? Jill was a little confused. A bastard who had lived for more than 400 years actually knew the plot information and told Pierce in advance. And the most important thing is that one of the heads of Pierce, the Hydra, is actually involved with the hand. Although Gil frowned when he learned this, he didn't have much reaction. The water in Marvel is very deep, even if there is, it is also normal for some situations not shown in the plot. It may sound like it took a lot of time, but all of this happened in only a few dozen seconds, especially when Gil deliberately slowed down the flying speed of his noble phantasm. When Gil learned the secret, the Quinjet Pierce was riding in had just been penetrated by Gil's noble phantasm. I would die here, outsider Gilgamesh, I remember you. When the Quinjet's fire was about to engulf Pierce, a voice that didn't look like Pierce came from Pierce's mouth. Seeing his body being swallowed up by the fire, the blood in Pierce's eyes seemed to turn into substantial blood, and he stared in a certain direction. That direction was where Jill was. Pierce's voice broke through the sound of the fighter plane's explosion and rang in the sky. The next second, the fire engulfed Pierce. Bastard, it's natural to remember this king. This is an honor that will accompany your death. But the bastard actually dares to call this king by his name. It's really bold. Hearing Pierce's extremely angry and unwilling voice, Gil shook his head in amusement. He was already dead, and I didn't care about him anymore. It seems to outsiders that there are already some secrets that I don't know about, so let's just find out. Gil ignored the wreckage of the falling plane and once again used the omniscient star that had not stopped yet. At the same time, he changed the targets he wanted to know to the hand and the so-called Madame Gao. Chapter 44. However, this time, the omniscient and omnipotent star seemed to be blocked by something. Only Madame Gao's information and the hand's information appeared. Part of the information seemed to be blocked by something. Jill only saw a layer of white fog. The all-knowing and all-powerful star actually cannot appear. Jill saw the fog in her mind and opened her eyes. Even in Jill's memory, the omniscient and omnipotent star has never been in this situation, even when facing the gods. But now it was actually blocked by a small hand, which made Jill somewhat unexpected. Is it something comparable to the Infinity Stones? Except for the Infinity Stones, or even stronger than the Infinity Stones, otherwise the omniscient and omnipotent star would never encounter such a situation. As for the omniscient and omnipotent star, Gil is confident enough that it can be compared to the Infinity Stones, even if it is not the same level, it is at the level of an artifact. Although the Xingyu world and the Marvel world are not comparable at all, it does not prevent Jill from having confidence in the omniscient and omnipotent star. Since the omniscient and omnipotent star has been blocked, I will go and see for myself. The bastard is dead, so it's time to go and see the mastermind behind it. Without wasting time, after Gil made his decision, he controlled Vimana to fly towards the headquarters of the Hand Association. The ability to block the omniscient and omnipotent star was enough to arouse Gil's interest. In the sky, Jill was flying faster and faster, and the arrival time was constantly shortening. The place where Jill flew over was in an underground base in the island country. Not only was the headquarters of the Hand, but also the 5 leaders of the Hand were there. 5 bastards who long for eternal life. How can eternal life be so easy to get? Jill had already learned from the omniscient and omnipotent star about what the Hand longed for, but it was what the Hand longed for that made Jill even more dismissive. In Jill's memory, he was once afraid of his short life, and even went down to the underworld to obtain the herb for eternal life. Although he succeeded in the end, he was eaten by a snake on the way back. The only chance? No more. From then on, Jill realized that she had become an old man. The original Jill might have been afraid because of the short life, but now Jill has seen a broader world. In any case, immortality is something that even gods cannot achieve. Even Odin, who is as powerful as his heavenly father, can only rely on Odin's sleep to maintain his life. And the Ancient One, who is as powerful as his heavenly father, can only by continuously absorbing Dormammu's power to maintain life. Even the 2 with heavenly father level strength cannot do it, let alone an ordinary hand. As for the legend of Dragon Bones, who knows whether it is true or not? If it is true, Jill would not mind collecting it himself to enrich his treasure trove. It is estimated that in the Marvel world, only OAA can be immortal, or even OAA cannot be immortal. Living for 400 years is another kind of eternal life, but if you offend me, your eternal life will end here. When Jill came back to her senses, she saw a virgin forest that had not yet been developed. Have we arrived? Then let me see who is behind this. Gil looked at a certain place in the primeval forest, where the headquarters of the Hand was located. The essence of a bastard will never change no matter how long he lives. Are you hiding underground because you are afraid? Gil's eyes seemed to penetrate the soil and see the headquarters of the Hand. At the same time, the Hand, who was targeted by Gil, also discovered Gil and were taking quick measures. In a room at the Hand's headquarters, 5 slightly older people were kneeling on the ground discussing things. Now Jinpin has been eliminated by that outsider, because Jinpin's death has caused huge losses to our business. Now our goods have not only been divided up, but some of them have been discovered by American police. Now what to do? One of the old men looked at the woman next to him. Wearing a kimono, the old woman was silent for a moment, opened her eyelids with some wrinkles due to aging, and said slowly. Fisk's death was unexpected by us. The outsider's character it's unpredictable. Fisk was killed without provoking the outsider, and the great Lord Ringwraith didn't tell us that there were outsiders before that. If Gilgamesh were here, he would definitely hear that this is the female voice that appears when using the omniscient and omnipotent star, which is Mrs. Gao in Pierce's mouth. The old man sitting opposite Mrs. Gao asked doubtfully, does it mean that Lord Ringwraith also makes miscalculations sometimes? Mrs. Gao shook her head when she heard this. Lord the Ring Spirit told me that that person is an outsider. In other words, the person named Gilgamesh is not from this era, or even from this world. As soon as Mrs. Gao finished speaking, the only woman except Mrs. Gao opened her eyes. In the past, there was a hero king named Gilgamesh. My intuition told me that that outsider was not the same as the one in history. The King of Heroes has a direct relationship. The woman's appearance is incompatible with the other 4 elderly people. Among the 5, she is the youngest one. What you said is true. The woman's words made Mrs. Gao change her face. If this was true, it would be troublesome. However, the woman did not answer Mrs. Gao's inquiry but asked instead, don't you believe my intuition? Mrs. Gao's face finally turned ugly, but there was a trace of expectation. Not only Mrs. Gao, but also the other three people, including the previous woman, had a trace of greed in their eyes. Mrs. Gao said with a hint of excitement in her tone, "If it is really as Aziz said, then the outsiders mentioned by Lord Ringwraith are very likely not from this era." Buzzing. At this moment, the alarm sounded throughout the entire Hand headquarters, interrupting what Mrs. Gao was about to say. "What's going on? The alarm has never been triggered before. Why did it suddenly go off?" Mrs. Gao, who was interrupted by the alarm, quickly stood up, walked to the wall of the room, and pressed the secret button. "Madam, there are intruders outside the base." When Mrs. Gao pressed the button, an anxious voice came into the room. "Open the image." Mrs. Gao ordered with a sullen face. Transmitting images. A huge real-time image was unfolded on the wall in front of Mrs. Gao and the other four people. In the image was a huge spaceship that was emitting light, made of material that looked like gold, and green fire was spraying from behind. Chapter 45. It's him. The first time she saw the spaceship, Mrs. Gao's gloomy expression instantly turned ugly. "What do you mean, who is he?" Seeing Mrs. Gao's bad expression, one of the old men asked quickly. Mrs. Gao slowly spit out 3 words, "Outsiders." "Is he the one who killed Fisk and was even mentioned by Lord Ringwraith?" Hearing the word outsider, the 4 people nodded, and at the same time they understood why Mrs. Gao's face looked so bad. Including Mrs. Gao, all 5 of them had heard of the outsiders mentioned by Lord Ringwraith, but except for Mrs. Gao, the other 4 people had never seen what the so-called outsider Gilgamesh looked like. Since Mrs. Gao was mainly responsible for the drug trade in New York, Mrs. Gao, who had contact with Kingpin after the death of Wilson Fisk, Kingpin, was the first to know about Gilgamesh. After seeing Jill in the image, Mrs. Gao did not hesitate at all, and ordered with a sullen face, "The opponent's spaceship seems to be of unknown technology. Shoot down the spacecraft and capture the intruder alive. The location of our headquarters cannot be exposed." Clear. After Mrs. Gao gave the order, the hand quickly moved up and down. Ninjas wearing hoods and black and red tights were sent out one by one. Each ninja also carried a dart pistol and a samurai sword. It's not just ninjas. Various large weapons such as anti-aircraft missiles also extend to the ground. Cannon fodder that was less useful than ninjas were also arranged to go out. After all, what Mrs. Gao said was that as long as they were captured alive, it also meant that they only needed to survive or be seriously injured. Welcome this king with such a grand ceremony. A bastard is a bastard. Seeing the anti-aircraft missiles protruding from the ground and the group of ninjas running around in the forest from the corner of his eye, Jill's expression did not change at all. Snapped. With the snap of fingers, a translucent golden energy shield appeared around Vimana, enveloping Vimana. It is the energy shield that Gil uses when fusing the source of magic power. Boom! A flash of fire appeared outside the newly formed energy shield. It was the fire that exploded when it hit the energy shield. The power is a bit greater, but it is not enough to break the shield of my throne. The flash of light that appeared made Gil shake his head in disdain. No one knew the function of Vimana better than Gil. Those modern flying missiles were simply not enough to shatter Vimana's shield. Even if the energy was consumed by artillery fire, Gil could still destroy Vimana's shield. The own magic power is input into Vimana, and Vimana is filled with energy again. What weapon should I use to drive out the bastard hiding underneath? Ignoring the trash on the ground, Gil was thinking about how to get out the Hand Club's headquarters. Originally, Gil wanted to drop the nuclear warhead directly, but then Gil gave up the idea. Nuclear warheads won't work. Using nuclear warheads to deal with the bastards is too overestimating. There is a chance that the bastards will die completely. I am here to interrogate the mastermind behind the scenes. The bastards are all dead and the clues are gone. Gil, who gave up the idea of dropping a nuclear warhead, began to search his treasure house for some reliable noble phantasms. Earth Scepter. Originally, Gil didn't have much hope, but a scepter made Gil's eyes light up. Without hesitation, Gil took out the scepter from the treasure house and used the omniscient star to learn the information about the scepter. Earth Scepter. Grade, B. Type, Natural Noble Phantasm. Legend has it that this scepter was made by a wizard who wanted to turn the whole world into a desert. When making the scepter, due to the special nature of its material, it turned into a precious phantom when the scepter was formed, and the user could use it. This divine staff can freely control the earth, but it needs to be activated with magic power, otherwise it will directly drain the user's life force. Except for those unclean noble phantasms, that noble phantasm does not require magic power. It is just a noble phantasm that extracts life force. I am afraid that the magic power of this king can burst this scepter now. After Gil sorted out the information about the scepter, he had no reaction at all to absorbing life force to activate it. Are you kidding me? The source of magic does not exist. As Gil said, Gil, who has been fused with the source of magic, can even make the scepter explode by the surging magic. A scepter that can control the earth. It seems that the bastard's fate has been sealed. Gil held the earth scepter in his hand, with a cruel smile on his lips, and began to input magic power into the precious phantom in his hand. While inputting magic power into the noble phantasm, Gil also began to use the noble phantasm. When Gil uses his noble phantasm, the entire earth feels like it is under Gil's control. If the bastards have the guts to attack me, then I will pull the bastard's base out of the ground. As soon as Gil finished speaking, the ground seemed to have experienced an earthquake and began to tremble violently. At the same time, a huge crack slowly opened on the ground, and an underground base made of steel appeared in the center of the crack. As the ground began to tremble, Gil looked slightly at the gun barrels extending from the ground and still firing missiles, as well as the cannon fodder and ninjas who still thought they had not been discovered. Bastard, if you want to blame, just blame the bastard who is trying to live forever. I am just trying to free you. Seeing the looks of cannon fodder and ninjas, Gil's red eyes flashed. Gil, who knew all the information about the hand, knew that these brave-looking ninjas were just dead soldiers, and they were all 5 fingers of the hand. He began training death warriors when he was young. Since they are dead soldiers without thoughts of their own and are still hostile to Gil, it is impossible for Gil to let them go. The ground in the area where the group of ninjas who thought Gil hadn't noticed them also began to tremble. The originally peaceful land suddenly closed in toward the center from both sides of the group of ninjas like a human hand. Snapped. Just like swatting flies, the ninjas who were still ambushing for opportunities disappeared without a trace in an instant and were swatted directly inside. Not even a little blood was left, as if those ninjas had never existed at all. Not only this group of ninjas, but also anti-aircraft guns and missile devices were swallowed up one by the shaking earth. The hand's offensive measures were basically wiped out under Gil's attack. At the same time, the hand's headquarters hidden underground was fully revealed. The underground base made of silver-white steel also contains some equipment for making drugs and various high-tech things. Chapter 46. When the underground base began to tremble, the 5 fingers of the hand and other people began to fall into a state of panic. They simply did not understand why the base that was well hidden underground suddenly began to shake and reached the ground. Unlike others, Mrs. Gao's face, who knew some information about Gil, became even more ugly and filled with fear. We seem to have messed with the wrong person. This kind of power is not something normal humans can possess. When Mrs. Gao saw the scepter in Gil's hand on the real-time image, a chill appeared in her heart. After living for more than 400 years, she could be considered a complete old monster. Mrs. Gao's intuition told her that the vibration of the ground and Gil's the scepter in the hand has nothing to do with it. Bastards, no matter how deep you hide, I will dig you out. Seeing that the huge underground base had come out, Gil also put away the earth scepter, and at the same time controlled Vimana to slowly descend to the ground. After walking down from Vimana, more than 10 links connecting to the treasure house appeared behind Gil, and the noble phantasm appeared behind Gil. That's it for the king's entertainment, the bastard who wants to live forever. Gil jumped down from Vimana and looked coldly at the underground base in front of him. Now, there's trouble. Hearing Jill's voice in the image, Mrs. Gao's face was gloomy and uncertain. She seemed to have made some determination. She turned around and looked at the other 4 people and said, "Go and ask the Lord Ringwraith to come quickly or we will all die here." Mrs. Gao's voice had a hint of sharpness, and it didn't sound like Mrs. Gao's voice at all. Yes, Lord Ringwraith must have a way. Although the other 4 people heard something was wrong, they did not pay attention to it at this critical moment. Instead, they walked out of the room one by one and headed towards a blocked room in the base. After the 4 people left the room, Mrs. Gao turned around and looked at Gilgamesh in the image in front of her, with hatred and murderous intent in her eyes. My true body still lacks a trace of fear to be combined. At such a critical moment, I would be targeted by Gilgamesh. What a mistake! No matter how you appeared in this world, since you have set your sights on me, let's fight to the death. A trace of red light appeared in Mrs. Gao's eyes. Warning, warning, an unknown situation has occurred. The task has been released. Please pay attention to the host. Outside the underground base, the voice of the system that had been silent for a long time suddenly sounded in Jill's mind. Unknown. After hearing what the system said, Gil was a little confused, but he was not too surprised. Even his omniscient and omnipotent star could not display the information, so it was understandable that an unknown situation appeared now. Mission: unknown enemy. Goal: find out who's behind all this. Reward: mysterious scabbard. The short message quickly entered Jill's mind. The unknown enemy is indeed similar to what I expected. I'm afraid it's a bastard beyond the plot. Originally, Gil had already guessed in this direction, but now the emergence of the system has made Gil more certain of his thoughts. The mastermind behind this is probably a guy outside the plot. At this moment, the system that had issued the mission suddenly reminded, "Host, please be careful, this mission is not easy." Gil smiled silently after hearing the system prompt, "How can you, a mere bastard, scare me?" However, there is no introduction to this mission, only one goal, which really surprises me. The previous 2 missions had mission descriptions, but this time there was no description. The mission released by the system undoubtedly aroused Jill's interest. Gil's eyes were cold. I also want to see what the bastard who plotted against me is really capable of. But, plotting against the king is a capital crime. As soon as Gil's words changed, there was only a cold look on his face. After Gil came back to his senses during the call with the system, he looked at the underground base with cold eyes. "Do you want me to wait for you, bastard? Or do you want me to go in and find you in person?" But at that time, there was no movement in the underground base, and even the screams coming from inside had disappeared. Gil frowned slightly. Gil's extraordinary hearing did not hear any sounds coming from the underground base. Just now, Gil also heard frightened sounds coming from inside from time to time, but now it has only been a few decades. Seconds, why is there no sound at all inside? Why is there suddenly no sound? Could it be that something unexpected happened? Gil looked at the underground base and took out a pseudo-spiral sword from the treasure house with a blade like a top. Holding the spiral sword in his hand, Gil threw the spiral sword in his hand towards the underground base. Zi! With a burst of teeth grinding, the spiral sword thrown out by Gil penetrated the wall of the underground base without any bias. The location where Gil was thrown out was exactly the room where Mrs. Gao and the other 4 fingers were. But what was strange was that when Gil threw the spiral sword out, although the wall had been penetrated, there was still no sound except for the sound of the wall being penetrated. The sound appeared, and the atmosphere in the entire underground base was deathly silent and eerie. The underground base where the bastard is located seems to be occupied by something dirty. Gil felt that the noble phantasm he threw out seemed to have penetrated a layer of sticky stuff, and the slight sound made at that moment was clearly heard by Gil. Gil himself couldn't tell the specific feeling, but Gil was sure that the layer of sticky stuff that was penetrated seemed to be a wall made of flesh and blood. Bang bang, bang bang. At this moment, a sound similar to the beating of a heart suddenly sounded in the originally silent underground base. Dirty stuff. Jill frowned when she heard the heartbeat. This sound like a heartbeat gave Jill a slight sense of danger. Crash. In addition to the sound of a beating heart, there is also a sound similar to liquid flowing on the ground. Immediately afterwards, a voice with a strong murderous intent came from the underground base. Gilgamesh, although I don't know how you appeared in this world, you have destroyed my good deeds again and again, I want you to die now. Are you the mastermind behind all this? An ant who only dares to hide in the shadows, but also dares to speak out and want to kill me. As if he heard some joke, Jill not only smiled but said, Bastard, if you know who I am and don't kneel down and beg for my forgiveness, or even try to resist me, I will grant your last wish. Chapter 47. Before he finished speaking, the Earth Scepter appeared again in Gil's hand. With a wave of the Earth Scepter in Gil's hand, the underground base began to sink toward the ground. Don't go too far, bastard. The voices in the underground base seemed to sense the movement outside and let out a roar. Then, a hole opened in the underground base that began to sink into the ground. Countless blood-red liquids poured out crazily from the hole. Come out! Not only the liquid, but also countless forest-white bones, flesh and blood, and broken limbs in the liquid. A monster composed of blood-red liquid and flesh appeared in front of Jill. When Gil saw this scene, he didn't expect that the other party was actually a red lump. He said disgustedly, You are complimenting me by calling me a bastard. I was actually tricked by a bastard who is not even a human being. It is simply a disgrace to this king. Isn't it because I want you to die? It seemed that Jill's ridicule angered the flesh and blood that came out of the underground base, and the flesh and blood actually began to fuse. Countless white bones were the first to fuse together, and then the stumps and broken arms began to crawl up the bones as if they were autonomous. Finally, the blood-red liquid and the disgusting flesh crawled up the bones. It's really disgusting, more disgusting than the monsters I have killed before. The live fusion performance made Jill frown. If it were an ordinary person here, he would definitely vomit and faint. You are the monster. Have you ever thought that I was once a human being? Originally it was just a remark of disdain from Gil, but the fused monster sounded really nakedly mocking. Beast, shut your mouth for me. The monster in front of him merged very quickly, but Gil had no intention of letting this monster merge before taking action. They are just beasts. Not only did they devour humans, but they also attacked me. I have no interest in listening to your sophistry. A steady stream of magic power was input from Gil's body into the Earth Scepter in his hand. Gil had no patience to wait for a monster. Behind the fused monster, a wave like a tsunami rose from the ground, hitting the monster in front. The size of the wave was more than 10 meters high, and it was pressing towards the monster underground at an extremely fast speed. Click! The monster's defenseless wave of earth hit the ground, and the fusion was interrupted. There was even a faint sound of broken bones. Bastard, bastard, I must kill you, I must. The monster sent underground roared miserably, with murderous intent and hatred in its tone that was stronger than ever before. Are you out of your mind, you beast? With so many bastards integrated into one, your mind may be about to collapse. Anyone with any intelligence will find that the current monsters have become somewhat abnormal. The monster photographed underground by Gil's control turned into blood-red liquid again, and gradually appeared on the ground. But the difference from before was that there was much less liquid coming from the underground to the ground, and the monster's tone also changed. Became a lot weaker. Kill you, kill you. The monster's tone was very weak, and even his murderous intent was much lessened. Blood is like water, and it cannot escape the absorption of the soil. Beast, although I don't know where you know this king, it is your biggest mistake to think that this king is too simple. Gil looked at the monster that wanted to merge again, his cold eyes devoid of any emotion. The flesh and blood of those bastards are part of your body. It's a good idea, but I also have things to deal with beasts in my treasure house. As he said that, a spear emitting a strange red light appeared in Gil's hand. It was a low-level noble phantasm that was used to deal with Kingpin before, the strange spear. Beast, let me see what secrets you have. Gil threw out the spear in his hand, and the spear pierced the monster that was still trying to fuse at an extremely fast speed. What? Although the monster was unconscious, it still felt strangely painful. The moment the strange spear came into contact with the blood, the monster screamed. As expected, he is a beast that devours bastards to strengthen himself. Let me let you taste what it feels like to be devoured. Seeing the monster scream, Gil put away the noble phantasm behind his back that was ready to be launched at any time, also put away the earth scepter in his hand, and looked at the monster that had begun to struggle indifferently. Gil didn't feel any pity for the monster in front of him who once said he was a human. According to Gil's speculation, the monster in front of him was definitely not that simple. A monster that could only devour could not spread a net that could cover the three Marvel forces. Gil even suspected that there was an unknown black hand behind this monster. Hellfire mutants, the leader of the nine-headed reptiles, and the hybrid organization in front of us, a beast that relies on devouring flesh and blood, have any ability to make the three major local organizations of Marvel interconnected. Gil looked at the struggling monster with cold eyes, waiting for something quietly. That's right, it's just waiting. Gil is waiting for the thing behind the monster to appear. When the monster dies, will the thing hidden in the dark come out? Gilgamesh, you have ruined my good deeds over and over again, and now you want to kill them all. I will not let you go even if you are a ghost. The monster felt that its fused blood was being absorbed by this strange spear. Every time it was absorbed, its strength would be reduced by 1 point. It's not that the monster didn't want to escape, but it just couldn't escape at all. The weird spear seemed to have pinned the monster's body made of blood to the same place, making it impossible to move at all. Beasts are animals. Gil's cold expression did not change at all. The calculation against the king was enough for Gil to give him the death penalty. As time goes by, the monster that originally integrated the lives of hundreds of people in the underground base gradually shrank. Whether it was flesh or blood, all was absorbed by the strange spear. Accompanied by the monster's screams, the scene was breathtaking for a while. Scalp numbness. But if you focus on the screams, you will find that the monster in front of you is made of flesh and blood and countless blood. It has no so-called organs at all, let alone a mouth for talking. Even the form of an ant has been abandoned, leaving only a filthy soul. The beast still screams so loudly. But this is your last freedom. I will reluctantly give you a chance to scream. No matter how ferocious the screams of the monster in front of him were, Gil always just watched the monster's futile struggle with cold eyes. Chapter 48. No, 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 it wasn't easy to fuse the flesh and blood of those wastes. I don't want to go back to that ring anymore. As the flesh and blood that could be controlled became less and less, the monster's consciousness gradually regained consciousness, but the monster that regained consciousness began to become frightened. Back in the ring. The monster's fearful cry made Gil discover something unusual. This dirty soul came out of a ring. Could it be that all this is caused by a ring? Gil's heart moved, and a question appeared in Gil's mind. Could it be that the omniscient and omnipotent star was blocked because of the ring in the monster's mouth? With no intention of interrogating the monster or asking questions, Gil activated the omniscient and omnipotent star to prepare to confirm whether his doubts were correct. Relevant information instantly appeared in Gil's mind, but the important information was all shrouded in a layer of white mist, making it impossible for Gil to see the information. As expected, there is something blocking the all-knowing and all-powerful star. Gil's question was finally solved. What blocked the omniscient and omnipotent star was probably the ring in the monster's mouth. Although the omniscient and almighty star has been blocked, can the omniscient and omnipotent star that increases its magic output still be able to block it? Although the omniscient and omnipotent star was blocked, the degree of liberation of the omniscient and omnipotent star before this was not much. Although the omniscient and almighty star is an artifact that can see through all things, Gil had never tried his best to liberate the omniscient and almighty star before. Now, the appearance of a ring that can initially block the omniscient and almighty star has only aroused Gil's curiosity. Gil closed her pupils and began to increase the degree of liberation of the omniscient and omnipotent star. With the liberation of the omniscient and omnipotent star, the fog in Gil's mind slowly disappeared, and the obscured information slowly emerged. No. When the information about the ring in the monster's mouth was revealed, the much smaller monster that had been absorbed suddenly began to scream violently. Then a huge energy wave erupted from the blood that had been absorbed several times, and a ring with mysterious patterns slowly floated from the blood into the air. Crack! A shattering sound sounded, and a crack appeared on the ring that suddenly appeared. With the appearance of the crack, the monster's screams became smaller and smaller until they disappeared. Is this ring the beast's last resort to save his life? Gil felt a ghost-like presence coming out of the blood that was still being absorbed and entering the ring that suddenly appeared. Since it is a means of survival for a beast, how long can a beast hide it? The endless methods not only did not bore Gil, but made him even more interested in this mysterious ring. A strange ring can actually withstand the power of the omniscient and omnipotent star that liberates part of it, which is enough to interest Gil. Beast, your so-called life-saving means should please me. The king's treasure unfolded again, and dozens of noble phantasms were aimed at the ring floating in the air. Gil already knew the information about the ring. The ring that looked like a treasure in front of her was a complete magic weapon. The origin of the ring comes from a demonized race in the multiverse. This race is naturally murderous and feeds on flesh and blood. It tried to attack the earth more than once thousands of years ago. The ring in front of Gil is a magic weapon made by the demonized race using all the resources of the entire race. Its function can swallow flesh, and negative emotions, and feed them back to the demonized race to achieve a strengthening effect. After the ring was created, it was given to the most powerful warrior of the demonized race. The purpose was to allow the most powerful warrior of the race to arrive on Earth and start killing, collecting flesh and blood and negative emotions. In addition to the ability of the ring to swallow flesh and blood, the demonized race added the function of shielding detection to the ring in order to protect their location. This is also the reason why Gil's omniscient and omnipotent star was blocked. Everything was originally arranged, and the most powerful warrior of the demonized race at that time successfully came to the earth. However, after arriving on the earth, the demonized race accidentally met Odin, who came to the earth. As a result, a fight broke out between the two. At that time, Odin was still the famous god of death in the 9 realms, and it was also Odin's heyday. Naturally, there was no suspense about the outcome of the demonized race's encounter with Odin. The demonized race's grand plan of hegemony had not yet been realized, and they were defeated by Odin. After being killed all over again, the most powerful warrior of the demonized race received his lunch from Odin's men before even 10 rounds. At that time, Odin was just as reckless as Thor, the god of thunder. After killing the most powerful warrior of the demonized race, he did not care about an ordinary-looking ring and did not take the ring away. So far, the ring has been left on the earth, and it was not until the soul hiding in the ring appeared that it finally saw the light of day again. The soul hiding in the ring now is just an ordinary soul, but the origin of the soul is somewhat mysterious. It does not seem to be in this universe, and the omniscient and omnipotent star has not given a specific location. After ordinary souls entered this ring, they accidentally fused with the ring. The soul that has been fused with the ring also has the ability to absorb flesh and blood, absorb negative emotions, and even control ordinary people. After that, the fused soul uses special methods to control a mutant who has the ability to control dreams and the hand to serve him, and even he is also called Lord Nazgul by the hand. In this way, after the 5 people who were more than years old who originally longed for immortality were controlled, they sent a dead man as a sacrifice to the ring every day, while the mutant used his own abilities to harass ordinary people and gave the ring replenish negative energy. Originally, this was all done in secret, but unfortunately the idiot mutant picked the wrong person and directly targeted Jill. That's why all this happened. It can only be said that it was a mistake. If the mutant who controlled the dream had not targeted Jill, Jill might not have been able to discover all this. As for what happened to Pierce later, it was purely because the soul in the ring was not greedy enough. Having the hand was not enough. Pierce, who was loyal to Hydra, was also controlled and wanted to carry out a big operation, speeding up the speed of absorbing flesh and blood. Gil sighed. Greed, one of the 7 deadly sins, have clearly given up their human form, but they still dream of restoring their human bodies and instincts. Chapter 49. Now Jill knows herself better than the soul hiding in the ring. All the actions of the soul hiding in the ring are to restore the human body and bring all the women in the Marvel world into his harem. His pupils blinked slightly, and Jill spoke out one by one about the women in the Marvel world: Black Widow, Scarlet Witch, Captain Marvel, Phoenix, Valkyrie, Goddess of Death. Poor beasts, the innocence of delusions is completely out of proportion to the reality. Gil showed a sarcastic smile. Beast, stop dreaming. Some of the women you want can't even be defeated by me. Your strength is far inferior to even my omniscient and omnipotent star. You still have delusions of grandeur. Open a harem. Beast, it's time to wake up from your dream. Before he finished speaking, Gil waved his arm forward, and all the noble phantasms displayed behind him flew towards the ring in mid-air. No, you don't understand at all. Please let me go. I don't want to die again. As the noble phantasm flew, the soul hiding in the ring let out a miserable cry, and the panic could be felt directly even by Jill, who was far away. From the moment you plotted against me, you must be prepared to be punished with death by me. Words with fierce murderous intent appeared from Gil's mouth, and the murderous intent in the words made people feel like they were in an ice cave. Boom, bang. One noble phantasm after another hit the ring floating in the air, causing continuous explosions. No, please let me go. I was wrong, I never dare again, please let me go. Frightened screams sounded from time to time, but Gil just stood there indifferently, watching the noble phantasm hit the ring with indifferent eyes. Although the ring was small, under Gil's control, each of the noble phantasms hit the tiny cracks that appeared on the ring accurately. With the impact of the noble phantasm again and again, the cracks on the ring became larger and larger, already covering half of the ring. At this moment, Gil happened to see the spear that had absorbed the blood, so he took the spear back into the treasure house, and then instantly launched it from the link port that appeared behind him. The blood-absorbing spear has changed from a D-level noble phantasm to a C-level noble phantasm, the highest level. The flying spear hit the ring like the final arrow. The ring, which was already half cracked by the impact of the noble phantasm, instantly shattered, and the tiny fragments slowly weathered in mid-air. No. The unwilling voice sounded at the same time as the ring was broken, and then slowly disappeared as the ring weathered. The controlled beast, I have killed another one. As the voice dissipated, Jill's cold eyes gradually returned to calmness. Everyone has them, but beasts that exceed the limit really make me sick. It's boring. Gil shook his head and slowly walked to the place where the ring was shattered. If it's a precious phantom, I don't mind putting it in the treasure house, but a magic weapon will only dirty my treasure house. Where the ring was broken, there were still some crystals the size of grains of sand. That is the material left after the soul originally hidden in the ring dissipates. Gil looked up and looked around. He saw a land stained red with blood. There were white bones on the ground, and there were huge cracks left by Gil's use of the earth scepter. It's a disgusting place, let nature bury everything. Gil turned back to Vimana, sat on the throne, and held the earth scepter in his hand again. At the same time, the Vimana that Gil sat on began to slowly rise into the air. Vimana flew towards the distance, and Gil left here on Vimana. After Gil flew away, the ground that had experienced a battle began to slowly collapse, and other intact ground rose up to the collapsed ground, covering all traces. The silent environment reappeared in the forest, as if nothing had happened. As expected, what is shown in the movie about the demonized races in the multiverse is just the tip of the iceberg. There are more things hidden in the dark that have not yet appeared. Mission: Unknown enemy. Goal: find out who's behind all this. Reward: Mysterious Scabbard. The mission is completed and the rewards have been distributed. Please pay attention to the host. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. Does this mean the mission is completed? What is the reward this time? When Gil saw the rewards, he found that every reward issued by the system was all strange, and the rewards would appear directly in his treasure house. System, don't you have your own system space? Every reward must be placed directly in my treasure house. After the incident, Gil, who was relaxing on Vimana, protested to the system. This function does not exist in this system, and the host's protest is invalid. The system replied coldly. Gil was shocked by the cold voice of the system every time. The system will release the reward information this time, and the reward this time seems to be a little different. Gil, who wisely chose to ignore the system, opened his treasure house again and took out the system reward this time. A completely black scabbard slowly appeared in this world. Black arcs flashed around the scabbard from time to time. There was also a gem of unknown material at the top of the scabbard. Why does this scabbard feel familiar? It seems like I have seen it somewhere before. When Gil saw the scabbard for the first time, she felt familiar, as if she had seen it a long time ago, but Gil couldn't remember where she had seen this scabbard. It's very familiar but I've never seen it before. Gil recalled his previous memories, but found that he had never seen this scabbard that was completely black, with arcs of electricity emerging from time to time. It should be a noble phantasm, but I don't know what noble phantasm it is. Gil's intuition told him that the scabbard in his hand should be a noble phantasm, and not an ordinary noble phantasm, but he didn't know the specific information. It looks a bit like Avalon but Avalon is not that color. After racking his brains for a long time, Gil finally thought of a noble phantasm with a similar shape, which was the noble phantasm of Arteria Pendragon, the scabbard of Avalon, one of the heroines who faked in the previous anime. But after silently comparing it, Gil found that it didn't seem very similar. Avalon's main color was blue and gold, but the scabbard in his hand was completely black. The omniscient and almighty star. After discovering that it was different, Gil directly liberated the omniscient star. The omniscient star was an invincible artifact that revealed the origin of the noble phantasm and its true name. Chapter 50. Pollute. There was a hint of confusion in Gil's eyes. The only message the omniscient and all-powerful star gave Gil was the contaminated noble phantasm. Gil asked the system, what is the information on this scabbard? Gil must figure out what kind of noble phantasm this is. Although it is a noble phantasm, if it is a bad noble phantasm, Gil will not put it in his treasure house. Mysterious Scabbard. Grade. Status, under seal. It seems to be a very high-level treasure, but due to unknown reasons, it changed its form and added a layer of seal. Note, this seal can only be opened by the person who placed the seal. The level and type are all question marks and are still being sealed. Seeing the information given by the system, Gil frowned slightly. Forget about the question mark, the key is that it is still sealed. This scabbard ghost knows where it came from and who put the seal on it. It was contaminated, changed its form for unknown reasons, and had a seal. The origin of this scabbard is so tortuous. After thinking for a long time, Gil didn't have much of a clue. The system and the double insurance of the all-knowing and omnipotent star only got this little information. I'm afraid it's impossible for anyone to guess anything. If you don't even know what level or type it is, let alone guess it. Now the only clue that Jill has is that the scabbard on her hand is very similar to Avalon, but the color and decoration are completely different. Moreover, Gil has never heard of a black treasure that looks somewhat similar to the scabbard of Avalon, neither now nor in previous lives. As if aware of Jill's difficulty, the system suddenly said, if the host is worried about the reward for this mission, the system can recycle him. Recycle. Gil glanced at the scabbard flashing with electric arcs, and finally shook his head. No matter what kind of treasure it is, as long as it is a treasure, it should belong to me. It is just a sealed scabbard. How can I worry about it? With that said, Gil put the scabbard back into the treasure house. Since he had no clue, it was impossible to know even if he racked his brains. In this case, it was better to just let nature take its course. Instead of racking your brains about the scabbard, let's think about where that soul came from. Jill asked casually, System, do you know where that soul came from? No. No. Gil's eyes flashed. Originally, Gil just said this question casually, but what Gil didn't expect was that the system actually answered it. What the hell is going on with the system? There may be friction and collision between each world. When two worlds collide, there will be a very small probability that some lucky people will be wrapped in another world. When the worlds separate, those lucky ones may be brought out of the original world by the new world. At this point, the system paused briefly. Some lucky people will completely disappear from this world due to the synchronization of the laws, and some will be rejected by the world consciousness and thrown out of the world. Only a few lucky people will encounter some strange things in other worlds. Things were thus able to survive in the new Earth world. Gil asked back, strange things like the ring that I destroyed. Yes, but that's just the lowest level of strange items. There are many things above that that are enough for a lucky person to stay in the new world. For example, things and systems that exist in the new world. Jill showed a smile, which made it impossible to see Jill's current emotions. Indeed, some lucky people will get all kinds of things in the new world. When they have the things they have in the new world, they will be assimilated by the laws of the new world and become a member of the new world. In addition, the system is also a strange thing. This system is not the only one in the whole world. In addition to this system, there are various systems. The system's voice was still cold and ruthless, but Jill could hear a sense of pride in it. Although the system said it very vaguely, Gil, who was a semi-otaku in his previous life, knew that the strange things mentioned by the system were nothing more than some things that existed in the new world. If other worlds really existed, such as the pirate world devil fruits, fairy magic from the fantasy world and various pills that increase power, martial arts from the martial arts world, etc. When some lucky people in the system's mouth, who are the time travelers mentioned in Gil's previous life novels, obtain these things, they will be assimilated by the laws of the new world and become a member of the new world. System, if I am right, just like what was written in my previous life novel, after being selected by the system, even if you can stay in the new world, you will have to pay a certain price. Yes, the host is right. After being selected by the system will automatically consume energy to compete with the world consciousness of the new world, so that the world consciousness cannot kick the lucky person out of the world. But systems are also divided into strong and weak systems. The systems mentioned above are just some powerful systems. Some weak systems can only hide their bound hosts to avoid deceiving the world's consciousness. But whether it is a powerful system or a weak system, it requires energy to contend with the world consciousness and avoid deceiving the world consciousness. So this is why the lucky ones who are bound by the system always need to complete the mission, and the punishment is to erase them. Every time a task is completed, other systems will absorb a little of the original power of world consciousness, convert it into the energy needed by the system itself, and continue to fight against and deceive world consciousness. Is that so? Sure enough, the whole world is full of fights. Even some erratic things are full of fights. Using the other party's strength to fight the other party. These systems are really well calculated. Gil's words paused. System, there should be many more things to come, but with my current power, even if I know it, it will only increase my troubles out of thin air, instead of understanding the truth better, so let's stop here. When you have no power, even knowing the truth will only increase your pressure, rather than having the ability to break it. Good host. The system's voice is still cold. It is ruthlessly abandoned without any use, or even disappears completely. It is really a cruel truth. The systematic explanation did not exceed Jill's expectations. When Jill came to this world, she had doubts about whether there were other lucky people coming to this world, but she had never encountered them before, so it was just Jill's guess. And now after meeting a soul fused with the ring, Gil has completely confirmed his thoughts. Is it because I have too much luck or too many lucky people? I met the same person just the next day. No one knows whether Jill may also be a lucky person. Chapter 51. I don't know how powerful the demonized race will be. They were directly driven out by the young Odin. The entire race was slaughtered, leaving no one alive. After the question was answered, Gil thought of the demonized race that Odin had driven out and killed. Although they were not human beings, they proved Odin's warlikeness and cruelty back then. It also gave Jill a clearer goal and even more disgust for the so-called god. Although it is a different myth and a different world, it does not affect Jill's overall sense of God. In his previous life, Jill had no sense of awe and even some disgust towards the so-called gods and Buddhas, and this became even more so after he gained the memory. It was already a race that had been exterminated, so there was no need for Gil to think too much about it. Even if the race had not been exterminated, not to mention that there was still the Ancient One guarding the race in the multiverse, and there was no need for Gil to take care of it. It's better to go back and continue to rest. This matter should be over here. Hellfire, I mistakenly blamed them, so I reluctantly spared them. Gil turned around and flew towards the manor he bought. As for Gil's business in S.H.I.E.L.D., even if he gave the four of them the worst drink, it was Gil who fulfilled the reward. If two level 8 agents in their heyday and a pseudo-level 6 agent in their heyday couldn't defeat them, the so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. can only go so far. Besides, Jill is not from S.H.I.E.L.D., has nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D., and is not a licker of S.H.I.E.L.D., so why should she help them? What's more, Jill even killed the final boss, Pierce, instantly, and the rest were just ants. The plot has changed significantly, and I don't mind seeing what the Marvel world would look like without the plot. Gil, who only planned to watch the movement as a third party, accelerated towards the manor, but at this moment, the man who had just fallen silent suddenly issued a mission again. In case of emergency, start the mission. Mission, World Crisis. World, Academy Apocalypse. The ultimate goal, solve the source of the mutation. Reward, Heavenly Lock Strengthening. Introduction, the world of Academy Apocalypse has suffered an unknown mutation, and everything has become fragmented. The original plot is unfolding, but there are shocking changes in the secret. The system hereby releases a task, and the host can choose whether to accept it. Note, due to an unknown mutation, this mission cannot be used, so the host's treasure phantom, the omniscient and almighty star, cannot be used. Furthermore, this mission is a long-term mission, so the host should choose carefully. Another mission, the omniscient and omnipotent star, is not yet available. Unknown mutations are interesting. Is this because you don't want me to use the omniscient and omnipotent star to figure it all out, but to let me discover it myself? After seeing the newly released mission, an unknown mutation caused his omniscient and omnipotent star to be unable to be used. It was still a long-term mission, and Jill became slightly interested. This world is a world that I don't know about. Is it an unknown mutation? I want to see what kind of world this is. System, I agree. Host has accepted the mission and the transmission is about to begin. Please be prepared, host. 3, 2, 1, transmission begins. Slightly familiar ripples enveloped Gil's body again, and Gil also stopped the flying Vimana, sat on the Vimana and waited for the transmission. Gil's figure slowly became transparent in the ripples until it disappeared. Similarly, Gil's throne Vimana also returned to Gil's treasure house the moment Gil disappeared. Fujimi Academy has complete facilities and is known as the best academy in Tokyo. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the students in Fujimi Academy who had finished their lunch returned to their classes one after another. The playground of the academy was filled with laughter, and the voices of teachers could be heard from every classroom. It was a complete scene. A scene of extreme peace. On the rooftop of Fujimi Academy, the figure of a young man gradually appeared in the air. Since the students were all in the classroom, no one noticed the young man who suddenly appeared on the rooftop. The young man who suddenly appeared was Gil, who came to this world. Jill opened her eyes and looked around, hearing the sounds of students in class from time to time. Gil walked to the edge of the rooftop and half leaned on the railing. Hearing the sound of lectures coming from his ears, he was a little confused. Is this the world of Academy Apocalypse? It is a completely peaceful scenery. Is it a daily episode? Seeing the peaceful scene in front of him, Jill asked with some confusion, "It seems there is no so-called crisis system, are you sure this is a mission world?" The system replied coldly, "There is nothing wrong with the system. The world the host is currently in is indeed the world of Academy Apocalypse. Listening to the name, this world seems to be a bad world, but now it looks completely peaceful. Or should we say that this world is just the same as usual?" Although Jill has watched a lot of anime, there are so many anime in the world, and it is impossible for Jill to watch them all, and it is normal to not know some worlds. This world is a mutated world, and the system cannot provide specific help. The host is asked to explore on his own. Hearing this, Jill felt helpless. This is really a big problem for me. I don't even know when the plot of this world will start. How can I eliminate the mutations hidden in the dark? Forget it, let's try to see if the omniscient and omnipotent star can still be used. Even a little bit of information is very useful. Gil tried to see if the omniscient star could still be used, but the result was unsatisfactory. As expected, the omniscient and omnipotent star cannot be used. Jill tried to use the omniscient and almighty star, but the omniscient and almighty star was like a wall that Jill couldn't push, and couldn't be used at all. Since we don't know the information and don't know when the plot will start, do we really just want me to wait? The omniscient and almighty star couldn't be used, so Gil didn't force it. The mission had been clearly written down, and Gil was just experimenting. The system suddenly said, "Remind the host that the plot of this world will start soon. Please wait patiently for a while. It won't take long for it to start." But the system, didn't you just say that you don't understand this world? The mutation has not yet arrived, so this system can know when the plot will begin. In addition, the system can answer questions other than the source of the mutation. The rest can only be explored by the host. Jill, who was reminded by the system, showed a slight arc, with a hint of inexplicable emotion in her tone. "It hasn't come yet, then it means that the so-called mutation only appeared after the plot, which is interesting." Chapter 52. I don't know the plot, something has happened, and my omniscient and omnipotent star is also restricted. I can only rely on myself for everything. I have to say that such a world does give Jill a lot of problems. However, if everyone knew it, the world wouldn't be so fun, right? I will just wait a moment and see how this unheard-of world will develop. Jill didn't think much about it. Since the system had already said that the plot had not started, it would be better to wait for a while. Although there are some worlds where the world view has been revealed before the plot begins, there are also worlds where everything pops out after the plot begins. As a stopgap measure, Jill decided it would be better to wait here for a while, otherwise if she missed something, the problem would be even bigger. A calm and peaceful world, I don't know what it will be like after the plot happens. Jill sat on the bench on the rooftop, quietly looking at the scenery in the distance, feeling a rare sense of calm. On the other side, in the corridor of a classroom, an embarrassing scene was taking place. Pub Future ads. She has light blonde waist-length hair and 2 slightly raised hairs on top of her head. The girl in school uniform is arguing with a handsome boy with black hair and also wearing school uniform. The girl looked at the boy who was a head taller than her with an angry expression, and yelled, "What do you want? There is nothing between Yang and I, and even if there is, it has nothing to do with you. Please stop pestering me." The girl's words made the boy in front of her clenched his fists fiercely, but the boy who was yelled at by the girl did not speak. He just lowered his head and turned around silently to leave. Filial piety. The girl saw the boy turn around and leave without saying a word, and she didn't say anything to stop him, but her angry eyes turned into a trace of struggle. The boy's figure disappeared, and the girl who was standing alone in the corridor returned to the classroom. The boy who was yelled at by the girl came to the stairs near the rooftop and half leaned on the stairs with a depressed expression. Vaguely, the boy recalled the agreement between himself and the girl. "I will be a filial bride from now on." "Really?" The 2 young voices overlapped, but there was a self-deprecating smile on the boy's face. "Neither Xiao nor I are allowed to go back on our word. Anyone who goes back on his word will swallow the needle 1,000 times. Repent?" "So, what happened to you and Yang?" "Kong dang!" A voice interrupted the boy's memory. The boy subconsciously looked towards the place where the sound came from, only to find that the place where the sound came from was the gate of the campus. In the boy's sight, there was a person in front of the campus gate who was constantly banging on the gate, and seemed to have no intention of stopping. Jill, who was admiring the scenery on the rooftop, also heard the sound of the door being hit, and subconsciously looked towards the door. "That's a corpse." When Gil saw the face of the person who knocked on the door, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. In Jill's sight, the figure had unfocused pupils, grey skin, bright red meat strands stuffed in its open mouth, and traces of blood on its clothes. Living corpse. After seeing the whole figure clearly, Jill suddenly remembered that this kind of clothing was not the zombies in apocalyptic novels and some movies. Is the plot of this world similar to Resident Evil? If it really is a biological crisis, then there will be some trouble. As the strange person continued to bang on the door, 4 people finally came out. Walking at the front, a woman wearing glasses and a uniform shouted dissatisfied at the person in front of her, "Hey, please don't do that. Something strange happened." The warning of the woman called Teacher Lin had no effect, and the man called the corpse by Jill continued to bang on the door. "Teacher Lin, leave it to me." Seeing that the warning had no effect, the burly man standing aside smiled at the woman, walked to the door, stretched out his hand, grabbed the collar of the corpse that was still hitting the door, and pulled the corpse hard. His head hit the door. "Hey, what are you doing with this guy? Why does this guy look so much like a zombie in the movie?" The burly man had a fierce look on his face, and just as he was about to question him, he realized something was wrong. Due to the pull of the burly man, the moving corpse stopped banging on the door and stood there sluggishly. "Cats!" The corpse that was still standing suddenly reached out and grabbed the burly man's arm that was holding his collar, and bit it down. "What?" The burly man who was still confused suddenly screamed and subconsciously withdrew his arm. Under the severe pain, the wound covered with one hand began to roll on the ground. In just a few seconds, the movement of the burly man who was still rolling on the ground became weaker and weaker, and finally he lay on the ground motionless. How could it be just a bite? Covering his mouth with both hands, he looked at this scene in disbelief. Not only Teacher Lin, but also the other 2 looked in disbelief. Has the plot already started? Is it the apocalypse that starts from this campus? Since it starts from this campus, the protagonist of this world is very likely to be in this school. Jill, who had seen the whole process on the rooftop, had almost understood this world, a world similar to Resident Evil. Resident Evil is a crisis for the entire Earth, while apocalypse symbolizes the end of the world. I just don't know how big the scope of the apocalypse is, whether it is the entire Japan or the entire Earth. From the moment he first came to this world, Jill already knew that this was Japan. Because the rooftop is enough to see the product billboards outside the academy, and the voices teaching in the academy are all in Japanese. It has been detected that the plot has started and side tasks have been released. Side Mission 1. Mission Goal: clear the first mutation point. Reward: Mystical Sword. System Prompt: the plot has begun. Please temporarily follow several important characters, including Busujima Saiko, Miyamoto Rei, Komuro Takashi, Marikawa Shizuka, Takagi Saya, and Hirano Toda. Variations will attack the above plot characters at any time. Characters, please host to protect them. Why are the characters in the plot being targeted? The mutation points are alive. The side mission made Gil frown. Don't get me wrong, Gil is not bored with several plot characters, he just simply doesn't understand what the mutation point is. This system is not clear either. The host is asked to discover it on his own. Really? Even you don't know? The cold sound of the system did not affect Jill. Not only did I pollute my courtyard, but I also slaughtered my subjects. Did I agree with this? A group of beasts appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 53. Different from Resident Evil, being bitten by a dead body, that is, by an infected person, will turn into a dead body in just a few seconds. Just as Jill communicated with the system, the burly man who was bitten and teacher Lin who was also bitten, they have begun to attack students who are in class. Gil looked coldly at the campus, which had begun to be infected rapidly, and the dead bodies had become quite large in size. He drew a low-level longsword from his back and stood up from the bench. Until the end of the world, it is my king's courtyard. How can I let a group of wild dogs pollute my courtyard? Since he is a king, he must bear the responsibilities of a king. How could Gil allow wild dogs to run wild in his courtyard and kill his own subjects when they appear from nowhere? What? Humph! A scream caught Gil's attention. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl who was running around but fell down dead and started to bite. Gil snorted and threw out the long sword in his hand instantly. Puff! The long sword in Gil's hand turned into a golden light and instantly penetrated the dead body's head. Red blood and unknown yellow liquid splashed on the body of the girl who was knocked down. The scream of the girl who was knocked down stopped instantly, and she stared blankly at the long sword that was less than a few millimeters away from her neck. It's a pity that although Gil's long sword killed a dead body, don't forget that dead bodies like zombies rely on the advantage of numbers, otherwise ordinary people can kill them one-on-one. Although the dead body that attacked the girl was penetrated through the head, more dead bodies came up. And not only the girl whose life was saved by Jill, but also other students were all attacked by dead bodies again. Hey, do you rely on numbers to win? Do you dare to rely on numbers in front of me, you bastard? When he saw more dead bodies crawling up from the ground after one dead body, Jill cut in displeasure. The number of bastards means nothing. It just wastes more time. The blood of bastards will contaminate my precious phantom, which makes me a little unhappy. However, attacking my subjects is more serious than the pollution. Before he finished speaking, countless links in the treasure house appeared behind Gil. The links extended from Gil's back to the sky and spread to the surroundings of the academy. Not long after, the sky and even the ground of the entire academy were shrouded in golden light, and countless noble phantasms slowly extended from the links. This violent incident caused the entire Fujimi Academy to fall into silence, but it did not include the dead body of the attacker and the students who were desperately trying to escape. Everyone in the classroom stared blankly at the various weapons emerging from the sky, including the boy who was originally yelled at by the girl, the protagonist of this world, Komuro Takashi. In addition to the protagonist, several other important characters, including Saiko Busujima who was kneeling in the kendo club, the fat man Hirano Toda, Saya Takagi, and Rei Miyamoto, all stared blankly at the changes in the sky. It can be said that except for the school doctor Shizuka Marikawa, who was still sleeping, all the important characters were shocked by the revealed noble phantasm. What on earth is this? It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. How could such a situation happen in the sky? Maybe it's a mirage, maybe. The students in the classroom who had not noticed anything unusual on the playground were briefly shocked when Gil's noble phantasm exploded, causing a huge ripple. No matter how many bastards there are, they are just a bunch of mad dogs in front of me. After revealing his noble phantasm, Gil stood on the edge of the rooftop, looking at the dead bodies biting people everywhere with his cold eyes. It seemed that due to his position, Komuro Takashi was shocked when he found a young man with blonde hair and red eyes who was about the same age as him standing under the golden light. Could it be that all of this was caused by him? In the dark, Komuro Takashi seemed to have a premonition. The golden light and weapons seemed to be caused by a young man with blonde hair and red eyes. Originally, when Komuro Takashi saw what happened at the campus gate, he wanted to go to class to pull out his childhood sweetheart. Although Komuro Takashi himself didn't know how this idea came to him, it did appear, but this everything was interrupted by the golden light filling the sky. Regardless of what others thought, Gil had already begun to control the noble phantasm and began to bombard the dead bodies on his playground. In the eyes of others, the weapons appearing in the sky suddenly attacked the ground at extremely fast speeds. Some of the less courageous students not only shouted out, but when they discovered that the weapons were not aimed at them, instantly, a feeling of shame came to my mind, and I wanted to plunge into the ground. However, no one cares about or laughs at the timid classmates now, because everyone else is already stunned. Countless noble phantasms turned into a golden light and headed towards the dead bodies in the playground. Each dead body was targeted by more than 10 or even 20 noble phantasms. Bastard, even though the weapons fired are the lowest level noble phantasms, I still feel inexplicably unhappy when my noble phantasms are stained with your dirty blood. Puff puff puff. The speed of the launched noble phantasm was so fast, almost in just an instant, every dead body was penetrated by the noble phantasm. Not only the head, almost all the dead bodies were stabbed into sieves by the noble phantasm launched by Gil, and even worse. It has turned into a pool of blood. At the same time, all the dead bodies in Fujimi Academy were instantly eliminated by Gil, and the students who were avoiding the dead bodies were not injured under Gil's control. A mere beast can only become like this in front of this king's noble phantasm. Seeing that the dead bodies were dead, Gil also stopped firing the noble phantasm. Perhaps from other people's perspective, Gil's noble phantasms were overwhelming, but Gil himself only fired a salvo, and did not fire any more noble phantasms. Dozens of dead bodies instantly turned into blood, and various stumps and broken arms continued to stimulate the nerves of the students who escaped. Vomit. Finally, one of the boys could no longer bear the tragic scene in front of him, and he instantly bent over and vomited. Vomit. As if it was a chain reaction, the students who were still alive immediately began to bend over and began to vomit. For a while, the sound of vomiting was heard one after another on the playground. Bang! Bang! At the gate of the campus, the culprit who caused panic in Fujimi Academy was still banging on the door unconsciously. Beast, I almost forgot about you. Gil turned his head slightly to look at the culprit, pulled out a long sword from the treasure house with his right hand, and threw it out. Chapter 54. Puff bang. The body that was still hitting the door was instantly penetrated through the head, and fell to the ground with its head looking up due to the huge power brought by the long sword. It seems the whole city has fallen. After throwing out the long sword casually, Gil looked into the distance. Black smoke rose from the ground. The whole city was filled with screams. Only Fujimi Gakuen was free of screams. It can be said that only Fujimi Gakuen was the only one in the city. Pure land. The golden light in the sky gradually disappeared, and the noble phantasm that penetrated the dead body turned into golden dust and returned to Gil's treasure house. How incompetent are the current managers? Seeing the evacuating helicopter in the distance, Gil didn't say anything, but a golden light appeared behind him and flew towards the helicopter. Boom! In just a few seconds, golden light penetrated the helicopter. Presumably, the fate of the people inside was not much better. It's time to look for those important characters. If I'm not paying attention and are attacked by surprise, the gain will outweigh the losses. Fujimi Academy has been cleared by Gil, and all the dead bodies are dead. Then Gil will have to find several important characters in the mission and let them follow him. As for Gil following them, don't be kidding. As a king, how could he be someone else's follower? Swish! Gil turned around, not seeing the tragedy in the city. He jumped from the rooftop and landed on the playground. His height is on the 6th floor. Is he really not a human being? Komuro Takashi, who had been looking at Gil, couldn't calm down the shock on his face when he saw Gil leaping off the rooftop. Gil frowned when he saw the students who had vomited completely but were still retching, but still said, "Does anyone know about Komuro Takashi, Miyamoto Rei, Marikawa Shizuka, Busujima Saiko, Hirano Toda, Takagi? These bastards saw ya." Since the omniscient and omnipotent star is restricted, Gil can only use the most primitive way to ask for directions, otherwise Gil will go directly to these 6 people. A total of 6 people's names were all spoken by Gil, and this time Gil spoke to the retching students in Japanese. But the students did not answer Gil's question, they just kept retching with empty eyes. But Gil didn't get angry. He just looked at the people who were vomiting and waited for them to recover. "Excuse me, do you have anything to do with Busujima-senpai?" A voice came from behind Gil. Gil turned to look at the person who came, only to find that it was the girl he had saved first. The girl stared at Gil with excitement and some other emotions that had not yet calmed down. Before Gil could speak, the girl saw Gil turn around and saw her, and said first, "If you are looking for Busujima-senpai, I know where she is. Usually at this time, she is in the kendo club. Practice alone here," the girl said, pointing to the direction to her left. "Yes, kendo club." Gil looked in the direction the girl was pointing, not caring why the girl didn't react like a normal person. Gil turned around and walked in the direction pointed by the girl, and the girl who pointed the way suddenly looked at Gil's back with unparalleled resentment in her eyes. A sneer flashed at the corner of Gil's mouth. "Ahem, please don't panic, students. There was a riot in the school just now. Please evacuate the campus in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the teacher." Finally, the belated sound resounded throughout the campus, but neither the students nor the teachers, nor even the people themselves believed that this was just a riot. What? How could the scene just now be a riot? It was definitely a supernatural power, and there were screams at the school gate. How could it be a riot? No, it's not a riot at all. They are all monsters. Neither the students in the classroom nor the students on the playground believed that this was just an ordinary riot, but they still had no choice but to evacuate from the classroom under the command of the teacher. The rioting bastards who can eat people have attacked so many people. Who would believe that the world outside the academy has long turned into a world comparable to hell? If you evacuate outside the academy, you are not seeking death. After hearing this, Gil smiled mockingly and stopped where he was. No one knows that the outside of the campus has long since turned into purgatory. A teacher wearing glasses and with purple hair accidentally saw that Gil in front of him was not wearing a school uniform and did not look like a student of the school, so he said, "You are not from our school, no matter how you got in now, please evacuate with us." After finishing speaking, he turned to look at the large number of students and shouted, "Everyone, open the school gate and start evacuating. Bastards, take a good look around and decide whether to go out." A proud voice reached the ears of students and teachers. "What is this around? Look at the playground." Playground. There was a lot of discussion, and when the students saw the blood and broken limbs on the playground, they all vomited. What the hell is this? Why are you vomiting on the playground? The sound of vomiting continued, and even the teachers vomited. If your ears are not deaf, just listen to the sounds outside. Don't worry about me not caring about you. If you go to die, I will not stop you. Some people who had resisted vomiting and others who had finished vomiting subconsciously looked towards the place where the sound came from. However, do you want to leave without my permission? Several bastards have not been found yet. It will be more troublesome if they follow them and leave the campus. The king's treasure was opened, and the sky full of noble phantasms blocked the gate of Fujimi Academy, making the people who were vomiting stunned. What just happened was not an illusion, it really had supernatural power. But this ability is so cool, I want it too. I think we may have been targeted. Hey, don't scare me. The expression of the teacher wearing glasses changed. No matter how much he thought about it, he never expected that the school gate would be blocked again by the disappeared weapon. This is really troublesome. The school gate is actually blocked. How can we evacuate now? The teacher wearing glasses looked a little ugly, but he didn't think about Jill who stopped him and others from evacuating. Jill looked at the teacher with glasses and purple hair who wanted to evacuate outside after seeing the tragic scenes on the playground, and was even considering joining others. The original mocking smile turned into laughter. Evacuation. He 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 he, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Chapter 55. Are you serious, bastard? Ha 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 ha, okay, I won't stop you, you can leave. While smiling, Gil controlled the noble phantasm blocking the school gate to open up a passage for only one person. I haven't seen the person I seek death for a long time. Although this was as simple as blinking to Jill, it was quite a sensation to others. Could it be that those weapons were controlled by him? They were originally blocking the school gate, but they actually moved their positions after he finished speaking. When the others saw the movement of the noble phantasm, they looked at the laughing Gil in front of them in shock. This. The teacher who persuaded Gil did not expect that the laughing Gil in front of him was the one who controlled these weapons, and his expression changed. Bastard, I will remember you as a guy who brought a little fun to me. Jill's laughter gradually subsided and she looked playfully at the teacher who wanted to encourage others to go with her. Koichi Zito looked at Jill with an ugly expression, but he was angry but dared not speak. Aren't you going to evacuate? Do you want me to personally take you to evacuate? Koichi Zito didn't move for a long time. Gil smiled coldly and cut off one of Koichi's arms with a noble phantom. Pat! Wisteria Koichi's arm fell to the ground. Bastard, you are pretending to be in front of this king and deceiving people. Who gave you the confidence? Koichi Zito stared blankly at his shoulder that had begun to spurt blood, and a sharp pain swept over Koichi Zito. What? Purple Fuji Koichi covered his shoulders in embarrassment, and his face became visibly pale. Kill people. Everyone else who saw this scene looked at Jill in horror, and some even began to speculate whether the broken limbs and arms on the playground were caused by Jill. Gil ignored Koichi Wisteria, who had an arm cut off, and glanced at the crowd in front of him and said, Common people, Saiko Busujima, Toda Hirano, Saya Takagi, Shizuka Marikawa, Takashi Komuro, Rei Miyamoto must stay here. After you find those 6 people, you can freely choose whether to leave or not. I will never stop you, but now, I want those 6 bastards to come to me. Gil's aura spread out a little bit, causing everyone who was glanced at to break out in cold sweat. In addition to the noble phantasm behind Gil, no one made any move for a while, and everyone froze in place, including those who were still vomiting. People! What exactly does this person want to do by calling my name? The girl hidden in the crowd looked at Jill solemnly, wondering why Jill asked him to stay by name. I wonder where Xiao is now. There was some worry in the girl's eyes. Li, that person is calling you by name. Next to the girl named Li, a boy with a black parting looked at the girl with a worried expression. Miyamoto Rei put away her worried look and nodded, yes, I know. In addition to boys and girls, the same thing happens in other places. What did that guy want to do by letting me and Lee stay? Komuro Takashi, who also came down the stairs and entered the crowd, stared at Gil. Not only Komuro Takashi, Miyamoto Rei, but also the fat man Hirano Toda with glasses, Busujima Saiko who came out of the kendo club with a wooden sword, and Takagi Saya, all looked at Gil not far away. Bastard, if you show up, you will save me a lot of effort. Even if you don't show up, I will not allow others to evacuate this academy. Jill already knew the result in her heart, not only from her own pressure, but also from the pressure from the group of people in front of her who didn't know the truth. Due to pressure, these 6 people will definitely be identified by others, or even pushed out. One is because I put too much pressure on them. Second, in the face of absolute power, others can only abandon others and make compromises. The human heart is sometimes more terrifying than anything else, especially in a world that has completely turned into an apocalypse. The so-called good sisters, good brothers, and boyfriends and girlfriends can hardly stand the test and will not stab you in the back. Which is already considered lucky. The pale-faced Koichi Zito suddenly endured the severe pain and said, Rei Miyamoto is my student. She is in the class I lead. If possible, I will identify her. Can you let me go? Purple Fuji Koichi's words were intermittent, coupled with the paleness of his face, he looked like a traitor who couldn't stand the torture. Zaiteng Koichi's words made Gil smile, okay, bastard, if you can identify her, I will reluctantly let you go and let you go. Gil seemed to smile gently, but no one knew that there was a deep coldness in the depths of Gil's eyes. This guy. The girl hidden in the crowd looked at Koichi Zito with deep hatred in her eyes. Even the way other people looked at Koichi Zaiteng was slightly strange. Is it true? Then that girl with plain hair and 2 silly hairs tilted forward on top of her head is Miyamoto Rei. Without hesitation, Zaiteng Koichi stretched out his only remaining hand and pointed at the girl leaning against the boy in the crowd. Is that you? Jill looked in the direction pointed by Koichi Zito, and happened to see the girl leaning against the boy. In addition to Jill and Koichi Wisteria, there were several other named people looking at Miyamoto Rei, as well as hundreds of other students and teachers. Come forward, I grant you the right to come near me. No one could see the meaning in Jill's eyes. Only the smile that appeared on the corner of Jill's mouth at any time made people think that Jill was in a good mood. Miyamoto Rei, who was pointed out by Purple Fuji Koichi, did not take any immediate action, but stared fiercely at Purple Fuji Koichi. After a few seconds, it seemed that Rei Miyamoto made no move, and the crowd looking at Rei Miyamoto gradually became a little commotion. About to start. Seeing the commotion among the crowd, Jill's smile widened again. The human heart is sometimes dirtier than anything else. The bastard's special show is about to begin. A female teacher next to Miyamoto Rei said in a tactful tone, Miyamoto Rei, for everyone's safety. Although the female teacher's tone was very tactful, the meaning expressed in it was to let Miyamoto Rei take the initiative to go out on her own. Teacher. After hearing the female teacher's persuasion, Miyamoto Rei turned to look at the female teacher with disbelief in her eyes. Not only Miyamoto Rei, but also the boy looked at the female teacher in astonishment. Chapter 56. The female teacher seemed a little ashamed, but still said, Miyamoto Rei-san is really sorry, but for the sake of everyone, I can only wrong you. Miyamoto Rei reacted immediately, but she did not speak. She just turned around and looked at the classmates around her who spent all day and night. However, she desperately found that not only her teacher, but also other classmates with whom she spent all day and night looked away. Humph, a bunch of bastards, have they lost their ability to think? The first thing they thought of was betraying their companions instead of uniting to fight against this king. Everything that happened in the crowd was just like what Jill knew. The crowd who had been hit by a series of attacks had lost the ability to think. In the face of absolute power, what they thought of was not to question Jill or to unite, but to simply confront the powerful force. Fear, and the dark side of human nature that emerges, just to protect themselves, and abandon the companions who get along day and night. Hey, just sacrifice yourself for everyone. Not only the female teacher started to persuade Miyamoto Rei, but the second person who spoke first was a girl with long green hair. The girl looked at Miyamoto Rei with disgust in her eyes. Yes, Miyamoto Rei-san, just sacrifice for everyone's safety. Miyamoto Rei, you can't be selfish. As the principal of Fujimi Academy, I would like to thank you on behalf of everyone. Rei Miyamoto looked in astonishment at the classmates, teachers, and principal who were trying to persuade her to come forward. For the first time, she felt that the campus and classmates she was familiar with before were so unfamiliar. If not Lee, just stand up first. Always connected to you. Miyamoto Rei's dull eyes looked up at the boy who had been holding her. Unexpectedly, her boyfriend actually persuaded her to go out. I'm sorry Lee. The boy's eyes kept evading, and he didn't even dare to look at the girl in his arms. Sad humanity. Gil, who heard the conversation between the two, commented. Perhaps, the so-called boyfriend and girlfriend, good brothers and best friends, even if it is not the end of the world, will directly become fragmented under extraordinary circumstances. The boy in the crowd seemed to have had enough of Miyamoto Rei's dull eyes, so he pushed her away and backed away slowly. The boy backed away and muttered something, I'm sorry, Lee, don't blame me, this is really not my intention. The boy's retreat was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Miyamoto Rei's originally dull eyes instantly became hollow. When the others saw that Rei Miyamoto was not moving, and even her boyfriend had abandoned her, they boldly pushed Rei Miyamoto from behind. Originally, the push was only cautious, but they saw that Rei Miyamoto did not react. Finally, the people who pushed Miyamoto Rei suddenly became bolder. Not only did they increase their pushing force, but more people even started pushing Miyamoto Rei. Dozens of people started pushing a female high school student one after another. The speed was so fast that in a short time, Rei Miyamoto was pushed out of the crowd. But no matter how Miyamoto Rei was pushed, her eyes were still empty, as if they were just a doll. Rei Miyamoto, who was pushed out of the crowd, was not far away from Gil. From the moment Rei Miyamoto was pointed out, Gil fixed his gaze on Rei Miyamoto. However, Jill just looked at Miyamoto Rei without moving, speaking, or stopping her. Miyamoto Rei is now on the verge of collapse. The pressure of Jill's powerful power, the hatred for Koichi Wisteria, the disbelief and disappointment of being abandoned by the classmates and teachers who taught her day and night, and the way her boyfriend can't stand the pressure, even though he has given up on himself, he still looks like this is nothing. The picture of my intention. All of this caused Rei Miyamoto, who was just an ordinary high school girl, to receive numerous shocks. As a result, Rei Miyamoto had no time to adjust herself. These things directly overwhelmed her ability to bear, and her sanity had reached the edge of collapse. Is it possible that I will be pushed out like this? What happened to Rei Miyamoto had a big impact on the hearts of several others who were also hidden in the crowd. Think about it, being betrayed by the classmates and teachers you spend time with day and night, and the selfish act of pushing yourself out of the crowd in order to survive. Except for people with big hearts and extremely selfish people, I am afraid that they will not be able to withstand the pressure of hundreds of people. Miyamoto Rei has already appeared. What about the other people, Busujima-senpai from the Kendo Club, and a few others? Soon, the crowd who pushed Miyamoto Rei out began to actively look for the 6 people Jill was looking for. After this kind of thing broke the dark side of human nature, it could no longer be stopped. The ugly behavior of hundreds of people looking for other people in order to leave was completely revealed, making the other people even more worried about what would happen if they were discovered. They are full of ugliness. When the dark side of the bastards appears, they can no longer use so-called morality to imprison the darkness that has filled their hearts. Jill was like an audience, watching this unprecedented farce with a smile. Who knows where those people are? There seems to be someone named Hirano Toda in our class. I'll go make sure. Then find him quickly. I can't stand it anymore. I am Hirano Toda. I will come out on my own. Finally, with hundreds of people identifying each other, a fat man with eyes couldn't help shouting. Gil looked in the direction of the shouting and saw a fat man wearing glasses and with medium long hair. However, Gil is not someone who only looks at appearance. He dares to take the initiative to come out. Gil praised him without hesitation. Your courage is commendable. I allow you, bastard, to stand near me. Come out. Mission Objective 26. The task reminder rang in Jill's mind. The system's prompt sounded once when Rei Miyamoto was identified. According to Gil's speculation, this may be the system's prompt to avoid plot characters with the same name. It is just a prompt to avoid different people with the same name. Jill did not to understand too much. Thank you for your contribution to everyone, Toda-kun, we will never forget you. Hirano Toda took the initiative to stand up, which aroused the admiration of hundreds of people. The principal who had just been trying to persuade Miyamoto Rei also immediately took the initiative to express his stance, but the meaning behind it was to let Hirano Toda go with peace of mind. We will remember you. Of great kindness and virtue. The amazed gazes around Hirano Toda seemed so sincere, but Hirano Toda didn't want to look at the faces of these hypocrites. Their words sounded so nice, but beneath the hypocritical faces, there was endless darkness. Chapter 57. Rather than being pushed out by them, it is better to stand up on your own initiative. Hirano Toda walked out slowly. In a daze, he seemed to have seen a scene where he was bullied by his classmates when he was in school. The dazed feeling gradually disappeared. By chance, Hirano Toda had bullied his classmates before. To Hirano Toda, the exclamation in his eyes was an out-and-out mockery, mocking a fool who was trying to be a hero. Hirano Toda could only comfort himself silently in his heart, I am different from them. They are just a bunch of trash who are greedy for life and afraid of death. I at least dare to face them directly. Hirano Toda comforted himself as he walked to and stopped near Miyamoto Rei. When Hirano Toda stepped forward, the crowd began to riot again, frantically looking for the remaining people. Soon, Busujima Saiko, who had purple waist-length hair and was holding a wooden sword, was spotted by the crowd. Since many people had heard that Busujima Saiko won first place in the national kendo competition and now held a wooden sword in his hand, the person who discovered Busujima Saiko could only whisper in as calm a voice as possible, "Learn, sister, what if that person calls you again?" As soon as he finished speaking, the man stopped because Busujima Saiko gave the persuader a faint look. But just this look made the person who persuaded Busujima Saiko feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Busujima Saiko's eyes were full of bloodlust and struggle. "Excuse me, why did you leave the six of us behind?" A gentle and indifferent voice sounded. Unlike Miyamoto Rei and Hirano Toda, Busujima Saiko looked directly into Gil's eyes and looked at Gil without any fear. "You actually dare to look directly at me and question this king. Your courage is commendable." Jill didn't expect Busujima Saiko's reaction, but when Busujima Saiko and Gil looked at each other, Gil discovered Busujima Saiko's problem. Gil said with a smile on his lips, underneath his peaceful personality, there is a bloodthirsty beast hidden, which is interesting. Busujima Saiko was shocked, and her calm state almost collapsed. How did this person know? Busujima Saiko has always hidden a secret in her heart. When Busujima Saiko was in junior high school, she was assaulted by a pervert on the way home from school. At that time, Busujima Saiko deliberately let the pervert approach her. After the pervert approached her, she immediately launch an attack and break the perverted bones with the wooden knife you carry. From then on, Busujima Psycho knew that she had a dark side in her heart. But now the secret that she had hidden for many years was actually known by a man she had just met. No matter how calm Busujima Psycho was, she was still shocked. Seeing Busujima Psycho's pupils shrinking as she looked at him, Gil said, "I have seen many bastards who are more bloodthirsty than you, but they never hide their personalities and even go on a killing spree, enjoy the fun, and when they see the murdered bodies, their eyes are almost exactly the same as yours." A lot of Busujima Psycho was shocked again. People who were more bloodthirsty than herself were serial murderers. Humph, I saw something that made me a little curious, so I talked a little more. Gil shook his head and smiled, looking directly into Busujima Psycho's eyes. "Bastard, I only need the 6 of you, but I can promise here that I will not kill the bastard, nor will I be bored enough to hurt the bastard. I'm not that bored yet." "Is it?" Although it was a little uncomfortable to be called a bastard by Gil, Gil's tone was unquestionable, as if even Gil himself could not refute it, which made Busujima Psycho inexplicably calm down. Busujima Psycho looked at the people around him and found that they were all looking at him. He said calmly, "It seems that I have to face a choice now, and I even have no choice now." Yes, Busujima Psycho really has no choice now. Hundreds of people are all looking at Busujima Psycho. Even if Busujima Psycho is the champion of the national kendo competition, there is no way to fight against hundreds of people. And now hundreds of people are staring at Busujima Psycho. They are afraid that if Busujima Psycho says no, they will throw Busujima Psycho directly in front of Jill. "You can stand in the same position as any 2 bastards. This is the right given to you by this king." Gil nodded, and he didn't do much to Busujima Psycho, and he treated her equally with the other 2. No, not really treating everyone equally. If something happens between the 3 of them, Jill wouldn't mind saving Busujima Psycho a little more. After all, in this world where people are restricted by the so-called moral constraints of the dark side, there are still people who can control the dark side. It was enough to get Jill invested. "Can I leave now?" After Busujima Psycho walked out of the crowd, Koichi Wisteria, who had been standing aside for a long time, trembled his lips slightly and said, "You promised that after I identify Rei Miyamoto, you will let me go." Wisteria Koichi's face was as pale as paper, and blood was still flowing from the wound, as if he was about to faint at any moment. "Of course I keep my word, bastard, leave." Gil controlled the noble phantasm blocking the school gate to open a larger gap, enough for 3 people to walk out side by side. "Who?" Zai Tenghao took a big breath of air and began to walk towards the campus gate step by step. Except for Miyamoto Rei, everyone else's eyes were also turned to Wisteria Koichi, who was slowly walking towards the door, as if they wanted to see if Gil really meant what he said. Click! Walking to the door, Koichi Zito used his only remaining hand to take out the key to open the door, and successfully opened the door. Under the eyes of hundreds of people, Koichi Zito gradually walked out of the campus. "It's true that he is willing to let us go." The crowd who saw this scene was excited. Before this, even with Jill's guarantee, everyone else was just in a state of doubt and acting under pressure. Now they see that a teacher on their side has already and left the campus. Everyone burst out with unparalleled motivation. It's a pity that people who were overwhelmed by the pressure didn't realize why no so-called police came to rescue them after so long. Now we have discovered half of the 6 people he mentioned, and there are still 3 others left. Everyone, please work harder to find the other 3 people as soon as possible. To get out of here. Sensing hope of leaving, the crowd rioted again. "Don't look for it, I'm out." Komuro Takashi walked out of the crowd step by step with solemnity and anger in his eyes, but he still walked to Rei Miyamoto's side. Chapter 58. Impotent anger is the saddest thing. Jill's smile widened because she discovered that the 4 people who had appeared represented different personalities. Rei Miyamoto represents hatred, Psycho Busujima represents violence, Kota Hirano represents cowardice, and Takashi Komuro, who is coming out now, represents normality. What do the last two people represent? I suddenly have some expectations. On the other side, Koichi Zito, who had walked out of the school gate, was holding on to his body and looking for the nearest hospital. Why is there really such a being in the world? Aren't those powers only available in fantasy? Koichi Zito, who has been far away from Gil, has gradually recovered his ability to think, but even after thinking about his recovery, he has no thoughts of revenge against Gil. Shido Koichi estimated that with Gil's method of enveloping the entire academy, even the ordinary army could not defeat him. Only the self-defense forces were dispatched to capture him. I really can't bear to see such a line of monsters appear in the academy and even lose an arm. Hiroshi Zito suddenly turned black at first glance, and his head began to buzz. This was caused by excessive blood loss. Are you going to die here before the damn family is buried? Wisteria Koichi, whose eyes turned black for a while, didn't realize that there were no pedestrians or vehicles on the street along the way. This was simply impossible in normal times. Have you finally seen someone? Finally, a figure with rather strange movements appeared in the eyes of Koichi Zito. Koichi Zito, who persisted until now with his perseverance, did not pay attention to the strange movements of the figure, but shouted with all his strength, "Hey, that person over there, can you help call the hospital?" Roar! The voice of Purple Tang Koichi caught the attention of the figure. The figure slowly turned around, and then like a dog seeing meat and bones, it let out a roar and quickly ran towards Purple Tang Koichi. As soon as Zai Tenghao saw the figure running towards him, he just smiled at the corner of his mouth when he noticed that the figure running towards him was still biting a piece of the human arm. Wait a minute, why is he biting someone's arm? Could it be that I lost too much blood and my eyesight is dazzled? Purple Fuji Koichi's nerves were a little sluggish due to excessive blood loss. Before he could react, he was thrown to the ground by the figure rushing towards him. After Purple Fuji reacted, he only saw a mouth with shreds of meat in the teeth. What? The warning warns that the mutation point is coming, please prepare the host. Well, are you here now? Gil, who was still watching the show, was stunned by the sudden sound of the system. Although he was slightly distracted by the sudden reminder from the system, Gil, who recovered immediately, didn't care at all. Then let's see what the so-called mutation point is. It's such a big battle. However, although Gil didn't seem to care, he had secretly pointed the displayed noble phantasm in various directions. With the system prompting one after another, how could Gil relax? The chaotic sounds of the crowd were in sharp contrast to Gil, who stood calmly. Chirp roar! There was a sound from the distance in the horizon without warning, a violent cry. The first half of the syllables sounded like the cry of a bird, but the second half of the syllables sounded like the roar of an elephant. The sudden roar silenced the crowd, but after a brief silence, a huge riot broke out in the crowd. What is that scream? It's too scary. I don't know, but the sound seems to be approaching here. There was a lot of chatter in the crowd. Even Busujima Saiko, Komuro Takashi, and Hirano Toda, who had already come out, were a little nervous, because the screams were really suppressed. The mutation point is approaching rapidly, please prepare the host. The system prompts cheered up Gil. Gil looked towards the horizon and found a black spot in the sky approaching quickly. Gil's eyes moved slightly, showing a hint of seriousness. Bastard, are you here already? Let me see your true face. After the noble phantasm was released, more noble phantasms emerged from behind Gil. Not only the E-level noble phantasms appeared, but also the E, D, and D noble phantasms, and even the C-level noble phantasms in Gil's treasure house. Also on the verge of making a move. Countless noble phantasms extended from Gil's back, covering half of the sky. The hundreds of people who were still talking about it fell silent for a moment, because the hundreds or even thousands of weapons were too shocking. You can imagine what it would feel like to have hundreds or thousands of weapons floating in the air, half facing you. Chirp roar. The black spots in the sky slowly enlarged, and Gil pointed hundreds of noble phantasms in the direction of the sky. The smile at the corner of his mouth had disappeared, and his whole person exuded an aura that belonged to the oldest king. The people who were originally talking have all lost their voices. The aura exuded by Gil has completely overwhelmed their last shred of reason. They now have no other movement except trembling. Dragon. Gil has clearly seen the true face of the black spot. It is a giant beast that looks like a western dragon. The whole body of the giant beast is covered with rotten wounds. When the giant beast flaps its wings, the rotten wounds will fall down from time to time. Cuts of meat. It's really disgusting, beast. Compared to you, even the most disgusting monsters are much more pleasing to me than you. Gil frowned in disgust after seeing the full view of the giant beast, especially when the rotten flesh fell out of the rotten wounds, which disgusted Gil even more. In fact, it's not the fault of Gil's low tolerance, it's just that the rotten appearance of the giant beast really challenges people's perspective. When he thought of inserting the noble phantasm into the rotten body of the giant beast and then being taken back by his own treasure house, Gil even hesitated to take it. Don't use the noble phantasm launched by King's treasure. Beast, you successfully challenged my 3 views. This is my reward for you. In a short period of time, Gil finally made a decision and decisively launched his noble phantasm. Although he felt sorry for his noble phantasm, his own 3 views were more important. Gil did not want the giant beast to pounce on him. Hundreds of noble phantasms were instantly launched towards the rapidly approaching giant beast. This time, Gil had no intention of playing around, because Gil had already felt the hostility and disgusting level of the giant beast. Gil did not want to be contaminated by rotten substances. If it weren't for the giant beast that really wasn't worthy of Gil pulling out the sword of deviation, even Gil would have pulled out the sword of deviation to deal with the giant beast. Chapter 59. Bang bang bang. A continuous stream of noble phantasms were launched towards the giant beast, but almost all of the noble phantasms launched were E and E level noble phantasms. Chirp roar. The giant beast let out a violent cry, as if it didn't see the noble phantasms attacking it, and continued to fly forward, letting those noble phantasms pierce its body. The flying noble phantasm attacked the giant beast, but after attacking the giant beast, the noble phantasm did not pause at all. It directly penetrated the giant beast's body and flew in a farther direction. Moreover, the wound that the giant beast penetrated by the noble phantasm did not leave a drop of blood, but healed in a strange instant. Seeing the strange recovery of the wounds on the giant beast, Gil felt a little strange. Immortality or quick repair. The system suddenly reminded, the host mutation point is derived from the source of mutation. If you don't destroy the source of mutation and just attack the mutation point, the source of mutation will provide unlimited energy to repair the mutation point. Wound. That is to say, I must directly destroy the so-called source of mutation in order to eliminate this mutation point. Yes, host, the mutation point is equivalent to the clone of the source of mutation. The host is only attacking the clone now, so it has almost no effect. Hearing this, Gil's doubts were solved. If it is a clone that is given energy by the main body, then everything will be solved. As long as the main body still has energy, any damage to this mutation point will be repaired, unless Gil continues to consume the opponent's energy. Otherwise, there is no way to destroy this clone. Gil asked, "Where is that guy's body?" But this time, the system that had not stopped at all actually fell silent for a brief moment, and then said, "Host, the source of mutation is now at your feet." What? After hearing the system's answer, Gil instantly looked at her feet, and then she felt that something was trying to come out from under her feet. Hateful. Gil instantly took a step back and jumped out with both legs. The moment Gil jumped, a red tentacle that looked like an earthworm but was larger than an ordinary person broke out from the ground in the direction where Gil came from. Paused, and then continued to attack Gil, who was still in mid-air. The bastard actually chose me as his target. Even if he lets Jill dodge in embarrassment, he still wants to continue to attack Jill. This is like a person walking on the road who is suddenly attacked, but after dodging, the attacker continues to pursue him. This kind of thing will make anyone angry. Not to mention Gil, who is the king. Gil, who was in mid-air, instantly drew out a long sword and slashed at the tentacles attacking from below him. Puff! Green blood spurted out, and the tentacle, which was several times thicker than a normal person's waist, was instantly cut in half by the sword. At this time, the system prompts also sounded. Encountering unknown circumstances, the task content has been changed and the tasks have been merged. Mission goal: completely eliminate the source of mutation. Reward: Heavenly Lock Strengthening. System prompt: the mutation point has arrived. Please protect the host of several important characters: Saiko Busujima, Rei Miyamoto, Takashi Komuro, Shizuka Marikawa, Tota Hirano, and Saya Takagi. Due to changes in tasks, branch rewards have been distributed. Please pay attention to the host. Although he heard the prompt in his mind, Jill was unable to check the reward in his current state. Gil, who had no time to pay attention to the system, cut off the tentacles that were attacking him and landed on the wall of Fujimi Academy. You bastard, you didn't even have any breath when you attacked. Gil's eyes looked solemnly at the tentacle that was trying to retract underground. Gil's extraordinary perception did not sense any movement from the ground. This also meant that the attacking tentacle was not a living thing at all. Gil stood on the high wall, alert to the surroundings, and asked in his heart, "System, what is the source of mutation, and why is it hidden underground? Could it be that the biological crisis in this world is also caused by the source of mutation? Resident Evil is something that will happen in the first place. The source of the mutation is not the cause. The system does not know what the mutation is, but the system knows that the source of the mutation is not something on the Earth, but comes from the universe." Boom! Tentacles emerged from the ground again, interrupting the system's answer. At this time, the giant beast in the sky finally reached the sky above Fujimi Academy. When the sun in the sky was covered by the giant beast's outstretched wings, the crowd on the ground finally recovered from their sluggish appearance and headed toward the academy in panic. I ran to the door, trying to escape from here. Boom! As the crowd fled, several tentacles swayed left and right on the ground throughout the academy. What a monster! Run away! Get out of my way and don't stand in my way! If the bastard is running slowly, don't get in front of him! Whoops! The completely frightened crowd began to push each other. Many people were pushed to the ground for no reason and were trampled by countless people in an instant and were seriously injured. Cut! Gil, who saw this scene, let out a cry of displeasure, but did not make any move. When this group of people were forced to abandon their companions under the pressure exerted by Gil, Gil had already put them on the list of self-destruction. The king's mercy was not for these people who abandoned their companions and looked for scapegoats in order to survive. The tentacles extending from the ground did not attack the running crowd immediately, but trembled slightly in place, which even gave people an illusion. But soon, the tentacles on the ground showed their true colors. The heads of the tentacles split open like blooming petals, but what was exposed was not pollen, but circles of barbed teeth. Not just one tentacle but all the tentacles revealed a mouth with teeth. Crack! After the tentacle revealed its ferocious mouth, it extended towards the fleeing crowd, accelerated instantly as it approached the crowd, and opened its mouth to devour the chosen unlucky guy. Run quickly, the monster is eating people. Don't stop me. Teacher, please, please help me. Let go, I can't even save myself, so why don't I save you and die? Okay, if you don't save me, you won't survive. The crowd who had unlocked their dark side began to kill each other. You pushed me and I pushed you. There was even a scene where after someone was pushed to the ground, he immediately grabbed a person and asked for help. After being rejected, his face instantly became ugly and demanding. Funeral scene. The target selected by one of the tentacles was Saiko Busujima, Rei Miyamoto, Takashi Komuro, and Toda Hirano, who were holding wooden swords. The tentacles quickly extended towards the four of them, and the mouths on their heads were also opened wide. Chapter 60. The target selected by one of the tentacles was Saiko Busujima, Rei Miyamoto, Takashi Komuro, and Toda Hirano, who were holding wooden swords. The tentacles quickly extended towards the four of them, and the mouths on their heads were also opened wide. Seeing the tentacles that were rapidly attacking towards Zi, the four of them all turned pale, especially Busujima Saiko, who was chosen as the first target, clutching the wooden sword in his hand. Seeing that the tentacles were about to swallow Busujima Saiko, although her face was pale, was ready to fight. "Beast, do you dare to touch this king's people?" Two crossed swords appeared in front of Busujima Saiko, and the tentacles that attacked Busujima Saiko directly hit the two swords. Tear. The tentacle was cut into four parts from head to tail, and the thick green blood was sprinkled on Busujima Saiko's clothes. Busujima Saiko, who was already prepared, stared blankly at what he saw in front of him. Four monsters stayed in place for a while. After the tentacles were cut into four parts by the sword that suddenly appeared, the other tentacles seemed to find their targets, and two more tentacles headed towards the four people. Beasts are beasts, no matter how many more come, it's useless. Gil snorted coldly when he saw this scene. His noble phantasm appeared behind him, and he launched the noble phantasm towards the incoming tentacles. Gil, who had already cut off a tentacle, found that apart from looking scary, those tentacles were relatively strong and had no defense. An E-level treasure could cut the tentacles in half. And by the way, when the tentacles appeared, Gil had already put away the noble phantasm blocking the school gate and the noble phantasm used to attack the giant beast. After the launched noble phantasm cut off the two tentacles, a large amount of golden light appeared in the middle of the playground, and the king's throne Vimana appeared again. Gil jumped from the wall to the edge of Vimana, glanced at the four stunned people and said, "Bastards, if you don't want to die, just come up." Normally, Gil would not let anyone enter his Vimana, but now it was a special situation, and the four of them were mission targets, which also aroused a bit of Gil's interest, so it didn't matter. "What is that?" Vimana suddenly appeared on the playground. Whether it was four people or others, they all felt that they were out of ideas. "If you want to die, just keep standing there, bastard." Seeing the stunned look of the crowd, Gil raised his eyebrows. While the crowd was stunned, the tentacles stretched out from the ground had been frantically devouring several people who were standing still. Bump! As the three tentacles were cut off by Gil, the ground began to collapse in large numbers, and a large number of tentacles broke out of the ground. Not only Fujimi Academy, but tentacles began to appear outside Fujimi Academy as well. "Come on, we can only follow him now. If we run out with others, we will definitely be swallowed by monsters." The first person to react was Busujima Saiko. When Busujima Saiko saw the ground starting to crack at his feet, for some reason he suddenly had an illusion in his heart that the ground was about to collapse instantly. "Okay." Komuro Takashi and Hirano Toda nodded, and ran towards Vimana together with Busujima Saiko. When Komuro Takashi was running, he also pulled Miyamoto Rei with empty eyes. Observing Rei Miyamoto, whose vision was empty, Gil frowned slightly. Originally, Gil just wanted to see what kind of tragedy would happen when hundreds of people were trying to survive. But now one of the mission targets has been hit to the brink of collapse, which makes Gil a little troubled. But in Gil's opinion, if he can't bear this pressure, it doesn't matter even if there is one less mission target. As the four of them were running towards Vimana, a girl with pink twin tails in the crowd accidentally saw where the four of them were heading and gritted her teeth. "Ah, what's going on in school? Why are there so many strange creatures?" Amidst the despair woven with cries and horrified screams, an incompatible voice came out, and it happened to reach the ears of the girl with twin tails. This voice is the school doctor Ju Chuan. The girl with twin tails was stunned for a moment, then looked towards the direction where the sound came from, only to find a tall woman in OL uniform rubbing her eyes with one hand and walking out of the building with a confused look on her face. I actually slept until now. The girl with twin tails looked at the tall woman speechlessly, but she immediately woke up, as a lightning bolt seemed to flash in her mind. Among the names that person named, it seems that the school Dr. Marikawa and I are named. Although I don't know if they have the same name, I might be able to try my luck. The girl with twin ponytails turned her head and looked in the direction of Vimana, and found that Jill had already walked to the aircraft that suddenly appeared. After a brief hesitation, the girl with twin tails seemed to have made a difficult decision. Instead of running in the direction of the door like the crowd, she ran in the opposite direction towards the school Dr. Marichuan she was talking about, that is, the tall, confused woman. Go! The girl with twin tails was not far away from the tall woman, and she ran in front of the tall woman in just a few steps. The school nurse is following me. After the girl with twin tails ran to the tall woman, she grabbed the tall woman's arm without any explanation, and pulled the tall woman to run towards the strange aircraft. Ah, why is this classmate so anxious about something? Is there something urgent about dragging the school doctor along? The tall slender woman looked at the girl in front of her with ponytails, who was holding her arm in confusion, as if she was a little confused. School Dr. Marichuan, I don't have time to explain now, but if you don't mind, please look around. Hearing the tall woman's question, the girl with twin tails said without looking back. Are you around? The tall woman looked around confusedly while running, but the tragedy around her made the tall woman's confusion disappear, but she still asked in confusion, where did these strange tentacles come from? Is it possible? Is the reason why everyone is running to avoid these tentacles? The tall woman's question made the girl with twin ponytails completely crazy. She even wanted to stop and turn around to question the tall woman. However, life was more important than getting mad. In the end, the girl with twin ponytails just went crazy and shouted to the sky, "School nurse, could your reaction be any slower?" The tall woman was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "Ah, do my classmates know my shortcomings? My friends of the school doctor always say the same thing about the school doctor. Well, it seems that I am really popular with my classmates. They even figured out my personality. But it's not that I'm slow to react as the school doctor, I'm just a little naturally stupid. This is what my friend who is the school doctor told me." Chapter 61. The girl with twin ponytails said she didn't want to talk anymore. She was running for her life, and there were tentacles eating people next to her. How could you still discuss the issue of being unpopular without changing your expression? Today, the girl with twin tails finally knows how powerful the two factors of being naturally stupid and slow to react can be combined. Hey, wait a minute. Due to the interruption of the tall woman, the twin-tailed girl who came back to her senses saw Busujima Saiko, Komuro Takashi and the others had reached the edge of the aircraft, and green fire even appeared behind the aircraft, and they shouted out quickly. At this critical moment of life and death, the girl with twin tails didn't care so much anymore and shouted quickly, "The school doctor behind me is called Ju Chuan. Although I don't know if he is the person you are looking for, but please stop for a moment." I have to say that at this time, the girl with twin ponytails was not wrong in her thinking. In this scene where almost everyone was running for their lives at the school gate, she was able to make a decision quickly, which was indeed very smart. The hybrid is called Marikawa. Jill, who originally planned to take off with only 4 people, heard the word Marichuan and looked in the direction of the girl with twin tails, and found that a tall woman with pink twin tails and a figure of at least J was running towards him. Mission Objective 66. When Gil saw the two of them, the system in his mind also gave a prompt. The two of them are the remaining important characters. It seems that the bastards who can play an important role in the plot are not useless. They are bold enough to approach me. In Jill's view, the two men running towards him were definitely not reckless actions, but they dared to approach after careful consideration. Otherwise, how could they be considered by the system to be one of the important people? You are already close to me, so just wait for a while. I also want to see what the remaining two people represent. Since the two of them were the targets of the mission and they were running towards him boldly, Jill didn't mind waiting a few more seconds. But this does not mean that Jill is kind-hearted. Each of the first four people corresponds to a character. Jill also wants to see what character the last two people correspond to. Hey. The four people who followed Gil and ran to Vimana all began to pant, especially the fat Hirano Toda. Although his body was not particularly fat, the fat on his body still became a burden to Hirano Toda. After the four of them ran to Vimana, although they felt trembling and frightened as they watched the crowd being swallowed by the tentacles, no one said a word. First, because I can't figure out Jill's character, it's easy to misunderstand him if he speaks rashly. The second reason is that a few people didn't know how to speak at all. Even if they let themselves and others follow, it was Gil's intention. If Jill hadn't rescued themselves and others and let them run into this strange aircraft, they might have become one who was devoured. Wait. After about a few seconds, the girl with twin ponytails and the tall woman finally boarded Vimana. Wait for me, Lee. A shout rang out after the girl with twin tails and the tall woman boarded Vimana. In the distance, a boy was running towards Vimana. The bastard who puts his fault on others and tries to save himself also wants to get on my throne. Jill frowned. It was already the limit for 6 people to board. Now the man who abandoned his woman also wanted to come up and asked Jill if she had any opinion. Boom. As if by induction, when the twin-tailed girl and the tall woman boarded Vimana, the entire Fujimi Academy ground began to collapse, and those who were still running for their lives instantly sank with the ground. Why is there a sudden earthquake? I don't want to die yet. No, why don't I want to die? The cries intensified again, and as the ground sank, the unlucky ones who also fell into the ground began to scream. Korea. A miserable sound suddenly stopped, and the boy who was still running towards Vimana was instantly swallowed by a tentacle, and the blood instantly stained the ground red. Chirp roar. Not only the ground, but the giant beast that had already arrived in the sky also made a move, and descended straight towards Vimana where Gil was. The huge body of the giant beast naturally cannot make a sneak attack. When the cry rang out, Jill discovered the giant beast that was attacking. Mad dog, how can you attack my king's throne? Naturally, Gil would not sit still and wait for the attack from above. Under Gil's control, Vimana rose into the air, his wings glowed green, and he instantly flew into the sky. Boom! The giant beast that attacked from Vimana instantly landed on the ground of Fujimi Academy. The ground of Fujimi Academy had begun to collapse. Coupled with the violent impact of the giant beast, the ground of Fujimi Academy could no longer bear it and instantly turned into a pile of ruins. The tentacles extending from the ground were missing, and the fleeing students, teachers, and principals were all attacked by the giant beasts and buried in the ruins. It can be said that in the entire Fujimi Academy, except for the 6 people standing on Vimana, no one survived. The mad dog is really strong. Even my king's Vimana will be damaged if the protective device is not turned on. Gil was not surprised when he saw what the giant beast had done, because the huge size of the giant beast represented its strength. According to Gil's visual inspection, this giant beast like a western dragon is at least 30 meters in size. This is only the length from head to tail, and the height is close to more than 10 meters. The wings on its back are even longer than Vimana's wings. Much more. A mad dog is a mad dog. Although you are strong, your IQ is your biggest flaw. Gil turned around and sat on the throne, glanced at the 6 people who were staggering around without any precautions due to the wind due to Vimana's instant acceleration, and said, "Bastards, don't drag me back next time. If you are thrown off in the middle, just not very lucky to be considered a bastard." What? When the five of them heard Gil's words, their hearts trembled instantly. They quickly adjusted their bodies and grabbed the nearest fixed object in an attempt to stabilize their bodies. There is no way, although Gil's Vimana can also carry people, but it depends on the situation. Naturally, the current scene cannot care about a few people. Don't forget, although the giant beast is only a clone, it can also fly. Mad dog, if you want my king's throne to fall, you are not qualified. Gil controlled Vimana to turn, facing the giant beast that had not yet flown up from the ground, and noble phantasms began to appear on both sides of Vimana. Gil's dull-looking control treasure began to fire. For a beast that had no consciousness and was just a clone, Gil didn't pay attention at all. Apart from self-healing, the giant beast had nothing to show off. Chapter 62. Boom boom. Endless noble phantasms were launched from Gil's treasure house and bombarded the giant beast. Chirp roar. The giant beast screamed unconsciously, and there was no emotion in the scream. The noble phantasm continued to bombard, but the five people on Vimana who saw this scene secretly began to swallow their saliva. It's too scary. This is not the power that humans have at all. Where did his weapons come from? Countless weapons were thrown out, at least in the eyes of the five people, this was indeed the case. Even the girl with twin tails secretly counted the number of noble phantasms launched by Gil. Hundreds of weapons have been thrown out. Oh my god, are these really human beings? The twin-tailed girl looked at Gil sitting on the throne with a dull expression in shock, and even her outlook on life began to collapse. Chirp, roar, boom. The giant beast, which was being attacked by a violent storm, just let out a cry when the noble phantasm shot directly into its mouth, destroyed its vocal cords, and its voice was instantly silenced. Mad dog, your barking annoys me. That's right, Gil deliberately adjusted the launch angle of his noble phantasm to destroy the beast's vocal cords. It is worth mentioning that all the noble phantasms launched by Gil were aimed at the wings and head of the giant beast. The giant beast's body was full of traces of decay, and its wings were like membranes. Of course, Gil seized on the opponent's weakness and hit it. Unfortunately, although all the noble phantasms were struck on the giant beast's body was still recovering rapidly, being constantly destroyed and restored. For a while, it seemed that there was a deadlock between Gil and the giant beast. The giant beast was suppressed in place by the noble phantasm. It tried to extend its wings several times, but every time it opened, it was penetrated by the noble phantasm. If the giant beast had wisdom, it would not extend its wings after 1 or 2 times. Open, but the giant beast is just a clone formed from a pile of carrion, and its only target seems to be Gil flying in the sky. Where is the original body? Is it possible that the original body of the source of mutation must consume all its energy to kill this mad dog? Seeing the suppressed giant beast on the ground, Gil frowned a little. After the sneak attack just now, Gil already knew that the so-called source of the mutation might be underground, and the tentacle sticking out of the ground was probably just a tentacle. The giant beast seems to be suppressed now, but Gil doesn't have time to waste with it. If the source of the mutation really doesn't come out, Gil will probably have to go underground to dig it out. What's more, Gil doesn't know how much energy the source of mutation has. If the fight continues like this, I really don't know when it will end. It seems I can only use the Earth Scepter again. Since Gil can't go underground, he can only find the source of the mutation. Golden light flashed, and the Earth Scepter appeared in Gil's hand. Magic power surged, and Gil began to use the Earth Scepter to control the cracks in the ground at Fujimai Academy and the surrounding areas. Boom! The continuous sound of earthquakes made the whole city lively, but what is strange is that all the dead bodies in the whole city have disappeared. Except for the shaking figure in the Fujimai Academy, there is no one in the whole city. There were no other sounds, even the calls for help and screams had disappeared. The whole city is silent. Gil, who was inputting magic power, also felt something was wrong. From unknown time on, the atmosphere of the whole city was like a dead city. Is it possible that the source of mutation has spread underground throughout the city? If there is no sound in the entire city, then judging from the current situation, there is only one possible truth that is most appropriate. It is very likely that the dead and living people in the entire city have been swallowed up by the tentacles that broke through the ground and came to the surface. Although it sounds incredible, this is indeed the closest idea to the scene that just occurred. It would be troublesome if it were really hidden underground in the entire city. The scope of the noble phantasm is not as large as the entire city. Even the coverage of the academy is almost reaching its limit. If the noble phantasm is expanded recklessly, it will be destroyed. Damaged. After Gil used the Earth Scepter, he already knew the limit of the range of this noble phantasm. Controlling the land of Fujimi Academy was already the limit. It was simply impossible to control the land area of the entire city. This is troublesome. If the bastard's area is really as big as a city, it will really become a bit tricky. No matter what, let's push this bastard to the ground first. Since he can't be killed, then suppress the mad dog. Bastard, go underground and enjoy yourself. With the giant beast at the center, the surrounding ground hundreds of meters began to shake violently. The Fujimi Academy, which had been reduced to ruins, was once again destroyed. There were continuous sounds of explosions and electric currents, and a large amount of groundwater even spewed out from the ruins. Chirp roar! The ground beneath the giant beast's feet, which was suppressed by the noble phantasm and could only repair its wounds on the spot, collapsed instantly. The giant beast was caught off guard and fell deeper into the ground along with the ruins. The original place of the giant beast also turned into a deep pit several hundred meters wide. The giant beast that fell into the pit was almost buried by the debris of the building. But this was just the beginning. After the giant beast fell into the ground, Gil continued to control the surrounding areas that were not affected, gradually approaching the entrance of the pit where the giant beast was. A steady stream of gravel, and building fragments, all acted as landfill to cover the giant beast, completely trapping it in the pit. After doing all this, Gil stopped the magic input and put the magic staff into the treasure house. Mad dog, you actually let me consume so much of my magic power. Gil, who has been inputting magic power, feels that if it were not for the existence of the magic spiral in his body, relying on Gil's own magic power, Gil would have consumed at least 1/3 of his magic power. Is this really something humans can do? Seeing the deep hole that has been filled in on the ground, the 5 people on Vimana have fallen into a state of confusion about who I am, where I am, and what is happening here. Gil, who had put away the Earth Scepter, was not in the state of too many 5 people. Although the current situation was temporarily calmed down, it was not a solution after all. Although the giant beast was temporarily suppressed underground by Gil, it did not mean that he could never come out. And the problem now is not only this, but also the source of mutation that shows part of the power but doesn't know where it is hidden. Just as Gil was thinking about what to do next, the whole city suddenly began to shake violently, and the scale even affected Japan's iconic building, Tokyo Tower. Chapter 63. The violent vibration successfully interrupted Gil's contemplation. When Gil saw the violently shaking city, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes that had never appeared before. Is it because the clone was buried so the main body couldn't help but want to come out, but the movement actually enveloped the entire city? The commotion was so big that even Gil didn't expect that the source of the mutation, which was most likely hidden underground, would actually cause such a big commotion. Captured information about unknown life, please be careful, host. The voice of the system sounded in Gil's mind. Is the source of unknown life changes actually life? Gil looked at the trembling city and was ready to respond to the enemy. Boom! Continuous explosions sounded, and the city that had been destroyed once was hit hard again. As the firelight rose, huge tentacles stretched out from the ground in 4 directions of the city. The length of the tentacles was close to 1,000 meters in length, and it was still growing. As for the width of the tentacles, at least close to meters. Each tentacle is several times larger than Tokyo Tower, making people directly feel how small they are. After the 4 huge tentacles broke out of the ground, they all attacked Vimana suspended in the sky. At the head of the tentacles, there was a ferocious mouth. With the size of Vimana, if it were covered by the mouth of the tentacle head, Vimana would be swallowed directly in one gulp. The size of Vimana is not as big as the mouth of the tentacle. This bastard wants to trap Vimana and swallow them together. Seeing the huge tentacles attacking him from 4 directions, Gil instantly realized something was not good. This bastard actually has intelligence instead of being a mindless mad dog. The tentacles were attacking him, and Gil naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. Although the tentacles attacked very quickly, Gil was not an ordinary person who would be frightened. Vimana was seen rising instantly when he was about to be attacked by the tentacles, and escaped the attack this time. Boom! As Vimana rose, the 4 huge tentacles that lost their target for a moment collided with each other. Wow! When the 4 tentacles collided together, the mouths on the head also bit each other on the other tentacles, and green and sticky blood sprayed out instantly. The blood fell to the ground, making a tooth-piercing sizzling sound, just like sulfuric acid, and the place where the blood fell began to dissolve at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood is corrosive, so I can't use this king's noble phantasm, otherwise low-level noble phantasms will most likely be dissolved by the strong acid-like blood. The corrosive nature of the tentacle's blood made Gil give up the idea of launching the noble phantasm from the king's treasure. Bastard, you are really difficult to deal with. Seeing that the 4 tentacles missed a hit, they launched another attack on Vimana. The exposed length of the tentacles has now reached several thousand meters, and it seems that it has not reached the limit. Boom boom! Several more explosions sounded, and 4 tentacles appeared on the ground of the city again. Adding to the original 4 tentacles, there were now 8 behemoths in the sky above the entire city. The tentacles that appeared again were the same as the previous 4 tentacles. After breaking out of the ground, they instantly extended towards Vimana flying in the sky. TCH, the entire city's underground is full of its true form. The annoying hybrid is really big. A total of 8 tentacles made Gil instantly realize something. The entire underground of Tokyo should have been occupied by the so-called source of mutation. Although it is a bit wasteful, since there is no living life in this city, then the source of mutation should be eliminated here. A slightly larger bastard is just a bastard in the final analysis. Do you think I can't hit you by hiding underground? You pathetic bastard! Gil observed the entire city and found that except for the billowing black smoke and burning flames, there was no trace of life in the entire Tokyo, and there were even dense potholes on the ground. Gil knew that the potholes on the ground were all caused by tentacles that were larger than ordinary people. Just as Gil thought, maybe the truth was just as Gil said, both the dead and the living in this city had been mutated. The source was swallowed up. Since it is an empty city, I, the king, should quickly get rid of the bastards. Gil controlled Vimana to continue to rise, and at the same time took out a special item from his treasure house. Golden light flashed on Vimana, and a special item the size of a car appeared in the eyes of 6 people. Guide missile. Although the strong wind pressure made several people unable to open their eyes and they were still afraid of Gil, they were still startled by what Gil took out. The twin-tail girl Saya Takagi even shouted in fear. Missiles, stop joking. Gil glanced at Saya joking lightly and said nothing, but a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. However, although several people thought that the sudden golden light was a missile, there were still some people who really recognized this oval-shaped special object as big as a car. No, this is not a missile, it is a nuclear bomb. Hirano Toda looked at the special item in front of him, his eyes filled with horror. What nuclear bomb? When several people heard Hirano Toda's shout, they all looked at the special object in the center with horrified eyes. Yes, this special item that is golden in color and has the size of a car is a nuclear bomb, but it is different from an ordinary nuclear bomb. This nuclear bomb is an ancient nuclear warhead, and it is also one of Jill's collections. But most importantly, there is so much more to Gil. This king's nuclear bomb is not an ordinary nuclear bomb, but is driven by magic power. A bunch of bastards are afraid of something. Gil looked at the people who wanted to scream but didn't dare to scream in a funny way. They wanted to stay away from the nuclear bomb but were restrained by the sky. Bastard, a life form from the universe, let you try this king's collection. Withdrawing his amused expression, Gil saw a coldness flashing in his eyes when he saw the tentacles that were still chasing him below, as if they could extend infinitely. The golden light flashed again, and the nuclear bomb was taken back into the treasure house by Gil. Then Gil controlled Vimana to speed up the ascent again, gradually increasing the distance from the tentacle, and at the same time changed direction, did a forward somersault, and dived downwards. And go! Then, the head of the nuclear bomb appeared directly above Vimana, and the nuclear bomb was looking for an angle under Gil's control. That's right, Gil wants to throw a nuclear bomb from the head of the tentacle into the body of the source of mutation, turning it and the entire city into ashes. Chapter 64. While changing direction, Gil was also sending magic power to the nuclear bomb through the treasure house. Bastard, if you dare to choose this king as your target, I will reward you with this nuclear bomb. The distance between Vimana and the tentacles was getting closer and closer. At the moment when Vimana was about to be swallowed by the tentacles, a nuclear bomb the size of a car was instantly launched by Gil. The golden nuclear bomb instantly entered the mouth of one of the tentacles and fell to the deepest point along the tentacle's mouth. When the nuclear bomb entered the tentacle's mouth, Vimana used an extreme movement to dodge the tentacle's attack and flew away into the distance. Just kidding, although Gil doesn't know the specific power of nuclear bombs, this is one of his collections. It is definitely more powerful than ordinary nuclear bombs. No, the power of the nuclear bomb will definitely destroy this city. You must fly out quickly, otherwise I may be swept away by the aftermath of the explosion. Gil thought for a while. He didn't know the specific power, but for the sake of safety, he decided to open Vimana's energy shield and speed up Vimana's flight speed. Vimana's flying speed increased by another level, causing those people who were unable to open their eyes due to the wind pressure to even float. If these people hadn't clung to Vimana tightly, they would have flown out long ago. A layer of light golden energy shield slowly appeared around Vimana. When the energy shield covered Vimana, the bodies of several people who were originally flying in the wind instantly fell down. The energy shield blocked the strong wind pressure. Glancing at the 6 people lightly, Gil slowly said, "Now that we are all here, cherish your life and don't let me down next time." What Gil wanted to express was very simple. It was nothing more than to hold on to the things around you and don't let the aftermath of the nuclear bomb explosion shake you down. However, the panic of several people had not yet calmed down, and they had no idea what Gil's words meant. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose up behind Vimana without warning, and along with the mushroom cloud came the terrifying energy vented outward. It spread so quickly. The energy vented outward swallowed the entire city, and the speed was so fast that people could not react. Gil, who saw the energy spreading outward, input his own magic power into Vimana, and at the same time, Vimana's speed was again promote. Gil was already prepared, but when Gil saw the energy spreading outward with his own eyes, he still accelerated Vimana's flight speed without hesitation. Gil was not bored, and he had never tested whether the nuclear bombs in his collection or Vimana's energy shield were more powerful. To be on the safe side, Gil could only try to avoid contact with the aftermath of the nuclear bomb explosion. Has our home been destroyed? Vimana's speed was very fast, and the few people who were no longer blocked by the wind pressure stared blankly at the city that was being swallowed up. Their brains could no longer react to what was happening. No, if my home is destroyed, what will happen to my parents? After a few seconds, tears welled up in the eyes of the twin-tail girl Saya Takagi. Seeing this, the faces of others also darkened, but none of them reacted as much as Saya Takagi, because except for Saya Takagi's parents, everyone else's both parents are abroad or alone, so others do not know the pain of losing their parents, so all others can do is remain silent. Seeing this, Gil didn't hide the truth and said directly, "Bastard, your parents have been devoured by the tentacles long ago. It's too late to cry now." Takagi Saya's mood was already extremely broken. The death of her parents had become a thorn in Takagi Saya's heart. Now Gil directly hit this thorn with a sledgehammer, causing Takagi Saya to completely collapse. "Father, Mother, woo-ah-ah." After Jill's prompting, Gao Qinshe's crying suddenly amplified, her body could no longer support it, and she slumped down on Vimana. Hearing Saya Takagi's cries, even the few people who had been silent were affected, and their original fearful mood became a little sad. Busujima Saiko, whose personality is very close to Yamato Nadeshiko, silently walked to Takagi Saya, squatted down, put down the wooden sword she had been holding in her hand, and hugged the crying Takagi Saya into her arms. Woohoo! The collapsed Takagi Saya did not push Busujima Saiko away, but burst into tears in Busujima Saiko's arms. Even Gil, who was sitting in a high position, didn't speak, but just watched all of this with an expressionless face. Takagi Saya's crying made Gil recall some memories, such as Inkiju. Although Gil is an orphan, it does not mean that Gil cannot understand Saya Takagi's emotions. What's more, Gil remembered some bad memories, including Inkiju's death. Although the parents of his best friend and Takagi Saya are different, they both died of equally important people to him, so there is no difference at all between the two. Memories appeared in Jill's mind, making her irritated. "Humph, this really disappoints me." Gil shook his head to dispel the bad memories. The host does not need to worry about all this. When the host's mission is over, the world will start reincarnation again. Everything that happened now will be restored to its original state, and there will no longer be a source of mutation. Reincarnation is another option. Gil nodded understandingly at first, and then changed his attitude instantly, "But who said that I am worried about all this? I am just watching the show." The system heard the change in Gil's attitude and paused for a second before saying, "Host, please pay attention to your attitude. Your current attitude is somewhat similar to that of a creature called Jian." The system's voice still lacked any emotion, but Jill heard a faint tone from it. Gil said he didn't want to talk. How could Gil, who was a fan in his previous life, not know what Jin was? Now Gil wanted to show the system why the flowers were so red. The sound of impact had not stopped yet, and Vimana, which had been flying at high speed, naturally did not stop either. For a time, there was no other sound on Vimana except the cry of Joking Saya. Gil didn't feel irritated by Takagi Saya's cries, and Gil didn't complain about Takagi Saya's cries, let alone taunt him. Gil said calmly, "Bastard, death is just an ant. Don't let the ants eat away at you. Death is the only way to go in life, but I will not allow you to compromise with the ants." Chapter 65. Jill's voice was not loud and did not reach anyone's ears. Only Busujima Saiko, who was relatively close to Gil, seemed to sense it and turned to look at Gil, but Gil just looked ahead indifferently, as if those words were just an auditory hallucination. As time passed, Takagi Saya's crying changed from howling to sobbing, and finally to falling asleep. After Busujima Saiko felt Takagi Saya's steady breathing in her arms, she did not let go of Takagi Saya, but gently rubbed Takagi Saya's head. At this time, Vimana had already flown out of the city, and the aftermath of the explosion that had been chasing him behind him gradually dissipated. But at this time, the reminder that the mission was completed did not come for a long time, which made Jill frown. Is it possible that the bastard is still okay after eating a nuclear bomb? The ancient nuclear warhead dropped by Gil had destroyed the entire city, and the mushroom cloud covering the city slowly rose into the sky. However, under such a strong explosion, the source of the mutation was not dead yet, which made Gil suddenly feel a little troubled. Is it possible that this king wants to use the noble phantasm? Gil turned Vimana's direction and looked towards the direction of the explosion, while wondering whether to use the prototype Noble Phantasm. Mission goal: completely eliminate the source of mutation. Reward: Heavenly Lock Strengthening. Task status: completed. Rewards are being distributed, please pay attention to the host. Just when Jill was thinking about it, the system prompt came belatedly. The mushroom cloud also slowly dissipated at this time, and the appearance of the entire city was revealed. The charred earth, strange green radiation, and the huge weird meat mass that was still trembling from time to time formed a strange scene. The weird meatball occupies the entire city, and strange green radiation is reflected on the meatball. The body that has become blackened by the explosion trembles from time to time, and every tremor causes the ground to shake. The high-rise buildings no longer existed, only the sunken ground and the weird meatballs had countless tentacles growing on them, which looked not only disgusting but also creepy. The bastard looks really disgusting, but such a huge body is hiding quietly underground. There is even a city above. Are all the bastards living in this city idiots? They can't feel anything underground. Question. Seeing such a scene, Gil felt that not only the residents of the city, but also the builders might be idiots. They didn't realize how the foundations of those buildings were laid for such a large and strange object. When the raised city is viewed from space, a scorched black spot has appeared on the earth, like a birthmark. Is this the true face of that tentacle? The huge body of the weird meatball attracted a few people's incredulous looks, and even their sadness was relieved a lot. It has to be said that everything that happened today has made several people almost nervous. First it was the pressure of escaping, then the sudden appearance of the tentacles, and finally the panic caused by the nuclear bomb, the sadness of losing a loved one, and now the weird meat mountain. The sense of surprise brought about made several people's nerves almost explode. The mission is completed. Prepare for transmission. Please prepare the host. The mission is completed, and Jill has nothing to do in this world. Several plot characters are fine, and the source of mutation is dead, so Jill is also ready to teleport. 3-2-1 transmitting. The ripples gradually enveloped Jill, and Jill's body slowly became transparent, and everything along with Vimana disappeared into the world of Academy Apocalypse. The moment Gil disappeared from this world, time in the world of Academy Apocalypse stopped instantly, and everything stood still. Immediately afterwards, the strange meatball as big as a city disappeared, and the ground destroyed by Gil's nuclear bomb slowly recovered. The people and dead bodies swallowed by the meatball also slowly appeared, and 6 figures were frozen in the sky. People instantly returned to the restored Fujimi Academy. Busujima Psycho returned to the Kendo Club, Miyamoto Rei returned to the corridor, Takagi Saya, who was already asleep, returned to the rooftop, Komuro Takashi returned to the stairs, the tall woman Marikawa Shizuka returned to the infirmary, and Hirano Toda returned to the classroom. After all 6 people returned to their positions, the still world also recovered. Outside the gate of Fujimi Academy, a figure slowly walked over. In the dim little harbor, a tragic scene was taking place. White-skinned pig, hand over the money and keep this woman, otherwise you may have to confess here. In the alley, a burly black man was robbing a middle-aged white man holding a briefcase, followed by a young white girl. I can give you money, but don't even think about my daughter. The middle-aged white man looked at the burly black man with wary eyes and protected his daughter behind his back with one hand. Old man, you are lucky that I have fallen in love with your daughter. Maybe you can even get a mixed-race baby. Please get out of my way. Seeing the vigilance of the middle-aged white man, the burly black man stepped forward and pushed the middle-aged white man aside, and then looked at the white girl who turned pale with fright with a lewd smile. Hey, beauty, let me admire your figure. The black man's lewd smile was in sharp contrast to the pale white girl's face, and the black man's hand was almost on the girl's chest. At this time, the black man's purpose was finally exposed. The black man's original goal was the white girl, and the money grab was just incidental after seeing the briefcase in the middle-aged man's hand. No. No, Dad, save me. The white girl looked desperately at the evil hand that climbed up to her chest, and made no other movement except trembling. Let my daughter go, you bastard! When the middle-aged white man who was pushed aside saw this scene, he roared angrily and quickly rushed towards the black man. You have no shame, old man. Since you want me to destroy you so much, I will satisfy you. The middle-aged white man rushed forward desperately, making the already irritable black man even more impatient. After the middle-aged white man rushed over, the burly black man kicked the middle-aged white man directly in the stomach, causing the middle-aged white man to kneel down instantly. Pfft! The middle-aged white man supported the ground with one hand and covered his severely beaten stomach with the other. He knelt on the ground helplessly and vomited acidic water. The black man retracted his legs and looked at the middle-aged white man lying in front of him with disdain. Old man, have you cooperated with this uncle for a long time? You have to let me destroy you. The middle-aged white man didn't give up yet. The hand that was supporting the ground reluctantly grabbed the black man's ankle and said weakly, Ugh, let go, my daughter. Chapter 66. Old stuff. When the black man saw that the middle-aged white man hadn't given up yet, he stepped on the middle-aged white man's head. The middle-aged white man fainted instantly after being hit hard. The hand holding the black man fell to the ground, and his head slowly oozed out blood. Beauty, your damn dad has passed out. No one will bother us anymore. Seeing that the middle-aged white man finally passed out, the black man turned around with a lewd expression and looked at the frightened white girl. Dad! Seeing the wretched look on the black man's face, the white girl finally despaired. No one would come to save her and her father at this time. Even calling for help was useless. The desperate white girl finally closed her eyes and waited quietly. The coming of bad luck. Bastard, it's not allowed to capture this king without mercy. At this moment, a chuckle came from behind the black man. Hearing this voice, the white girl instantly opened her eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. Having the same reaction as the white girl, the black man also subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. In the sight of the two of them, an unusually handsome young man with blonde hair and red eyes was leaning against the wall and watching everything with a smile on his face. The black man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the boy was not who he imagined, and then taunted, Where did you come from, monkey? Didn't you see that I am doing business? Go home and feed yourself. At first the black man thought it was a policeman coming, but when he saw it was a young man, he relaxed instantly. Barbarians who have not evolved dare to order me, but since you are just an uncivilized beast, I will not care about you. Glancing at the black man lightly, a cold light flashed in Jill's eyes. Bastard, do you want to avenge your father? If so, I will give you this opportunity. Jill ignored the black man in the middle and looked at the white girl. That's right, the blonde-haired, red-eyed and extremely handsome boy is none other than Gil, who has returned to the Marvel world. When Gil returned to the Marvel world, he appeared directly in this alley. What happened just now, Gil naturally also see it in your eyes. Gil himself never thought that he would encounter such a thing after teleporting back. Revenge. The white girl was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Jill meant, but then she stopped thinking about strange things and shouted to Jill, This gentleman, please go to the police quickly. The white girl's tone was very anxious, but this also indirectly reminded the black man. The black man who originally planned to let Jill leave immediately changed his mind after hearing the white girl's words. He slowly approached Jill and said with a strange smile, Monkey, fortunately this little girl, you reminded me, otherwise you will really run away. You should also have the idea of calling the police after you run away and let the police come to arrest me. It's over. The white girl was stunned when she saw this posture, and her face that was originally a little blood instantly turned pale. A person with a normal IQ would realize at this time how retarded the white girl's words were. This was not an obvious reminder to black people not to let the person go and call the police. The white girl, who had been overwhelmed by despair, also realized at this time how stupid she had been just now. The boy could obviously run away, but because of her words, her escape route was blocked. Even her own escape route was blocked by her own stupidity. Died. Little girl, I really didn't expect that. I thought you really wanted to run away, but now you have done me a big favor, ha 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 ha. The black man started laughing wildly, but still stared at Jill closely, as if he was afraid that Jill would run away. I didn't expect that this king would be persuaded to run away by a bastard. But, beast, have you found the wrong person? An invisible aura erupted, directly frightening the approaching black man to the spot. You. In the black man's eyes, the originally harmless Jill instantly turned into a beast that could take his life at any time, making the black man fear Jill from the bottom of his heart. Uncivilized beasts dare to look up at me, but beasts can spy on my beauty. Seeing the black man looking at her like a wild beast, Jill laughed mockingly, and at the same time, a low-level noble phantom like a samurai sword was revealed in front of the white girl behind the black man. This is... The white girl looked at the katana exposed in the air in confusion, not understanding the situation for a while. Bastard, this is your only chance for revenge. I'm here to see what the bastard wants. The white girl, who was confused about the situation, looked at Jill blankly after hearing this. Sir, are you a mutant? The white girl's stunned look made people laugh, but no one laughed at the beast and king present now. Become a mutant. Although black people don't know what happened, they also know the word mutant. That kind of weird ability is almost a nightmare for ordinary people. You are a mutant. The black man looked at Jill with even more horror, and the aura that penetrated into his soul played an auxiliary role. It doesn't matter whether you are a mutant or not. What matters is how you choose, whether to avenge your father or hand over this beast who almost snatched you away to the so-called cop. The white girl recovered from her stunned expression and did not yell. She just looked at Jill hesitantly and then at the katana in front of her. She didn't know what to choose for a while. Seeing the white girl's hesitant look, Jill chuckled and said, "Look at your father. He was beaten unconscious by this bastard. He may even be in danger of death. Even you yourself were almost violated. Don't you want to avenge yourself and your father?" Jill's tone was emotionless, but it was this emotionless tone that was more effective to desperate people. Anyone who is familiar with Jill will know that this scammer is here to play with people's hearts again. What? My father is dying. The stunned white girl came to her senses instantly and looked at the middle-aged white man who fell on the ground, the girl's own father. What greeted the girl's eyes was a patch of scarlet blood, followed by the middle-aged white man's tragic appearance. The scarlet blood had eroded the ground, and the middle-aged white man's entire upper body had fallen into a pool of blood. Dead. The white girl who saw this scene collapsed and shouted, tears streaming from her eyes, and she wanted to go in the direction of the middle-aged white man. The brain hit a hard stone and the bones in the head are broken. It's too late to go to the hospital for treatment now, but I have a way to save your father. Chapter 67. Did Jill's calm words make the white girl stop in place for an instant? You can really save my dad. The white girl seemed to be grasping at the only life-saving straw, looking at Jill with hope in her eyes. Jill has no doubt that if I lie to you now, the girl in front of her will most likely have her mind completely collapsed. I never bother to lie. Gil nodded. Not to mention half-dead, even dead Gil can save you. The most important thing now is how to deal with this beast. Do you think he made your father become like this? What should you do? Gil asked, motioning to the black man who was lying limply on the ground in front of him. I don't know him. The white girl's mind is now filled with the idea of rescuing her father, and she doesn't know what to do at all. Calm down first. As a commoner, I cannot be so cowardly. Jill is almost the last hope of white girls now, so white girls will subconsciously listen to whatever Jill says. According to the common saying, the white girl has become a stone-cold girl, has no sense at all, and only obeys Jill's orders. He turned your father into this. Don't you have any thoughts of revenge? You know, even if you call the police and let the police arrest him, he will only be imprisoned for a few years. He will even look for your family after he comes out to take revenge on you. Don't you want to resist? Think about it, bastard. After saying that, Jill took out a crystal as bright as a diamond from the treasure house and threw it to the white girl. The white girl subconsciously caught the crystal. Immediately afterwards, Gil said nothing, but turned and walked out of the alley, leaving only one sentence. Bastard, this crystal is given to you by this king. Don't let me down. Maybe you think you will be harassed by beasts in the future. The sound gradually faded away, leaving only the katana still suspended in the air, the black man and the dumb white girl still lying limply on the ground. Jill didn't take this matter to heart. She just happened to see this after teleporting back and became a little interested and helped the white girl. As for the reason, it may be the king's interest. Choose. The white girl looked at the crystal in her hand in confusion, then looked up in confusion at the katana still floating in front of her, and was confused for a moment. Save Dad first. That man won't lie to me. After the white girl was stunned for a while, she looked at the katana still floating in front of her, gritted her teeth and ran to the middle-aged white man, wanting to check on her father's condition. Wait, that person didn't tell me how to use this. After running to the middle-aged white man, the girl remembered that Gil didn't tell her how to use this crystal. Could it be that he is really lying to me? The white girl looked at the middle-aged white man with blood on his head at a loss, and then looked at the crystal in his hand that looked like a little girl's toy. The tears that had stopped suddenly surged up again. Swish! As soon as the white girl burst into tears, the crystal in her hand turned into a golden light and entered the middle-aged white man's body. Then, a scene appeared that the white girl would never forget. The wound on the middle-aged white man's head was slowly healing. That person didn't lie to me. The white girl looked at this scene in surprise, with a look of surprise on her face, coupled with the tears that had not yet been wiped away. It was a bit funny no matter how you looked at it. The mutant is finally gone. Just when the white girl was caught in surprise, the black man who was paralyzed on the ground finally regained consciousness, but even if he regained consciousness, he was still in a state of total weakness. The black man's voice reached the ears of the white girl. In an instant, the white girl backed away like a frightened rabbit and looked in the direction of the black man. At this time, the black man also slowly sat on the ground from his paralyzed state. When the black man saw the white girl staring at him, he immediately showed a lewd smile. Little girl, I will regain my strength after a while. Don't worry, even if you are run away now, I also know where your home is, and I will find you. The white girl immediately showed a frightened expression and subconsciously wanted to stay away from the black man with a lewd smile. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed in the white girl's mind, and the voice with an arrogant tone appeared in the white girl's mind. Even if you call the police and let the police arrest him, he will only be imprisoned for a few years. He will even look for your family after he comes out to take revenge on you. Don't you want to resist? That man was right. The beast in front of him who took advantage of him and even wanted to kill his father knew where his home was. There was a trace of determination in the white girl's eyes, but more of it was hesitation. The white man looked in the direction of the katana, and there was surprise in his eyes when he saw that the katana suspended in the air was still there. After seeing the samurai sword, the white girl finally understood what Jill meant. Rather than calling the police and being imprisoned for a few years with the risk of retaliation after being released, it would be better to just kill the black man. In order to avoid future troubles. No, it's better to call the police, kill someone or something. The white girl shook her head, but after accidentally seeing the blood on the ground, she showed determination again. While the white girl was struggling with her thoughts, Jill's voice suddenly appeared again. He wanted to kill your father and rape you by force. Gradually, the white girl's face showed anger. Then, the white girl stood up, walked to the katana suspended in mid-air, and slowly stretched out her hand to hold the handle of the katana. Wait, where did the knife come from? At this time, the black man finally discovered what was wrong, why there was a samurai sword suspended in mid-air, and why the originally weak white girl was holding it. The white girl holding the samurai sword looked at the black man with anger in her eyes, and anger kept rising in her heart. Dad and I just went to a party. Why should we suffer this kind of crime? Dad almost died, and I almost got raped, all because of this beast in front of me. The anger in the white girl's heart continued to amplify. The white girl stepped towards the limp black man, holding a samurai sword in her right hand. The beautiful face that was originally distorted by fear has become extremely cold. No, what do you want to do? This is just a misunderstanding. Don't take it seriously, don't come over. Chapter 68. Seeing the cold face of the white girl and the killing intent in her eyes, the black man didn't know what was going to happen. The originally harmless girl suddenly turned into a murderer who was about to massacre him. No. I was wrong, please, don't kill me. It's not that black people are so quick to give in, but the murderous intention in the girl's eyes is not pretended at all, but a real murderous intention. In the past, when black people bullied some people, they also encountered the killing intent burst out in his eyes and he wanted to kill the person who wanted to kill him, but the killing intent of those people only lasted for less than a few seconds before disappearing, but now the killing intent in the eyes of the girl in front of him was stronger than ever before, and he was now covered in blood all over his body. He didn't even have the strength to stand up, so one can imagine what the consequences would be. The black man's speed was unexpectedly fast, but even so, the murderous intent in the white girl's eyes did not disappear, but there was a look of struggle in her eyes. If I kill him, I will go to jail, but even if I report it to the police, he will find ways to seek revenge after he comes out of jail. No. Even if I go to jail, I will kill this beast who soiled my innocence. The struggle in her eyes disappeared, and with her last anger, the white girl slashed with a samurai sword in both hands. The white girl and the black man seemed to be frozen for a moment, and a wound appeared on the black man's chest that could cut the person in two. You. The black man stared blankly at the wound on his chest. He didn't say anything for a long time, but slowly looked up at the white girl in front of him. Who? Regardless of the black man's actions, the anger in the white girl's eyes had long since disappeared. Instead, she stared blankly at the wound on the black man's chest, as if her body had spent all its strength just now. How is it possible? Really? The white girl felt that when the samurai sword in her hand was cutting the human body, there was no obstruction at all, and it was as effortless as cutting through paper. Thump! After wielding the sword, the white girl collapsed on the ground, and the katana in her hand turned into golden dust and disappeared in front of the two of them. I really killed someone. The spurting blood sprinkled on the body of the white girl, which also represented that the life of the black man had come to an end. The sound of heavy breathing spread throughout the alley, and the black body that was split in two was still warm, but the white girl who had caused all this with her own hands did not scream, but just slumped on the spot, staring blankly at the sky. For a moment, there was no other sound in the alley except the sound of blood spraying. I don't know how long it took, but a hand suddenly rested on the shoulder of the white girl who was slumped on the ground. The white girl turned her head to look at her hand with empty eyes, and found that her father had woken up at some point. Dad! Seeing her father, the white girl's empty eyes finally regained some brightness, and fear reappeared in the white girl's eyes. Dad, woo. Tears burst out, and the white girl's eyes were filled with tears. The ups and downs in a short period of time made the white girl no longer able to control her emotions. It's okay, daughter, Daddy is here. Although the middle-aged white man who woke up didn't know what happened, but when he saw the black man's body split in two and the collapse of his daughter, the middle-aged white man also guessed something and started crying when he saw his daughter. He held his daughter in his arms and quietly endured her daughter's venting. Gradually the girl's cries diminished and eventually turned into steady breathing. The middle-aged white man didn't say anything after he felt that his daughter had fallen asleep. He just placed his daughter gently on the ground, then took off the blood-stained clothes, took off his coat, and put it on the white girl's body. At the same time, he put the white girl's blood-stained clothes into his briefcase. After doing all this, the middle-aged white man turned around and picked up the white girl on his back, and walked out of the alley step by step, leaving only blood everywhere and the black people body. On the other side, Jill, who was walking on the street, felt something. There is no victory in the end. Sometimes, instead of trying to restrain yourself, it is better to obey yourself. Jill had naturally felt the choice of the white girl, because the samurai sword was one of the lowest level treasures in Jill's treasure house. The moment the white girl picked up the treasure, Jill already knew the outcome of the matter. Of course, it was still the same. In Jill's opinion, this incident was just an interesting thing that happened and he didn't take it to heart. Jill walked on the street a little bored, looking at the people walking on the roadside at night and the amazed people, feeling that today seemed to be some kind of festival. It's better to go back after eating. It's just a festival for the common people. The bored Jill decided to have something to eat and go back. Jill was not interested in festivals or anything like that. After all, he had never celebrated festivals in his previous life, let alone foreign festivals. Jill randomly picked a restaurant that looked like a Chinese restaurant, walked in, ordered some expensive food and started eating. However, something happened during the ordering process. The place where Jill is now is Chinatown in New York. When Jill was teleported back, he didn't know where he was at first, but knowing that Jill has the omniscient and omnipotent star, it's just a location, so naturally there is no need to think about this. But it was impossible for the omniscient and omnipotent artifact to be used by Gil to detect the location. Fortunately, Gil was only near the alley of Chinatown. As soon as he walked out of the alley, he saw a sign with the 3 characters Chinatown written on it. System, why is the teleportation location so far off this time? If I remember correctly, the last teleportation location was several thousand meters in the air. Why was it teleported directly to Chinatown this time? Gil ate his lunch in silence while communicating with the system in his mind. The location where the host was last teleported has been surrounded by the army. In order to prevent the host from being attacked, this system took it upon itself to randomly teleport the host to Chinatown. The army is already surrounding you. Is that why I killed that reptile? Yes, just as the host thought. They are just mere bastards. Surrounding me is a bit of a skill, but that doesn't mean that the bastards hope they can deal with me if they stick together. But the host will also be troubled by this, right? What you said is not unreasonable. Although Jill's communication with the system ended here, it was not as simple as imagined, and a question naturally arose. The bastard actually knows the location where I disappeared, and also sent the bastard to deal with me. Could it be that the operation of the useless SHIELD failed? Chapter 69. There are only 2 possibilities for sending an army to intercept Gil. Gil may have been exposed to other forces, or S.H.I.E.L.D's operation failed. 2 8th level agents and 1 pseudo 6th level agent can't even defeat a group of bastards. There is the famous Black Widow, an archery master with mutant-like eyes, and a pseudo-level agent who seems to be just a level agent but can talk to level, and the king of agents at will. Who would believe it if I told you? If the 4 idiots really can't defeat me, I'm afraid they will really tell me with some special props. Jill frowned slightly as she looked at this possibility. Some special props are things like Verita serum, which can torture you to the point of mental breakdown, or directly interfere with your brain to ask the questions you want to ask. Moreover, these props are harmful to the human body and can cause permanent damage to the brain, which cannot be cured with current technology. Today, the military finally rescued the kidnapped Tony Stark from the Middle East. Tony Stark is now out of danger and has decided to hold a press conference tomorrow. And according to rumors, Tony Stark held a press conference to shut down the weapons department of his industry. However, this news is just some rumors and has not been confirmed. The quiet atmosphere of the restaurant was broken, and the news was being broadcast on the TV not far from Jill. Has Tony Stark been brought back? The weapons department has also been closed. It seems that the plot of Iron Man is about to begin. Gil, who accidentally heard the news, didn't pay attention, but he knew where the plot had progressed. After Jill's intervention, the director of SHIELD was imprisoned, and others went to rescue S.H.I.E.L.'s Sky Carrier. It is not known whether Coulson will go to find Tony Stark next. The future has been changed. I don't know if it will continue according to the original trajectory. Even my king's omniscient and omnipotent star can only temporarily get a glimpse of the future trend. Jill paused, and the future became foggy in his hands, which made Jill feel a little interested. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to just follow the movie's script. I don't know if Tony Stark will collect this technology from his treasury after he invents the armor. Gil couldn't help but want to laugh when he thought about his treasury ability. What would Tony Stark's expression be like when he saw a better optimized armor appearing in his treasury after working so hard to create it? But Gil is just thinking about it. After all, is Iron Man still Iron Man without the armor? For Tony Stark, who will face the pressure of Purple Potato Demon in a few years and sacrifice himself without hesitation, Gil doesn't want Marvel to the universe has lost this person who is interested in him. It's really interesting to grow up and have the attitude of a leader. Shaking his head, Jill no longer paid attention to this matter. After all, it was still a few years away. After a while, after finishing his lunch, Jill called the middle-aged boss over. "Boss, pay the bill." "Okay, guest, you have spent a total of $. Would you like to pay by card or cash?" After the restaurant owner came out, his face looked a little unnatural, and for some reason, he actually started talking in Chinese. When the restaurant owner finished speaking, the owner himself also discovered the problem. Seeing Gil's golden hair, he quickly wanted to say it again in English, but he didn't expect Gil to also say in Chinese, "I don't have cash with me. Please swipe your card." Guest, you actually speak Chinese." The restaurant owner looked at Jill, seemingly surprised. "It's just Chinese, there's nothing I can't speak." Gil raised his eyebrows. His mother tongue in his previous life was Chinese. Could it be that he could forget it after time travel? The restaurant owner misunderstood Jill and quickly waved his hand and said, "Sorry, guest, I didn't mean that. It's just that some foreigners who come to Chinatown to eat Chinese food are half fluent in Chinese, but they insist on communicating with me in Chinese, so they let me. It's very confusing and I can't understand what they mean, so I was a little surprised when I heard you're fluent Chinese." Although on the surface the restaurant owner had no reaction when he heard the title of king, he was very confused in his heart. There seems to be something wrong with the young man in front of me. What is the name of the disease that my son told me? Chiyu, Jr., for Chiyunibu, this boy can't be suffering from Chiyunibu at such a young age, right? This title is too strange. Forget it, according to what my son said at the time, a man's youth is in vain if he is not a middle-aged man. I thought that at the beginning. I also imagined that I could fly in the clouds and ride in the mist like Sun Wukong. Every day is what I call myself an old grandson, no matter what. I am an Asian, not one of those bastards. Jill's brows jumped, a little unhappy. "I am actually considered a foreigner, I'm afraid you are not blind." "Guest, please stop joking. How can you be Asian with your blonde hair? Let me tell you, among so many foreigners I have seen, only your hair is pure blonde. The other foreigners are all it's not as pretty as your hair." What Jill said made the restaurant owner break out in sweat and groan secretly in his heart. I really don't know the importance of what the guest in front of me said. Although those foreigners are bastards, they can't say it directly. Fortunately, there are no foreigners in my store now, otherwise the store would probably be smashed. Buy the bill. Jill threw out a bank card and didn't want to have any more interactions with this slightly funny restaurant owner. The blonde hair that guy said couldn't be Asian. Boom. A few meters of rubble hit behind Jill, right at the entrance of the restaurant. The flying stones smashed the door of the restaurant to pieces, and even blocked the door of the restaurant. No, didn't my son say that they are 10 kilometers away from here? How could they throw stones here? Seeing this gravel, the restaurant owner who had just taken the bank card turned pale and his lips began to tremble. Them. Jill raised her eyebrows. Why would something unexpected happen to her as soon as she ate? It was like this last time, and it's the same this time. Guest, I won't accept your money anymore. You'd better stay away from here. As the restaurant owner spoke, he returned the card to Jill, his face becoming a little anxious. What's going on? Who are they in your mouth? Jill noticed something was wrong. According to the restaurant owner, a movement 10 kilometers away could actually throw a 2 or 3 meter large stone here. It was unreasonable. Chapter 70. My son called me just now and said that there were 2 monsters fighting 10 kilometers away. They were so powerful that they could throw a tank dozens of meters. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that it is true. The restaurant owner explained it to Jill with a wry smile. 2 monsters that can throw tanks. The plot is such a coincidence. Is it the original plot, or is the time moved forward because of my intervention? According to what the restaurant owner said, those 2 monsters are most likely the Hulk and the Abomination. He has no choice but to have immense strength, to be able to throw a tank, and to fight 2 monsters. These characteristics are already very clear. I just finished my journey to other worlds, and I encountered the second plot. It was while I was dining. I really didn't give me any time to rest. A smile appeared on Gil's face. He looked at the restaurant owner and said, "Hey, I suddenly remembered something to deal with." Oh, okay. The restaurant owner was stunned when he heard this, thinking that what Jill was talking about was that he wanted to leave here, but he didn't want to say it too openly, so he used the excuse that he had some things to deal with. No, guest, you should leave quickly. Whether you believe it or not, you should leave quickly. The restaurant owner shook his head and returned the bank card in his hand to Jill. I am not a guy who doesn't pay for his meals. Seeing the restaurant owner's appearance, Gil was a little amused. After taking the restaurant owner's bank card, he threw a gold coin that glowed golden from his hand. Guest. The restaurant owner subconsciously caught the gold coin flying toward him, but when he saw the full picture of the gold coin, he looked up at Jill in confusion. This is a reward from this king. As for whether it is genuine, you can figure it out for yourself. This gold coin is enough to change your life. Just think of it as a reward for dissuading this king despite the danger. Maybe, I can give it to you too. My son has an explanation. The confused look on the restaurant owner's face did not attract much attention from Jill, because it was just a chance encounter. Regardless of whether the gold coins Gil took out were true or false, at least the restaurant owner himself didn't understand the reason why Gil gave the gold coins. After saying that, Gil didn't say much, just turned around and walked outside the restaurant. Who is this guest? The restaurant owner continued to look at Jill's back with a confused look on his face, speechless for a long time. It wasn't until Jill's figure disappeared that the restaurant owner gradually came back to his senses. The restaurant owner, who had returned to normal, looked at the gold coins in his hand, his eyes instantly turned red, and tears fell from the middle-aged man's eyes. After coming out of the restaurant, Jill looked at the stones, then determined a direction and walked there. Along the way, Jill passed by fast-running people from time to time, as if these people were avoiding something. Boom! An old car door slammed in front of Jill, blocking her steps. The bastard made a lot of noise. Silently looking at the car door smashing in front of him, Gil was a little surprised that he could actually throw the car door several kilometers away. This power did not seem to match the original movie, although in the movie the two monsters Hulk and Abomination destroyed half of the car door. Manhattan, but it was because two monsters, one flying and one flying, finally took an armed helicopter to destroy half of Manhattan. Let's go and see what the two bastards are doing. It's a good after-dinner entertainment. In front of Jill, there was another group of people fleeing quickly, and everyone's face was full of panic and panic. The road is already blocked, a bunch of bastards. Passing through the frightened crowd, Gil saw that the intersection ahead was blocked by vehicles that wanted to stay away. You think you can stop this king? You are naive. The road is blocked, just go through it. Gil didn't care about the crowd, but looked up at the roof of the building next to him. With his legs slightly bent, Jill jumped directly from the ground to the roof, and then jumped up again. Jill's figure appeared on a higher building. I don't know where my limits are, but my physical fitness has already exceeded the limits of the human body. Gil stood on a 6-story building and glanced at the ground. Although Gil doesn't know where his physical fitness is, he is sure that although his physical fitness is not as good as that of a pervert like the Hulk, who gets stronger as he gets angrier, it is still better than Captain America, who is evenly matched with everyone. How much stronger it is, Gil himself doesn't know. After all, it's Captain America's. Snapped. An air blast instantly covered Gil and dissipated into the distance. The mosquito palm even produced air bursts. Gil's hair, which was covered by the air blast, became a little messy, but there was a trace of interest in Gil's eyes. The crowd that was originally pointing fingers because Jill jumped up to the 6th floor in one breath was also startled by this voice. It seems that the previous battle among the bastards is already in full swing. How can such a good show be left out for me to watch? Jill, who knew the plot, seemed to have no idea what this air explosion represented, but deep down in her heart, Jill understood that it was shot in a hurry with both hands by her father-in-law, Ross, and his girlfriend, Betty, who were saved by the Hulk. Gil jumped directly towards the direction of the air blast without stopping, heading towards the place where the Hulk and Abomination were fighting. A few kilometers away from Gil, a green giant and a bald man covered in bone spurs were engaged in a power struggle. You loser, this kind of power is not something you can have. Go and die. As he spoke, Abomination, who was covered in bone spurs, pierced the Hulk's chest with the spikes growing between his elbows. Roar! However, the answer to Abomination was a green fist the size of a wash basin, and Hulk punched Abomination directly in the face. Waste! His face was distorted with hatred after being hit by Hulk's fist. He had agreed not to slap anyone in the face. Although he had turned into a monster, he was still human. How could I conquer the world after I was disfigured? Die! The angry hatred stopped talking nonsense, and the bone spur that pierced Hulk's chest took a step closer. Roar! Hulk roared angrily. Although the Hulk has strong recovery ability, don't forget that the current Hulk has been injected with the so-called antidote, and his strength has dropped a lot. Even his recovery ability has also dropped, and he is not a hateful opponent. I will kill you first, then kill the general, and finally, kill your girlfriend, so that your family can be completely reunited in hell. Chapter 71. Seeing the Hulk roaring in pain, the hateful and ferocious face showed a ferocious smile, and at the same time let out a terrifying laugh. Perhaps driven by hatred, Hulk began to struggle violently, and at the same time reluctantly let out a ferocious roar, "How dare you!" Hulk's voice was full of anger, and he struggled fiercely to escape the control of Abomination, but because of the antidote, he was unable to match the power of Abomination. Roar, roar! While struggling, Hulk suddenly saw his girlfriend Betty struggling to climb out of the crashed armed helicopter, but the flames on the other side had almost burned to the leaking fuel tank of the armed helicopter. In an instant, Hulk's emotions he began to run wild, and the blood in his body quickly dissolved the antidote ingredients in his body. At the same time, he grabbed the arm that Hate had inserted into his chest with one hand. Hulk's arms began to exert force. Due to Hulk's violent emotions and the antidote in his body being dissolved, Hulk's strength gradually overcame his hatred. What? Abomination watched with shock as Hulk gradually moved away his arm, but then with a ferocious look on his face, he began to exert force to continue pressing Hulk's chest back. Get out of here! Hulk let out a roar, and the arm that had gained the space to exert force began to use subsequent force, directly pushing Abomination back a step, and instantly raised his left foot to kick between Abomination's legs. Boom! Hulk, whose strength began to grow, directly kicked Abomination aside. After kicking Abomination aside, Hulk took 2 steps forward, stretched his hands back, veins popped out of his green muscles, and slapped himself at an extremely fast speed. Forward! A white air explosion visible to the naked eye instantly spread from Hulk's hands to the surroundings. The armed helicopter that was being cared for was even pushed back 1 or 2 meters due to the wind pressure, and the flames around the armed helicopter encountered such a strong wind pressure, naturally can only be extinguished obediently. Damn it! After doing all this, Abomination, who was kicked between his legs by Hulk, also adjusted his posture. He turned around and looked at Hulk angrily. Although he had turned into a monster, the thing between his legs was gone. But once my hatred as a man was kicked to the core, I still felt a little unhappy. Hulk, I will prove that I am the strongest, and you are just a monster. The muscles all over Abomination's body surged, and the bone spurs growing on his back became more ferocious because of Abomination's rage. At this time, in the eyes of others, it seemed that Abomination was the real monster, but Abomination himself had been overwhelmed by anger and did not realize that he was the real monster now. Hulk heard the roar of Abomination, and after seeing that Betty and his father-in-law, General Ross, had climbed out of the gunship safely, Hulk turned around and roared at Abomination, "Hulk will crush you." Although Hulk's IQ has been emphasized that he is just a child, he can still speak some words. Hey, go ahead, you weakling. Hatred smiled ferociously and punched Hulk. Hulk also did not dare to show weakness and punched him. The antidote in Hulk's body has been dissolved at this time, and Hulk's current power is at its peak. Boom! The battle between the two monsters' pure power makes people feel frightened and excited at the same time. This is the true showdown between powers. The two fists collided with each other, and an air blast sounded from between their fists. Weak chicken, do you only have this much strength? Feeling a strength similar to his own coming from his hand, their arms were locked together again. Hatred smiled ferociously, and clenched his other hand into a fist to hit Hulk. Smash you! Hulk roared angrily, opening his other hand to block Abomination's other fist, and Hulk's words became more and more fluent. Come on, today's duel will determine which one is the strongest, and you are just a weakling who wants to protect women. Boom! Abomination saw that his other hand was also blocked by Hulk, and his bald head hit Hulk's head directly. Hulk! Hulk roared and hit his head towards Abomination. The two monsters were wrestling each other, fist to fist, head to head, neither of them willing to take a step back. Hulk's muscles grew again, and the bone spurs on Abomination became sharper. The ground beneath their feet wailed and shattered in an instant, and the two monsters wrestling with each other sank into the ground with their feet. Dad, what kind of monster did you create? Seeing her boyfriend wrestling with hatred, Betty Ross looked anxiously at the solemn-looking Thunderbolt General Ross next to her. Rose looked gloomily and watched the showdown between the two monsters without saying a word, ignoring his daughter. Although Ross injected the Abomination, Emil Blonsky, with the Super Soldier Serum, Ross did not expect that Blonsky would be crazy enough to inject Hulk's blood again. This is not the Super Soldier Ross wants. The Super Soldier Ross wants is like Captain America, not the monster in front of him who was first injected with a super soldier and then injected with Hulk's blood. Although Ross wants Hulk's blood, this kind of scene is not what Ross wants to see. Compared with Blonsky's injection of original Hulk blood, Ross wants diluted Hulk blood, or even the fusion of Hulk's blood and super soldier serum creates a mass-produced soldier that surpasses Captain America and even the Hulk. However, now half of Manhattan has been almost destroyed by two monsters. Even Thunderbolt General Ross, who directly surrounded Hulk in the university despite the opposition from above, was a little shaken when he saw Manhattan, which was like a hell on earth. Could it be, did I really do something wrong? Ross looked slightly at the vigilant police and troops around the two monsters, as well as the crowd screaming because of fear, the people who died because of the battle between the two monsters, and the crying children, and the thoughts in his heart became more and more intense. Shake. Dad, hurry up and send troops to support Banner so that you don't have to go to military court. We still have a chance to remedy the situation. Seeing that her father ignored her, Betty became even more anxious, even though she was very angry with her father. But now her boyfriend is a monster and needs to escape from time to time. The father who indirectly caused all this will have to go to a military court, spend the rest of his life in prison or even be sentenced to death. In that case, Betty will collapse just thinking about it. Call. Ross glanced at his daughter. What his daughter was thinking about could Ross not have thought that although Ross could face the military court, Ross still couldn't let go of his daughter in the end. Chapter 72. After an ideological struggle, Ross finally chose to listen to his daughter, picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand, and ordered, "I am General Ross. I am sending 2 armed helicopters to Area 112. We need support here. Although he is a general, he is also a father, but I am afraid that after this series of things, I will be beaten to the end." Rose sighed inwardly. If he really went to court-martial, his daughter would have no one to protect her. As a general, Ross has offended many people in the past. It was fine when he was in the military, but once he loses his position as a general, his daughter is likely to be retaliated against. Ross is calling for support, but Hulk and Abomination are not that simple. The duel between strength and strength is not that simple. Reality has long been separated from the plot in the movie. Not only was Abomination not defeated by the Hulk with a chain choke as in the movie, but he became even more powerful. The scene has become a mess. The duel between the two monsters has left the entire neighborhood in ruins. The crowd is trying to stay away. Apart from the trembling police, there are only a few soldiers left. The rifle in the soldier's hand was out of bullets, and he was holding a pistol and trembling in the distance like other policemen. Bang bang! The two monsters, Hulk and Abomination, were punching and kicking each other, but neither could inflict fatal damage to the other. Hulk, taste what it feels like to be impaled. Abomination punched Hulk in the face, and the elbow of the other arm was raised high. The bone spurs on the elbow grew instantly, and with Abomination's roar, it directly penetrated the place where Hulk had been injured before. When the bone spurs did not grow, they caused Hulk a lot of damage. This time, for unknown reasons, the bone spurs increased again. After piercing Hulk's body, the pain caused made Hulk even more angry. Hulk's eyes became even greener, his anger grew again, and his strength became more powerful. Smash you! Hulk, whose strength had increased, stamped his foot on Abomination's face, and Abomination flew out instantly. Abomination also did not expect that after he inflicted heavy injuries on Hulk, Hulk not only did not appear injured, but his strength increased again. The kicked Abomination broke through 3 walls and overturned several vehicles of different sizes. Haha, this is the power you should have, Hulk. Finally, Abomination, who rolled on the ground several times, stood up, moved his body, and wiped away the black blood from his mouth, as if some people with special quirks had been refreshed, and looked on with excitement. Hulk roaring at him. What everyone doesn't know is that the super soldier serum in Abomination's body is merging with Hulk's blood due to injury. An unknown monster is being born. Even Abomination himself doesn't know that the blood in Abomination's body is merging with each other. Roar! His face was full of excitement and hatred, and he suddenly shouted to the sky. Some small wounds on his body quickly healed, and the bone spurs on his body grew again, and even layers of skin similar to scales began to appear on his fists. Not only that, the scales were gradually covered with a layer of bone armor similar to armor. The surface of Abomination's body is covered with a large area of bone armor, including the shoulders, neck, chest, arms, and even the surface of both legs. Looking at it, Abomination, who originally looked like a monster, now looks more like a demon crawling out of hell. Calling him a monster is an advantage. I feel great now, come on Hulk, let us decide who is the strongest. The completely changed Abomination smiled ferociously and ran towards Hulk again. Roar! With a roar, the two monsters fought together again. At this time, Gil, who was approaching quickly, finally arrived at the scene and saw the entire process of the transformation of Abomination. Gil stood on a tall building not far from the central battlefield, overlooking the battle below. The bastard has actually changed. Sure enough, the plot has been changed. Is it because it has not been repaired, or is it because of me? The Abomination in the original movie did not have this mutation, but was directly strangled to death by chains, and finally nothing happened. It seems that the current equal match between Abomination and Hulk did not happen at all. Because of jealousy and competitiveness, I want to gain more power, but my mind is eroded by power. It is pitiful and sad. Jill remembered the plot in the original work, and looked at him with a strange expression of hatred. Originally, Hatred was just a soldier who was about to retire, but he wanted to fight like a soldier and refused to be promoted. He carried out the mission organized by Ross to capture Bruce Banner, also known as the Hulk, but was broken by the monster Hulk. He wanted to gain more power than the Hulk. After learning about Blonsky's idea, Ross approached him and finally became a guinea pig in Ross's experiment and was injected with the super soldier serum. After being injected with the super serum, Blonsky regained his confidence, but his confidence was once again broken by the Hulk, leaving an indelible impact on Blonsky. After that, Blonsky began to become crazy and took compulsory injections. Hulk's blood turned into Abomination, but because of the effect of Hulk's blood and super soldier serum, the current Abomination's mind is no longer the original Soldier King, but a lunatic who wants strength and proves that he is the strongest. In the duel between the monster that was created by accident and the monster that is crazy for power, the two bastards must decide the winner, otherwise, this matter will not stop at all. Jill looked at the collision between the two monsters with a normal expression, causing the crowd to panic and run away. The two monsters with pale faces, the police and the special forces, seemed to Jill to be no different from cats and dogs. If no one comes to stop these two bastards, I'm afraid the entire Manhattan will be torn apart by these two bastards. In fact, judging from the true destructive power of Abomination and Hulk, if no one really stops them, the entire New York may be razed to the ground by these two monsters tonight. Call. A stone several meters large flew into the sky, and the battle between Hulk and Abomination has entered a white-hot stage. It is not so much a white-hot stage as it is a stage where Hulk is being beaten. Hulk, show your true strength. This is not the power you should have. Abomination punched Hulk in the chest. The bone armor on Abomination not only increased Abomination's defense, but also increased the impact of the attack a lot. Hulk smash. Chapter 73. Hulk withstood Abomination's attack and tried to fight back with his fists, but hitting Abomination only made Abomination take a step back. Trash, are you tickling me? Hatred smiled ferociously, and the already ugly face was even more ruined by the smile. Then Abomination stepped forward, took Hulk's fist, choked Hulk with one arm, and made a fist with the other hand and kept hitting Hulk's face. Bang bang bang! The frightening sounds kept coming, and both the police and soldiers who saw this scene felt weak in the legs. Even Rose's face changed, but the daughter Betty next to Rose was so nervous when she saw this scene that she rushed forward. If Ross hadn't been holding on to his daughter desperately, Betty might have really rushed forward. Hulk, if you only have this little power, then go and die. After killing you, I will be the strongest. The crazy hatred has begun to hit Hulk's face continuously. If two ordinary people were beaten like this, the one who was hit would probably pass out directly after a few punches. But who made Hulk a monster with infinite anger? Ability: if hatred continuously hits, Hulk will feel pain, and Hulk who feels pain will become angry, and anger will make Hulk stronger. In short, for the Hulk, it means that the Hulk can't fight back when he hits you. After fighting back, he will get angry when he feels the pain. After getting angry, he will become stronger. After becoming stronger, he will continue to beat you until you can't take care of yourself or he feels that he is no longer angry. My son, you are so pathetic, being crushed and beaten by this ugly monster. Just when Hulk suffered a hateful beating, a slightly gloating voice came into everyone's ears. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the sky, only to find a person made of thunder and lightning flying in the sky. Let's just call him its Lightning Man. Who is that son? The soldiers, the evacuated people, and the police on the ground were stunned. They remained confused about the sudden appearance of the Lightning Man. It was even a question of whether the person was human or not. Not only the crowd, but even the two monsters looked a little confused, but the next thing they reacted to was Abomination, who was blasting the Hulk. When Abomination saw the Lightning Man flying in the sky, he immediately roared, "Trash! Get out of here, open!" The roar of hatred passed into the ears of the Lightning Man. Now the hatred has begun to go crazy. The only thought in his heart is to kill the most powerful Hulk, so that the strongest one is himself. You are so irritable. My son was defeated by this monster. I really disappoint your father. The Lightning Man ignored the roaring hatred and instead focused on the Hulk. That green monster is actually the son of this Lightning Man. The plot has deviated to this point. Not only the crowd, General Ross and Betty were stunned, but even Jill was a little strange. Instead, hatred, whose character was already crazy, turned on the group mocking mode. His scarlet eyes looked at the Lightning Man flying in the sky in disbelief, and mocked, "Are you kidding me when you said that this weakling is your son? You are looking for your weakling. What's the matter, chicken son? Why don't you come over and see how your son was beaten into a meat pie by me?" No, 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 I don't know who will turn into a meatloaf first. You'd better take a good look at my son. The Lightning Man shook his head, with a hint of pity and hatred. He looked down at the Hulk, who was still being choked by him with hatred and confusion, only to find a pair of eyes filled with endless anger. Hulk! Snapped. After Abomination lowered his head, Hulk roared and slapped Abomination on the face, causing Abomination to fly out. Snapped. The Abomination, which was slapped away, flew a dozen meters away and sadly landed on its face. Is this the weakling you call him? He is my son, my masterpiece, but can he be compared to a monster like you that was created by accident? There was enthusiasm and contempt in the Lightning Man's tone. It doesn't matter if it's a monster or not, as long as it can become the strongest. Abomination stood up, the anger in his tone could not be concealed at all. Abomination looked at the Lightning Man suspended in the sky and roared, "Old man, what on earth do you want to do? Are you supporting your weakling son?" Since the Lightning Man claims to be the father of the Hulk, he must be very old, and his mind has simply become disgusted, so he directly calls him the old guy. The Lightning Man said calmly, "Support doesn't count. I just want to persuade my son and let him conquer the world with me." Everyone who heard this shrank their pupils. They originally thought that the big guy's father the other party claimed to be was here to support the big green guy, but now it didn't look like he wanted to support him. Conquer the world. Jill, who was watching a play in a high-rise building, had her pupils slightly opened, and her pupils became like the eyes of a snake. Originally, Jill just planned to see how things would develop, but now that a bastard suddenly appeared and said he wanted to conquer the world, Jill no longer planned to watch the show. What a loud tone! When will cats and dogs be able to dominate my courtyard? A proud voice appeared. Gil put his left hand in his pocket and stood on the edge of the rooftop of the high-rise building. His eyes looked at the lightning man who was slightly shorter than him without any emotion. Who is he? He seems to be just an ordinary person. The sound made by Gil was not only heard by the lightning man, but also by the crowd on the ground. Due to Gil's sudden voice, the crowd subconsciously looked in Gil's direction. They originally thought that another monster appeared, but when I saw Gil's face, I found that he was just an ordinary person. Why the hell is there an ordinary person up there? After seeing Gil standing on the rooftop, Rose's eyes instantly turned gloomy. Not only Rose became nervous, but others also became nervous subconsciously. Why are there still people up there? Aren't we evacuating nearby residents? The remaining police officers looked ugly, and their already pale faces became increasingly gloomy with ugly expressions. Even the lightning-hating man and Hulk in the center of the battlefield looked at Gil on the high platform. Insect, are you tired of living? How dare you call me an animal? Abomination looked up at Gil and laughed angrily. If I were an animal, then you would be a reptile without any strength, a reptile that could be crushed to death in an instant in front of me. Chapter 74. Young man, it's not good to be arrogant at this time. Do you want to die? Although the expression on the lightning man's face made of lightning could not be seen, the lightning man's tone was extremely gloomy. The two monsters were both hostile to the sudden appearance of Gil, but Hulk, who was furious next to him, fell silent briefly at this time, and the green in his eyes gradually became lighter. According to some reason, it may be Bruce Banner in Hulk's body affecting Hulk. This king is actually treated as a bug. The bastard's knowledge really matches his IQ. Gil raised his head slightly and looked at the two monsters with mocking eyes. Immediately afterwards, a scene that stunned countless people appeared. Golden light appeared behind Gil, and a cold weapon like a spear appeared behind Gil. Gil raised his right hand, took the spear behind his back and spun it around, aiming the spear at the lightning man intentionally or unintentionally. There is a looming red gem on the blade of the spear in Gil's hand, and there are red rings made of unknown materials on both sides. The gun body is black and gold in color, and there are weird golden textures shining on it. Young man, do you think you can fight me with a cold weapon? The lightning man, who recovered from his brief daze, had a touch of anger in his tone, and you could even see a gloomy look on his face made of lightning. Maybe you have some special abilities, but I advise you to do things according to your ability. Perhaps because he saw Gil taking out a spear from a ray of golden light, he thought Gil had some special abilities, so the lightning man did not take action immediately, but instead tried to dissuade him again. However, this was just an appearance. What was the specific purpose of the lightning man? What it is, no one knows. Get out of the way, the old guy is talking nonsense with an ant. Just as the lightning man finished speaking, Hatred, who had also come back to his senses, jumped directly towards Gil. Trash, are you ready? I will tear you apart. The ferocious face of Abomination continued to enlarge, but Gil just watched the Abomination fly toward him coldly. General Ross and other people in the crowd sighed slightly, and some even closed their eyes, not wanting to see Gil being torn apart by Hatred. Hulk even let out a roar, bent his legs, and wanted to jump over. The moment Abomination approached Gil, a golden light appeared above Abomination's head, and then a spear larger than an ordinary person was shot out from it, flying towards Abomination in mid-air. Puff! Blood sprayed out, and the huge power carried by the spear penetrated the bone armor and tough skin and penetrated directly into the body of Abomination, and then hit the ground with Abomination without losing its strength. Roar! The pained Abomination let out a shocking roar. The Abomination that fell to the ground struggled to stand up, but the spear that directly penetrated the bone armor and skin was stuck in the Abomination's body, even involving the bones. Every time Hatred struggles, there will be endless pain. The special forces and police on the ground were all frightened by this series of changes. He is not an ordinary person. Seeing this scene, Rose's pupils tightened, and there was a trace of horror on his face. When Gil held the spear in his hand, Ross knew that the young man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Ordinary people would not have the ability to summon weapons out of thin air. Who are you? Are you a mutant? Seeing the hatred that was almost severely injured, the Lightning Man's tone changed from gloomy to serious. The dignified tone contained in the Lightning Man's words was not only heard by Jill, but also by other people on the ground. Gil said calmly, "Mutant bastards, stop joking. How could I be one of their bastards? Although I don't know how bastards and bastards know each other, I am not one of them." Gil also knew nothing about the sudden appearance of the Lightning Man who claimed to be the father of the Hulk, but this did not prevent Gil from dealing with the Lightning Man. "Young man, sometimes it's better not to be too arrogant. Even if you are a mutant, you have just awakened." Hearing Gil call himself a bastard, a trace of violent lightning appeared around the Lightning Man, and his tone showed a trace of anger. "The bastard classified me as a bastard without authorization. I will not let you off easily." Seeing lightning appearing around Lightning Man, Jill's tone became even colder. "A mere bastard wants to conquer the world. Could it be that he wants to be the next conquering king?" As Gil's tone became cold, a large amount of golden light began to appear behind Gil, and weapons appeared from it, gradually covering the entire battlefield. No one knows how many weapons appeared on the entire battlefield, but others know one thing, that is, these weapons all appeared because of Gil. No matter whether it was the soldiers or the police, they had never seen such a scene before. Even Abomination and the Hulk were doing it for the first time, let alone a scene where hundreds of weapons covered the entire sky. Even General Ross, who knew some inside information, looked confused and slightly frightened. Even the Hulk roared uneasily. Some of the noble phantasms covering the sky gave Hulk a strong sense of crisis. It may be a little unreasonable to say that the Hulk, who gets angrier and stronger, actually has a sense of crisis. If it was when the Hulk was normal, it would indeed be unreasonable, but don't forget that the Hulk is now under the influence of Bruce Banner. Even if the impact is not big, it has also caused the Hulk to deal with some other problems. Status. How could you have such powerful abilities? How could a mutant as powerful as you appear here? Seeing hundreds of noble phantasms in the sky covering the battlefield, the Lightning Man could no longer maintain his steady posture and roared. "You're a bastard sitting in a well and looking at the sky. There are some bastards in this world that even I can't fight against. You actually fantasize about conquering the world. It really makes me laugh." The spear held in Gil's hand danced forward, and in the treasure drama suspended behind the Lightning Man, more than 10 treasure phantoms flew towards the Lightning Man in an instant. However, among the noble phantasms flying towards the Lightning Man this time, only 1 or 2 are ordinary noble phantasms. The others all carry a special rule, which is a rule that can cause damage to elemental bodies. Although the appearance of the Lightning Man seemed scary, his reflexes seemed to be within the range of ordinary people. When more than a dozen noble phantasms flew towards the Lightning Man, the Lightning Man himself did not react at all. Chapter 75. By the time the Lightning Man reacted, it was already too late. The noble phantasm with special effects was already very close to the Lightning Man. "Ah ah ah!" The screams echoed through the sky, and everyone stared blankly at the Lightning Man who was pierced by more than a dozen weapons at the same time. The body of the Lightning Man who originally flew arrogantly in the sky was penetrated by more than a dozen wounds, but what was left in the wounds was not the lightning that others imagined, but the same red blood as humans. The moment the red blood appeared in the lightning, it was evaporated by the high temperature brought by the lightning. But this is only second. The most important thing is that when a wound appears on the Lightning Man's body, the lightning that originally formed part of the Lightning Man's body is quickly destroyed along the location of the wound. "Ah ah ah!" The Lightning Man's body, whose wounds were damaged again, also underwent drastic changes in pain. The Lightning Man's body, which was originally composed of lightning, actually transformed into a body like a human being. Snapped. As the Lightning Man's body transformed into a human body, the transformed Lightning Man actually fell straight to the ground. The Lightning Man who had been so arrogant in the eyes of others actually fell to the ground like this. It even made a lot of noise. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned except for the Hatred who was still wailing on the ground. Even the Hulk, who was facing a powerful enemy, was a little confused. Although the natural attributes are difficult to deal with, it is only for hybrids. Hybrids may be troubled, but for me, it is only a little troublesome. Gil looked coldly at the Lightning Man who had fallen to the ground and had returned to his human form. His heart was unmoved, and he even felt a little contempt. A Lightning Man wanted to rule the world, not to mention the enemies outside the earth, and even those on earth. There are many strong ones. It is estimated that the Lightning Man will be crushed directly as soon as he takes action. Even if the Hulk is added, it is not enough. It is estimated that Guyi can annihilate the Hulk's childlike soul with just a move of his fingers. What's more, World Conqueror has asked Gil if the Lightning Man really thinks he is another conqueror. Bastard, being so vulnerable and wanting to conquer the world is not a good joke. The Lightning Man who fell to the ground was already in a half-dead state. After falling from such a height, even a person with special abilities would probably be in a half-dead state as long as he did not fly or levitate or have various damage-mitigating abilities. After the Lightning Man fell from the sky, others also saw the Lightning Man's true appearance, an old man with medium-long, greasy, and unkempt hair, and many wrinkles on his face. This is the true face of the Lightning Man. He is an old man. Everyone who saw the Lightning Man's true face was stunned. The Lightning Man who looked so awesome turned out to be just an old man, and an extremely sloppy old man. However, no one knew that when Thunderbolt General Ross saw the true face of the Lightning Man, his pupils instantly became as big as needles. A wave of bad memories emerged from General Ross's mind. "And, how dare you hurt me? I am the strongest." While others were stunned, Abomination, who was crawling on the ground and roaring, had already pulled out the huge spear stuck on his back. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, in reality not much time had passed. After being stabbed, Hatred began to try to pull out the spear behind him. However, due to the bone spurs on his arm, he could not act like a normal person at all. Even though he could reach his hands behind his back, he couldn't pull out the spear. In the end, Hatred directly broke off the bone spur on one of his arms before he could pull out the spear from his back. Hatred, who had pulled out his spear, ignored the huge wound that was still bleeding. Instead, he looked up at Jill with anger on his face, his eyes gradually turning red. As if affected by the pain and the humiliation of being defeated by the ants in his own eyes, Hate's body changed again. His hateful eyes began to turn blood red, and the bone spurs that he had broken began to grow. The wound on his back slowly healed, and 2 sarcomas also grew on the wound. If someone could zoom in on Abomination's body, they would find that the Hulk gene in Abomination's body and one of the cells in the Super Soldier Serum are merging strangely, and the 2 cells seem to be talking to each other. In the outside world, the tumors behind the Hatred grew bigger and bigger in a short period of time, while the Hatred stood there and roared. What kind of hybrid will a super hybrid serum and hybrid blood be completely combined to form? But I always feel that there are other energies at work. Seeing that Abomination began to mutate, Jill was also slightly surprised. Gil thought that even if he mutated again, it would be here, but now it seems that something strange will grow behind Abomination due to his attack. This was originally not in the plot. Roar! Abomination let out a roar of pain, and the sarcoma that grew on his back sprayed with blood, and the thing in the sarcoma finally appeared in front of the world. A pair of bat-like wings appeared behind Abomination. When the wings were spread out, they were 5 to 6 meters wide. "And, I'm going to crush your whole body bit by bit." After the bat-like wings grew out, Hatred looked at Gil angrily, but he didn't know that the Hulk not far behind him had made a new move. Roar! Seeing that his opponent had mutated, the Hulk roared again. He ignored the weapons surrounding the entire battlefield and ignored Gil. Instead, he ran straight towards the abomination. "You weakling, my current opponent is not you, get out of here." Hearing the movement behind him, Hatred turned around and looked fiercely at Hulk, who was running towards him, and kicked him. Boom! A scene that no one expected occurred. Abomination, who was originally beaten by Hulk, actually kicked Hulk away. The Hulk flew upside down and crashed into several walls and crashed into a residential building. An old couple who were watching TV in a residential building sat on the sofa and stared blankly at the Hulk who crashed in. Roar! The Hulk who was kicked away ignored the old couple who were looking at him, but got up in disgrace and rushed towards the hateful direction again. "I'll destroy you, weakling, first, and then I'll crush that ant." Hatred seemed to be even more violent after growing wings. When he saw Hulk standing up again and rushing towards him, he roared and rushed towards him. The two monsters struggled together again, but they ignored Jill, who was thrusting in midway. Chapter 76. Is it because the mutant power has also been enhanced? Well, let's watch a clown show for now. When Gil saw the two monsters fighting together again, he did not interrupt the fighting situation again, but allowed the fighting situation to develop. As for the reason, Gil naturally wanted to see how the plot was twisted. Because Jill didn't intervene, the scene became a little weird for a while. In a destroyed neighborhood, countless weapons were suspended in the sky. On the tall building next to it, a young man with a long gun in his hand was standing on the rooftop with his head slightly lowered. Looking down, in the center of the city, there are two monsters fighting each other with punches and kicks. On the outermost edge, there are policemen and special forces holding pistols and looking at each other, watching all this happen. Click! The Hulk who met the abomination was kicked out again. The Hulk, who was originally on par with the abomination, mutated again and completely became the one who was beaten. But even so, the Hulk who was beaten continued to: "As you become stronger, your strength will increase a little with each hateful attack. As long as I kill you and then that ant, I will be the strongest." The red-eyed abomination pushed Hulk to the ground and punched Hulk in the face one after another. Hey hey! Abomination was in a state of complete madness, his eyes were glowing red, and he kept repeating that as long as Hulk was defeated, and then Gil was defeated, he would be the strongest. As he spoke, Hatred smiled ferociously. "My heart is infected by power, and my heart is infinitely amplified. I only want the title of the strongest, and pursue more powerful power." Seeing the Hatred in this state, others may not understand, but Jill, who has watched the movie, knows that the statement from the previous life is indeed correct. The Super Soldier Serum can amplify a person's personality and personality. Just like Captain America Rogers, Captain America Rogers was originally just an ordinary person with a kind-hearted and patriotic character. After being injected with the Super Soldier Serum, his kind-hearted character and patriotic spirit were amplified by the Super Soldier Serum, and he eventually became Captain America and a leader. However, Abomination, who was also injected with the Super Soldier Serum, was different. Abomination's confidence was originally damaged by the Hulk, so he was injected with the Super Soldier Serum in order to gain powerful strength. Abomination and Captain America Rogers have different personalities and original intentions, not to mention being injected with the Super Soldier Serum for different purposes. In the original movie, before turning into an abomination, Blonsky once threatened Mr. Blue, who gave Hulk the antidote, and asked him to inject himself with Hulk's antidote. From that time on, Blonsky's character he has become different, he will do anything for power, not to mention starting to kill civilians and members of his own team after becoming an abomination. All this can be attributed to the effect of the Super Soldier Serum, coupled with the fact that Abomination was injected with Hulk's blood. His already somewhat different personality was even more affected by the anger originating from Hulk's blood. Combined together, they create an abomination that will do whatever it takes to gain power and wants to prove that he is the strongest. From the beginning, he wanted to become stronger and defeat the Hulk, and finally turned into proving that he is the strongest in order to defeat the Hulk. The super soldier serum in Hulk's blood are indispensable. What a bastard! There is nothing right or wrong in pursuing power, but what is wrong is whether you can hold on to your beliefs under power. If you can't even hold on to your beliefs, and you still want to blindly pursue power, you will only destroy yourself in the end. Thinking that although it was the super soldier serum in Hulk's blood that created Abomination, in Jill's view, the most important thing was to keep his belief and original intention of becoming stronger. The self-expansion and spiritual infection brought about by the power surge era were the ultimate factors that created Abomination. Reason. The angrier it gets, the stronger it becomes. It's such a perverted ability. I don't know how much power it can increase when it reaches the final stage. Gil looked indifferently at the two people below who seemed to never win or lose. He said nothing and did not make a sound to stop him, because the Hulk, who was beaten by the hate, could barely resist. Weak chicken, why does your strength keep growing? After Abomination's fist was stopped by Hulk, Abomination looked at Hulk with hatred on his face. He didn't understand why he couldn't defeat the Hulk in front of him even though he had evolved twice. Yes, the Abomination classifies its mutation as evolution. Hulk Fury. It seems that the anger caused by hatred is too much, and Hulk, who has the IQ of a few years old child, can simply say a few words. The greenness in Hulk's eyes is even worse, even affecting the whites of his eyes. Poor Abomination doesn't know that one of the characteristics of Hulk is that the angrier he gets, the stronger he gets, which is why he can't attack him for a long time. Unless he takes the Hulk away directly and doesn't give him time to get angry, otherwise the longer it takes, the Hulk will become more powerful. The stronger. With the abominable mutation in Hulk's anger, the entire battlefield has been destroyed and fragmented, and began to spread to the surroundings. The crowd, police, soldiers, and Rose and his daughter Betty, who were originally standing on the edge of the battlefield, had to start to retreat for fear of two people. The battle between monsters affects yourself. Moreover, the battle between the two monsters seems to have attracted some people's attention. In the sky aircraft carrier flying in the sky, Hawkeye, Natasha, Coulson, and Iron Cavalry were lying limply on the ground, breathing heavily. Really, this is definitely the most tiring I've ever been. Even with the most difficult tasks outside, I've never been so tired. Barton lay on the deck, looking up at the sky, with a look of fatigue on his face. Natasha, who was lying next to her, heard this and rolled her eyes. Are you a man worse than a woman? That's not what I said. It's not just physical fatigue, but also psychological fatigue. After all, I have killed many enemies who were once my companions. Barton's tone sounded tired, and the other three fell silent for a moment after hearing Barton's words. After all, it doesn't feel good to kill a companion, even if it is a former companion and now an enemy. The one who felt this way the most was Coulson, who often led the team. Many of the enemies Coulson killed were members of the team he had led. After a short moment of silence, Coulson, who was in the best mood, took the lead and said, "Anyway, this operation is finally completed. I didn't expect to be so tired from carrying out the task now. It seems that I am still suitable to contact the target. Work." Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, Barton continued following Coulson's words, "Now that we have completed the task, what should we do next? Give yourself a holiday, go to Hawaii for a trip or take a few days off." Chapter 77. At this moment, Taikai suddenly said, "Guys, it seems that your vacation plan is going to be ruined. Look who is coming." As he spoke, the cavalry raised his weak arm with difficulty and pointed to the position above his head. Natasha, Barton, and Coulson also looked in the direction pointed by the cavalry, and found a braised egg wearing a large windbreaker, an eye patch, and no hair on his head walking towards them and others. "Well, guys, it looks like the vacation is indeed going to be ruined." Hawkeye swallowed his breath when he saw the person coming, and said with some disappointment, "Not only has the vacation plan been ruined, but there may be a more difficult task waiting for us. Even if things go wrong, we will have to write a report of tens of thousands of words waiting for us. Natasha also sighed. Sieti, I haven't even written my last word report. I really can't stand another report this time. Hearing Natasha's words, Kors, who was also paralyzed on the ground, felt a chill in his heart. Nick Fury, who was walking from a distance, didn't know that in a short period of time, 4 of his subordinates had already discussed preparations for punishment. Guys! When Nick Fury walked up to the 4 people, he saw that they were all weak. He coughed twice and was interrupted by Coulson when he was about to speak. Sir, I have to apply. If the punishment is to be lighter, even if it is lowered by 1 level, I really can't write a report with more words. Coulson suppressed his sadness and told his boss, Nick Fury, about his wish first. When did I say I was going to punish you and make you write a report? Nick Fury frowned and looked at Coulson lying on the ground, a little confused. Sir, are you here to punish us? Coulson looked at the director with a confused look on his face, and felt a little confused in his heart. No, isn't he here to punish us? When did I say I was going to punish you? Do you think you won't get the information if I am imprisoned? Nick Fury looked at the 4 of them suspiciously, suspicion gradually showing in his eyes. No, sir, you are simply overthinking. The 4 people lying on the ground shook their heads together. If they admitted this, they would inevitably eat a good meal. After shaking his head, Coulson quickly changed the topic and asked doubtfully, by the way, Director, how did you come back? We are preparing to rescue you. Hearing this, the other 3 people also looked at Nick Fury, with doubts in their eyes. Nick Fury straightened his face and said, the higher UPS have begun to show their power. After I was imprisoned, Mr. President used his connections to get me out and removed all 3 members of the National Assembly. After removing members of the National Assembly, the President used his connections to start clearing away the bugs within the United States, and I was once again assigned to the position of director by the President. There were too many emotions hidden in Nick Fury's words, but several people could hear the feeling of exhaustion from them. The 4 of them knew very well that Nick Fury's old friend was a senior member of Hydra, and 2/3 of the organization he commanded were from Hydra, but they were not prepared at all, and even simply thought that Hydra was there. It has been eliminated, and it will be uncomfortable for anyone if it is tricked once in the end. But fortunately, the bugs in the organization have been eliminated now. When I first came out, I was still worried about your and Hill's safety. Speaking of this, Nick Fury glanced at the 4 people lying on the ground. If the director is worried about my safety, you can rest assured now. A cold voice came from behind Nick Fury. Yes, when I saw that they were fine, I already expected that you would be fine too. Nick Fury turned around and saw a woman with long plain hair and wearing tights walking slowly. Natasha interjected at this time, well, it seems that we have gathered together today. So, let's have a drink now, let us have a holiday, or occasionally have a party with the superiors and subordinates. The 4 people were relieved to see who it was, and Black Widow Natasha even made a joke. Coulson felt the feeling of hunger in his stomach and suggested, that's what I meant. I don't know why now, but I feel so hungry that I can even eat several tomahawk steaks. As soon as these words came out, Natasha, Hawkeye and Iron Cavalry all felt the same way. If there's nothing special, I can approve this party. Nick Fury did not answer Coulson's suggestion, but turned to look at Hill who was walking over. The meaning was self-evident. Guys, although I am also very moved, I feel that the current situation seems a bit inappropriate. According to the latest news, half of the entire Manhattan area has been destroyed. If this continues, it is very likely that half of New York will be destroyed. And the panic continues to expand. Having said this, Hill glanced at the 4 people lying limply on the ground, with something strange in his eyes. But the 4 people who saw Hill's eyes understood one thing at the same time. Done. The 4 people who understood Hill's eyes suddenly felt cold. Hill's intention was nothing else. The meaning contained in his eyes was to ask the four people to immediately go to the Manhattan area where the accident happened to find out what happened. Well, it looks like some people can't take a break even if they want to. After hearing Hill's words, Nick Fury knew what Hill meant. He turned to look at the four people on the ground and said seriously, "Barton, Natasha left for Manhattan immediately, and the cavalry and Coulson stayed at the base. Handle the situation." The four people who had been lying on the ground for a long time also regained some strength. After Nick Fury gave the order, the four people lying on the ground quickly got up and began to perform the task. "Well, it looks like we're going to have to go on a mission while hungry." After getting up, Barton moved his body and checked his bow and arrow. After finding that there was no problem, he prepared to go to the deck and take the plane to leave. But when Barton took the first step, he felt the hunger in his stomach intensify instantly. The intense hunger swept through Hawkeye's body instantly, causing Hawkeye, an agent of 100 Wars, to lose his legs and almost fall to his knees. On the ground. Not only Hawkeye, but also Natasha, Iron Cavalry, and Coulson, all three of them changed their expressions after taking the first step, and like Hawkeye, their legs went weak and they almost knelt on the ground. Hawkeye, who instantly adjusted his condition, felt something was wrong. He turned his head to look at the conditions of Natasha, Coulson, and the cavalry, and then looked at Nick Fury with an ugly face. "Director, I feel that our condition is probably not good." Chapter 78. What's wrong? Nick Fury frowned. The abnormality that the four people had just appeared. As the king of agents, Nick Fury naturally noticed it, but this was the real reason for Nick Fury's frown. The physical fitness of the four people present was casual. He was able to beat up a group of ordinary people, but now his legs almost gave out and he knelt down, and his expressions all changed, making Nick Fury somewhat puzzled. "I feel like we may not be able to carry out this mission." The expressions on the four people's faces became increasingly ugly, and the looks they looked at Nick Fury and Hill became more and more dangerous. "Hill, go and prepare food quickly. The guys may not be able to hold on any longer." Nick Fury, who noticed the change in the eyes of the four people, immediately directed Jill to retreat while staring at the four people closely. Not only Nick Fury, but also Hill discovered something was wrong with the four of them. "Okay." Hill nodded, turned around and ran towards the dining area of the Sky Carrier, leaving the four of them and Nick Fury behind. Feeling the reaction coming from their bodies, the four of them felt their eyes go dark, and a sense of dizziness came to their hearts. Before Nick Fury could react, the four of them fell backwards. Before he was completely unconscious, Barton complained, "Shit, sir, this is definitely the most uncomfortable time I've ever had." Natasha also complained, "Sir, I agree with Barton this time. I didn't expect that being hungry would be so uncomfortable." Boom! The four of them fell to the ground together, giving Nick Fury no time to react. It seems that there is no way to send people to investigate this emergency situation. Seeing the four people lying on the ground, Nick Fury said quietly, "Is it possible that I have to take action personally this time? That's all, it's time to stretch your muscles." After a short moment of silence, Nick Fury turned and walked towards the deck of the Sky aircraft carrier. At the same time, he took out the communicator from the pocket of his windbreaker, pressed the button and said, "Hill, in addition to food, prepare some salt water and special potion." Hawkeye and Natasha fainted from hunger, use it directly after they wake up. Clear. Hill on the other side of the communicator nodded, but then asked doubtfully, "Director, who is going to handle matters in Manhattan?" Hawkeye and the others fainted, but everyone else suffered different injuries, and there were no more personnel. "It can be dispatched." "Hill, sometimes it's not a good thing to stay in the main position for too long. You also need to move your body properly." Clear. After a brief silence, Hill's slightly dull voice came over. It was obvious that Hill already knew Nick Fury's plan. "Sir, I have to remind you that the A-level file target, Gilgamesh, is also there. Is it? Hearing that Gilgamesh was also in the so-called Manhattan area, Nick Fury, who was walking towards the deck, exhaled and his only eye burst out with light. If the news is correct, then let me, the director of SHIELD, come and meet this person who is most likely the king of heroes from thousands of years ago. Please be careful, sir. When Hill heard Nick Fury's words, he sighed inconspicuously. As the long-term acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D., how could he not know Nick Fury's thoughts? Hopefully everything will be fine. S.H.I.E.L.D. can't afford the setbacks. Feeling that the communication in his hand had been turned off, Nick Fury looked outside the sky aircraft carrier. The dark night sky seemed to indicate something. S.H.I.E.L.D. has discovered anomalies in Manhattan, but at this time, Manhattan has been almost completely destroyed. It wasn't that Abomination and Hulk had moved the battlefield again, but that the scope of damage caused by the two men had successfully expanded again. In addition, from time to time, some huge rocks flew out of the battlefield and hit buildings in the distance. The area on the battlefield that was covered by the noble phantasm was even more dilapidated, but there was still no winner between the two monsters, Hulk and Abomination. Except that Hulk still maintains his old appearance, Abomination's appearance has become more and more like a mythical creature demon. In addition to the wings growing out of his back, Abomination now also has two ferocious horns on his head, and a tail covered with bone spurs on his back. The bone armor on his body has turned into dark red snake scales. With a terrifying figure and a ferocious face, it can be said that Abomination has long since broken away from its human identity and turned into a monster. Smash! Boom! The Abomination that can already be called a demon was once again smashed into the ground by the Hulk, but the destructive power caused by the Hulk is now comparable to the range caused by hundreds of kilograms of explosives, and every attack can bring huge physical damage. The bastard has turned into a demon. The enemy hiding in the dark is probably not a good person. The rat hiding in the dark. Gil, who had been observing for a while, saw that the appearance had become similar to the abomination of a demon, and he had already come to a conclusion in his mind. Because Jill felt waves of energy fluctuations and malice coming from not far away. Even ordinary people could detect the undisguised malice. Gil didn't even have to go out of his way to sense it to feel the malice. What is the plan of the mouse hiding in the corner? That energy fluctuation is more than enough for me. Jill slightly aimed towards the direction where the energy was coming from. It was a flat land that had been buried under rubble, and there was no one near the flat land at all. But when Gil looked at the area, he found an old man with white hair standing there holding a civilization staff in his hand, looking at the Hulk and Abomination on the battlefield expressionlessly. Although Jill saw the old man standing on the ground, it was only for a moment. When Jill saw the mysterious old man also glanced in Jill's direction, and then disappeared. Not just a mouse, but a special mouse. Seeing the old man disappearing, Jill didn't act like an ordinary person. He blinked his eyes after seeing the unbelievable scene, then rubbed his eyes in disbelief. In the end, it was a little strange, but he didn't take it seriously and just regarded it as a hallucination. Omnipotent star. Jill closed her eyes, then opened them again, and a flash of light flashed in her eyes. Mephisto. Gil, who had used the omniscient star, already knew who the old man who had just appeared in front of him was. A demon from another dimension, Mephisto. Mephisto is the devil in Marvel and rules hell, but this hell is not that hell. The hell Mephisto rules is just the realm he created. It is not a real hell, and there is nothing so-called reincarnation, hell creatures, and even souls will not enter Mephisto's hell. Chapter 79. Mephisto, who created a realm he called hell, could only use some other methods to bring the souls of life into his own realm and enrich his own realm. For example, Mephisto now uses a special method to travel across dimensions and come to the Earth, looking for people to sign devil contracts in various stories, and exchange souls for various human wishes. After the signed human dies, he will the soul is confined to its own realm. And Mephisto's purpose is to let life know that he is the Satan in their mouth, and to turn the realm he created into a real hell. Unfortunately, there are many people who control souls in the Marvel world, such as Hela, the goddess of death, the first daughter of a bad old man, the real goddess of death among the 5 gods in Marvel, even the Tribunal of Life, and even Dormammu. The Ancient One can control souls. However, except for the real goddess of death and the Tribunal of Life, the remaining people may not be Mephisto's opponents. The change in the plot brought out the bastard Mephisto. Could it be that Mephisto fell in love with the bastard who was about to turn into a demon, and actually spent his own power to slowly transform the bastard into a demon? Seeing the hatred that basically and completely turned into a demon, Gil connected Mephisto with hatred. It was not that Jill was suspicious, but that the energy fluctuation that Jill had felt before was actually causing hatred at this time. Erupted inside the body. Roar. As the energy fluctuations in Abomination's body erupted, Abomination's eyes instantly turned pure red, and emitted a strange red light, making those who saw this scene from a distance shudder. But the transformation of Abomination made ordinary people shudder, but Hulk, whose anger is power, did not feel a trace of fear, but charged forward again full of anger, as if he and Abomination were fighting to the death. The bastard has completely transformed into a demon. What on earth does that bastard Mephisto want to do? Gil frowned when he saw this scene, hating that the energy fluctuations in his body were exactly the same as the energy fluctuations that Jill had just seen emitted by Mephisto. Did Mephisto make Abomination look like this just to kill humans on Earth so that he can collect souls? No, the Earth still has the Ancient One, and there is Asgard connected to the Earth. Nothing has happened to those bastards who claim to be gods. The result of Mephisto's massacre of humans is probably the result of Odin and the Ancient One joining forces against Mephisto. Given Mephisto's purpose, this possibility is not very high. Perhaps Mephisto wants to let hatred speak for himself in the world, and promote that he is the Satan that humans call him. Or maybe it's just a game. Looking at the disgusting look, Jill thought of several possibilities in a short time, but these possibilities were not the main reasons. Young man, it's not good to blindly guess something. Just as Jill was deep in thought, a slightly gloomy voice came from behind Jill. The bastard actually appeared directly behind me. Could it be that he is targeting me? Hearing the gloomy voice, Jill stopped the speculation in her mind and turned to look at the person indifferently. Young bastard, don't be so arrogant when you speak. My true appearance makes even gods tremble. Hearing Gil call him a bastard, the owner of the voice felt a little unhappy. Are you here just to tell me a joke? You really think that I don't know that your true identity is just a little dimensional demon? Gil looked at the old man in front of him calmly, still holding the spear in his hand, and pointed the tip of the spear at the old man intentionally or unintentionally. You actually know my true identity. Who are you? Are you related to the Ancient One? Or are you related to that old immortal Odin? I have nothing to do with them, especially that bastard Odin. Mephisto's face darkened, he glanced at the spear in Gil's hand, looked at Ancient One and said, for thousands of years, the only people who knew my identity were Ancient One and Odin, but now someone who knows my identity suddenly appears. You have piqued my interest in my true identity. Mephisto looked at the indifferent Gil and said, young man, I will give you a chance. You can tell your name and origin. There was a touch of arrogance in Mephisto's tone, as if it was a great honor to give Gil the opportunity to introduce himself. You are the first person who dares to talk to me like this with even a hint of interest. When Gil heard Mephisto's giving tone, he was not angry, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. After Mephisto observed the coldness in Gil's eyes, there was no change, and he still said calmly, except for Ancient One and Odin, anyone who knows my true identity needs to sign a contract with me to know it, but you, a human being, know my identity without signing a contract, which makes me a little curious. The little dimensional bastard is not qualified to know about this king. There was arrogance in Mephisto's words, and it seemed that talking to Gil, who was just an ordinary human being, was already a supreme honor for Gil, just like a noble and rich man giving alms to a homeless man. But Mephisto is arrogant enough in front of humans, but Gil is not a person who is arrogant to his soul. It seems that I won't know where you learned my true identity until I am sent to hell. Gil's words finally revealed Mephisto's true face. Mephisto smiled evilly when he heard Gil's rejection, and attacked Gil with a hand covered in energy. Humph! I may not be able to defeat the bastard's true form when he comes, but even a little puppet on earth wants to be my enemy. Seeing Mephisto attacking him, Gil showed disdain. Humph! The spear in Gil's hand circled around Gil's side for half a week, then stood directly in front of Gil. The tip of the spear was aimed at Mephisto's arm that was attacking Gil's face. Does an ordinary spear still want to block my attack? It's too naive. When Mephisto saw that Gil actually wanted to block his attack with a spear, there was a trace of anger in his heart. Although he was only in a human state now and his body was in another dimension, an ordinary person actually tried to use a spear to block his human state. So arrogant that there is no limit to it. I didn't expect the dimensional bastard to be so short-sighted. How could the noble phantom I took out be an ordinary weapon? Mephisto's face turned ugly, and the speed of his attack on Gil increased again, approaching Gil's face in almost the blink of an eye. Chapter 80. Mephisto ignored the spear blocking his way, and the blood-red energy covering his hand attacked Gil regardless. Gil's expression remained unchanged, his left hand was in his pocket, and he held a spear in his right hand, looking at the incoming attack calmly. In the blink of an eye, Mephisto collided with the spear in Gil's hand, and a violent explosion appeared between Gil and Mephisto. The original high-rise building had been destroyed, and the thick smoke obscured the appearance of Gil and Mephisto, but the sound of the explosion successfully attracted the attention of people on the ground. That's where that person is. How could there be an explosion suddenly? After the explosion on the high-rise building, the first person to react was Thunderbolt General Ross, who had been paying attention to Gil. After Gil released the noble phantasm, Ross already knew that Gil who appeared on the tall building was not an ordinary person, but more like a mutant, but he did not draw any conclusions without authorization, because there had never been any records of mutants since there were records. The mutant ability to summon weapons out of thin air. But one thing is unquestionable, that is, Gil is definitely not an ordinary person. Originally, the commotion between the two monsters had already made Ross very anxious, but when the Lightning Man and Gil came out, the matter became more and more complicated. Even Ross could only let things develop, and you can't get involved. Not only Rose, but also the others, the Abomination and the Hulk who had turned into demons, stopped fighting again and subconsciously looked in the direction of the tall building. Human, how dare you hurt me? Amidst the thick smoke that appeared on the tall building, an angry roar appeared. Bastard, this king not only wants to hurt you, but also completely destroys your incarnation. Do you really think that the earth is your hunting ground? How dare you, human? Brush! A giant red hand composed of bloody energy appeared from the smoke, and along with the giant red hand appeared Gil holding a spear. When the explosion occurred, Gil bent his legs and jumped back, followed by Mephisto's angry voice. That boy actually emerged from the explosion. Seeing Gil emerging from the smoke, the onlookers on the ground all looked at this scene in disbelief, but more of them were the people who saw this scene from the reports. I don't know when, there were several helicopters surrounding the sky, and the reporters on the helicopters were all broadcasting the scene live. When the high-rise building exploded, the camera on the helicopter pulled the lens in the direction of the explosion. After the explosion, the giant red hand and Gil flying out of the smoke were captured by the camera, creating an unforgettable scene for countless people. Do you really think that this king is a soft persimmon? How dare a mere bastard come to the earth to run wild? The giant red hand quickly enveloped Gil, as if he wanted to crush him directly. Seeing this scene, Gil's eyes turned cold, and he quickly input the magic power into the spear in his hand, and the magic power flowed out like a torrent. Gil's body surged out and was fed into the spear. The spear that had been input with magic power began to burn with golden light, and the tip of the spear was gradually enveloped in golden light. Human, what is the origin of that gun of yours? It can actually hurt me. Behind the giant red hand, an angry voice sounded again, but this time there was a hint of solemn tone in the angry voice. The bastard is not qualified to know the origin of this gun. Gil would not be stupid enough to introduce his noble phantasm to his enemy, let alone a bastard who was causing trouble in his own garden. Then I will capture you in hell and dig out the secrets in your soul. After hearing Gil's answer, the solemn tone disappeared, leaving only the rage after being looked down upon by Gil. Then try it, bastard. There's no slacking off when it comes to the dimensional demon Mephisto Gil. Gil quickly rotated the spear in his hand in mid-air. Every time the spear rotated, the golden light on the gun would increase a little. Although my king's noble phantasm is not the piercing death-thorn spear, it is enough to eliminate a bastard like you. Feeling that the magic power of the spear in his hand had reached its upper limit, Gil swung the spear back, then changed the direction of the spear tip and threw the spear directly. When waving the spear, the corners of Gil's clothes also fluttered in the wind as the spear danced. Coupled with Gil's already handsome face and perfect figure, it all looked shocking. Die! Even if the spear in your hand has some special abilities, there is no way it can defeat my giant lava claws. Stupid mortal, after your death, I will let you be punished in hell for thousands of years as the price for offending the Lord of Hell. Mephisto looked disdainful when he saw the spear coming at the giant lava claw released towards him, obviously not paying attention to the spear thrown by Gil. To Mephisto, Gil is like an ant who can be trampled to death at any time. The dimension demon Mephisto is a character who can fight Odin and the Ancient One. It is normal to have this mentality. But Mephisto didn't know that whether it was fighting the Ancient One or Odin, although it would be difficult for Gil to win, he would not lose easily. There are many powerful treasures in the king's treasure. If Gil, who has infinite magic power, is used together, even Odin and Ancient One may not feel comfortable. Not to mention the sword from the beginning of the world and the chains that can lock the gods. Seeing the disdain on Mephisto's face, Gil said coldly, although the gun of Longinus cannot kill the bastard's body in the dimension, the same cannot be said for the puppet that the bastard possesses in the human world. Being killed by the legendary artifact that killed Jesus, it's really ironic when you think about it. Jesus actually died with the same holy spear as a demon. That's right, although the spear thrown by Gil is not the piercing death thorn, it is still a noble phantasm comparable to the piercing death thorn. It is the spear that ended the leader of Christianity, Jesus, the spear of Longinus. Lance of Longinus. Type: anti-human treasure. Grade: B. It was originally just an ordinary spear, but it was sublimated into a noble phantasm the moment it pierced Jesus' body. After being sublimated into a noble phantasm, due to lack of knowledge, it was regarded as a symbol of power by the world. After several battles, large and small, it was destroyed. It was damaged, and only the spearhead stained with Jesus' blood remained. After countless years of twists and turns, it was passed to the hands of many kings and generals, and was collected by the ancient hero King Gilgamesh. Special skill: annihilation of good and evil. If a person with a kind heart is stabbed by this treasure, he will be blessed and his whole body will recover. However, if a person with evil thoughts is stabbed by this treasure, he will be cursed by Jesus and will age rapidly until the moment before his death. Chapter 82. Why does it feel like the neighborhood of Manhattan is going to cease to exist after tonight? People who saw this scene on TV had this idea in their minds at the same time. Without him, this idea that quietly rose in the hearts of countless people seemed absurd. However, after the explosion in the center of the battlefield, the idea rose in their hearts. The number of people who have this idea is increasing. Look, on the battlefield where those two monsters are, the weapons suspended in the sky are flying towards the center of the battlefield. Oh my gosh, this is such a violent explosion. I seriously doubt that Manhattan would still exist if no one organized this tonight. Wait a minute, there will be some big air currents in the explosion area and some instability. Thor, hold on to the camera. Don't let him fall. Jack, quickly control the helicopter to fly upwards. Understand it's rising, sit tight. When the reporters and cameras flying in the sky on helicopters saw the scene of countless noble phantasms attacking Mephisto, they were stunned at first, but then their faces turned red, and they reported all this excitedly, but when there was a violent explosion after the sound, everyone's expressions changed, and they desperately let the helicopter rise quickly. It was not for other reasons, but after the violent explosion, the helicopters flying in the sky felt a strong airflow. This airflow was enough to make the helicopters flying in the sky lose control. Under the control of several experienced helicopter pilots, the helicopter that raised its flight altitude finally escaped the violent airflow that spread to all directions. I'm sorry everyone, there were some accidents at the scene just now. There was a sudden strong airflow, but it's okay now. Let's continue shooting the place where the explosion just occurred. After dodging the airflow, those reporters who risked their lives for the sake of results continued to report, and at the same time motioned to the camera next to them to turn the camera's screen to the location of the explosion again. Although the report allowed more people to see the battle between Hulk and Abomination, no one present cared about the two monsters at all. Instead, they all looked at the place where the explosion occurred. No one expected that this explosion was not a single explosion, but a continuous. One after another, the shining golden noble phantasms rushed towards the place where Mephisto was. Each noble phantasm exploded, and it seemed that they had no intention of stopping at all. The eyes of Abomination, which stopped fighting Hulk, flashed with strange red light. Without saying a word, he stood there like a sculpture, and his sight seemed to stay on the place where the explosion occurred on the tall building. Roar! The Hulk next to him looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. His green pupils were staring at the exploding tall building. His green muscles were swollen, and veins popped up on his neck. He clenched his hands and roared from time to time. Both monsters paused the fight because of the explosion, and stared at the place of the explosion like everyone else. Bastards are really difficult to deal with. Gil, who was controlling the noble phantasm to bombard Mephisto, had a treasure link in his hand, and a familiar spear slowly appeared in Gil's hand. The black and gold gun body, the half-red gun tip, and the two decorative rings are exactly the spear of Longinus that was thrown by Gil before. You have resisted, but I underestimate you. Gil picked up the spear in his hand and observed it, and found that there was a small crack on the tip of the Longinus spear, and the magic power originally injected into the gun body had been exhausted. Gil, who knew the situation of Longinus's gun, looked at the center of the explosion and shouted coldly, "Bastard, I admit your power, but you sabotaged it without authorization in my courtyard, and you boldly took away the power of my prince and his people. This crime is unforgivable." Gil's angry voice was so loud that it even reached the cameras filming the scene. Along with the live broadcast, it reached the ears of most people watching the live broadcast. This was the first feeling of those who heard Gil yelling angrily. This was the second feeling when I heard Gil yelling angrily. Arrogance and aloofness are all the impressions Gil gives after speaking. Who is he talking to and destroying in my courtyard? Could it be that the whole of Manhattan is his courtyard? I have to say that although this self-proclaimed name is very mediocre, it is indeed cool. He just said that someone's soul was taken away. Is this guy a lunatic? How can there be such a thing as a soul? No, not necessarily not. I think this mysterious young man must have some special abilities. You mean this young man is a mutant? Wow, this is crazy. This man is so handsome, his anger is so tangible. Hearing Gil's angry shouting, everyone who saw this scene had different reactions, but the only thing everyone agreed on was that this guy must have special abilities. Ordinary people would not jump from a 10-meter-high building unscathed. Injury or even the ability to land smoothly. Trash, Kill that guy for me. Gil's roar disappeared, and a voice that made everyone's hair stand on end came from the center that was bombarded by countless noble phantasms. Terrifying, cold, crazy, and furious, this voice that made everyone's hair stand on end sounded to others like it was coming from a demon in hell. Even Ross, who had experienced battles and held the position of general, shuddered and felt his scalp numb. But the fact is that this voice was indeed made by a demon, but it was not in hell, but in other dimensions. After everyone came to their senses, they not only had some questions, but also who the voice was speaking to, and whether the person who roared in the explosion range was a human or a ghost. Although some people really want to understand all this, reality does not give them the time to give them a chance. Roar. Following this cold voice, the hatred that had been standing on the ground suddenly burst out, roared unconsciously, and attacked in the direction of Gil. As I expected, this bastard has been controlled by your power without knowing it and has become your puppet. Seeing Abomination running toward him, Gil looked at Abomination's eyes that were emitting a strange red light and found that Abomination had no consciousness at all. For the sake of power, you passively accept power that does not belong to you, and eventually fall into the abyss of power and become a puppet in the hands of others. This is the ultimate consequence of your blind pursuit of power. Gil looked at Abomination. No, it should be a puppet named Abomination. He didn't say anything, but the wealth link appeared again behind him, and countless noble phantasms appeared from it. But what was different from before was that the noble phantasm that appeared this time, the lowest level, is also sea level, and they all have piercing properties. Chapter 83. Although Gil will not go all out to fight against the abomination that has grown in strength, he will not take it lightly either. The hatred that was running towards Gil was already unconscious, and naturally ignored the noble phantasm that appeared behind Gil. But after the noble phantasm appeared behind Gil, everyone in the sky who saw the live broadcast through the camera took a breath. Due to time constraints, the reporters on the helicopter did not take pictures of the scene where Gil covered the entire battlefield with his noble phantasm. It even made people speculate about what the weapons suspended in the sky were, so when the current scene happened later, countless people came to understand, and even confirmed that Gil was definitely a person with special abilities, or even a mutant. A slightly cold voice sounded along with the noble phantasm behind Gil. Since you have risen from the body of an ant to the level that requires the suppression of this king's noble phantasm, it is not in vain for you, an ant, to long for power. Similar to Mephisto, the running abomination is also drowned by the noble phantasm, but unlike Mephisto, whenever a noble phantasm attacks the abomination, hideous wounds will appear on the abomination submerged by the noble phantasm. The skin, which resembled the scales of cold-blooded animals, did not bring any defense to the abomination, and was directly penetrated by the noble phantasm with penetrating properties. In an instant, Abomination changed from a ferocious demon to a bloody man with blood spraying all over his body, and his body was covered with weapons. But this was just the beginning. Although Abomination turned into a bloody man in an instant, the released noble phantasm did not stop its offensive. Abomination, who had become a bloody man, was instantly filled with noble phantasms, transforming from a ferocious demon into a monster. He became a hedgehog with weapons inserted all over his body. This scene was broadcast by the camera that had been filming the scene, causing a violent sensation. People who saw this scene covered their mouths one after another. Some people watching with children hurriedly covered their children's eyes. I'm afraid of what impact this bloody scene will have on the children. The violent and bloody scenes made everyone change their color. Abomination, whose whole body was pierced, could no longer maintain its running posture. Without any point of strength, Abomination fell to the ground in a panic, facing the ground, and slid on the ground for a long time before slowly stopping. In the eyes of others, a monster with golden yellow shiny weapons all over its body suddenly fell down while running, landed on its face, and slid forward due to inertia due to its speed. It hurts. Seeing the long trail of hatred sliding through the live broadcast made people feel a pain in their faces. After some of the more arrogant people recovered their mood and saw the scene of abomination falling, they silently complained, "I bet that monster's face is definitely disfigured." Having said that, no one knows whether hatred has destroyed or disfigured people, and no one knows whether hatred is life or death. Even those who saw with their own eyes all the noble phantasms pierced into Abomination's body, no one was sure. "You bastard who turned into a puppet. By doing this, I will save you the struggle and regret after becoming a puppet. In other words, it can be regarded as my gift for you to rise from the body of an ant to the body of a demon." Gil glanced at Abomination, who fell to the ground with an unchanging expression, but there was no movement at all, like a corpse of Abomination, and he took back the precious phantoms inserted into Abomination's body. A faint golden light fluttered in the wind, and as the noble phantasm gradually disappeared, the full extent of the hatred was revealed. Dark green blood was flowing all over his body, and his body was covered with dense wounds, including wounds poked by spears, wounds scratched by swords, and even wounds stabbed by sharp blades. When the golden light dissipated, the camera crew on the helicopter in the sky quickly zoomed in on the scene with a dedicated attitude, trying to capture the disgusting appearance. However, this small zoom made many people who had just come back to their senses. The person was stunned again. Some ordinary people with children at home also covered their children's eyes again. After covering them this time, they had no intention of putting them down again. "Sieti, how can such a scene be broadcast? Hurry up and move the scene, otherwise we will all finish playing when the higher UPS react." Several radio stations that sent reporters in New York all changed their faces when they saw the horrific scenes broadcast. Then they quickly called the helicopters they sent out and asked them to quickly move away the scenes. This kind of bloody scene it must not be played, otherwise it will be shut down and everyone in your company will lose their jobs. "Yes, Thor, move the screen quickly and go online to speak. This kind of scene cannot be broadcast or we will all lose our jobs." "Okay." As the person carrying the camera moved the picture away, those who were watching the live broadcast on TV or the internet slowly came back to their senses. Those who covered their children's eyes slowly let go after seeing the picture being moved away. He covered his child's glasses with his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Abomination, covered with wounds all over his body, remained motionless, but the wounds were still bleeding. Ross, who had taken out a military telescope from nowhere in the distance, silently put down the telescope after seeing the sight of Abomination, feeling sorry for Bronsky in his heart. A death notice was issued. Without him, the Abomination that was pierced by countless noble phantasms not only had wounds on its body, but also had several piercing wounds on its head. The head was severely injured, and even the Abomination that had mutated was definitely dead. Except for the 5 major creations in Marvel. Top figures such as the World God, the Celestial God Group, and the Tribunal of Life. Even Thanos, the Yaetian Father, will only die if his head is chopped off. Of course, these are normal circumstances. In addition, some special people will not die even if their heads are cut off, such as Deadpool, who has strong self-healing ability, the mutant Apocalypse, or those who have the ability to change time and reality. People. Waste. I spent so much energy transforming you in vain, treating you as the next puppet, and now you are dead like this. The abominable death seemed to arouse Mephisto's dissatisfaction, and the gloomy voice covered the explosion and reached everyone's ears. "Dimensional bastard, your stupid ideas have created your current situation. My noble phantom can be compared to adamantium metal, but the hybrid you transformed cannot have defense power comparable to the hardness of adamantium metal." Gil looked at the scope of the explosion, put away the countless noble phantasms that besieged Mephisto, and turned them into glittering dust. It is worth mentioning that the noble phantasms used by Gil to attack Mephisto are all C-level noble phantasms, which are the same level as the noble phantasms used to attack Abomination. "Boy, I will make you regret it. If it weren't for my clone not being able to withstand too much power, do you still think you can stand there?" Chapter 84. A gloomy voice sounded, and as the golden dust dissipated, Mephisto, who was bombarded by the noble phantasm, was revealed. The clothes Mephisto was wearing became a little torn, and the expression on his face was gloomy. His whole body, including the clothes on his body, exuded strange red patterns that looked like lava. Mephisto's hands that were originally folded fell down on his body. Both sides were trembling slightly, and drops of blood were dripping from his right hand. It's just a low-level puppet. Do you really think I will lose too much power, you ignorant brat? Mephisto's glowing red eyes looked at Gil, who was standing on the high platform, and said with a gloomy face, although I don't know where you got that spear, the curse above doesn't seem to work on me, but the unknown power contained in it is something I have never seen in so many years. If you only have that one spear available, then prepare to be my slave for thousands of years. At the end, Mephisto's gloomy words instantly turned into a cold roar, and his lava-like body exploded in the direction of Gil. When he was away from the edge of the tall building, Mephisto used his legs and jumped from the tall building to the ground, running quickly. Under the rapid movement, there was even an afterimage of Mephisto's figure. When it exploded, a ball of magma-like energy also appeared on Mephisto's hand, which was drawn at Mephisto's speed. A stream of light passed. How can a short-sighted dimensional bastard know whether I am using all my strength? Seeing Mephisto bursting towards him, Gil bent his legs and jumped back instantly, quickly injecting magic power into the Roniski's gun in mid-air. And those who saw this scene actually got excited, and even their breathing became tense, as if they were the ones fighting Mephisto. Many people even didn't want Gil to lose in their hearts. As for the reason why Gil doesn't want to lose, there are two reasons. First, Mephisto doesn't really look like an ordinary human being. Instead, he looks like an evil ghost crawling out of hell to take revenge. Compared with Mephisto, the image of the extremely handsome Gil is much better. Although he may seem to others to have special abilities, he still looks like a human being. The second is a habit that most humans have. Although there is a saying about face control, people in continental Europe are all face blind, and people in continental Asia all look the same. However, this statement is not easy to apply to Gil. Gil's unusually handsome face and blonde hair look like an Asian to others. This second point is why Gil's appearance accounts for a small part. After all, whether to support an evil ghost who looks like he crawled out of hell and has special abilities and is still destroying the city, or to support a human who looks unusually handsome and has special abilities, I guess I no longer have to choose. Mephisto, who was moving, saw Gil holding the spear that had blocked his attack, and immediately shouted angrily, "Do you think this spear can stop me again? Don't be too naive." While roaring angrily, Mephisto's figure accelerated again, and a more obvious afterimage appeared behind him. Spear of Fanji. Mephisto is getting closer and closer to Gil. At this time, the magic power of Roniski's gun in Gil's hand has been reinfused with magic power. At this time, Gil softly said something that made Mephisto couldn't understand the intonation. When Gil finished speaking, the body of the Lanowski's gun, which was already full of magic in Gil's hand, burned with a scarlet light, and then the red light turned into a scarlet flame. Gil looked at Mephisto and mocked, "I didn't expect that the person who would be liberated by using the mantra for the first time in this world would be a dimensional bastard like you. However, with your strength, you are indeed worthy of me using the mantra to liberate. Stupid mortal, even Ancient One and Odin don't dare to do this. You actually insult me over and over again. I will bring your soul to my domain and make you suffer all kinds of torture." Mephisto, who quickly approached Gil, finally revealed his true face. After hearing Gil call himself a dimensional bastard again, the energy in his hands intensified again, and the expression on his face was like that of an evil ghost. After getting a certain distance away from Gil, Mephisto jumped up and quickly approached Gil in mid-air. "Hey, given your strength, you are indeed not a bastard, so let's just call you a beast. Beast, my soul is yours to take away if you say you can. Don't be too naive." Mephisto's roar reached Gil's ears, and Gil raised the long Nusky spear with scarlet flames coming out of the gun to his chest, cutting off the magic injection, but did not prevent Mephisto from approaching him. He watched quietly as Mephisto jumped up. As Mephisto's figure got closer and closer, Gil's right hand holding the spear quickly waved, and the scarlet fire crows on the gun of Lang Nusky flashed stream after stream of light in front of Gil, shrouding Gil's figure. In it, the firelight emerged, and the streaks of light did not disappear, but stayed in front of Gil. As Gil danced, they gradually turned into a semicircular scarlet shield in front of Gil. Although it sounds very slow, in reality, the speed at which Gil dances Long Nusky's spear has already exceeded human limits. He formed a shield in front of him almost in an instant. If ordinary people danced Long Nusky at the same speed, Ski's gun will definitely destroy the entire arm. Mephisto, who was in the air, saw Gil's movements and roared ferociously, "Die, you stupid mortal!" Obviously Mephisto didn't think that the light from the spear could resist his attack. Although the shield made with magic power is weaker than the shield-type noble phantasm, my purpose is not defense. Gil injected his own magic power into the Lanowski's gun again. The scarlet flames on the Lanowski's gun in his hand became even more intense. He pushed the Lanowski's gun towards Murphy, who was getting closer and closer to him. "Throw it out!" In an instant, the gun of Lang Nusky with scarlet flames arrived in front of Mephisto. Obviously, after the liberation of the mantra, the final characteristics of Lang Nusky's gun had also appeared. Originally, Ronowski's gun was already trying to penetrate Mephisto when Gil said the truth, but Gil kept holding it in his hand, so he didn't fly to Mephisto immediately. Now the Nusky spear was thrown out, and the Ronowski spear, which escaped from Gil's hand, lost its restraints and flew directly towards Mephisto. Chapter 85. In front of Mephisto, the gun of Ronowski was like a burning arrow, and the scarlet flames on the gun quickly began to spread, rushing towards Mephisto with unparalleled power. When Mephisto saw this scene, he naturally responded with an energetic attack not to be outdone. With Mephisto's temper, it was naturally impossible to evade an attack from a mortal who looked extremely weak to him. Boom! Just as the two collided, an energy wave carrying terrifying energy gathered in midair and began to rapidly expand toward the surroundings. "Run quickly, that energy is swallowing everything up." "No, I don't want to die yet. Please don't explode. Go away, don't block me if you want to die. It's going to explode. Run." The people who had been observing the fight between the two started to run backwards with fear on their faces when they saw the terrifying energy wave. Even the helicopter in the sky took off at a very fast speed, for fear of being swallowed by the rapidly expanding energy wave. The power of retreat is beyond our reach. Seeing the energy wave swallowing everything outward, Thunderbolt General Ross was also full of horror and quickly greeted his remaining soldiers to take the undamaged car away from the energy wave. While greeting the soldiers, he still held on to his daughter tightly. "Betty." When the Hulk, who was always on the side, saw the terrifying energy wave, he showed human hesitation in his eyes, and then turned around and ran away. Although the Hulk only has the IQ of a child of a few years old, he is also stronger than ordinary people. The ability to feel danger. Although anger will make him stronger, it does not mean that the Hulk cannot feel danger. Naturally, he will not stay where he is and wait to be swallowed. As the energy wave expands, Mephisto, who is closest to the energy wave, is naturally the first to be swallowed up by the energy wave. When Gil, who is a little further away from the energy wave, sees the expanding energy, his face is indeed pale. Wave. From the corner of his eye, Gil saw the crowd of people running away frantically. After all, some of them were indirectly caused by me. I will save the bastards this time. Gil quickly opened a link next to him, then stretched his right hand in and quickly groped for something. Then Gil seemed to have touched something, and pulled out his right hand from the link. In Gil's originally empty hand, there was already a golden staff with a pure red gem on the top. It looked like an extraordinary staff. Gil held the staff in his hand and injected his own magic power into the staff. With a thought, a huge red translucent energy shield appeared on the energy wave that was spreading crazily, covering the spreading energy wave. After being shrouded by the red energy shield, the energy wave no longer spreads around. The red energy shield seems to be an indestructible barrier, keeping the energy wave firmly in place. After the energy wave was blocked, the fleeing people also discovered this. Then that terrifying energy is covered. Who did this? Did anyone stop this? After the confused crowd confirmed that the energy wave was covered, they all gradually stopped, wondering how the translucent energy cover appeared. Could it be that someone has been silently guarding us? Humans with special abilities are still heroes like Captain America. Just when the crowd was talking, someone accidentally saw Gil raising his right hand, and there was something similar to a staff in his hand, and it was emitting a red light, and he subconsciously said, "No, I don't think so. Look at the young man on the rooftop who once destroyed that monster and fought with the demon crawling out of hell. Will he protect us?" The crowd also looked at Gil following the person who made the noise, and said in surprise, "You said that mutant who can control thousands of weapons should not be such a coincidence." The person who first spotted Gil shook his head and said, "No, maybe it's really him. What the mutant is holding is glowing. Didn't you notice that the red light and the energy shield covering the terrifying energy wave? Are the colors the same? It can't really be him." Hearing the man's firm voice, the crowd stared blankly at Gil, who was standing on the rooftop with his left hand in his pocket and his right hand holding up the staff, as if frozen for a moment. Even Ross ordered his men to stop temporarily and looked at Gil silently, not knowing what he was thinking. If the dimensional ants are swallowed up, then I don't need to worry about other things. I will fix the out-of-control energy in the magic shield. I am afraid that the dimensional ants will be injured by staying in the center of the out-of-control energy. Now I just need to strengthen the magic shield and don't let that bastard jump over the wall in a hurry. Gil concentrated on controlling the red energy shield composed of magic power. At the same time, he continuously input his own magic power into the staff to strengthen the energy shield and feel the energy in the energy shield to prevent Mephisto from being broken by it. Energy shield. Although the energy enveloped was terrifying, Gil, who fought against Mephisto, knew that the swallowed Mephisto would never be wiped out so easily. Instead, he might use energy waves to deal with Gil or kill most of him. Engulfed Manhattan. In order to prevent Mephisto, Gil has been monitoring the energy in the energy wave. If the energy suddenly intensifies, it is most likely Mephisto's fault. Of course, it is not ruled out that Mephisto has the ability to teleport, and he directly used the ability to teleport to other places without being swallowed by the energy wave. So now Gil is concentrating on 4 things. One is to transport magic power into the staff, the other is to continuously strengthen the energy shield formed by the magic power, the third is to cover the energy, and the fourth is to monitor the surrounding movements to avoid being attacked by Mephisto. Although multitasking is a bit unbelievable, and it is even difficult for ordinary people to multitask twice, let alone multitasking 3 times and 4 tasks, but for Gil, she can completely control it, and even do it with some ease. As time passed, the enveloped energy waves were unable to spread outward due to the energy shield, and their power weakened as time went by. But what is strange is that Mephisto did not appear during this period, and did not even attack Gil suddenly while Gil was distracted. Even people who were far away began to speculate whether the person who was like a demon and exuded an evil aura had been eliminated. It's been 2 minutes, and the demon-like person didn't appear. Was he eliminated by that young man? Chapter 86. How do I know? Maybe it was really wiped out. The devil is not destroyed. I saw with my own eyes that the devil fighting that young man was swallowed up by the energy that appeared. Under that kind of terrifying energy, it is estimated that the devil has long been vaporized. Really or not, brother, do you have such good eyesight? Before, you said that the red energy shield that suddenly appeared was controlled by that young man. Now you said that you saw the devil being swallowed with your own eyes. I seriously doubt that you are showing off. What does it mean to be pretentious? Oh, in the mysterious East, pretentiousness is used to describe a person who has no ability but is determined to get ahead. It means that you don't have much money but still want to be rich. It's called pretentiousness. Well, I understand, but I'm really not pretending. I'm just telling the truth. As for whether you believe it or not, I don't really care. You're not showing off, you're showing off your presence. The crowd was talking a lot, but the protagonist Jill, who was being talked about by the crowd, had no time to pay attention to other things, because at this time, a person who could be called an uninvited guest arrived. Wong. There was a slight strange noise in the sky, like the sound of an engine, and then, what looked like a military transport plane appeared in the sky. At least that's what the crowd on the ground thought, but when General Ross in the crowd looked to the sky in response, his pupils tightened and his brows furrowed. Why did S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plane come here? Even if the disaster in Manhattan was discovered, it should be the arrival of the military. S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot intervene in the military's affairs without direct orders. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. was ordered to take over from above? Order here. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's standard transport plane, Ross subconsciously thought that the other party was here for him. After all, he had done such a big thing and half of Manhattan had been turned into ruins. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., which had nothing to do with the military, it's normal to come here. Unfortunately, Ross didn't know that there was only Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., on the transport plane in the sky, and he was here for someone. What are the S.H.I.E.L.D. bastards doing here to die? Have they already been destroyed and the nine-headed bastard found me? Gil looked up at the transport plane flying towards him, somewhat puzzled, but the puzzlement only lasted for a moment. Gil, who was somewhat puzzled, directly used the omniscient and omnipotent star to solve his doubts. Now Gil has no time to argue with S.H.I.E.L.D. If he is not careful, the terrifying energy shrouded in the energy shield will directly break through the energy shield and devour everything around him. The four bastards fainted from hunger. Bastard Llewellyn came to take care of this matter personally. By the way, I will meet with you. After using the omniscient and omnipotent star, Jill frowned and said, "Are those bastards idiots? Even if they have been invaded, they won't look at satellite images to make a decision. How can bastards interfere in this situation?" Under the appearance of the omniscient and omnipotent star, Jill knew everything that happened to the four of them, including fainting from hunger, the conversation between Nick Fury and Hill, and even more about the person sitting in the transport plane that was gradually falling from the sky. It's Nick Fury, the brazen director who doesn't have a hair and brutally exploits his subordinates. Knowing that the person coming was Nick Fury, Gil was not in the transport plane gradually descending from the sky, and continued to strengthen the energy shield. The energy shield composed of magic power now consumes an unknown amount of Jill's magic power. In addition to the previous battle, if there is no magic spiral, Jill may have consumed all the magic power long ago. It is precisely because of the spiral that Jill can use all kinds of magic unscrupulously. Noble phantasm and mantra of liberation. Jill was reinforcing the energy shield, but Nick Fury in the transport plane had already discovered the tragic scene. Was this carpet bombed by missiles? How did Manhattan become like this? What happened here? Someone tell me. Nick Fury in the transport plane looked solemnly and somewhat confused at the ruins on the ground, and looked up at the transport plane he was riding on, wondering what was happening here. "Sir, we are about to land, please prepare for landing." Just when Nick Fury was confused, mechanical sounds came from the console of the transport plane. Nick Fury, who was interrupted by the voice, took a deep breath after coming back to his senses, and said with a solemn tone, "Scan the flat place on the ground and land there." Seeing the ruins-like scene, Nick Fury himself didn't know where to land, so he could only tell the mechanical sound on the transport plane to automatically adjust the landing position. Scanning to find a location that matches the commander's target. It will land in 5 seconds. Please be ready, sir. Nick Fury didn't answer. He just looked at the ruins-like ground through the window of the transport plane, with solemnity and doubt in his eyes. 5 seconds passed in a blink of an eye, and with the slight turbulence of the transport plane, it was announced that Nick Fury's plane had arrived at the destination. Click! With a mechanical sound, the hatch behind the transport plane opened, and the debris on the ground came into Nick Fury's eyes. But that's not what shocked Nick Fury the most. What shocked Nick Fury the most was the red translucent cover in the distance and the terrifying energy that was constantly churning inside. No matter how blind Nick Fury was, you can see the huge energy shield and the power contained in it. What is happening here? Why is there such a terrifying scene? Where does that energy come from? What the hell is that red cover? Where is this OR Manhattan? I am sure I am not in the wrong set. Nick Fury looked at all this with a confused look on his face. His brain was simply not enough. Due to the special nature of the transport plane, Nick Fury did not see the scene in the distance at all. There was no news from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. There were violent energy fluctuations in Manhattan, so when Nick Fury got off the transport plane, he looked at it all in confusion. That's Gilgamesh. After Nick Fury glanced around him in confusion, he found a lonely figure with blonde hair and wearing a white coat and jeans standing in the store to his right. The arrogant figure turned his back to Nick Fury. Although he did not see his face, Nick Fury still learned the identity of the figure from the arrogant figure. There is no way, when Gil first came to this world, when Nick Fury observed the scene through satellite, Gil gave Nick Fury too strong aura, even through the image, it left an indelible mark on Nick Fury. Influence, so even if it was just a back view, Nick Fury recognized Jill. Chapter 87. Bastard, I believe you can see the energy fluctuations in the distance now. If you don't want the energy fluctuations to swallow up the entire city, don't disturb me. When Nick Fury looked at Jill, a cold voice came into Nick Fury's ears. After hearing these words, Nick Fury opened his mouth slightly, but after looking at Jill's appearance, he also looked at the red translucent energy shield in the distance and the tumbling energy in it, and wisely did not say a word. The mouth was closed. After all, Nick Fury is not an ordinary person. After getting off the transport plane, he has already seen the energy containing terrifying power. Now he hears Jill's reminder and knows the current situation, so he naturally calms down obediently, unless it is like as Jill said, Nick Fury wants the city to be destroyed, otherwise he can only stay in peace. Originally, Nick Fury wanted to speak directly to Jill, but now he can only stay where he is quietly. Since you refuse to come out, I can also know your result. Gil, who had just spared a moment of concentration to talk to Nick Fury, gathered his attention and saw that the devoured Mephisto did not show up, so he directly used the Omniscient Star to search for Mephisto's location. As Gil used the Omniscient Star, Mephisto's location also appeared in Gil's mind. Oh, the dimensional bastard was actually suppressed by the energy and unable to move in the center. He is indeed a weak puppet. He can't even resist such energy. Seeing the picture in his mind, Gil sneered, originally, I wanted to consume the energy of the shroud, but since the bastard is in the center, it is not so easy to escape. Before he finished speaking, Gil focused all his attention and was no longer wary of Mephisto's sudden attack. He controlled the energy shield that enveloped the energy wave and began to forcibly control the energy shield to continuously shrink the range. With Gil's control, the originally huge energy shield shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, causing waves of exclamations in the distance. It's shrunk! It's shrunk! The energy shield has actually shrunk. Which young man is controlling it? If that energy is reduced, according to the law, the power of the energy torrent will also be compressed. If it can also be compressed, then if an accident occurs, the power will intensify instead of naturally dissipating over time. No way could it be said that the scope of these energy devouring will become larger. Well, that should be the case. If an accident happens to that energy shield, then it is very likely that what you said will happen. No. It can't be. Then is it too late for us to run now? Unless you can run out of half of New York in a short period of time, conservatively, you will be directly annihilated by the shock wave. Is there no other way? Yes, yes. As long as you can fly 1,000 meters high, you can avoid the impact and survive without any injuries. It depends on whether you have the ability to fly on a fighter jet or a military transport aircraft. Forget it, I'd better pray that there won't be any problems with the energy shield. There were some academic masters and people who were good at physics in the crowd who all said worrying words with worried expressions on their faces, while those around who didn't understand also looked panicked after hearing the explanation and asked if there was any way to escape. I even want to stay away from here now, but knowing the methods these people said makes me collapse again. Whether it is running out of half of New York in a short time, or flying to high altitudes by plane, it seems that it is not something I can do. I can only stand there and pray that the energy shield will not break. Of course, there are also some suspicious people among them, and some people who don't believe it start to flee in the opposite direction, and even secretly smile while escaping. The people standing there are all fools and idiots, but running away I am very smart and can survive far away from here. And there are not a few people who hold this mentality, accounting for at least a quarter of the crowd. But these people don't know that they are just mentally retarded in normal people's minds. They think they are very smart, but what they do is extremely stupid. Not only the crowd in the distance, but also Nick Fury, who was not far behind Jill, looked at all this with a confused expression. Even the king of agents, Nick Fury, was confused when he saw a scene that was almost defying physics. Can the protective shield composed of mysterious energy be able to expand and contract freely? What kind of black technology is this? However, although everyone was worried and some were confused, Jill, who was fully controlling the energy shield, had no time to pay attention to them. Ah! Just when everyone was worried and confused, a cold roar suddenly sounded from the energy shield controlled by Gil. Human, if you succeed in irritating me, I will imprison you in hell and make you suffer thousands of piercings. The roar that appeared this time was extremely strong, and the anger and resentment contained in the words seemed to have reached a substantial level. How can a bastard who can't even destroy energy have the ability to take me to hell? What's more, the hell the bastard calls is just like a garbage dump for me. Hearing this voice, Gil also smiled coldly and shouted loudly, "A place like a garbage dump, only a bastard like you can live there. Maybe the place where the bastard is called the dump. Stupid lower creatures." Hearing Gil's voice, Mephisto let out an unparalleled roar. What Gil said just now can be said to be a revelation. Originally, Mephisto devoted himself wholeheartedly to turning the realm he created into a real hell. But now some people say that his field is not as good as the Earth's garbage dump. How can Mephisto, who has worked so hard for his field for so many years, endure such an insult? The house was suddenly belittled by strangers, which is why Mephisto was so angry. Hearing Mephisto's roar, Gil mocked mercilessly, "Bastard, I am just stating a fact. I believe that no one in the so-called hell would want to live in it except you, bastard. Ah! Inferior creatures, I want you to die. I want to take your soul to hell and suffer endless gnawing and torture." Gil's taunt once again increased Mephisto's anger. The energy in the energy shield that had almost shrunk by half suddenly surged violently, and endless roars sounded from it. It seemed that Mephisto, who was at the center of the energy wave, was struck by Gil's ridicule arouses ferocity. Chapter 88. The joke about eating and torturing bastards is not funny at all. Maybe you think that I can only destroy your puppet now, but one day, I will personally arrive at the garbage dump where the bastard body is shrinking, and completely disappear you from this world. Superior. Gil looked at the churning energy coldly, increased the magic input again, and continuously strengthened the magic power of the energy shield. It's just a puppet, and I want to dance around again in front of this king. Cold words appeared in Gil's mouth. Before he finished speaking, the energy shield that was shrinking accelerated its shrinking speed again. Damn it, how could a low-level mortal stop me and break through me? As the energy shield shrinks faster and faster, Mephisto's shouts become more angry, but no matter how much Mephisto roars, it is of no avail. Although the energy in the energy shield is churning due to Mephisto's roar, it can cover everything. Supported by Gil's infinite magic power, the energy cover is as powerless as a 3-year-old child playing in front of a strong man in his 20s, not to mention that the strong man's power is still increasing. The bastards who do evil in this king's courtyard should slowly feel the pain in this torrent of energy. Mephisto's roar continued, but Gil continued to speed up the reduction of the energy shield, turning a deaf ear to the roar. Nick Fury, who was standing obediently behind Gil, saw and heard what Gil had just shown. He thought to himself, it seems that he needs to add some information to the file. The hero king in front of him treats his enemies mercilessly. Even the methods can be called cruel. Nick Fury, who arrived halfway, didn't know what Mephisto had done. Otherwise, it is very likely that not only would he not think Gil was cruel, but he would even think that Mephisto should be treated like this. However, although Nick Fury has added to Gil's information in his heart, who knows whether the information is really accurate? The person who calls himself the king, isn't he a little cruel? Yes, it does seem a bit cruel. Just let him die. Why torture him? Not only Nick Fury felt that Gil was a little cruel, but even those who chose to stay in the distance felt that Gil was a little cruel when they heard what Gil said in Mephisto's roar. But after hearing poor Mephisto's voice, the crowd instantly exploded. Are you idiots? That guy is the culprit who destroyed our home and destroyed the entire Manhattan area. They are not only idiots, they are even related to one of the 2 monsters of the Holy Mother. Are the casualties caused by these 2 monsters not enough? Hey, now is not the time for Notre Dame. Notre Dame is not open to those monsters. That's it, Holy Mother, you can care for those in need, don't give us sympathy monsters here. Well, their behavior has a special name in the mysterious East called. Brother, you must have stayed in the East. Stay for a while. After people in the crowd heard some people's voices, those who sympathized with Mephisto were instantly glared at by the people around them, and even fisted. After all these things, although the people hiding and watching from a distance still looked normal, all this brought them not only shock, but also endless fear. When people are under extreme fear, there are only 2 results. One is that fear turns into anger, and the other is that they are paralyzed and continue to be afraid. Originally, when the Abomination and the Hulk appeared and destroyed, the crowd had already begun to fall into fear, but later the appearance of the military temporarily suppressed the fear. Later, the military was wiped out, and the Abomination and the Hulk began to destroy again. The fear of the crowd emerged again, and then the intimidation after the appearance of the Lightning Man, and because of the Lightning Man's arrogant attitude and Gil's use of the noble phantasm to surround the entire battlefield. The picture made the crowd even more frightened. But in the end, Gil's battle with Mephisto and Abomination once again suppressed the fear spreading among the crowd. After many ups and downs, the seemingly normal crowd has actually turned into a powder keg that is ready to explode at any time. It just lacks a fuse. And those people who sympathized with Mephisto who just spoke out were the lead, a lead that was enough to detonate the crowd. Therefore, those who sympathized with Mephisto were swarmed by the angry crowd and knocked to the ground. They could only lie on the ground and curled up, rolling on the ground in embarrassment, enduring the punches, kicks, and spitting of others. If you don't see what's going on, stop them quickly. If something goes wrong, not only you, but also me will be in trouble. General Ross, who was in the crowd, saw the rioting crowd and stopped observing Gil's movements with binoculars. He turned to look at the soldiers beside him and shouted, "Go and pull them away, what are you doing here watching? Is it possible that after many people were killed by monsters, they are still killing each other? Yes, go right away." After Ross's reminder, the soldiers also reacted and quickly went to dissuade them with the few remaining policemen. Go away and let us kill these holy mothers. Don't mind your own business. The military doesn't care about fights. When several soldiers walked near the angry crowd, the rioting crowd looked at the soldiers in front of them. Many people's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and they looked at the soldiers with extremely fierce looks. Gollum! Seeing the dozens of pairs of scarlet eyes staring at him, even a few soldiers holding pistols couldn't help but gulp down their saliva, and for a moment they forgot what they were here to do. Idiot, do you have to come forward in person to dissuade me? Why don't you just fire a gun to signal? Ross behind the soldiers saw that his idiot men were suppressed by the rioting crowd, and his face instantly turned ugly. Not only were his men dumbfounded, but their brains were flawed, they were not even brave enough. Being frightened by a group of rioting people was really an embarrassment to the military. Oh! Bang bang bang! Everyone stops moving. Hearing the reminder from his parents, the soldier with the pistol in his hand quickly loaded the pistol, fired several shots into the sky and shouted, "Calm down, violence cannot solve the problem, please calm down." Hearing the gunfire, those who were still punching and kicking those who sympathized with Mephisto also stopped, turned around and stared at several soldiers with bloodshot eyes, especially the soldier who fired the gun. Most people stared. I advise you not to mind your own business. These damn guys are sympathizing with that monster. If you want to stop it, don't blame us for reporting to the higher authorities that your military has intervened in community disputes and even intimidated taxpayers. We are paying taxes. Taxed. Chapter 89. Forward. There were inevitably some eloquent people in the crowd who stopped punching and kicking. After the soldiers fired into the sky to interrupt the crowd's venting, they immediately targeted the soldiers who fired the shots. Under the gaze of almost everyone's scarlet eyes, several soldiers instantly broke down in cold sweat, and the atmosphere instantly became quiet. The quiet soldiers could hear their own heartbeats and the sound of blood flowing in their veins. Seeing this scene, Ross, who had been paying attention to the situation, frowned, got out of the car, walked towards the crowd, and said, "Everyone, I know how you feel now, but the current problem has not been resolved yet, please calm down. One point, I think although some of you have lost relatives and friends, and you have some criticisms of those who sympathize with monsters, punching and kicking cannot solve the problem. Don't talk so beautifully. We have paid taxes, and your military is not qualified to care about this matter. I advise you not to care about this matter. You're right, the military doesn't have to deal with this matter. Your military also suffered heavy losses when dealing with those two monsters. Many of your soldiers also died at the hands of the monsters, but now these people are starting to sympathize. The monster has killed many of our friends and relatives. Do we think those who died deserved their death? According to what they mean, the life of the monster is life. Don't the lives of those who died because of the monster not be life? It was a good thing that Rose didn't say anything. As soon as Rose spoke, the crowd immediately started to riot, and everyone started to burst out, blocking out everything Rose wanted to say. Ross looked at the rioting crowd in front of him with an ugly expression, took out his gun from his waist, loaded the gun and fired into the sky. Boom! As the gunfire rang out again, the rioting crowd became quiet again, but the quiet crowd stared at Ross. If Ross and other soldiers had not had pistols in their hands, they would have been beaten by the angry crowd. No, if we carry out forceful suppression like this, we will definitely be resisted. Even the pistols will not work. If we shoot, there will be a news in the New York Times tomorrow. The army will take advantage of the monsters to destroy the urban area and massacre civilians. Ross secretly thought about the consequences and how to quell this turmoil. Once this matter is not handled properly, Ross himself will definitely suffer. If he ignores the turmoil, he will be caught by the superiors and said that he has not fulfilled his military responsibilities. If there was any turmoil, he and a few soldiers would definitely be accused and then brought to a military court. Forget it, let them do it. Just don't kill anyone. After some inner struggle, Ross finally remained neutral, caring a little but not to the extent that it would cause loss of life, so that he would be the one who suffered in the end. Ross glanced at the bewildered soldiers, turned to look at the crowd holding back their anger, and shouted, "Army support is coming soon, don't cause any loss of life." After saying that, Ross turned around and left and returned to the car, not caring about what would happen to the crowd behind him. And the hidden meaning of Ross's words just now is, I don't care about this, but the army is coming soon, so we have to fight quickly and don't kill anyone. Let you sympathize with monsters and make you Holy Mother. Your family runs Notre Dame, right? Those monsters are not qualified to be Holy Mother at all. I have long wanted to fight some so-called Holy Mothers. There is a magical thing on the mysterious Eastern Internet. I have encountered it before when I lived in the East. At that time, I wanted to get into their position through the network cable and fight. I didn't expect them to be here, and I was able to see them, which really fulfilled one of my wishes. My friend died in the hands of those two monsters. You still sympathize with monsters? Are you a human being? Seeing that Ross turned around and ignored the matter, the crowd began to punch and kick those who sympathized with the monster again. However, after Ross's reminder, the crowd who were punching and kicking also began to pay attention to where they struck, and all the places they hit were an unknown and painful place. For example, buttocks, thighs, arms, back, and other fleshy, non-fatal, and painful places, such as joints, throat, spine, brain, and other vital parts, were deliberately avoided. At this point, those who were punched and kicked by the crowd all let out miserable screams, and every time they screamed, they were beaten harder. After a few times, the people who were beaten no longer dared to make a sound. I can only hold on hard and not scream. The roars were followed by the insults from the crowd. Nick Fury, who had been standing behind Jill, glanced in the direction of the crowd and said nothing, because Nick Fury had no idea what was happening here or anything before this. I only know that a special situation occurred here, and I don't know anything else at all. But with the roar that appeared from the shrunken energy shield and Gil's appearance, Nick Fury also noticed something was wrong. It seemed that some monster was destroying the city, but it provoked Gilgamesh. In the end, Gilgamesh fought with the opponent. They rose up, only to be suppressed. Drib. Just as Nick Fury was thinking about the cause and effect, the communicator in Nick Fury's pocket made a slight sound. Nick Fury took out the communicator from his pocket and pressed the button and asked doubtfully, "Hill, what's the matter? What's wrong with Hawkeye and the others?" "Sir, there is nothing wrong with Barton and the others, but after our testing, we found that the problem with Barton and the others is not too big. It is just physical weakness caused by not eating for a long time. However, we cannot detect how Barton and the others are so weak that they can faint. To the point. Barton and the others are simply weak." Nick Fury was even more confused. Could it be that he could make an 8th level agent faint from weakness? Could it be that he had been hungry for dozens of days and had not had a drop of water? Although I don't want to say it, it is true. Barton said that they only felt a sense of emptiness suddenly appeared, and then they fainted when their vision went dark. Nick Fury was silent for a few seconds and then said, "Okay, I'll give them a week's leave and let them have a good rest. Let's talk about this later." "Hill, are you contacting me just for this matter?" "It's not true, sir. In addition to this incident, we discovered that there was a movement similar to an earthquake coming from the ground about kilometers away from New York." Chapter 90. A movement similar to an earthquake, how many meters underground is it? Nick Fury frowned and said, "Is there any sign of this earthquake? Did it appear suddenly?" "There was no warning. We detected the source of the earthquake at about 2 meters above the ground, and we also found that the source seemed to be moving upward from meters underground." "What?" Nick Fury's eyes narrowed after hearing this, and he asked again, the earthquake moved upward from the ground at meters. Yes, sir, according to the results we have obtained, this is indeed the case, and the earthquake source is also rising now. Is there any other news? Yes, the earthquake source has now risen to meters, but the speed has reached 2 kilometers per minute. After our calculations, if there are no accidents, according to the direction of movement of the earthquake source will reach the target of the ground. That's exactly where you are, sir, Manhattan. Sieti, is it possible that there is still life in this earthquake? From meters to meters, it is still moving at a falling speed of 2 kilometers per minute. The target location is still in Manhattan, which has been almost destroyed. This is do you want New York to be destroyed directly? Hearing that the final location of the so-called earthquake source was in Manhattan, where he was, Nick Fury's face instantly darkened after scanning the surrounding environment. The unique calmness of the King of Agents disappeared in an instant, and he finally couldn't help but start to explode. Swear words. Nick Fury is in a panic right now. Manhattan, which has been destroyed into ruins, can no longer withstand any blow. Regardless of how to repair it, the repair cost will probably be hundreds of millions of dollars. If this happens, if there's another earthquake, the city of New York will be gone. Nick Fury swore that this was the only time he lost his composure. First he was imprisoned, then there was a problem in Manhattan, and now there was an earthquake. Everything came together tonight. What the hell was he trying to do? No, sir, the source of the earthquake suddenly stopped and began to move underground again, from meters back to meters. Just as Nick Fury was collapsing, Hill's voice in the communicator suddenly changed, seeming a little surprised. Wait a minute, the source of the earthquake has moved downward again, from meters back to meters. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury immediately adjusted his mentality and asked, Hill, are you sure the source of the earthquake has really started to move downward again? Hill, who was far away on the sky aircraft carrier, stared at the holographic projection in front of him and replied, Yes, sir, the source of the earthquake has begun to move vertically downward, and it has now dropped to a position of meters. Call. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief and was silent for a few seconds. After adjusting his mentality, he said, Hill, I give you the authority to mobilize the scientific research department and keep an eye on the source of the earthquake. The source of the earthquake is likely to be biological. You must keep an eye on it. Okay, I will ask the people from the scientific research department to keep an eye on the source of the earthquake, but sir, you don't want to fight with. Hill's confused voice came over, but before Hill could finish speaking, Nick Fury interrupted Hill's words. Hill. Hill stopped speaking when he heard Nick Fury calling his name. After all, he was a level 9 agent and was still very sensitive to these things. Even if Nick Fury didn't say it, Hill knew that there seemed to be something special. The reason is that there is no way to tell those things now. After hearing Hill's silence on the other side of the communicator, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, Go and inform the scientific research department. I will rush back immediately and be sure to keep an eye on the source of the earthquake. Yes. Hill on the other side nodded and hung up the communication. Drop. Nick Fury was completely relieved when he heard the sound coming from the communicator. He glanced in the direction of Jill with a guilty conscience. After seeing that Jill still maintained his original movements, he put the communicator into his pocket as if nothing had happened. Inside, it looked like nothing happened. However, what Nick Fury didn't know was that from the moment Nick Fury's communicator rang, Gil had listened to the communication between Nick Fury and Hill exactly, and he didn't know that Nick Fury, what was this guy thinking? He was receiving communications not far from Jill. Nick Fury took a deep breath, looked at Jill who had his back turned to him, said nothing, then turned and walked towards the open door of the transport. It seems that the plot has changed again. Is it the source of the earthquake? It's interesting. When Jill heard the sound of receding footsteps behind her, she turned her attention to the energy shield again. The energy shield had shrunk to only 2 to 3 meters wide. At this time, Jill finally stopped shrinking the energy shield. Gil, who stopped shrinking the energy shield, turned a deaf ear to the continuous roars and curses. He looked at the center of the energy shield with cold eyes, and cold words rang out, "Bastard, you should go back to your dirty place. Gone to the dump." After saying that, Gil took out his left hand from his pocket, and then Gil opened the noble phantasm link on his left hand. It's a pity that no one is paying attention to Jill now, and no one can see Jill's movements clearly. After opening the noble phantasm link, Gil moved his left hand slightly, and his slender fingers slowly unfolded. A white substance with golden light and an overall shape similar to a crystal appeared from the link and landed on Gil's left hand. After holding the crystal with his left hand, Jill focused on the crystal. "The bomb is not bad, but I don't know how powerful it is." Gil, who focused his attention on the crystal, used the omniscient star to understand the origin of the crystal in his hand. Ancient magnetic spirit bullet. The same work as the one who created the ancient nuclear warhead was included in the treasury of the hero king Gilgamesh, and was also sublimated into a noble phantasm after the hero king Gilgamesh became a heroic spirit. After injecting magic power, it can be thrown as a grenade. After the explosion, the magnetic energy among the 4 primitive forces that make up the world will burst out, destroying most of the matter and energy. The power depends on the amount of magic power injected, and the maximum power is comparable to a quarter of a nuclear bomb. The power of 1, the smallest power, can be used as fireworks to celebrate. The ancient magnetic bullet turns out to be something that was originally in my treasure house. I thought it was some black technology from the Marvel world. After previewing the information that appeared in his mind, Jill nodded slightly with understanding. Needless to say, it is only the year. Even in the Marvel universe and with any advanced black technology on Earth, it is impossible to adjust the power at will, and even the range can be comparable to a quarter of the power of a nuclear bomb. Chapter 91. To put it bluntly, even if there is one, it is impossible to use it. Although it is only a quarter of the power of a nuclear bomb, no country has the courage to use it, except for countries that are not afraid of being besieged by all countries in the world. It's time for the bastards' cries to stop. Hearing Mephisto's constant curses, Gil began to inject magic into the ancient magnetic bullet in his hand. With the emergence of magic power, the crystal in Jill's hand also emitted white light, and wisps of purple lightning-like energy appeared around the crystal, which looked extremely violent. However, although the energy looked violent, it did not harm Gil, who was holding the crystal, and Gil himself felt nothing. The purple flashing energy seemed to be just some ordinary light. Brush. While injecting energy, Gil did not stop reinforcing the protective shield. As for why, of course it was just in case. I'm afraid without my magic defense, a quarter of this city would have been wiped out, let alone just one area of Manhattan. If someone was around Jill, they might wonder why Jill said something incomprehensible. But according to Gil's own plan, if he had not used magic to create this energy shield, I am afraid that the entire Manhattan area would have been destroyed by the crystal in his hand. That's right, Gil wanted to throw the ancient magnetic bullet in his hand into the magic shield he created, trapping the power of the ancient magnetic bullet that could destroy the entire Manhattan area, and combine it with the energy churning inside to trap it. Mephisto's clone on Earth was completely destroyed. The bastards who have been running wild in my courtyard have been hiding in my courtyard for hundreds of years. It's time for them to go back to the garbage dump. In just a few seconds, the ancient magnetic bullet in Gil's hand was filled with magic power. The crystal infused with magic power and exuding purple energy was held in Gil's hand, and then a treasure trove link appeared next to Gil. Gil put the ancient magnetic bullet in his hand into the treasury link. Brush. Jill's treasury has its own launch function. Gil's above-mentioned action is to use the launch function of the treasury to launch the ancient magnetic bullet that has been filled with magic power. After putting the ancient magnetic bullet back into the treasure house, Gil slightly adjusted the angle of the link, and then controlled the link to launch the ancient magnetic bullet. The launched ancient magnetic bullet turned into a silver and purple light and flew towards the energy shield where Mephisto was. The ancient magnetic bullet flew very fast, and it almost took less than a few seconds to reach the energy shield. Moreover, under the observation of some caring people, a ripple-emitting golden light suddenly appeared next to Gil. Then Gil threw something into the ripple, and then a uniform purple and white light beam flew out of the golden ripple, flying towards the defense line of the energy shield. However, the speed of the light was very fast. Except for Gil, no one reacted at all. By the time others reacted, the light was already only a few meters away from the red energy shield. The moment the ancient magnetic bullet came into contact with the energy shield, it entered it from outside the red energy shield without causing any ripples. Zi. Before those who saw this scene had time to react, and just as doubts arose in their hearts, a voice that made everyone's scalp numb rang through the entire battlefield. A large amount of purple lightning appeared in the energy shield that was only 2 or 3 meters in size, instantly suppressing the energy wave that was still boiling and filling the interior of the entire energy shield. After the sound of numbness in the scalp, all the people who were still rioting stopped. Their clothes and hair all stood up. Everyone felt a weak energy similar to electricity sweeping through them. The whole body made people feel numb, but this feeling only lasted for a moment and disappeared the next second, leaving many people confused and even suspected it was an illusion. Just now, did an electric current pass through my body? Is it an illusion? But why are all my hair standing on end? It's probably an illusion. My hair didn't stand up. I just felt my body go numb, but then I didn't feel it anymore. Wait, my hair. Most of the people in the crowd looked at the people around them with confused faces as their hair suddenly stood up. Then they subconsciously touched their own hair and found that their hair stood up like everyone else's. Instantly became more confused, and realized that the feeling just now was not an illusion. This is actually normal. Although the energy shield created by Gil using magic power limited the power of the ancient magnetic bullet to a very small range, the powerful magnetic force emitted by the ancient magnetic bullet still caused some changes in the Earth's own magnetic field. It is precisely because these changes are too strong that you feel a weak current passing through your body and disappearing. In fact, changes in the magnetic field will also undergo some slight changes in normal times, but the human body cannot feel it, but strong changes in the magnetic field can still be felt. Moreover, in addition to the changes in the magnetic field that the crowd felt, the person who could most intuitively feel the power of the ancient magnetic spirit bomb was Gil. The moment the ancient magnetic spirit bomb exploded, Gil, who was controlling the energy shield with his mind, only felt that he was in control. The attached energy shield almost shattered in an instant. Fortunately, in the end, Gil increased the injection intensity again and finally stabilized the energy shield. Bastard, since Ancient One and Odin haven't discovered you, it's up to me to completely eliminate your puppets. For Gil, the power of this ancient magnetic spirit bomb should be enough to destroy Mephisto's clone on the Earth, but just in case, Gil still destroyed Longinus, who was about to be completely reduced to pieces, just to be on the safe side. The gun is in his hand again, ready to completely eliminate Mephisto. The body of the gun of Longinus that reappeared in Gil's hand was already covered with small cracks, and a faint scarlet light reflected in the cracks, making the gun of Longinus look a little more sinister. Gil, who has used the spear of Longinus twice, knows that this is a sign that the noble phantasm is about to be broken. From the start of the battle to the present, the spear of Longinus has been used twice, and inspired a mantra liberation, and even fought with it was held in a stalemate by the same powerful energy, but now it was just filled with cracks, and it was considered a veritable B-level noble phantasm. Holding the gun of Longinus in his hand, Gil was speechless. The magic power surged all over his body. Waves of air blew up Gil's hair, and light blue magic appeared around Gil, shrouding him in it. Chapter 92. Inferior creatures, do you think that this little magnetic force can suppress me? You are too naive. Due to the explosion of the ancient magnetic bomb, an unwilling roar rang out from the energy shield covered by the magnetic force after the explosion. The roar was filled with extreme anger and hatred. Mephisto, who was in the energy shield, swore that he had never been so angry before, but now, an inferior creature not only suppressed him, but also repeatedly provoked him. If the previous rage was an extinct volcano that only occasionally became active, then Mephisto's mood now is an active volcano that has erupted. If it materializes, it can burn everything. But it is a pity that no matter how high Mephisto's anger is, it will not help. This situation cannot be solved by anger alone. If not for anything else, the crystal that Gil had launched before, the ancient magnetic bullet, was specifically used against Mephisto. When Gil used the omniscient star, he already knew what Mephisto's power was. Mephisto's power comes from magma and lava, as well as the control of hellfire, but hellfire is Mephisto's true body, that is, the power possessed by Mephisto's body outside the dimension. Now it is Mephisto's puppet on Earth, which Gil suppressed, used the power of magma and lava. Because the power of Mephisto's body is simply not something that a small puppet can withstand, otherwise Mephisto's puppet body will not be able to withstand the powerful energy and will be directly exploded. So Mephisto could only retreat and change his power into materials unique to the Earth, but due to Mephisto's special hobby, he chose magma and lava with very high temperatures. The power chosen by Mephisto is very hot, and his body also contains energy similar to magma. If an ordinary person encounters Mephisto, there will probably be no other result except death. The energy in Mephisto's body is not pure magma, but energy similar to magma. The energy emitted by the ancient magnetic bomb launched by Gil is related to magnetic energy. Magnetic energy will be related to all the magnetic fields of the Earth. It is fused to strengthen and form a special magnetic field that suppresses Mephisto's magma energy, thus preventing Mephisto from using his own power. This is why Gil uses the ancient magnetic bullet. Mephisto, who cannot use his own energy, is just a large sandbag that is a little more durable than ordinary people. Why can't I use my power? Finally, Mephisto, who was still roaring, finally discovered something was wrong. The energy that had begun to boil in his body could not be activated. Not only that, even the energy that he had stimulated and started to interfere with the energy waves automatically returned to his body, and was not under his control at all. Although Mephisto did not understand what was going on at first, Mephisto, who had lived on Earth for at least thousands of years, also understood what state he was in now. Inferior creatures actually use the Earth's original magnetic field to limit my energy. What kind of weapon is that crystal? It is impossible for human technology to develop to the point where it can control the magnetic field, let alone the magnetic field of an entire planet. You are definitely not humanity. After all, he was an old monster. When Mephisto felt the magnetic energy erupted from the previous crystal, he immediately reacted. Mephisto has seen some developments in Earth's technology over the hundreds of years he has been on Earth, so he is no stranger to magnetic energy. How can a bastard from outside the dimension know my name? As for whether a bastard who is already dying as a human being does not deserve to know my identity. When Mephisto said that he was not human, Gil snorted coldly. Although Gil had divinity in his status bar, his race was still human. Mephisto said that Gil was not human, but just short-sighted. Ignorant bastard, go back to the dump where the bastards live. There is nothing more to say about Mephisto Gil. Now that Mephisto's power has been suppressed with ancient magnetic bullets, the next step is to completely eliminate Mephisto's puppets on the Earth. The scarlet light contained in the cracks in the gun of Longinus held in Gil's hand became more and more intense, but what accompanied the light was that the body of the gun of Longinus was constantly cracking. The original small the cracks have gradually widened. This was a sign that the noble phantasm was broken, but Gil did not stop. Instead, he directly transferred the magic power required by the spear of Longinus into the spear of Longinus. To eliminate Mephisto, now is the best opportunity. From the appearance of the energy shield to everything after that, Gil is planning to eliminate Mephisto. The energy wave caused by Longinus's gun and Mephisto's attack was an accident, but Gil used this accident to plot against Mephisto. It is no exaggeration to say that from the moment Mephisto and Gil started fighting, Gil was already thinking about how to destroy Mephisto. Just like a dying flower showing its final glory, even the barrel of Longinus's gun ignited with scarlet flames. The abnormality emitted by Longinus's gun made Gil slightly stunned, but then he understood what was going on. Gil looked at the strange Longinus's gun in his hand and was slightly surprised. I want to. At the end, it bloomed its last light, and this little B-level noble phantasm actually had its own spirituality. Following Gil's words, the spear of Longinus trembled twice, seemingly in response to Gil. An ordinary spear has produced a spirituality that is not its own. I don't know whether it is the blood of Jesus or the reason of thousands of years of baptism and killing. That's right, the spear of Longinus has generated its own spirituality. According to fantasy theory, the spear of Longinus has generated its own consciousness, which is the weapon spirit in fantasy theory. But the spirit of one weapon is not the spirit of that weapon. The current Longinus spear is only instinctive at best, and the extent it can do is perhaps only respond to Gil. If you want to shine the last light before being broken, I allow it. After feeling the response from the spear of Longinus, the corners of Gil's mouth curled up, and a stream of magic power emerged from Gil's body, surrounding the spear of Longinus with its body emitting scarlet flames. A weapon's last wish is to end itself. It's really ironic compared to some humans who want to gain power and fall voluntarily. After the magic power emerging from Gil's body shrouded the spear of Longinus, the spear of Longinus began to absorb magic power on its own, and the speed of absorption was faster than the speed at which Gil injected the magic power. Chapter 93. Gil, who was holding the spear of Longinus, also increased the injection of magic power. The air wave caused by the emergence of magic power gradually evolved into a small blue whirlwind, and the center of the whirlwind was holding Longinus. Gil of the gun. After the whirlwind formed by the magic power, the spear of Longinus reached the saturation state almost instantly. After feeling that the spear of Longinus was filled again, Gil did not throw the spear of Longinus out, but let go. He lifted his left hand holding the spear of Longinus and let the spear of Longinus fall to the ground. But a scene that violated gravity appeared at this time. Brush! The spear of Longinus, which was released by Gil, did not fall to the ground. Instead, the moment Gil let go, it flew towards the energy shield controlled by Gil. During the flight, the spear of Longinus, the tip of the gun, ignited a distinctive white light, making everyone who saw this scene feel peaceful. The moment the white light ignited, the angry crowd in the distance froze for a moment, and then all their furious moods calmed down. What happened to me just now? This feeling is so uncomfortable, like pouring a basin of cold water directly on it during the hot summer, causing thermal expansion and contraction. What exactly happened just now? Why do I feel that my mood suddenly became better, and I don't want to hit anyone anymore? Me too, I feel like my whole body suddenly becomes lighter. The people who stopped were no longer angry, but looked uncomfortable and confused. They had no idea what was going on. As for why this is the case, only Gil knows why. Did you forcibly use magic to activate the blood of Jesus at the tip of the gun? Gil, who saw this scene, already knew what was going on. The almost instinctive self-awareness of the spear of Longinus had stimulated all its power, and just wanted to kill the suppressed Morpheus before it was broken. Two, bloom your last light. Just when everyone was in a state of confusion, the spear of Longinus, which had inspired all its own power, also flew in front of the energy shield. Like the ancient magnetic bullet, it entered the energy shield without any hindrance. Middle. I don't know if it was 1 second or 2 seconds later, but the energy shield that was already churning with internal energy began to expand rapidly, and a dazzling light began to emerge from the inside of the energy shield. Looking from a distance, the dazzling light has almost turned into a substantial liquid. Even the half-red color of the energy shield cannot block the light and is penetrated. What is this? This spear is actually contaminated with special energy. Inferior creature, who are you? How can you have this kind of energy? A sound like sandpaper rubbing against each other came from the inside of the energy shield, making the crowd who had just calmed down shudder without exception. Hearing the sound of sandpaper rubbing against each other, Gil had no interest in answering Mephisto's question. It was an idiot's behavior to explain his attack to his enemy. I don't know if it was a reversal after the anger, but Mephisto suddenly became calmer. The anger in his voice turned into a hatred that wanted to eat his flesh, and his voice no longer roared but became extremely loud. Gloomy, suppress my power, stupid low-level creatures can defeat my carefully selected puppets, I remember, sooner or later, I will come back again ha 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 ha. Violent laughter suddenly swept across the sky, like the laughter of a devil from hell. At the same time as the laughter rang out, the energy shield that had been penetrated by Longinus's gun also began to shake violently, and cracks appeared on the translucent surface. This is a sign that the energy shield is about to break. The power of self-destruction tried to break through the energy shield set by me, but unfortunately it was me who encountered it. After feeling the situation inside the energy shield, Gil's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Although he was an enemy, Mephisto's decisive decision still made Gil look a little higher. After the slightest crack appeared in the energy shield, Gil felt an energy far exceeding the ancient magnetic bullet he threw. That energy carried an extremely high temperature and even swallowed up magnetic energy. Stalemate with the power erupted from the spear of Longinus. The stalemate that occurred this time was very different from the previous one. The final attack of the spear of Longinus before it shattered and the self-destruction of Mephisto's incarnation on Earth far exceeded the total energy of the previous ones. Without the energy shield, the consequences would be disastrous. After feeling the powerful energy in the energy shield, Gil was speechless and mobilized his own magic spiral for the first time to start spinning. When the magic spiral in Gil's body began to rotate, a dark blue magic power appeared from around Gil, causing the magic cyclone that originally surrounded Gil to expand again. Crack! A torrent of magic power was injected into the staff, and because too much magic power was injected into it at once, the staff made a soft cracking sound. One battle actually consumes two B-level noble phantasms. Gil heard the sound that appeared on the staff clearly, but there was no way to stop it now unless Gil could watch half of New York being destroyed. Boom boom! Just when cracks appeared in the staff, 3 consecutive explosions occurred from the energy shield. That was the result of the collision between all the remaining power of the spear of Longinus and the energy from Mephisto's self-destruction. What is that sound? No, there seems to be something wrong with that energy shield. What? No, God, please don't let anything happen again. I don't want to die yet. The Queen Mother, the Jade Emperor, Sanking, Hung Jun, Tathagata Buddha bless me, I don't want to die either. The sound of the explosion woke up the confused crowd. When the crowd subconsciously looked in the direction of the explosion, they saw the violently shaking energy shield. They all began to panic, but everyone knew that it was too late to run away now. I could only keep tapping on my shoulders and forehead with a horrified look on my face, saying things like God bless me. Of course, there are also some weird things. For example, people who have spent some time in the mysterious country in the east will close their eyes with their hands and keep shouting the Queen Mother, the Jade Emperor and so on. Even the few remaining soldiers began to pray to the god who did not know whether he existed or not. However, there are some people who are different. For example, Ross, who has held the position of general all year round, just clenched his fists and frowned at all this. In addition, it is worth mentioning that Ross's daughter Betty no longer looked like she was dying after the Hulk turned around and ran away, and slowly regained her composure. But now that something has happened, although Betty was no longer in tears, she was still stiff and tried to pretend that she was not afraid and looked at everything in front of her. Chapter 94. Did he? The walkie-talkie in Rose's pocket, which was originally clenching his hands, suddenly made a slight beeping sound, bringing Rose back to reality. After coming back to his senses, Ross took out the walkie-talkie from his pocket and said, "I'm Ross. General, the fighter jets have arrived 5 kilometers away from you and are flying towards the target." After hearing this, Ross raised his head and looked at the area that had been reduced to ruins. He took a deep breath and said, "Let them land where they are. The battle is over." Forward. The person on the intercom didn't seem to expect Ross to answer like this, and fell silent for a moment. At this time, Ross seemed to feel the state of his daughter and winked at the female communications soldier next to him who was not praying but had a pale face. He winked at his daughter and the military vehicle next to him. The female communications soldier next to her was still paying attention to the energy shield, but she came back to her senses after Ross spoke. At this time, when the female communications soldier saw Rose winking at her, she understood what her superior meant and clicked lightly. Nodding, he turned around and walked to Betty's side, grabbed Betty's arm, and gently pulled Betty in the direction of the military vehicle. Feeling the feeling of being pulled, Betty, who was stiff all over, was startled. She turned her head reflexively. She breathed a sigh of relief when she found out that it was a female signal soldier, and cast a doubtful look at the female signal soldier. Ross ignored the confused look in his daughter Betty's eyes and ordered again into the intercom, "Let them land where they are. In 2 minutes, 2 people will arrive at their location in a military vehicle. At that time, let the fighter jets escort them away from here. The further away the better." "Dad." When Ross said this, Betty's eyes suddenly widened and she looked at Ross in disbelief. "Don't take her away yet." Ross ignored his daughter's disbelieving look and looked seriously at the female communications soldier next to Betty. "Yes, please come with me." After getting Ross's permission, the female signal soldier began to forcefully pull Betty towards the military vehicle. Betty still looked dull, looking at Ross in shock, without any reaction to the female signal soldier who was pulling her. Ross frowned when he saw Betty's appearance and ordered the female signal soldier, "Wait." Although the female communications soldier didn't know what her commander was going to do, she still stopped her movements and stood aside obediently. Ross frowned and walked up to Betty, raising his right hand slightly as if to caress Betty. Click! Rose's half-raised right hand suddenly accelerated and hit Betty directly on the right side of her neck in the shape of a knife. The moment after being hit, Betty felt her eyes go dark, and then her body softened and she was about to fall towards the ground. Seeing this, Ross stretched out his hand to catch the unconscious Betty, and at the same time motioned to the female communications soldier on the side to help Betty to the military vehicle. The female soldier silently helped Betty into the vehicle, then got in and started the car. The sound of the car starting up was not very loud, especially in this messy battlefield with flames burning everywhere. In addition, the crowd's attention was focused on the energy shield, and no one noticed Rose's movements. And Ross's series of actions were just because he wanted his daughter Betty to be as far away from here as possible. After the female communications soldier started the vehicle, Ross took 2 steps forward and said something to the female communications soldier. The female communications soldier nodded, then started the car and drove in the opposite direction of the battlefield, leaving only Ross looked a little complicated. Let's not mention Ross, because the battlefield has changed dramatically again. Crack! A clear voice that could not be covered up by any sound came from the direction of Jill, causing the originally stunned crowd to subconsciously look in the direction of Jill. On the entire battlefield, the crumbling energy shield had been restored to its original state, but the price paid was that the staff in Jill's hand was completely broken and turned into golden dust. It drifted with the wind along with the cyclone around Jill, giving the person who was originally surrounded by the Jill in the center of the dark blue cyclone adds a touch of gold color. The total power has far exceeded the magnetic energy emitted by the magnetic bullet, but unfortunately it can only be slowly dissipated in this energy shield. After the staff in his hand turned into golden dust, Gil shook his right hand, shook off the golden dust scattered on his hand, and then put his right hand down. A battle that gave me some enjoyment. Maybe I don't have the magic spiral, so it's really not easy to defeat that bastard. Jill calmed down her mind, and at the same time began to focus on the magic power she had erupted. I saw the dark blue cyclone beside Jill slowly disappearing, leaving only the energy shield still containing violent energy in the distance and the golden dust gradually drifting away in the wind. It's time to go back. Leave the rest to those bastards. After collecting his magic power, Gil glanced at the crowd who were still confused, jumped from the rooftop to the ground, and walked slowly towards the direction of the crowd. When the confused crowd saw Gil walking towards them, they all swallowed their saliva, tensed their bodies, and their confused expressions turned into a trace of panic. In any case, although Gil saved them, humans still have a natural sense of awe for the powerful power. The crowd in the previous battle also knew about Gil's power, so it is normal to have this reaction. A bunch of bastards, I am not a murderer, yet they are so afraid of me. Gil, who was walking towards the crowd, was a little speechless when he saw the change in attitude of the crowd, but he didn't pay too much attention. After all, they are a group of ordinary people, and it is right to be afraid of unknown powers. Now just being panicked and not running away already shows that they are still. Knowing that Gil saved them. As Jill gradually approached, the panicked crowd also saw Jill's full face, blood-colored half-snake eyes, golden hair, high nose bridge, face as if carved, white and tender skin. Regardless of whether he was an Asian, everyone who saw Jill's appearance was stunned for a moment, with a face that could compare with European aesthetics. Not only the crowd on the ground, but also the reporters who were still reporting in the sky were flying at low altitude. The cameraman carrying the camera was also desperately trying to find a good angle, trying to take a picture of Jill's face. Oh, it turns out that the young man fighting that demon is so handsome, and he is also a handsome guy who fits our aesthetic standards. This young man is definitely Asian. Chapter 95. Thor, lower your head a little lower and be sure to take a detailed picture of his entire face. On a low-flying helicopter, a female reporter who was reporting on the scene marveled repeatedly when she saw Jill's appearance, and even eagerly asked the cameraman next to her who was holding a camera and working hard to shoot harder. I have to say that human beings are really strange creatures. They were still trying to survive just now, but now they have all turned into facial expressions, thus forgetting whether they are safe or not. After the efforts of the cameraman on the helicopter, Jill's face was finally transmitted to the TV. Likewise, everyone who saw Jill's face on the TV was stunned. Jill naturally saw the reaction of the crowd, but he ignored them. After all, it is human nature to pursue beauty. What's more, this is not the Holy Grail War, so there are naturally no rules that cannot be seen. Jill's character, he doesn't care about this. After all, the king wants to be known to the world, and hiding is not Jill's character. Regardless of other people's reactions, when Jill walked not far from the crowd, she saw Ross looking at her. Jill walked straight in front of Ross and ignored Ross's intentions. Gil had no feelings for Ross in the original plot, and had no reason to kill him. At most, he just thought he was a bit of an idiot. The power is so powerful that even that kind of monster can be defeated, but after all, this kind of power is not something ordinary people can possess. Ross looked at Jill closely and sighed silently in his heart. That's right, Rose was intimidated by Gil, who could effortlessly kill the abomination and the seemingly powerful Mephisto. Faced with the power that filled the sky with countless weapons and surrounded the entire battlefield, Thunderbolt General Ross was scared. In Ross's view, that kind of power was not something ordinary mutants could possess. Even Magneto, described in the military's confidential documents, was not as scary in Ross's mind as Jill. If Ross were asked to make a choice, whether to fight Magneto or Gil, Ross would choose the former without hesitation. At least there is still room for the former. After switching between firearms, bullets, cannons, etc., it would become a helpless old man. But Gil is different from the former. Not only does Gil have the power to control countless weapons, but he also has a spear that can fly autonomously. He even has an energy shield that can cover energy in a range with attack and defense. This is how Rose fights. Magneto can at least control steel. Without steel, one bullet can do it, but Jill has an energy shield that can defend against it. Maybe that energy shield can also defend against bullets and cannonballs. Although you can bet on it, Ross can't. If you dare to gamble, you cannot gamble. So in Rose's heart, even Magneto is not as dangerous as Jill. However, what Ross didn't know was that Magneto controlled not steel, but magnetic energy, one of the 4 primitive forces. When it becomes stronger, it can create electromagnetic pulses, change the magnetic field, and even change the magnetic field of a planet, and control the planet. Of course, what we are talking about here is that Magneto is not Magneto. In this world, Magneto can only lift objects such as bridges and the Statue of Liberty. In the end, Ross just watched Jill leave, including the people who were standing there with panicked faces. No one dared to say anything. To use a common saying, who knows what kind of character Gil is, if he offends him, he will kill him. Even the helicopters flying in the sky, although they were still trying to take pictures of Gil's back, did not dare to approach Gil's direction and could only stay where they were. Although there were a few journalists who wanted their grades rather than their lives to follow them in helicopters, the pilots who controlled the planes did not think so and would rather die than obey. In the end, those reporters who were desperate for their lives could only watch Jill drift away. Fading away. However, when Jill left, some people saw the energy shield that had not dissipated, but no one dared to bring it up, so in the end they had to leave it alone. After leaving the destroyed Manhattan, Gil wandered around the streets boredly and walked back to the manor he bought. Fortunately, Jill didn't encounter anything special on the street and returned to the manor smoothly. But this matter is not over yet. The battle between Gil and Mephisto was uploaded to some forums and video websites by an unnamed user, causing a large-scale sensation on the internet. This guy's abilities are so cool, I want him too. With such a powerful mutant, should we take immediate measures? Otherwise, if the weapons in the sky controlled by this guy want to kill us, it will be a massacre. Are you an idiot? If he hadn't unfolded the protective shield, the churning energy in the video would have directly swallowed up those who survived. He was obviously protecting the crowd, okay. Although this is the case, we still cannot take the unknown power lightly. Those who are not from our tribe must have different minds. Hey, even if he has special powers, he is still a human being. Could it be that you all only saw his terrifying power and deliberately ignored what he did, or are you just simply jealous? I will be jealous that he is just a yellow-skinned half-blood at best. I will be jealous of him for not joking. Oh, the jealousy has moved out of the network cable. I'm the only one who thinks this guy's character is too arrogant. He actually called that monster bastard. After seeing the video about Gil on the internet, everyone who watched the video had different reactions. Some teenagers in the second stage of middle school envied Gil's ability to control the noble phantasm, while some advocated controlling Gil out of fear to avoid when something unexpected happened. Some people were secretly jealous of everything about Gil. Some even thought that Gil's character was too arrogant and looked down on Mephisto at all, and even called him a bastard. After that, due to the disagreements of some people after watching the video, a quarrel began on the internet. One party advocated controlling Jill, while the other opposed it because Jill saved the surviving citizens of Manhattan. The two sides Fang couldn't argue, and there was no way to tell the winner. In the end, the quarrel slowly stopped after S.H.I.E.L.D. began to operate. There are even some teenagers in the second stage of middle school who imitate Jill and call others bastards, which leads to them entering the hospital. But the above are all things for later, and the whole thing is still in the stage of rapidly spreading news on the internet, as well as the battle scenes being filmed. Of course, Jill, who has returned to the manor, doesn't know about these things yet. As soon as Jill opened the door after returning to the manor, she sensed the faint sound of breathing in her room. When she heard the breathing, Jill suddenly remembered that she seemed to have left an uninvited guest in her manor while she was out.